At the onset, a turtle chancellor was caught. From that moment on, Luo Feng transformed into the most dashing figure across the 5 oceans. 30 kilometers to the left, a school of tuna awaits haul them in, and any weighing less than 200 kilograms, discard back into the sea. Wow, what a fortune. This school of yellow croaker must weigh several tons. Come on, let's scoop up all these mackerel and make those little devils eat our dust. Huh, what did the Eagle Nation just cast overboard? Let's haul it in and see. Brothers, roll up your sleeves, and let's get to work. We're going to capture a Wolf-class submarine. Goodness, can underwater gold mines also be mobile? Faced with the relentless pursuit of Luo Feng, the Eagle Nation's warship helplessly displayed a banner. Sonar malfunction. Retrieval futile. Report, Captain. Our ghost swimmer submersible has been dragged away by that small yacht. Within the command room of the Eagle Nation's Hansen Ocean survey vessel, the anxious report of the information officer suddenly echoed. Captain Joe Davis furiously discarded his red pencil. Fools. Imbeciles. Did I not warn you all to conduct reconnaissance before deploying the submersible, ensuring no fishing boats were in the vicinity? Did no one inform me of this? What on earth transpired? The command room fell into a hush. The officers wished they could bury their heads in their laps, pretending ignorance of the situation. They simply awaited the captain's fury to subside. While others could feign ignorance, the information officer had no such luxury. He could only rise to explain, Captain, I report that before releasing the submersible, we indeed conducted a thorough reconnaissance, and there was only a yacht with a displacement of less than 2 tons nearby. Who would have thought that such a small vessel could tow an unmanned submersible heavier than itself? The implication was clear. It was not due to our military's negligence. It was primarily due to the rabbit's disregard for martial ethics. With sheer audacity, a civilian yacht had dragged away a 5-ton unmanned submersible. It was utterly outrageous. What are you dawdling for? David slammed his hands heavily on the table. Hurry up and pursue. We are in international waters. They have no right to tow away our ghost swimmer submersible. A high-end reconnaissance device worth $30 million. If we lose it, the enraged Congress will tear us apart. Damn it. With the captain's command, the Hansen research vessel began to turn its bow, pursuing the struggling little yacht. Soon, the first mate's resigned voice echoed in the control room. Captain, we have encountered a reverse current we cannot intercept before the yacht enters 12 nautical miles of territorial waters. But the reverse current is not only unfavorable to us, that yacht must also be facing the same reverse current. Why can't we stop it? David was infuriated and wanted to curse. However, the first mate was a professional at the helm and did not dare to easily dismiss the expertise of others. He could only voice his doubts. The first mate shrugged helplessly. I suspect that perhaps God is aboard that yacht. The miraculous reverse current is against us. Yet for that little vessel, it is a favorable current, increasing their speed. Oh, you even realize the nonsense you're spouting? David chuckled in disbelief. In a flurry, he stepped forward, pushing aside the first mate to seize control of the helm. Then, to his astonishment, he noticed the green that representing the small yacht on the radar screen was indeed accelerating rapidly. According to the sonar imagery, the yacht was being propelled by a swift current. My God, David exclaimed, incredulity washing over him as he felt his heart racing. Could it be that the Almighty himself is actually aboard that little yacht? Luo Feng, too, felt as if he were witnessing a miracle. As he maneuvered the yacht back to port, he found himself increasingly at ease, watching the Hansen Ocean research vessel recede into the distance. His earlier tension dissipated. Turning to the green-shelled old turtle in the cabin, he inquired, how on earth did you manage to make the currents flow in opposite directions simultaneously? While I may lack magical powers, my awareness is intact. Controlling the water is but a trifling task, the old turtle replied leisurely, poking its head out from its jade-like shell before retracting it again, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Such pride. Seeing the old turtle disregard him, Luo Feng rolled his eyes in resignation and focused on steering the yacht back to port. Encountering this ancient creature was purely coincidental. That morning, confined at home due to the pandemic and hesitant to return to the city for work, he had hoped to take advantage of the fine weather to sail out and clear his mind, all the while indulging in some fishing. To his dismay, he had only caught the old turtle, which was infested with a dense cluster of barnacles. A glance at it sent shivers down his spine. Out of compassion, he used a small knife to meticulously clean the barnacles from the old turtle's shell, applying a layer of Vaseline to adorn it splendidly. Just as he was about to toss the green-shelled old turtle back into the sea, the creature unexpectedly spoke. He was nearly taken aback by the shock. Fortunately, the image of the turtle prime minister from Journey to the West eased his astonishment, allowing him to begrudgingly accept the reality of a talking turtle. He listened as the turtle spun tales of the end of the Dharma Age and treasures of the Dragon Palace, weaving together a chaotic narrative. The central theme was singular. The old turtle sought his assistance in gathering treasures from the Dragon Palace. In exchange, the turtle promised to guide him towards immense wealth. To demonstrate its sincerity, the turtle skillfully manipulated a cable from a distance, securing an underwater vehicle belonging to the Eagle Nation, urging him to take it back for monetary gain. Despite its turtle form, this ancient creature had lived long enough to acquire an abundance of knowledge about the world. It understood that returning the Eagle Nation's underwater vehicle to the authorities could yield a reward. This collaboration was precisely what Luo Feng yearned for, an escape from the drudgery of a 996,007 work life. With aspirations of a brighter future, he navigated the rented yacht back to the dock of Chowang Village. Hey, a university student is venturing out to sea? Did you catch any big fish to show us? Did you manage to stay afloat, university student? You actually returned alive. The waves were quite fierce today. The open sea is not an office. The waves do not recognize university diplomas. A chorus of sarcastic jibes echoed from the dock. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the crowd. Upon confirming that it was merely a few idle youths from the old Liang family in his village, he chose to disregard them. Such individuals were of little consequence. The more one paid attention to them, the more they thrived on it. Day after day, they squandered their time engaging in petty misdeeds and moral transgressions. To even acknowledge their existence would be tantamount to defeat. Ignoring the group of quirky fools, Luo Feng focused on steering the yacht towards the dock, signaling for his cousin, who was responsible for the boat rental, to come and inspect the vessel. Thud! Just as the yacht had barely made contact with the dock, a robust figure leaped onto the deck. Luo Feng looked up in surprise to find his former middle school classmate, Liang Wendy, nicknamed Toothless Liang. It had been several years since they last met. The already sturdy Liang appeared even more formidable, sporting a slight paunch that suggested he had been living quite well. Once aboard, Liang Wendy began to poke at the old turtle that Luo Feng had intended to lift, wearing a grin that failed to conceal his mockery. Old classmate, while others return from the sea with fish, you come back with a father? Luo Feng, his expression cold, straightened his posture and fixed Liang with a glare. Bang! Without warning, he launched a swift kick into Liang Wendy's abdomen, sending him tumbling overboard with a resounding splash. Wow! Plunging headfirst into the water, Liang Wendy resurfaced, spitting out a mouthful of clear seawater. Wiping the droplets from his face, he stared at Luo Feng in disbelief. Luo Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Luo Feng, however, chose not to engage further. Lowering his gaze, he scanned the surroundings for a suitable weapon, and his eyes fell upon the fishing rod beside the tackle box. Seizing it, he swung it fiercely at Liang Wendy, who was about to speak again. You have some nerve, Luo. Just wait until Lord Liang catches up with you. Liang Wendy, unarmed, yelped in distress as he was struck mercilessly. With no other option, he was compelled to plunge into the water, swimming away to evade the relentless blows of the fishing rod. Chapter 2. Lord Luo, I was wrong. Feng's strikes remain as fierce as ever. Indeed, during our school days, when Liang Hoya provoked him, he was dealt a blow that knocked out a tooth, causing Liang Hoya to avoid him ever since. This time, he is utterly disoriented. Hush! Be careful not to let that gang of ruffians overhear. Liang Hoya is not to be trifled with. What nonsense! They are merely a band of petty thugs. If they dare to gang up, our group of uncles and brothers is not to be underestimated. The children of the Lao Liang family have become increasingly inept, causing chaos at every turn. The dock at Chowang Village was bustling with onlookers, each voicing their opinions on the scene of Luo Feng mercilessly striking Liang Wendy. Aside from the bewildered tourists, the crowd seemed to divide into two factions, one comprised of the Luo clan and the other of the Liang clan. The two groups eyed each other warily, continuously assessing the unfolding situation. Shark! Suddenly, Liang Wendy, who had just submerged, sprang from the water, letting out a shriek as he grabbed the side of the yacht, attempting to climb aboard, only to be met with a swift strike from Luo Feng's fishing rod, landing squarely on his hand. The pain elicited a scream from him as he hastily swam away. Luo, there really is a shark. Are you trying to kill me? With an air of indifference, Luo Feng leaned over the side of the boat and delivered another blow to Liang Wendy's shoulder. Lord Luo, I was wrong. Let me come aboard. Liang Wendy cried, his face a mask of despair as he paddled frantically. I swear, I'm not lying. There's a shark in the water. Unfortunately, all that awaited him was the relentless fishing rod, cracking against the water with a resounding splash. Old Gio, never mind, don't truly feed him to the sharks. It's not worth it to go to jail for a ruffian. Renting a boat for Luo Feng's elder brother. Luo Bo could no longer bear to watch and leaped onto the vessel to intercede. After all, Yang Huiya also grew up by the sea. He should be able to recognize a shark. If there are sharks in the water, then there are indeed sharks. We must avoid any loss of life. The shark is caught by me. Luo Feng grinned, discarding the fishing rod and seizing the mooring line, pulling with all his might. Gradually, the distinctive dorsal fin of the shark emerged from the sea behind the yacht. Soon after, its dark, robust body slowly surfaced. What on earth is this? A newfangled contraption from the foreigners? Upon recognizing the true form of the shark, Luo Bo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The crowd at the dock, witnessing the spectacle, suddenly understood and hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Goodness, goodness, goodness. This must be the Americans and Oppo's handiwork. Feng's luck is unparalleled. A trip to the sea and he reels in 500,000. This bizarre thing truly resembles a shark. If I encountered it in the water, I might fare worse than Liang Huiya. They designed it to mimic a shark. It must look like one. Liang Huiya's thrashing was utterly unwarranted. Chawang Village is a significant fishing community. The dock is equipped with various lifting devices, and upon seeing Luo Feng haul the object from the water, many rushed to assist. Before long, the 5-ton Phantom Swimmer unmanned submersible was hoisted onto a truck and accompanied by the village head. Luo Feng and his companions headed towards the county's National Security Agency. Familiar terrain. The fishermen in the South China Sea make their living by catching all manner of peculiar items to present to the national security authorities. The village secretary possesses remarkable discernment. Although he is unaware of the true value of these items, he is certain that a reward of 500,000 cannot be evaded. The village committee will proudly acquire another certificate of merit. The old secretary, in high spirits, urges the truck driver to hasten their journey, and at last, they arrive at the National Security Office in the dead of night. Comrade Liu, this time our village has brought you something extraordinary. Please take a look. Luo Feng refrains from rushing to greet them, allowing the village secretary to accompany Comrade Liu to inspect the peculiar find. Wait, let me search for it. Comrade Liu, equally bewildered by the imposing object before him, begins searching on his phone. What on earth? Have you caught the Eagle Sauce-S Ghost Swimmer unmanned submersible? Today, while I was out at sea, I happened to encounter a spy ship and simply snagged it. Luo Feng steps forward, grinning as he explains the origins. How did you manage to haul up this 5-ton behemoth? Comrade Liu's face is a canvas of disbelief. Luo Feng shrugs. Brother, I can swim. If I couldn't haul it up, I would have dived down to secure it and bring it back. Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll write you a receipt. Don't return tonight. Stay at the guest house. I'll apply for a commendation for you overnight. Whether or not a commendation is granted is of little consequence. My primary desire is to contribute to the nation. Ha ha ha. You shall not be deprived of your reward. I must thank you for providing me with this opportunity to achieve merit. I appreciate your assistance, Comrade Liu. Brother, please leave a phone number so we can contact each other directly in the future. That night, after Luo Feng and his companions were settled in the guest house, the researchers specializing in naval studies began their diligent work. Some impatient scholars, feeling unsatisfied after viewing photographs and videos, hastily set off for the East Market with their students or assistants, eager to take the initiative. They planned to dismantle the Phantom Swimmer first for further research. The capabilities of the Eagle Nation in bionic submersibles are formidable. The sooner they could reverse engineer the technology, the sooner they could gather hydrological data from the Eagle Nation. This would allow them to craft a more comprehensive underwater navigation map for their own Great Black Fish. Unbeknownst to them, the following morning, Comrade Liu accompanied a group of dignitaries to bring breakfast and a reward check of 500,000, modestly conducting a ceremony of commendation. They adorned their police vehicle and escorted them back to Chawang Village. The procession of vehicles drew the attention of the villagers. What exactly did Feng Hua bring back? Why are so many officials here to present a plaque? Such good fortune. Indeed, we venture out to sea daily but seldom find anything worthwhile. Yet, they return from just one trip with something significant. It is rumored that there is a reward of 500,000. The plaque from the pioneers of maritime defense is worth far more than that. It brings honor to the family and livens up the Luo ancestral hall. The village secretary announced that those who took photographs and videos yesterday must delete them and refrain from posting on social media. Otherwise, why would so many dignitaries have come? Liang Huiya fled overnight, leaving behind a group of ruffians who dared not remain. The trifling deeds they had engaged in could hardly withstand scrutiny. Luo Feng's thoughts were consumed with concern for the old turtle. When he departed yesterday, amidst the flurry of activity, he entrusted its care to his elderly parents. Upon returning home today, the sight of the old turtle finally brought him solace. It remained as it always had, withdrawn and lethargic, as if the previous day's escapade of evading the pursuit of the Hansen had left it utterly exhausted. The old turtle showed no signs of activity. Luo Feng, too, found himself unable to conjure any excitement. After bidding farewell to Comrade Lu and his entourage, he patiently listened to Uncle Chi's instructions to pay respects at the ancestral hall. This was to uphold the elder's dignity and bask in the villagers' envy and admiration. It was only by afternoon that he found the time to seek out his cousin, Luo Bo. Brother Lu. "I recall you have diving suits available for rent?" he inquired. "What's the matter? Are you addicted?" Luo Bo, engrossed in his rental business, looked up with a broad grin. "Well, I've grown weary of my job. I wish to continue renting your boat and diving gear to explore and see if I can uncover more treasures." "Brother, do not be greedy. Such luck does not come every day. Encountering it once is enough to boast about for a lifetime." "Brother, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to take a break and no longer desire to toil for others. My dear brother, heed my advice. Earning a living at sea is far less secure than working a steady job." Chapter 3. The Dragon Cave of the South China Sea. Mud fell into my pants. Though it was not excrement, it certainly felt like it. Luo Feng spent considerable time trying to alter the impression held by his elder brother, Luo Bo, who persistently believed that he was overly ambitious and merely sought to capitalize on the rewards from salvaging the eagle sauce using the submersible. He spoke earnestly about the hardships of making a living at sea. "Brother, should you continue in this manner, I shall resort to renting someone else's yacht and diving suit." In a fit of exasperation, Luo Feng resorted to his trump card. "Forget my words. Use them if you wish." Luo Bo raised his hands in surrender. "Feel free to use the diving suit. It is seldom utilized and merely gathers dust. I will only require half of the yacht rental fee." "Very well, I shall take the key. Here is the rent for a month. Please keep it." Luo Feng efficiently completed the transaction and departed. Above all, he was determined not to disclose the old turtle's secret. Let misunderstandings linger. As long as he could ensure a steady stream of gains, his kin would eventually relinquish all concerns. This was the most pressing matter at hand. He believed that with the old turtle's assistance, he was entirely capable of guiding his family towards a prosperous path. However, before that, he must first prove his capability to his kin. Setting out to sea was imperative. With the experience of conversing with his brother, Luo Feng no longer wasted time discussing resignation with his parents. He retired early and rose at dawn, once more venturing into the sea with the old turtle. Greeting the sunrise. "Your Excellency, now that there are no outsiders, might you share with me the specific location where I should search for the treasures of the Dragon Palace?" The yacht aimlessly glided across the tranquil surface of the sea. Luo Feng curiously gazed at the sunbathing old tortoise, hoping it would offer some guidance. After all, it had already helped him earn 500,000. Now it was his turn to assist. Locating the treasures of the Dragon Palace would naturally lead them to the ruins of the Dragon Palace. How could one be so naive? If you are astute, then you must know where the Dragon Palace ruins are located, right? It seems we are closer to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Shall we head there first? My friend, you must provide a map so I can ascertain the distance, at least. In truth, you are familiar with the South Sea Dragon Palace ruins. The place you refer to as the Dragon Cave is indeed where the sea god's needle was once thrust into the ocean by Sun Wukong. There is no doubt about it. Goodness, that's over 100 nautical miles away. We don't have enough fuel. We can still return and purchase more. After all, you are not short on funds. Very well, let us return to port for fuel and some provisions, preparing for an overnight stay. Luo Feng had heard countless tales about the legendary South Sea Dragon Cave since childhood. Some claimed it to be the entrance left by Sun Wukong when he pulled out the sea god's needle, while others spoke of it as the sea eye of the South Sea, concealing its treasures. In essence, these were merely mystical legends. He also knew that the so-called Dragon Cave was academically referred to as the Blue Hole. The South Sea Blue Hole is recognized as the deepest blue hole in the world. Countless adventurers and scientists have conducted numerous explorations of the South Sea Blue Hole, revealing a depth of 300 meters without uncovering any treasures within. However, ever since encountering the loquacious old tortoise, Luo Feng could no longer guarantee that there weren't any extraordinary treasures to be found. With the presence of the tortoise minister, the emergence of a few more mythical artifacts seemed entirely plausible. It would not be surprising if the Dragon Cave concealed something invisible to ordinary mortals. As Luo Feng set sail once more, he suddenly sensed something amiss. I recall the weather forecast indicating a level 4 sea condition today. Why does the surface of the water appear as smooth as a mirror? Fool. The old tortoise poked its head out from its emerald shell, chiding him with a grin. Lazily stretching its limbs and tail, it basked in the sun. "Is this your doing?" Luo Feng inquired in astonishment, gazing at the sunbathing tortoise. Alas, it was to no avail. The old creature kept its eyes closed, feigning indifference and refusing to utter another word. "Minister, have you lost your voice? An elder tortoise should uphold the principles of martial ethics. Do tell, could you possibly redirect the typhoon to pay a visit to our adversaries?" Hiss. Today and Oppo's sticky rice dumplings are remarkably sweet. Certain ancient fiends are out of luck today. Please, do say something. It is rather dull steering the boat all by myself. You know how lonely it is to be invincible. Chattering incessantly to the old tortoise. Luo Feng's mind raced as he contemplated new ways to utilize the old fellow. Wherever this ancient creature exists, tranquility reigns supreme. Tranquility reigns supreme. Tranquility reigns supreme. Is it possible, during the imminent arrival of a particularly perilous typhoon, to accompany this ancient creature and alter the trajectory of the storm? If the path of the typhoon is indeed manipulable, could we allow those fortunate souls to bask in the affectionate embrace of a super typhoon on a daily basis? Perhaps it warrants further exploration. I shall pay close attention to the signs of the typhoon. When the time comes, I will take the old fellow out for a stroll. And then we shall discover the truth. Upon Luo Feng's arrival at Yongla Atoll, the sun had already dipped below the horizon as he beheld the dragon cave. The once deep blue cave now appeared ominously dark under the cloak of night, its reflections noticeably dimmer than those of other maritime expanses. Resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast. "Awaken, we have reached the dragon cave." Luo Feng anchored the vessel and lifted the ancient turtle. "What shall we do next? Even with a diving suit, I can only descend to a depth of 60 meters. Fear not, fear not. With my old presence, you are assured safety. Dive into the depths with confidence." The old turtle shook its head vigorously, inhaling repeatedly, as if savoring an essence. "This place reaches 300 meters deep. Are you certain it is safe? 300 meters? The old turtle scoffed, waving its forelimb dismissively. "To speak plainly, we are destined for the true ocean floor, which lies 300 zhang beneath us. The 300 meters is merely a ruse. Goodness, 300 zhang. We would be crushed by the water pressure. You must trust in my ancient wisdom. But didn't you lose your magical powers? Who told you that lacking magical powers means I cannot manipulate the currents? That makes sense. Very well, I shall don the diving suit. No need. Is it sufficient to simply dive in after a hearty meal? How shall I breathe? Do not place me atop your head. Goodness, you wouldn't be so reckless as to urinate indiscriminately, would you? Such a fanciful thought. My precious elixir is a remedy for all ailments, priceless and irreplaceable. Do not presume to partake in my provisions without merit. Blast it. Luo Feng, in exasperation, raised his middle finger toward the old turtle and hastily retrieved the marinated meat and grilled fish he had purchased that morning, indulging in a lavish feast. The old turtle had advised him to eat to his heart's content. The forthcoming journey would undoubtedly extend over time, necessitating a full stomach for the tasks ahead. With a splash, he was a man of action. After satiating his hunger, he wasted no words. Hoisting the old turtle onto his head and plunging into the water with determination, he descended slowly, feet first, mimicking a head-first dive. Eagerly, he attempted to breathe. Indeed, a bubble of air, 2 feet square, formed around him, centered on the old turtle, allowing him to breathe freely. Yet, the question of its endurance lingered. As time passed, he and the old turtle descended deeper into the abyss. Curiously, there were no fish to be seen in the blue hole. This was the South China Sea, renowned for its abundant fish, particularly in the Shisha Islands. The absence of fish was truly a perplexing anomaly. Chapter 4. The Bell of Jinhai and the Dragon Blood Tree. How serene it is. As the depth of descent increased, Luo Feng began to feel a surge of trepidation. The milky white halo illuminated the seawater as brightly as daylight. The ancient turtle, calmly clutching a pearl the size of a thumb, displayed no sign of agitation. This tranquility instilled in him a modicum of confidence, prompting him to continue alternating his feet to expel water, utilizing the current generated by the old turtle to accelerate his descent. Goodness, why are there so many bones? After an indeterminate passage of time, a complete layer of fish bones suddenly materialized before him. Only then did he comprehend why there were no fish swimming in the blue hole. It seemed that any fish daring to venture in it perished. The sight of the bones indicated that he had reached a depth of 300 meters. He hastily adjusted his position, gently settling upon a larger fish bone. What should he do next? He had reached the bottom and found no way forward. Suddenly, the pearl in the old turtle's mouth stirred the water, drifting towards his right hand. Then, the ancient creature's mouth opened and closed, as if attempting to communicate. He leaned in to listen, yet heard nothing. After approximately 2 more minutes, The old turtle's head drooped wearily. All right, soon the sea I will open. Do not be afraid. Dive down. Luo Feng grasped the pearl and nodded slightly. As his words echoed in the depths, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The densely packed white bones strewn across the ocean floor surged to life, swirling with the suddenly agitated currents, forming terrifying waves of bones. Gradually, a vortex began to take shape around him. Standing at the center of the vortex, Luo Feng remained utterly still, his gaze fixed anxiously on the darkening waters beneath his feet. The rocks had vanished without a trace, leaving only the boundless black sea. It resembled a solid gem, reflecting a faint, ethereal glow. The pearl emitted a milky light that barely penetrated a radius of 3 feet, lacking the strength to illuminate the entirety of the dragon cave. Move. Don't just stand there. The old turtle, in a frenzy, tugged at Luo Feng's hair, urging him to act. With a resolute blink, Luo Feng adjusted his position, swiftly diving headfirst into the depths. As he and the old turtle plunged into the obsidian waters, a visible ripple surged through the surroundings. Simultaneously, a resonant hum, akin to a tolling bell, echoed within his mind. The pearl, upon entering the dark waters, suddenly radiated an intense brilliance, illuminating the entire expanse of the sea. In the distance, remnants of crumbling walls appeared, each about the size of a palm. From afar, they bore an uncanny resemblance to a ruined palace, reminiscent of the dragon palace he had envisioned while watching Journey to the West in his youth. Occasionally, the broken walls reflected glimmers of light. Is there truly a dragon palace here? He marveled, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the old creature. The old turtle, seemingly exhausted, weakly shook its head. Nonsense. This is merely a storeroom. The former dragon palace of the South China Sea was 1,000 times larger and infinitely more opulent. I love storerooms. Luo Feng refrained from further discussion, determinedly swimming towards the remnants of the walls, regardless of their significance. Merely taking an item from this place would yield a treasure of unparalleled rarity, ensuring a lifetime free from concerns of sustenance. He lacked the lofty aspirations of the ancient tortoise, seeking not celestial artifacts, but rather striving to acquire an object of considerable antiquity, not wishing to leave empty-handed. Alas, as Luo Feng's feet touched the ground, the old tortoise gazed longingly at the remnants of crumbled walls and lamented, aside from the sea-calming bell. There remains little of value. The sea-calming bell? What purpose does it serve? Where is it? Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to discern the presence of any bell. You possess the Yang Pearl, which shields you. Feel free to roam and collect a few useful items to bring back. But do not disturb me as I recover the sea-calming bell. The old tortoise suddenly floated away from above his head, gliding toward the partially collapsed, crystalline green wall. Startled, Luo Feng clung tightly to the Yang Pearl, hesitant to utter a word. Moments later, he realized that the air bubble had not dissipated with the tortoise's departure, still firmly assisting him in maintaining his breath. Blast it, why not just give me the pearl sooner? After a moment of contemplation, he comprehended the situation. The water-repellent function was an inherent feature of the pearl. He had mistakenly believed the tortoise possessed extraordinary powers. After a few futile attempts to engage the old creature, Luo Feng shrugged and began to wander aimlessly. To be honest, this place known as the sea was quite awe-inspiring. At a glance, it appeared boundless, akin to gazing into an infinite starry sky, evoking a sense of insignificance akin to that of dust. Initially, the remnants of the walls seemed no larger than a palm's breadth, but upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be the towering ramparts of a grand city. Some crystalline fragments stand 2 or 3 meters tall. Gazing along the dilapidated areas reveals a dazzling spectacle, glimmering brilliantly in every direction. It feels as though one has entered a vibrant kingdom of crystals. My dear Chancellor, could you elucidate what these sparkling objects truly are? Surely they cannot be mere shards of glass. With nowhere to turn, Luo Feng anxiously surveyed his surroundings, hopping in search of assistance. Unfortunately, the old tortoise soon vanished behind the crumbling wall without offering a response. Everything rested upon his own shoulders. Well then, let me select the rarest of treasures. He understood the principle that rarity confers value, so he began to sift through a heap of bright, glass-like fragments to find the less dazzling items. Moments later, he discovered a half-piece of what appeared to be jade, milky white and pleasantly smooth to the touch. He also stumbled upon half of a porcelain bowl, adorned with fish and shrimp that seemed almost alive, radiating a sense of worth. Despite the act of treasure hunting, he felt akin to a scavenger, rummaging through refuse for something of monetary value. Time passed swiftly in his quest for treasures. Just as he felt he had yet to uncover anything else worthy, the old tortoise ambled back to him. However, at this moment, the tortoise sported a copper bell the size of a pea around its neck, glistening with a golden hue. Foolish creature, That piece of dragon's blood wood is worth far more than the 2 items you hold. Why not seize it? The old fellow gestured with his foreleg towards a short, stout piece of wood, displaying a palpable disappointment. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet obediently stepped forward to pick up the object known as dragon blood wood, bringing it closer to examine. It appeared rather ordinary, crooked and gnarled, as if freshly broken from a peach tree. However, the fracture revealed a golden hue, suggesting its extraordinary nature. My lord, what purpose does this dragon blood wood serve? Could you elucidate? It is meant to safeguard the household and ensure the clan's tranquility. Is that not sufficient? But what is its monetary value? Foolish. Treasures should be reserved for one's own kin. It is the worthless trinkets that are sold for coin. Your wisdom is indeed profound, so be it. Young man, do not fixate solely on wealth. Accompany me to explore more relics, and I promise you a life of affluence and ease. Do not be so quick to boast. Let me first sell these 2 items. What if no one desires them? Where would your esteemed face be then? A decayed wood cannot be carved. Come now, let us step outside and discuss further. I am nearly starving. The items you selected are treasures from the South Sea Dragon Palace, suitable as heirlooms, not for currency. Why did you not mention this sooner? How then am I to earn a living? There are plenty of such items left in the South Sea. Shall we not retrieve another? That depends on the circumstances. We cannot bring back our own nation's treasures. Chapter 5 The Might of the Sea Lord The old turtle was quite spirited. As they gradually ascended from the depths of the sea, Luo Feng distinctly sensed that the ancient creature and Appo's vitality had significantly improved. His tone was markedly more relaxed, a stark contrast to his previous lethargy, where even a few words seemed to drain him, as though he could depart from this world at any moment. This change brought Luo Feng a sense of joy. The longer the old turtle lived, the more benefits Luo Feng could reap, accumulating his wealth in tandem. Buoyed by this optimistic sentiment, the old turtle felt compelled to offer additional advice. My lord, the treasures we seek are marked with foreign letters. Anything bearing Chinese characters belongs to our own kind and must not be taken. Such actions would yield no monetary gain and could lead to dire consequences for me. As the sun rose, casting a golden glow, both Luo Feng and the old turtle were captivated by the breathtaking scenery of the Shisha Islands. However, rather than becoming entranced by the beauty before him, Luo Feng discreetly slipped the Yang pearl into his pocket, showing no intention of returning it. The pearl, capable of repelling water and providing illumination, was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Borrowing it for a few days seemed inconsequential. After all, the individual was a high-ranking minister of the Dragon Palace and would surely not concern himself with such trifles. There was no need for inquiry. It was best to pocket it for now. The young man, having labored throughout the night, observed the old turtle hungrily gnawing on a sticky rice dumpling. Do you wish to live an additional 50 years? The turtle inquired. I thought you would assist me in attaining immortality. Why only 50 more years? Luo Feng replied, dissatisfied as he hung out his clothes to dry. Oh, dear creature of fanciful delusions, do you truly desire it? Yes, indeed. Pray, old sage, cast your spell swiftly, for I can hardly contain my anticipation. When the time comes, I shall provide you with a formula to procure several auxiliary herbs and brew them into a medicinal concoction. Combined with the essence of dragon's blood wood, it can rejuvenate your spirit and extend your lifespan by 50 years. My esteemed chancellor, do you possess knowledge of healing arts? A modest understanding, I must admit. My expertise does not extend to the alchemical arts. Perhaps, would you impart to me the secrets of immortality? All the immortals have perished. What use is there in pursuing such a path? But you, venerable one, are still among the living, are you not? Soon. I fear my days are numbered as well. Do not frighten me. Ha. Having survived until now, I consider myself exceedingly fortunate, desiring nothing further. Such nonchalance. Young man, do not misunderstand. Even with mere days left, my life surpasses yours in duration. Confound it. The old man's demeanor is infuriating. Luo Feng resolved to cease his concern for this ancient one's fate while contemplating how to leverage the sage's extraordinary abilities for his own financial gain. He must amass wealth post-haste. Otherwise, should the old man regain his strength and depart, he would be left with no recourse for lamentation. After satisfying his hunger, en route back to the port, a thought struck him. Esteemed Chancellor, is there anything within this ocean that escapes your perception? Aside from certain sacred sites that obscure one's awareness, my insight can encompass a radius of 100 miles. The old turtle, having indulged in a hearty meal, lazily basked in the sun once more, observing with keen interest as Luo Feng skillfully navigated the vessel. The schools of fish were no exception. Mere trifles to be dealt with. Why not seek out some large yellow croaker? Let us catch a few to sell for some coin. With money, I shall procure more delectable treats for you, my elder. Why resort to fishing? I shall summon them to leap aboard. Uft! Such bravado. Young one, your perception is rather shallow. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the sea master. With that proclamation, there was no visible action from him, yet suddenly, the surrounding waters began to bubble and churn. Curious, Luo Feng leaned over the side of the boat, only to discover that it was not the sea itself that boiled, but rather a dense mass of fish in motion. In an instant, a golden fish, over 2 feet long, leapt from the water, crashing onto the deck with precision. Bang! By heavens, a large yellow croaker. Seeing the golden fish sprawled on the deck, Luo Feng momentarily abandoned his steering duties, hastily retrieving a fish basket to collect it. Swish! 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 A flurry of sounds filled the air as golden fish soared above the surface, raining down onto the deck like a deluge. That's enough. To catch more would be wasteful. In a flurry, Luo Feng scrambled to fill the basket with fish while urgently calling for the old turtle to cease its frenzied antics. Damn it! This is a rhythm destined to empty the waters. He secured the fish basket to the side of the boat, tossing one fish after another into it, using the sea water to keep them lively. Observing his flustered demeanor, drenched in sweat from his labors, the elderly turtle proudly lifted its head and remarked, "What can your little rickety boat possibly hold in terms of fish? You are indeed impressive, I must concede. Is that sufficient?" Meanwhile, Luo Feng busily darted about, exclaiming, however, "The large yellow croakers in the South China Sea are dwindling. We must not deplete the entire stock. Let us select the larger ones to take back for sale. These 2-foot-long yellow croakers fetch over 20,000 yuan per kilogram. With a few more catches, one could acquire a sizable vessel." Alas, the old turtle was indifferent to wealth, finding amusement solely in watching Luo Feng's frantic attempts to catch fish. As he struggled to keep up, the turtle huffed disdainfully and dispersed the schools of fish surfacing nearby. What a waste! Luo Feng winced as he retrieved the golden fish, tossing them back into the sea. His basket was already half filled, containing 32-foot-long yellow croakers. Should he continue, it was likely that the fish would perish before reaching the dock, and dead fish hold little value. It was better to release them. Feeling a sense of fulfillment, Luo Feng showered the old turtle with praise as he joyously steered the yacht back to port. Truly, it is said that enemies are destined to converge. In the afternoon, he was astonished to discover the spy ship he had encountered 2 days prior not far ahead. "My lord, keep a close watch on that spy vessel, and see if it is discarding anything suspicious." Foolish. The old turtle lazily opened its small eyes, only to slowly close them again. With so many fishing boats surrounding it, would it dare to throw anything away? Oh, it seems I have been the fool. Luo Feng awkwardly grinned, maintaining the original course back to the harbor. Surrounding the spy vessel were more than 20 fishing boats, with even more in the distance encircling them. There was a scarcity of resources amidst such a multitude. Indeed, there was little opportunity to deploy submersibles or sonar equipment. After all, this was sovereign territory. Foreign vessels could traverse freely, yet dared not overstep their bounds. The primary objective at present was to return with the prized yellow croaker alive in the fish basket. Otherwise, he could easily utilize the capabilities of the Yang Pearl to stealthily drill a hole in the bottom of the spy ship. Yes, he would procure a drilling device upon his return. In the future, should he encounter a spy vessel, he would pierce through its hull, ensuring they could not flee at will. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Luo Feng returned once more to the Chawang village dock after 2 days at sea. Sixth brother, find a familiar fishmonger. I've caught a few large yellow croakers. You haven and oppos, to even set up a line. How many fish could you possibly catch? Luobo laughed and chided in response. Why call for a fishmonger? Just share with me. It's perfect for making some soup for seventh uncle. The old man is stubbornly insisting on staying in the ancestral hall overnight with the ancestors and may catch a chill. Seventh uncle is ill. I'll take a fish back to brew some soup for him, and I'll bring one for you as well, so your wife and children can sample it. Oh, hearing your tone, you truly have caught some yellow croakers? Not just a few, but a full 30. Old Ninth, boasting comes with a tax. Chapter 6. This is not fish, but gold. Lo and behold, a 2-foot-long yellow croaker. Old Gio, you have struck it rich. Luo Bo stared in astonishment at the large yellow fish his brother held, rubbing his eyes vigorously as if struggling to believe the reality before him. He could hardly fathom witnessing the emergence of such a magnificent 2-foot-long yellow croaker. Grasping the lively creature in his hands, he inspected it repeatedly, rendered speechless for a moment. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he carefully placed the yellow croaker into the fish basket, tossing the entire basket into the sea to soak. He secured his fish basket to the side of the boat, ensuring it was fastened tightly. Then, he seized Luo Feng's fish basket nearby, lifting it with great force, his expression shifting dramatically. Holy smokes, old Gio, have you truly caught 30 yellow croakers? You are indeed prosperous now, truly prosperous. Old Jiu, could you possibly be the favored son of Mazu? Luo Bo released his brother's fish basket, breaking into an exuberant dance on the yacht's deck. This spectacle drew the attention of tourists and fishmongers at the dock, who craned their necks to witness the commotion, instinctively moving closer to the yacht. Goodness, they are all yellow croakers. I haven't seen such 2-foot-long yellow croakers in years. Did you stumble upon a treasure trove of yellow croakers? Heavenly Father, I must be dreaming. Uncle Bai was right. Only the favored son of Mazu could catch so many 2-foot-long yellow croakers. Brother Luo Feng, I shall buy all your fish. Name your price. These yellow croakers, I, Wang Duoyu, demand a price of 24,000 per gene. Those unscrupulous fishmongers do not dare compete with me. Indeed, we have traveled a great distance to witness the opening of the sea, merely wishing to savor a fresh catch, correct? As the situation escalated, Luo Feng, quick-witted and agile, untied the ropes anew, preparing to steer the boat away from the dock, keeping a safe distance from the frenzied crowd. Yet, it was of little consequence. The fishmongers, seasoned from long days at the dock, were equally swift, leaping onto the deck with glee, watching as those who hesitated to jump fell further behind. Brother Luo Feng, I, Wang Duoyu, have been at the Chawang village dock for 16 years without ever cheating my fellow fishermen. 24,000 per gene, I will take them all. What do you say? Old Wang, please do not deceive us. Let us partner to share these fish, shall we? Calm down, everyone. Let us remain composed and heed Brother Luo Feng's words. The three bold fishmongers stared intently at Luo Feng. He rubbed his hands together and pushed Luo Bo forward. You will negotiate the price with my sixth brother. There are 29 fish in the basket, and I will only sell 27. I will keep 2 for myself. Brother, let us not eat. What we are consuming is not merely fish, but gold. Luo Bo was on the verge of tears. These large yellow croakers measure 2 feet in length, each weighing nearly 12 to 13 gene. At the market price of 24,000 per gene, each fish is valued at approximately 290,000. This price, how can an ordinary citizen possibly afford such fish? Rob's weeping attracted a hearty laughter from the crowd both on the ship and the shore. Indeed, the fishermen cannot afford fish, and the silk farmers cannot don fine silks. These 2 brothers are simply delightful. If it were me, I would also be reluctant to partake. I would have sold it all instead. Brother Bo remains composed, far more capable than Feng in handling matters. Just a moment ago, he had a fleeting thought of purchasing a large yellow croaker to feast upon. But upon calculation, 300,000, perhaps it is best to forego it. Rob waved his hand dismissively. Only 27 are for sale, sixth brother. The rest is up to you. I am off to visit Uncle Chi and will take a fish for my niece to enjoy. Old ninth. Your niece truly lacks for nothing in terms of fish. Rob, unperturbed by the business at hand, grasped his arm to prevent him from leaving. Sell it, once you do. You can buy her some clothes or toys, anything you like. I truly cannot bring myself to eat this fish. The fish is for my niece. It is none of your concern. Rob Feng shrugged off Rob, continuing to select 2 larger fish to place into Rob's basket. He hoisted up the old turtle, grasped the fish basket, and strode away from the dock, leaving Rob's lament to drift with the salty sea breeze. Old ninth, we truly cannot afford this fish. What a misfortune. Regrettably, the fishmonger would not permit him to pursue, leaving him no choice but to remain and weigh the fish for payment. Ultimately, it was Wang Duoyu who had the last laugh. Rob is a man of nostalgia. Wang Duoyu has operated at the Chawang village dock for many years, forging strong ties with the villagers and offering fair prices. Thus, he decided to sell everything in one go. Over half an hour later, Rob sighed deeply as he brought his precious daughter along, carrying a 2-foot-long yellow croaker to seek out Luo Feng. Brother, I truly find it difficult to take a bite. He called out before even crossing the threshold, fearing he might be turned away. However, upon entering, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Luo Feng crouched in the courtyard like a beleaguered young wife, while his parents stood resolutely before him, visibly trembling with anger. The 2-foot-long yellow croaker lay gutted and displayed in the sink, water from the tap gushing over it. The situation seemed dire. Just as he stepped inside, Rob instinctively retracted his leg, preparing to flee. It was too late. Luo Feng's mother, Wang Ho-hot, caught sight of the fish in Rob's hands and suddenly burst into tears. Oh my goodness, how could I have given birth to such a wastrel? A fish worth 300,000, and you slaughter it without a second thought. Are you trying to ruin my life? You could marry a wife for less than that. Auntie was crying now. Rob heaved a long sigh and turned back toward the entrance. Auntie, please stop crying. Lao Jiu merely meant well. Lao Lu, you ought to have restrained this extravagant fool. He has squandered 300,000. I have spent my entire life saving and have never amassed such wealth. Auntie, look. This is the money Wang Duoyu transferred to Lao Jiu, a full 8 million. It was originally 7,990,000, and he just gave a round figure. Is it truly that much? Indeed. Yet, I still feel the sting. Auntie, no matter how painful it is, we must eat. A dead fish is worth nothing. I find myself hesitant to pick up my chopsticks. It is as though the act of doing so is an audacious challenge. Just now, I finished reprimanding my foolish wife and returned with fish for Lao Jiao. Here, take it back and enjoy. This fish is meant for Ruru. Aunt, did you not just remark that with a value of 300,000, who would dare to eat it? Should it perish, it would no longer hold that worth. Yet, even if one is reluctant, one must consume it. Aunt, you comprehend the reasoning, so I shall refrain from further persuasion. Let us prepare the fish. Observe how pitiful Lao Jiao looks. I could strangle this extravagant fool. And by the way, do give Ruru a good scolding as well. She appears far too pleased with herself. Lao Lu, are you genuinely trying to provoke Aunt? The impasse surrounding the fish was deftly resolved by Brother Lu, who received a grateful glance from Luo Feng. However, he dared not exhibit any arrogance, fearful that a single misplaced gesture might invite the wrath of his parents. Such a situation is vexing. What began as an act of filial piety nearly resulted in his parents losing their composure. How unfortunate. Fortunately, matters were simpler on Uncle Chi's side. As the most respected elder in the clan, no one deemed it inappropriate to consume a fish valued at 300,000. Brother Lu adeptly alleviated his troubles. He discreetly slipped out of the house and rushed to assist Brother Lu in resolving the predicament. The beating that Sister Lu received was indeed unjust. Chapter 7 You Deceiver. Old man, are you truly not attempting to poison me? The toxic traditional Chinese medicines such as strychnine, croton, and red powder, I could overlook, but this is aconite. Do you dare to incorporate it into the medicinal soup? Are you certain this is for my rejuvenation through the I Ching? It feels more like a plot to rob me of my life. The salty sea breeze gently wafted. Luo Feng stood on the pale gray reef barely emerging from the water, his expression grim as he interrogated the old turtle. There was no other option. His life was at stake. The prescription that this old fellow had provided nearly terrified a group of seasoned Chinese medicine practitioners. It was all highly poisonous, potent toxins that could claim lives. Particularly the herb aconite, which, through the explanation of Comrade Lu, he learned contained a chemical compound known as aconitine. A mere 3 milligrams can be lethal to an adult. 5 milligrams could fell an adult elephant. Without the assistance of Comrade Lu, a familiar face, he would have been unable to procure the medicines listed in the prescription. Wealth would not suffice to concoct a medicinal soup with such a multitude of fierce poisons and then consume it himself. Wouldn't he that hasten his appointment with the King of Hell? The old turtle languidly basked on the rock under the sun. After hearing the inquiry, he impatiently raised his head to look at Luo Feng. Rolling his eyes, I am an immortal physician, not a quack. Trust in me or trust in charlatans. The choice is yours. My dear Chancellor, are you toying with me? Little one, to extend one's life is a venture against nature. Without taking some risks, how could it be so easily attained? Damn. Luo Feng decisively gestured with his middle finger. Ultimately, persisting in futile ramblings yields no results. It is far better to embrace an early demise for a chance at rebirth. To extend one's life by 50 years is indeed a tantalizing prospect. Furthermore, one might cleanse the essence through the teachings of the I Ching, transforming a mere mortal vessel into a refined conduit capable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. It is imperative to take a gamble. Resolute in his decision, he began to swiftly transport a furnace, a medicinal pot, and charcoal from the yacht. The rocky outcrop, chosen for concocting the elixir, was near the dragon cave. Here, the absence of fish ensured that no fishing boats traversed the waters, resulting in a tranquil environment. There was little to fear from disturbances. Any unusual phenomena would not attract the attention of onlookers. To divert his mind from the poisonous substances, he endeavored to appreciate the stunning scenery of the Shisha Islands during the process of brewing. After a busy afternoon, the fragrance of the potion could no longer be contained. Wafting through the air, the elixir was complete. The old turtle suddenly raised its head and swiftly paddled its diminutive limbs toward the rocky outcrop where Luo Feng was brewing. Hurry, add the 3-inch dragon blood wood. Oh, it has long been prepared. Luo Feng lifted the lid of the pot with one hand while the other swiftly added the pre-cut dragon bloodwood. Strangely, upon immersion in the dark potion, the dragon bloodwood instantly transformed into a golden liquid, which then unfurled into delicate golden tendrils, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Subsequently, the potion gradually transitioned from its murky appearance to a rich crimson hue. The initially nauseating scent transformed into a subtle fragrance of herbs and woods, gradually fading until it became barely perceptible. Extinguish the fire, you fool. Observing Luo Feng's dazed expression, the old tortoise, filled with exasperation, chided him. You are the real fool. In response, Luo Feng retorted sharply, seizing the medicinal pot and submerging it in the sea, disregarding the roaring flames beneath. Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply and remarked in confusion, "Why is there no fragrance? The aroma has been devoured by the dog." The old tortoise retorted, rolling his eyes in retaliation. "Forgive my transgressions, esteemed tortoise. Please enlighten me about the prohibitions regarding the medication." My grandson is older than your grandfather's grandfather. Esteemed Chancellor, I sincerely apologize. Undress. Immerse yourself in the water, then consume the medicine. Is that all? If you are cold, you may apply charcoal upon your body. You truly are no good person. I am a tortoise. Very well, wise tortoise, I shall trust you this once. You will trust me countless times henceforth, as long as there is a future. With a sense of assurance, Luo Feng disrobed, prepared the medicinal broth, reclined in the water, and closed his eyes as he gulped down the concoction. It's somewhat sweet. The broth was smooth upon entry. Before he could savor its full flavor, it glided down his throat like silk, leaving a trace of sweetness at the back of his palate. Moments later, a searing heat seemed to rise within his stomach, surging towards his head. Intense pain flooded into his mind like a relentless tide. By the heavens! Tortoise, you deceived me. You promised it wouldn't hurt. You assured me there would be no suffering. You said. The excruciating sensation made Luo Feng feel as though he were lying in a crematorium, being scorched alive. His head felt heavy and clouded, rendering him unable to articulate even a single complete sentence. A slight dizziness overcame him, and just before succumbing to it, a peculiar thought flared in his mind. Thankfully, I entrusted my 8 million to Brother Lu for the purchase of a deep-sea fishing vessel. The last image that flashed before his eyes was that of a golden bell descending upon him with overwhelming force. Unconscious, Luo Feng could not witness the old turtle soaring through the air, ascending to perch upright like a person upon the bell's massive ring. It trembled, seemingly exerting all its strength to activate the colossal bell beneath it. From the bell, dark liquid oozed forth, slowly dissolving into the surrounding sea. As day transitioned to night and back again, Longdong was once more graced by the radiant rays of the rising sun. The old turtle's once dark green shell had transformed to a light green hue after a night of exertion, glistening like fresh bamboo. With a splash, upon seeing the sun ascend, the old turtle plunged into the ocean. The golden bell swiftly shrank to the size of a pea, jingling as it flew to rest around the turtle's neck. With a long exhale, Luo Feng released a breath of despair and gradually opened his eyes, searching around. Old turtle, you deceiver. Yet, the turtle, now on its back, opened its mouth but emitted no sound. It withdrew into its shell, feigning death. Old turtle, are you all right? Luo Feng questioned, a hint of panic in his voice as he scooped up the old turtle, cradling it in his arms for inspection. It appeared that aside from its lighter color, there were no significant changes. Why does it feel as though it is on the brink of death, infused with an air of lifelessness? The atmosphere surrounding the esteemed elder resembles that of the second uncle he had encountered before his demise. My lord, I merely jest. Please do not take offense. It was a thoughtless comment on my part. Let us not dwell on trivialities, shall we? Master Turtle, oh Master Turtle, what troubles you so? Are you choosing to ignore me once again? Very well, you are indeed formidable and in the right, but we shall turn back now, and I shall prepare some delectable treats for you. Regardless of how fervently Luo Feng called out, the old turtle remained utterly unresponsive. He found himself at an impasse, compelled to gather his belongings and return. At that moment, he caught sight of a furtive figure in the distance. Good heavens, it is that spy vessel once more. The Hansen, a spy ship belonging to the Eagle Nation, had returned. However, this time, it was unaccompanied by any fishing boats. To make matters worse, this audacious vessel dared to approach within 12 nautical miles of the reef. 12 nautical miles is sovereign territory. It is our homeland and must not be desecrated. Clutching the old turtle, Luo Feng swiftly dashed into the cabin, turned the key, and ignited the yacht and Oppo's engine. Under his deft control, the yacht carved a graceful arc before heading straight for the Hansen spy ship. Captain, report. A small vessel is rapidly approaching, traveling at 15 knots, the information officer exclaimed, hastily rising to convey the news as he observed the small green dot on the radar screen. Chapter 8. Traitors deserve death. Hard to port. Hard to port. Captain Joe Davis's piercing voice reverberated within the control room. With such rapid velocity, it must be the Rabbit's 022 submarine. We must depart from the reef immediately. 12 nautical miles away. God help us. Let us hope the captain of this 022 is not deranged enough to launch missiles at us. The first mate, aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily maneuvered the Hansen oceanographic vessel away from the territorial waters of the Rabbit. No one desired a close encounter with missiles. Those things are lethal. However, the first mate gazed at the small green dot on the radar screen, somewhat perplexed. Captain, as far as I know, The maximum speed of the 022 submarine can reach 55 knots. Why does this vessel maintain a speed of only 15 knots? Information officer. I require a precise assessment from the lookout, preferably accompanied by photographs, Captain Joe Davis instructed, turning his head. As you command, Captain. The information officer promptly contacted the lookout, instructing them to capture photographs of the approaching vessel and analyze its intentions. Moments later, she reported, Captain, the approaching vessel is a yacht weighing less than 2 tons. It is piloted by a rather attractive gentleman with quite an impressive physique. A yacht. Captain Joe Davis exhaled in relief. Alert stands down, hard to starboard. And let us resume our mission. If we lose the Phantom Diver unmanned submersible without causing a stir, the members of Congress will surely send our entire crew to a military tribunal. He felt unjustly treated. Despite exercising utmost caution, he had finally identified an opportune moment. Free from the surveillance of fishing vessels, to deploy the unmanned underwater vehicle, UUV. Unexpectedly, a yacht appeared and absconded with the UUV. Such an improbable event, when reported, would only lead the generals at the Pentagon to believe he was fabricating the story. Therefore, he decided to conceal the incident temporarily and refrain from reporting it. He would wait until he had orchestrated a significant event, causing considerable embarrassment to the adversary, before disclosing the matter. At that point, everything would fall into place seamlessly. A thought struck him, and he inquired, Information officer, compare the images. Is this the same yacht that towed away our UUV? Reporting, Captain. It is indeed the yacht that towed away our UUV. Identification, Haidong Yacht 9527. The information officer, captivated by the physique of the nude man in the photograph, lamented. Such a magnificent physique, it and Oppos, is truly enviable. Why must they be our adversaries? What a pity. Ram it to pieces. Captain Joe Davis slammed his fist on the table. The first mate, gritting his teeth, explained, Captain, our maximum speed is only 9 knots. We cannot overtake the yacht, especially today, as it is unencumbered by the UUV. Find someone proficient in Mandarin and dispatch a speedboat to negotiate a transaction, the captain ordered, his voice trembling. I will offer 100,000 US dollars to recover the ghost swimmer UUV. Captain, this is not in accordance with regulations, the first mate nervously cautioned. The information officer reluctantly diverted his gaze from the photograph and turned to the captain. Captain, this course of action entails considerable risk. Any leakage of information could severely tarnish your reputation. The advisors gazed at the captain with fervent anticipation, eager to encourage him to proceed. After all, spending a sum to redeem the unmanned submersible was a matter of collective future and fate. It was a mere trifling amount of 100,000 meters. Taking a deep breath thrice, Joe Davis's countenance finally regained its composure. Execute the order for the future and fate of everyone aboard this vessel. God bless us. Soon, the crew dispatched from the Hansen was navigating a rubber dinghy towards Luo Feng's yacht. I feel as though I could fell an ox with a single punch. As he felt the surging power within him, Luo Feng donned his swimsuit. The old tortoise had claimed that while coaxing him into a transformative spiritual experience through the I Ching, it could extend his lifespan by 50 years and convert his mortal form into a cultivable postnatal entity. However, he had neglected to mention that the concoction could also enhance physical strength. Unaware of this, Luo Feng, upon boarding, exerted too much force and inadvertently tore off the cabin door. He then busied himself steering towards the Hansen, forgetting to dress. Just as he noticed a dinghy being lowered from the Hansen to meet him, he remembered to don his swimsuit for modesty. Sea East Yacht 9527, please reduce speed. I too am of Han descent and have come to discuss a matter with you. As he finally slipped into his swimsuit, a voice from the dinghy echoed across the water, calling out through a loudspeaker, Han descent? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon gritted his teeth and steered straight toward the inflatable boat, exclaiming, traitors deserve to perish. There was no need for speculation. The scoundrel shouting was undoubtedly a traitor. One who had sold himself to the imperialists for a green card. Beep, beep. Just as he was recklessly preparing to capsize the inflatable boat, the public intercom system of the yacht suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Someone was attempting to contact him through the wireless public channel. After scanning the surroundings, he found no vessels other than the Hansen, leading him to conclude that the calling ship was indeed the spy vessel before him. He refused to respond. Traitors were more contemptible than the enemy. He would overturn the traitor's boat first. Haidong Yacht 9527. I represent the greatest empire of Blue Star to discuss a business deal. Slow down if you wish to prosper. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. I command you to reduce speed. Gao Tianzai's voice grew increasingly shrill, his complexion paling as cold sweat cascaded down his back. He could not fathom why the small yacht was intent on colliding with the inflatable boat on which he was seated. However, he knew he could not show weakness. The Han people were despicable. The more he displayed vulnerability, the higher the price the scoundrel on the yacht would demand later. 100,000 meters. Such a substantial sum should not be squandered on a lowly trader. It would suffice to toss a few thousand to retrieve the phantom swimmer. The captain had indeed been too lenient. Both the inflatable boat and the yacht were moving swiftly closing the 3-mile distance in an instant. However, the opposing vessel showed no signs of deceleration. Rather, it appeared intent on capsizing itself. She clutched the megaphone, her voice hoarse from exertion, and shouted, "Haidong Yacht 9527. I, representing the Eagle Nation, command you to reduce speed and refrain from provoking international disputes." Yet, it was to no avail. The other party remained unresponsive, instead cranking their yacht's power to the maximum. The engine belched black smoke as it raced across the water. At that moment, Gao Tian had no time to maintain the facade of superiority that the Eagle Nation typically projected. He could only scream in panic to his teammates, "Turn! Turn!" We've encountered a madman. Too late. The inflatable boat had barely turned sideways when it was mercilessly rammed by the approaching yacht, plunging it into the depths of the sea. "Oh!" Luo Feng exclaimed with exhilaration, turning to glance behind him. The violent and fleeting friction had already ruptured the inflatable boat's air chamber, leaving behind only a few tattered pieces of black rubber and 2 figures struggling in the water, desperately calling for help. "Bah! Go feed the fish, traitor!" Spitting contemptuously, Luo Feng gripped the helm tightly, his gaze fixated on the approaching Hansen spy ship, anxiety creeping in. Evidence is paramount in action. He needed to devise a means to keep the Hansen within territorial waters before sinking it. There could be no chance of allowing the enemy to escape beyond the 12 nautical miles. Chapter 9. The most powerful typhoon. The order of the ocean is dictated by the might of the fist. Those with the larger fists wield the authority. Growing up by the sea, Luo Feng was constantly immersed in tales of fishermen's valor and their fierce battles. Naturally, it was often his own kin who bore the brunt of these conflicts, as their vessels were smaller. Yet, the fervor for combat coursed through his veins. Of course, one must also possess strategic acumen. It would be folly to pit his yacht, weighing less than 3 tons, against a spy ship of several thousand tons. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. However, he could leverage his smaller craft to achieve a greater purpose, sacrificing the yacht to incapacitate the spy ship's primary propulsion system. Exchanging a yacht worth a mere 100,000 for a spy vessel valued at billions was a deal worth pursuing. As he prepared to execute a sweeping maneuver to ram the Hansen, he suddenly noticed the spy ship veering away. Ignoring the change, he pressed the throttle full force, carving a swift arc as he sped beyond the 12 nautical miles of territorial waters. Traders seldom escape unscathed. He chuckled at the sight of a figure floundering in the water, relishing the moment. "Your master has abandoned you." After his moment of mockery, he recalibrated his course, setting the yacht on an automatic trajectory towards the Hansen. He then turned his attention to the boat equipment he had procured in the county seat. There was no alternative. The yacht's diminutive size could at best inflict minor damage to the Hansen's propeller blades. To truly sink the Hansen, manual intervention was necessary. Meanwhile, within the control room of the Hansen Oceanographic Research Vessel, Captain Joe Davis slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Information officer. What in the world did you send out? Why has negotiation devolved into confrontation?" The audacity of the yacht's owner to seize the Phantom Brave serves as a testament to his madness. How can your dispatched personnel possibly provoke the adversary further? Now, they are intent on ramming our Hansen vessel. This situation has escalated dramatically. In response to the captain's barrage of inquiries, the communications officer helplessly shrugged. "Esteemed captain, we have already dispatched the only 2 individuals aboard who are proficient in Mandarin. Sending others may exacerbate the communication barrier." The first mate sensed the captain's growing disarray and swiftly attempted to redirect the conversation. "Captain, should we not call for reinforcements?" No. Captain Joe David repeatedly gestured dismissively, shaking his head. "The opposing side possesses only a single yacht and poses no threat to our 4,000-ton vessel. Our immediate objective is to navigate 12 nautical miles away from that reef's territorial waters. Subsequently, we shall deploy a smaller craft to rescue our comrades. We cannot leave any incriminating evidence." Before he could finish, the first mate suddenly pointed at a small green dot on the radar screen and shouted, "That lunatic is about to collide with us. Is he out of his mind?" Captain David quickly pressed his face against the radar screen. "That maniac aims to damage our main propulsion propeller. Remain calm, Mr. First Mate. Should he dare to ram the main propulsion, he would surely jeopardize his own life. I do not believe the yacht's owner is mad enough to take such a risk." Listening to the captain and the first mate's discourse, the communications officer proactively volunteered, "Allow me to attempt to contact them again via the public wireless channel." Bang! Before the captain and the first mate could engage in a fruitful debate, a sudden and violent explosion resonated from the stern of the Hansen. Instantly, the vessel's speed plummeted. My God, that madman has truly rammed the ship. Are the fishermen of Rabbit so fearless? We are now in dire straits. Auxiliary power cannot ensure our escape from the 12-nautical-mile territorial waters before the Rabbit warship arrives. The previously silent staff suddenly gasped in astonishment. Captain Joe David clenched his teeth, closed one eye, and painfully commanded, "Request assistance from the Guam base. Inform them that we have been struck by an unidentified vessel and have lost power. We require fleet support, preferably from a carrier task force." He ordered, "Send a distress signal over the public channel to the nearby waters." Further, he instructed, "Request aid from the Manila base." The communications officer hastily complied with the captain's orders, sending out the distress signal. After a series of frantic maneuvers, she struggled to muster a smile as she reminded the captain, "Esteemed Captain, I must inform you that due to the impact of Typhoon Wilson II, our distress signal may not reach its destination." Typhoon Wilson II. Captain Joe David was taken aback upon hearing this term. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, and he slumped despondently into his chair. The first mate, astonished, glanced at the communications officer and promptly commanded, "Display live footage of the current sea conditions on the big screen. This is madness. We initially set out to investigate the hydrological climate amidst the ravages of Typhoon Wilson II in the South China Sea, yet the atmosphere remains eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs indicative of a typhoon. The information displayed on the large screen mirrors this unsettling calm. The sea surface is as smooth as glass, with not a whisper of wind nor a ripple of wave to be seen. How could this be the manifestation of the most powerful typhoon in the history of the South China Sea? Even the most serene vacation spot on Blue Star would not boast such placid waters." Just a moment. Let me check," the information officer said awkwardly, covering her mouth with one hand before swiftly typing on the keyboard with both hands. Shortly thereafter, satellite imagery appeared on the screen. With a sigh of relief, she explained, "According to the satellite imagery, we should currently be at the edge of Typhoon Wilson II, experiencing the onslaught of a forceful level 19 typhoon." The captain glanced at the satellite imagery, then at the mirror-like sea, and a bittersweet smile crept across his face as he rose, exclaiming, "God is with us. Just look at the actual sea conditions. Toss that wretched satellite weather map into the trash." He intended to express further reflections, but suddenly, a cacophony of screeching and metallic distortion erupted from the cabin, as if the keel were enduring immense stress, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. "We're taking on water. We're taking on water." The realization hit like a thunderclap. The vessel was sinking. "Run." A wave of panic swept through the control room, accompanied by piercing screams as the officers darted towards the hatch, glancing frantically about. The cabin reverberated with the chief engineer's broadcast, "Attention all units. A significant leak has been detected at the bottom of the ship. Personnel responsible for pipe damage, please proceed to compartment 12. All units, please commence the inspection of the airtight compartments." In an instant, the Hansen oceanographic research vessel was filled with frantic figures and the commanding voice of the chief engineer. The three highest-ranking officers in the control room were no exception. Faced with impending disaster, they could no longer concern themselves with their subordinates. In unison, they raced towards the aft compartment where the lifeboats were stored. "Good heavens! The force is tremendous," Luo Feng exclaimed, gripping a chisel that had become lodged during the chaos, ensuring he would not be swept away by the deluge of seawater flooding into the cabin. In his other hand, he clutched a precious Yang pearl to aid his breathing. Strapped to his back was a power drill along with a backpack in which the old tortoise resided. Fortunately, he felt immensely strong at that moment. Otherwise, he would surely have been pulled into the depths of the cabin by the surging waters, which would have created a dire predicament. Chapter 10. Those who invade our maritime territory shall find no return. The sight of the colossal ship sinking was nothing short of spectacular. Standing upon the reef, Luo Feng witnessed the Hansen spy vessel gradually submerge, creating a gigantic whirlpool with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. The crew members who attempted to swim away from the vortex were dragged into the abyss, losing their final breath. "Those who dare to encroach upon our maritime domain shall find no return." He raised his middle finger and shouted a rather juvenile slogan, then hurriedly retrieved his phone to dial Comrade Lu and Amp. "Oppo's S number. Brother Lu, this is Luo Feng. I wish to inquire about something. What is the most valuable item aboard the Hansen spy ship?" "The Hansen? Have you encountered it?" came Comrade Lu's cautious voice from the receiver. "Indeed. I only ask because I have encountered it. It is on the verge of sinking." "Sinking? How did that happen?" "I made a hole in its hull." "Brother Luo, do not jest. Be honest. What trouble have you found yourself in?" And do not come to me regarding purchasing poison. Brother, I am not lying. It is truly sinking. Where are you right now? Have you stumbled upon something valuable? I am at Longdong, right next to the enormous whirlpool created by the sinking Hansen. Stop joking, brother. Today there is a red typhoon warning in the South China Sea, prohibiting all vessels from setting sail. How did you reach Xisha and witness the Hansen sinking? Brother, I truly do not have time for jokes. Forget it, I shall not explain further. Just tell me, what is the most valuable item aboard the Hansen? If I bring it back, you will believe me. Brother Luo, are you serious? Dear Brother Lu, it would be wise for you to apply for the grant sooner rather than later. Regarding the items aboard the Hansen, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Did you not express your intent to contribute to the nation? Why then are you fixated on the reward? To put it plainly, in order to sink the Hansen, I have already wrecked my yacht. It seems almost too fictitious to be true. Never mind, let us not engage in further frivolous banter. The most valuable assets aboard a spy vessel are simply two items, the hard drive and the sonar equipment. Are those instruments not valuable? Indeed, they hold worth. But once they are submerged in seawater, they become worthless, mere scrap metal. Ah, brother, I must take my leave now. I shall return the items to you shortly. Comrade Luo Feng, cease your jesting and report to me with the utmost seriousness. Where exactly are you? I assure you, I am truly at the Longdong. Shall I call you back with my location? No need. I have already pinpointed your location. You are, at the northwestern edge, 15 nautical miles from Longdong. Precisely on the brink of the typhoon, facing an impending assault from a Category 19 super typhoon. Brother, weather forecasts are often unreliable, I can assure you. There is not a whisper of wind here. No wind at all? Absolutely none. I am on the verge of madness. Then, is what you said about the sinking of the Hansen genuinely true? Luo Feng, too, was nearing madness, urgently responding. Indeed, it is true, my brother. Suddenly, the tone of Comrade Lu emanating from the receiver was exceedingly grave. Comrade Luo Feng, please remember my words. First, you have never called me today, never. After this call, I shall erase the communication records, and I will ensure that any other traces are meticulously obliterated. Secondly, it is imperative to secure the hard drive and sonar from the Hansen vessel. The removal of the sonar entails certain risks. Thus, we may opt to retrieve only the hard drive. I shall assist you in applying for a bonus and subsequently request the provision of another fishing vessel. Thirdly, you have remained at home today, refraining from any maritime excursions and have never ventured out to sea, let alone to the Xisha Islands. Disregard Longdong and the Hansen vessel. Fourthly, prioritize your safety, return home alive. Should you harbor any doubts, please express them immediately. Such seriousness? Luo Feng suddenly realized the potential gravity of his situation. Rest assured. Comrade Lu, I will certainly bring back the hard drive and sonar. Moreover, I do not require a fishing vessel. Could you assist me in acquiring a super-fast speedboat? And decommissioned Type 022 craft would suffice. Humph. A cold snort echoed through the microphone, followed by a solemn voice that resonated with age. Comrade Luo Feng, return alive. Yes. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this authoritative voice issue a command, Luo Feng instinctively stood at attention as if he were a soldier rehearsing for the umpteenth time. The irony lies in the fact that apart from his university military training, he had never engaged in any military drills. Curious. He promptly ended the call and hurriedly checked the weather forecast. Indeed, 6 days prior, a typhoon warning had been issued for the southern coastal provinces. This morning, the alert had escalated to the highest red level, prohibiting all vessels from setting sail. The forecasted Typhoon Waimazan 2 is named after the most formidable Typhoon Waimazan from a decade ago, underscoring its potential devastation. According to meteorological predictions, the threat posed by Waimazan 2 far surpasses that of its predecessor, potentially inflicting economic losses in the trillions across southern coastal provinces. As per the projected trajectory, Waimazan 2 is expected to make landfall in Sanya by afternoon, subsequently moving northward, sweeping through the economically prosperous Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta regions. However, at present, Luo Feng grinned towards the south, in the direction of Typhoon Waimazan 2. Stay put, and once I pass, you can return to your little life. Reality has proven that Turtle Master is indeed a treasure. Even without taking any action, merely resting quietly can quell the onslaught of a typhoon. After meticulously inspecting the underwater drill and chisel he carried, Luo Feng plunged back into the depths. With the protection of the Yang Pearl, he swam towards the center of the whirlpool created during the sinking of the Hansen. He allowed the swirling waters to pull him swiftly to the bottom. Penetrating the interior of the Hansen spy vessel, Comrade Lu had only mentioned the need for a hard drive, without specifying that it was the hard drive of that particular machine. Thus, he resorted to a clumsy method, dismantling everything and bringing it all back. After all, hard drives are not particularly heavy. Once he commenced his task, he suddenly realized he might have been somewhat naive. A few hard drives were indeed light. But after removing 300 consecutively, he found himself struggling to carry them. With no other option, he decided to first retrieve a kayak from the sunken ship, allowing it to surface and stack the hard drives upon it before diving back down to continue dismantling. The hard drive was relatively easy to disassemble. Yet the sonar proved to be a more arduous task. Armed with a drill, a hammer, and a chisel, I toiled for an indeterminate duration before finally detaching it from the bow of the spy vessel. The component was quite substantial, but fortunately, buoyancy in the water aided me, allowing me to effortlessly transport it to the surface and place it in the kayak, buoyed by the bubbles generated from the yang pearl. The meal was truly unsavory. As I opened a can of luncheon meat that had been dislodged from the ship, I simultaneously attended to my hunger while activating the kayak's engine to return to port. The kayak's speed was commendable. Although not as swift as the yacht I had used to collide with the Hansen, it was significantly faster than an ordinary fishing vessel. After a hurried journey, I finally arrived back at the port just as night began to descend. The dock at Chowang village was exceptionally tranquil that evening. All the fishing boats were anchored, and the stalls along the shore were securely tied with waterproof tarps, fully prepared for the impending typhoon. No one ventured outdoors. However, a solitary figure awaited my return at the dock. "Sir, you've finally made it back alive. Old Lu, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the voice of the figure at the dock, I could not help but break into a wide grin. Chapter 11. This is the national fortune. Old Lu is quite a remarkable individual, particularly when Luo Feng found himself unable to procure medication and sought assistance at the door. This gentleman meticulously examined the prescription, assuming full responsibility for the matter, and subsequently navigated through several supervisory units to obtain the necessary approvals, thus enabling Luo Feng to acquire the medication. In this single endeavor, Luo Feng inadvertently consumed 4 days of the man's time. Under ordinary circumstances, who would invest such a considerable amount of time for an acquaintance met only once? Luo Feng was immensely grateful. As he approached, he noticed that Comrade Lu was not dressed in uniform but in plain clothes, indicating a desire for discretion. In this line of work, subtlety and an air of mystery are to be expected. Have we secured the items? As dusk settled, old Lu inquired softly, unable to discern the hard drives and sonar piled atop the kayak. "Turn on the lights, and you shall see," Luo Feng replied gleefully, nudging one of the hard drives with his foot. "Goodness, over 600 hard drives. Disassembling them has given me quite the headache." "Good heavens," old Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother, did you dismantle all the hard drives from the Hansen?" "Old chap, you wanted hard drives, and I left not a single one intact. They've all been taken apart. It's quite straightforward. I couldn't discern which ones were vital and which were not. So I resorted to the most rudimentary method, disassembling them all." "Brother, I sincerely apologize for not clarifying things for you," old Lu said. "It's a minor issue, a trivial matter. Now, let us proceed with the transportation of the goods. My parents are likely growing anxious." "Not a problem, my friend." The kayak reached the shore, and old Lu seized the moment to board. I and Appos, VE arranged everything at home, telling them, "You've gone on a confidential mission. Keep it discreet. Now, let us head directly to the city with the spoils. We want to stop at the county. Your activities have attracted too much attention. We need to report thoroughly, and while we're at it, I'll strive to secure you a little extra time and some additional bonuses. However, acquiring the 022 vessel is quite troublesome. Logically, there's no issue in exchanging the contents of these hard drives for a 022 vessel with the Navy. But, brother, you must understand that military goods cannot be leaked. I'll find a way to procure a confiscated luxury yacht for you. How does that sound? A luxury yacht will undoubtedly be more comfortable than a 022 vessel." Luo Feng is not an unreasonable person. The two men transferred the items from the kayak into the vehicle driven by old Lu, conversing as they sped towards Dong City. Meanwhile, the Wilma II typhoon, which had been obstructed for 2 days by Old Turtle, began to unleash its fury. It swiftly spread beyond its previously halted position, wreaking havoc in the South China Sea and advancing northward. However, contrary to the weather forecast, it did not make landfall in Sanya and sweep through the Pearl River Delta. Instead, it landed in Kaohsiung along a northeastern trajectory, devastating the island. After being redirected by the mountains of Jade, it corrected its course and sped straight towards the Ryukyu Islands and other territories. It is anticipated that within 2 days, it will traverse the entirety of the small islands from south to north, only calming down near the Arctic Circle. The revised weather forecast from the meteorological station has sparked a lively discussion among netizens. The Mazu statue erected by the people of Sanya has worked its magic once again, shielding us from the ravages of yet another typhoon. Ha ha, just a couple of days ago, we were terrified by the looming threat of Typhoon Maysak, and now, witnessing its playful antics outside, I can't help but feel its power is rather insufficient. I struggle to suppress my laughter. Wasn't there someone calculating our losses just the other day? Why has that ceased now? We are magnanimous people, so we shall refrain from tallying others' losses. May they flourish and prosper. The scenery is truly magnificent. Initially, I aimed to be kind-hearted, but upon reading your comments, I suddenly realize I have been quite generous already. This is merely an appetizer. The children who have been enjoying their comfortable lives must also experience the might of Typhoon Maysak too. Ah, the fortune of our nation. Indeed, this is the fortune of our nation, as the more destructive typhoons seek out the comfortable lives, while those with lesser impact and abundant moisture choose to make landfall on our continent. I propose that cities along the coast erect Mazu statues. Luo Feng chuckled at this thought. At that moment, he was in his hotel room, scrolling through his phone, observing the ungracious comments. He couldn't resist searching for related news reports. The images were quite distressing. Those who danced with joy before the typhoon's arrival are now lamenting their misfortune. Quite well indeed. This is how it shall be from now on. He must keep a watchful eye on Typhoon Maysak too. Once it has swept through the lives of those who are faring well, he can take his old turtle northward to obstruct its path. Redirect the typhoon. Grant our lives another sweeping revival. The old tortoise comes to mind, and he feels a wave of melancholy. This time, the old creature remains by his side. Yet it neither eats nor drinks, nor does it show its face. Alarmed, he purchases a stethoscope to listen for a heartbeat. Fortunately, there is a heartbeat, albeit faint. It is not a matter of great concern. As long as there is life, there is hope. Upon arriving in the city, apart from delivering reports to a gathering of elderly gentlemen, he spends his time in the hotel room familiarizing himself with his physical condition. It seems somewhat peculiar. Though he is not transformed into an intimidating muscle-bound figure, he has undeniably enhanced his muscular strength. With a single punch, he could not only incapacitate a bull, but could also crush the skull of a dog. Thankfully, possessing such extraordinary stamina allowed him to effortlessly breach the steel plates at the bottom of the Hansen spy ship. Had he relied on his original physical condition for this endeavor, it would have likely taken days to penetrate steel plates 10 centimeters thick, let alone carve out a substantial hole to exploit the water pressure for bending. Brother, the old Lu enters, carrying 2 cans of dark beer. I've heard you are the favored child of Mazu, reeling in 32-foot-long yellow croakers at once. He jests, tossing a can of dark beer. Luo Feng deftly catches it, with a satisfying hiss. He opens the beer and takes a hearty swig before responding with a grin. I have yet to meet Mazu, but I assure you, I have indeed cultivated alongside the immortals. Do you believe me, brother? I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Let us make a wager. Luo Feng expressed his interest. I wager that the Weimashong number 2 will sweep through the little days and then turn around for another sweep. Do you believe it? Wager on what? Lao Lu suddenly felt a tinge of uncertainty, feigning contemplation while sipping his beer. Speaking of which, little Luo truly possesses remarkable abilities. A super typhoon of level 19 ravaged the South China Sea, yet he emerged unscathed. He even managed to overpower the Hansen spy ship, retrieving both its hard drives and sonar equipment. It takes considerable skill to achieve such feats. If you lose, you shall assist me in acquiring 2 engines for the 022 submarines. If I lose, I will procure a 2-foot-long yellow croaker for you to savor. Wait, brother, why are you so fixated on the 022 submarines? Shall we wager? Indeed. Then it's settled. No cheating. No cheating. No cheating. Look, I've even applied for $1 million bonus on your behalf and secured a nearly new luxury yacht, reportedly worth over 10 million. Wow, is that even permissible? Brother, you have no idea how valuable the items you've retrieved are. Were it not for the stringent naval regulations, I would have certainly facilitated the acquisition of another 022 submarine for you. After all, they are all from the Eagle Nation. Why not seize the opportunity? Brother, it would be wise to lay low for a while. The Eagle Nation has sent out a request for assistance in locating the Hansen. It would be best if you refrain from traveling abroad. I'll handle everything domestically. What else did the Eagle Nation say? Ha ha ha. They've suffered tremendous losses. Chapter 12. What does a luxury yacht matter? Upon mentioning the losses of the Eagle Nation, old Lu's face instantly lit up with exuberance. He first took a hearty swig of beer, then, with animated gestures, began to elaborate to Luo Feng. The American military possesses only 2 spy vessels, and the Hansen Oceanographic Research Ship is one of them. A total of 27 scientists are stationed on board, operating sophisticated equipment to gather geophysical, biological, physical, and acoustic data. The apparatus is indeed impressive. It boasts a multi-beam echo sounding system capable of mapping 3D topographical maps of underwater terrains ranging from 10 to 11, 000 meters. It is equipped with a deep seismic penetration instrument and a submersible echo depth measurement system. Feel free to say anything. If you can understand, I shall concede defeat. As a programmer, Luo Feng found himself bewildered by the intricate scientific instruments that old Lu enthusiastically described with his fingers. Yet, he could glean the delight from old Lu's gleeful expression. The submerged equipment belonged solely to the enemy and was, in fact, employed for the reconnaissance of his own nation and Apos' maritime data. It was indeed a cause for celebration. He felt elated as well, patiently joining old Lu in his jubilation. Once old Lu concluded his exposition, Luo Feng eagerly interjected, "Brother, if I were to retrieve all this equipment, would it not accelerate the development of our nation's research capabilities?" Huh? Old Lu appeared somewhat bewildered. "Brother, I understand your financial struggles, but you cannot risk your life for this. Do you have any idea how deep the South China Sea is? The average depth exceeds 1,200 meters, with the deepest point reaching over 5,500 meters. The waters surrounding the sunken Hansen vessel descend to depths exceeding 2,100 meters. Without substantial salvage equipment, how can one retrieve these items discreetly? After all, the Americans currently believe that their Hansen has been displaced to some obscure corner by the Wymason II. Should a large-scale recovery operation be undertaken, it would undoubtedly provoke military conflict, potentially escalating to a nuclear confrontation. It is perhaps best to heed my brother and Apos' advice. Allow the Hansen to rest on the seabed and decay, for what sinks beneath the waves is merely wealth lost. Luo Feng's heart aches. Brother, assist me in procuring underwater cutting equipment. I shall descend and retrieve several advanced devices to present to the nation. No. With a depth of over 2,000 meters, it is utterly impossible to dive. That is tantamount to courting death. Do you think those hard drives were simply lifted? What do you mean? I made 3 round trips down to bring everything back. What? You cannot be serious. The hard drives do not exaggerate. Wait, allow me to gather underwater operation equipment for you. There is no time to wait. I shall set sail for some legitimate matters. Later, I will need to charter a fishing vessel equipped with a crane to recover the precision instruments from the Hansen. Brother, I will take you to the yacht for reception. You rascal, you did not speak the truth when reporting your work. Old Lu's face bore a smile, yet his heart was profoundly shaken by the revelation. The young fellow, boldly lying in the presence of the esteemed figures from the national security system, claimed that he had descended to salvage hard drives and sonar from the Hansen before it had fully sunk to the ocean floor. Such audacity. Yet, there is no need to expose this trivial falsehood, since Brother Luo possesses an extraordinary talent for diving. Let us support him in dismantling a few more sophisticated devices from the Eagle's domain. If these instruments remain intact despite being submerged in seawater, bringing back a few could potentially expedite the emergence of related state-of-the-art equipment domestically. The more advanced tools we acquire, the better. As for bonuses, we could barter these devices with research institutions. The more impressive the equipment we procure, the greater the prospects for our dear old Lu's promotion, wouldn't you agree? However, old Lu gazed at Luo Feng, who was seated in the co-pilot's position, with a puzzled expression. Brother, why are you holding on to that turtle? He inquired. I rescued it at sea. After scraping off the barnacles, it remains in this condition. I and Apos am afraid it might die if I release it, so I carry it with me. Luo Feng casually replied. Casting a glance at the lifeless old turtle, he helplessly shoved it into his backpack. You truly have a kind heart. Upon arriving at the Dongshi pier, old Lu pointed to a distant, pearly yacht and said, Do you see that? The luxurious yacht towering higher than 4 or 5 stories. It will soon belong to you. Originally, it was meant for foreign entities to corrupt our internal personnel, but we have seized it. The intention was to auction it off to bolster the national treasury. Indeed, my dear brother has returned with something exceedingly valuable, albeit at the cost of a yacht. I have taken the liberty of applying for a reward for you. Please do not take offense. After all, it is an Italian import worth over 10 million. Having said this, taking advantage of Luo Feng's astonished demeanor, old Lu cheerfully retrieved a black handbag from the car, quietly relishing the sight of his naive wonder. In a mere 5 minutes, Luo Feng abruptly regained his composure and uttered a phrase from our national essence. It was truly breathtaking. Before him lay a luxurious yacht, resplendent in a creamy white hue, approximately 4 stories high. Its perfect teardrop shape boasted an exceptionally minimalist design, yet it emanated a subtle aura of opulence. It was as if an ethereal beauty from a painting was serenely anchored upon the azure waters, awaiting her beloved's return, basking in the sunlight as she whispered her longing. With both hands gripping old Lu's, a beaming smile adorned his face. Brother Lu, I sincerely thank you. I adore this. He exclaimed, Come, let me show you aboard. With a hearty laugh, old Lu led the way towards the luxurious yacht, stating, I glanced at the specifications. This yacht measures 80 meters in length and 36 meters in width, equipped with a 6,000 horsepower diesel engine, alongside two 500 horsepower backup engines and auxiliary paddles. It can reach a maximum speed of 46 knots. There are 8 master suites, 60 guest rooms, and 107 single rooms, along with a bar, ballroom, cinema, and a plethora of entertainment facilities. However, upon beholding the opulent yacht named Moon Palace, Luo Feng hardly paid attention to the details of this impressive introduction. He numbly followed old Lu and Appo's footsteps, his fingers trembling slightly as they caressed the yacht and Appo's ivory-hued lacquer, savoring its gentle texture, akin to touching the delicate skin of a beloved from a dream. The joy of the affluent he had previously never fathomed. Could a yacht truly exude such opulence? As the tour progressed, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Lu, to be honest, would it be a mistake to reward me with such an expensive yacht? Ha! Old Lu heartily patted his shoulder, laughing. Brother Luo, due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot disclose the significance of the hard drive you retrieved. However, I can share some general information. With the data on that hard drive, our Navy will be able to evade all underwater surveillance devices employed by the Americans in the future. It's priceless. A mere luxury yacht pales in comparison. Rest assured and accept it. Those old gentlemen you met 3 days ago personally confirmed this matter. Chapter 13. Blind in One Eye. The luxurious cruise ship, Moon Palace, left Luo Feng utterly astounded. He perceived the vessel as nothing short of perfection, albeit somewhat extravagant in cost. With the assistance of old Lu, the two made 5 trips to the city, exchanging checks worth 1 million for rewards, and subsequently procured a plethora of essential supplies for the yacht and deep-sea fishing equipment. Surprisingly, these acquisitions amounted to less than $30,000, which was not the major expense. The true financial burden lay in fueling the ship. Goodness. Refueling depleted a staggering 270,000. Such a hefty sum for fuel would only ensure a voyage of 15,000 nautical miles. Should they indulge excessively, leading to prolonged generator operation, the journey might even be reduced by 30%. It was imperative to earn more. After refueling, he wryly mused. If I don't earn money soon, I'll find myself begging at my brother's doorstep in a couple of months. I've thought it through. We could establish a travel company dedicated to taking tourists to the South China Sea. This yacht could sustain itself, old Lu comforted with a smile. No, it and Appo's, my wife. I won't allow anyone else to touch it. Brother, don't put on a fade. Earning money is essential. And providing for one's family is the mark of a true man. I've decided. I'll take a deep-sea fleet to fish and earn a living for her. In these times when fish are becoming scarce, the lives of fishermen are increasingly challenging. You could delve into marine aquaculture. Indeed, marine aquaculture is the trend of the future. But I must first catch some fish to generate income before investing in cultivation. Underwater operational equipment is rather challenging to procure. I'll need to personally visit several research institutions. Brother, take care and refrain from disclosing any information that might prompt the Eagle to deploy spies against you. The Eagle may have an extensive reach, but can it truly extend its grasp over domestic matters? Exercise caution to avoid grave mistakes. You will protect me, won't you? Until we ascertain whether any information has been leaked, it is ill-advised to mobilize personnel for your protection, as that would only serve to expose our intentions. We must remain vigilant in secrecy. Very well, my phone shall remain operational around the clock. Do not fret excessively. The Eagle remains unaware of the sinking of the Hansen. I shall take my leave now. Take care, brother. I watch as comrade Lu drives away. Unable to contain my elation any longer, I dash aboard the Moon Palace. Retract the boarding ladder and eagerly enter the captain's cabin. My dear, at last, I can put you to use. With excitement, I plant a kiss on the control panel and gently press the red button to activate the Moon Palace's electrical system. Navigating a large yacht is an entirely different endeavor compared to a small one. One must first engage the generator and initiate the system. Only when everything is functioning smoothly can the main engine be started. However, I do not hasten to start the main engine just yet. Instead, I open the black bag left by old Lu and retrieve the yacht's pertinent documents for review. Busy until the afternoon, I familiarize myself thoroughly with the Moon Palace before gradually starting the main engine and guiding the yacht away from the harbor. As I carve a graceful arc across the calm sea, I turn northward, setting my course towards the East China Sea. I am determined to pursue Typhoon Amazon 2. After 3 days of devastation, the eye of the typhoon has now passed over the beautiful island and swept across the Ryukyu Islands, heading towards those who are living quite comfortably. Luo Feng's objective is to timely adjust the course of Typhoon Amazon 2, ensuring that the storm's center consistently strikes the most prosperous cities and military ports of the enemy, advancing relentlessly to the north. Subsequently, it will turn southward to sweep across the entirety of the enemy's territory once more. Finally, When its strength wanes, it will make landfall at Tianjin, transporting moisture towards the arid northwestern mainland. The plan is flawless. However, it remains uncertain whether the cursed typhoon will cooperate. Should it falter midway, he would be powerless to intervene. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. While Luo Feng is wholeheartedly engrossed in devising how to torment the adversary, he remains oblivious to the fact that the Hansen, which he has sunk, is currently causing chaos for the Eagle Nation. Pentagon. Outrageous. General Mark Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, kicked over his leather chair, pointing at each general seated around the conference table, having received the distress signal from the Hansen. Why have we not provided assistance? Do you comprehend the value of the Hansen? Not to mention the worth of its equipment. The research and development costs alone exceed $30 billion. Our Navy possesses only 2 oceanographic survey vessels, and now we have lost one. Do you realize what this signifies? It means that the Navy has lost one of its eyes, and we are left with only the loyal to scout the critical maritime regions. Mark Milley grew increasingly animated with his reproaches. From a distance, I pointed an accusatory finger at the Admiral, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. So I seized the collar of the nearest bearded 4-star Admiral and spat out, "Pray tell, why did the Manila base fail to dispatch a vessel for the rescue of the Hansen?" "Boss," the bearded 4-star Admiral retorted with righteous indignation. The sea conditions were at a level 19 typhoon, and the Manila base was entirely occupied with repairs, unable to attend to other matters. Rendered speechless by the response, Mark Milley grasped another 4-star Admiral's collar, demanding, "Could you enlighten me as to whether the Guam base also faced a level 19 typhoon, rendering them unable to respond to the Hansen and Oppos as distress signal?" "Boss, Guam is too distant. By the time we arrive, it would be too late. Our aircraft would not dare enter the airspace of a level 19 typhoon. That would be tantamount to courting death." Indeed, their excuses, articulated by professional naval officers, were formidable. Mark Milley and Oppos' face flushed slightly as he ceased his futile arguments and returned to his seat, straightening his chair. "So, has the Manila base yielded any results in their search?" Report. The Admiral who had first endured the spittle stood up to provide an update. The Manila base mobilized all vessels immediately after the typhoon's passage to scour the surrounding waters. Aside from a 12 nautical mile radius around Rabbit Island, all other areas have been thoroughly searched. The Hansen Oceanographic Research Vessel and its crew of 236 personnel have only one survivor, a female soldier. The rest of the crew and the vessel have vanished without a trace. The surviving female, of Chinese descent, is named Gao Tianqi and is currently receiving emergency medical attention in Manila. The entire 4,000-ton vessel and the 235 personnel aboard have vanished. Upon hearing such disheartening news, Mark Milley's brow twitched slightly. When will she be able to speak? The doctor indicated that it is possible she may never regain her voice, unless we take the risk of administering a medication that carries potential side effects. What side effects might that entail? Lifelong paralysis, or perhaps even mental incapacitation? Are we certain she is of Chinese descent? Indeed, she is a resident of Deep City who enlisted in our military for a green card. Then let us proceed with the medication. Very well. As we watched the bearded 4-star Admiral exit the conference room, Mark Milley slowly began to speak. Let us all brainstorm ways to confront the accountability of Congress. This matter requires someone to take responsibility. The area where the Hansen is reported missing coincidentally falls within the territorial waters of the Rabbit. Should they seize this opportunity to construct an island or similar, Congress will hold us accountable. Given the current circumstances, engaging directly with the Rabbit in the South China Sea would be detrimental to our interests. Therefore, let us not entertain the notion of shifting blame. We must swiftly designate a scapegoat to bear the burden of this misfortune. Chapter 14. There is no need for reasoning. A general capable of attaining the rank of a 4-star officer is undoubtedly astute. Although General Mark Milley did not explicitly name a scapegoat, all the generals were acutely aware of who it was, the bearded 4-star Admiral who had been dismissed. It was inevitable, for the Manila base he oversaw was the closest to the site of the incident involving the USS Hansen, excluded from the discussion of critical matters. The implications conveyed by the boss were unmistakably clear. To speak of it now would merely be to reach a consensus in advance. To avoid the chaos of differing targets when it came time to deflect responsibility, such a spectacle would be utterly unseemly. As the generals in the conference room exchanged understanding glances, the bearded 4-star Admiral, having stepped out momentarily, strode back into the room with purpose. "Report," he exclaimed, his golden beard quivering with excitement. "The Asian soldier has spoken. Tell me what transpired." Mark Milley rose, his expression solemn as he fixed his gaze upon the Admiral. Drawing a deep breath, the Admiral endeavored to maintain his composure. "She claimed that a 2-ton Rabbit yacht attacked them and sank the USS Hansen." "Fuck. Mark Millie's spittle flew, splattering the admiral's face. A 2-ton yacht sank a 4,000-ton vessel? You fool. Could you not concoct a more plausible narrative? Even if your report stated that it was the ferocity of Typhoon Y. Mason, rated at 19 on the scale, that overturned the Hansen, Congress would have no choice but to accept the Navy's account of the incident. At this moment, are you providing me with such a ludicrous excuse? Intending to have Congress shove my head into an abyss? Tell me, do you genuinely believe in this absurd rationale? It is utterly nonsensical. More farcical than the tale of 7 goats valued at $8 million by the Army. The generals attending the meeting could scarcely stifle their laughter, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to contain their amusement. The atmosphere in the conference room was instantly infused with joviality, particularly sparked by the comparison to the Army and Oppo's ridiculous claim about the goats. The Army is already in a dire state. To concoct a farce about 7 goats worth $8 million due to corruption is beyond comprehension. It seems there are indeed those who surpass the Army in absurdity, attempting to fabricate a tale of a 2-ton yacht sinking the 4,000-ton USS Hansen. Truly intolerable. Why not assert that ants can triumph over elephants? The bewildered figure with the bushy beard interjected once more. She indeed said that. I am not fabricating lies. For the love of God, I swear I am not lying. Now it is Mark Milley and the assembled generals who are perplexed. Very well, connect the video call to Manila. I shall inquire myself. Mark Milley resolved to personally verify the authenticity of the information. Shortly thereafter, the large screen in the conference room displayed a scene from the ICU bed at the Manila base, featuring the injured genius, who was enveloped in plaster and had her head wrapped in bandages. Fortunately, her facial wounds were not severe, allowing for a glimpse of her general appearance. Clearly, she had sustained significant injuries. Are you all right, Sergeant? Mark Milley struggled to muster a congenial smile, feigning ease as he waved at the camera. On the large screen, Gao Tiankai slightly raised her hand, evidently attempting to salute. However, the excruciating pain caused her to gasp sharply. Hiss. Boss, I just received an injection. I feel all right. Thank you for your contributions to Eagle Sauce. The Empire will remember you. Mark Milley finally settled on the most affable expression, resembling a kindly neighbor. It seemed as though the man who ordered the injection, fully aware of the side effects of the emergency medication, was not he, but rather another malevolent figure entirely unrelated to him. Boss, I have important intelligence to report. Gao Tiansai's voice suddenly grew faint, her speech becoming particularly laborious. Doctor, administer another injection. I hope it will alleviate her discomfort. Milley commanded without hesitation to the military doctor, who had leaned halfway into the screen. At your command, boss. The doctor swiftly retrieved a vial from the refrigeration unit and expertly inserted the needle into Gao Tiansai's cardiac region. After another minute, her gaze regained its brightness as she spoke. Boss, the yacht that sank the Hansen was the Haidong Yacht 9527, and the perpetrator was a remarkably fit naked man. Not receiving the desired answer, Milley found himself at a loss for words, prompting him to rapidly engage his intellect and guide the Asian-American sergeant to clarify. Is it possible that you misidentified the situation, or that certain individuals led you to believe this? I did not missee. Suddenly, Gao Tiankai let out a piercing scream, sitting upright with determination. Boss, I did not missee nor misremember. It was the Haidong Tour 9527 that capsized my kayak and sank the Hansen. I comprehend your sentiments, esteemed sergeant. Mark Milley quickly gestured with both hands to calm him. What I mean to ask is, upon regaining consciousness, did no one inform you of what transpired at that moment? Awake? I am wide awake, and I vividly recall the events that unfolded without needing anyone's recounting, Gao Tiankai responded, seemingly oblivious to the pain, his hands flailing in agitation. His emotions were exceedingly heightened, tugging at the clips and 4 tubes affixed to him in a frenzy. The ECG machine emitted an erratic alarm, beeping sharply in protest. Before Mark Milley could inquire further, Gao Tiankai, encased in plaster, suddenly collapsed onto the bed, his eyes rolling back as he ceased to breathe. Mark Milley turned to signal the generals to take their seats. He too returned to his place, silently observing the doctors on the large screen as they assessed Gao Tiansai's condition. Boss, she has passed away, the military physician on the screen confirmed after a thorough examination. Mark Milley, with a grave expression, commanded, Doctor, both the Joint Chiefs and the Minister of Defense require a complete record of this Chinese-American sergeant and Oppo's impact. All of it. Understood. Boss, transmitting immediately. The military physician saluted and ended the video call. As the meeting resumed, Mark Milley felt a slight throbbing in his head. With a sense of resignation, he spread his hands and inquired of the generals for their opinions. Crafting a report for Congress has proven to be quite a daunting task. Pray, What suggestions might you offer to persuade the esteemed members of Congress to believe that an ant could bring down an elephant? The complexity of this matter surpasses even that of the 7 goats valued at $8 million owned by the Army. Speak up, for the Joint Chiefs and the generals alike are at a loss, and we must also convince the Secretary of Defense to collaborate with us on this report. Luo Feng remains unaware of the considerable turmoil he has caused at the Pentagon, nor does he realize that his information has been compromised by a traitor. He is blissfully lounging on the sofa in the captain's quarters, gleefully scrolling through his phone. What delightful news! 6 F-35s have been damaged at Naha Port, and the 7th Fleet at Yokosuka has also lost a cruiser. Alas, the Y-Mason II has proven to be rather cowardly, failing to topple the Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier. The fellow, who had been living comfortably, has now encountered a stroke of bad luck. Let it consume fuel. For as long as he can witness the misfortunes of the little life and the American eagle, he finds joy in it. No need for reasoning. Chapter 15. Who will the heavens spare? Water. Flood. Beneath the somber, gray sky, murky torrents of muddy yellow water surged, frothing with white foam as it danced in the wind. It obliterated farmland, completely submerging the rice that was on the verge of ripening. Occasionally, a few resilient stalks of rice would emerge from the depths, humbly bowing their plump ears as they swayed gently in the breeze. It demolished homes, as the once orderly cottages were swept away by the sudden deluge, leaving the few remaining houses resembling fragile boats adrift in the relentless floodwaters, crumbling under the ceaseless assault. Roads lay submerged, while tree trunks, dragging their sparse canopies, were swept along by the currents, ruthlessly destroying everything in their path. In the images, the presence of utility poles had vanished entirely. Luo Feng speculated that they had long been lost to the flood, a chaotic blend of seawater and rain. This was a photograph he had encountered in reports concerning the typhoon disaster affecting the small lives of ordinary people. He found it strangely captivating. Savoring the details and the comments in the thread, witnessing those who had been living comfortably suffer such dire misfortune inexplicably filled him with joy. Today was a splendid day. Just a few days prior, hadn't they been clamoring to dispatch troops to aid the frogs? They had promised solidarity with the frogs, and indeed, they found themselves united in adversity. The relentless downpour of Typhoon Waymaxon showed no favoritism. Let the storm rage on with even greater ferocity. The weather forecast has proven to be quite detrimental, as nearly all coastal provinces have issued red alerts. Then, Typhoon Waymaxon took an unexpected turn, seeking affection with frogs and little days. Even more astonishingly, it made a round trip, causing little days considerable distress twice over. Who can escape the wrath of the heavens? It is inexplicable to desire to set off fireworks. Observing the vibrant comments section, Luo Feng felt an urge to contribute. After careful consideration, however, he decided against it, opting for a more subdued approach. Of course, the photographs stored in his phone encompass more than just one depicting the destruction of cottages. There are many, countless images. Among them, he particularly cherishes a photograph capturing the aftermath of a tsunami, which swept away thousands of vehicles. However, the most exhilarating image remains that of Yokosuka Port in the wake of a typhoon. At the center of the frame lies the USS Reagan, precariously tilted and stranded on the beach, its rear half impaled by a small, dark, and robust Virginia-class nuclear submarine. The sight is undeniably peculiar, provoking both laughter and a rush of excitement. Strangely enough, while the aircraft carrier was lifted from the dock to the beach by the typhoon, the American destroyers remained steadfast in the deep waters, seemingly unscathed. At least, there were no visible scars to speak of. In contrast, another Virginia-class submarine bore a rather dismal appearance, standing upright on the beach like a towering chimney, its tail end pointing downward as if it were leaping out of the sand, exuding an air of dominance. The most unfortunate vessel, however, was a Ticonderoga-class cruiser. The waves have turned everything upside down, laying bare the barnacles densely adorning the hull of the vessel. 2 Virginia-class attack submarines, a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered submarine, and a nearly 10,000-ton Ticonderoga-class cruiser, collectively valued at over $12 billion. Such colossal losses will surely cause the Eagle to feel great pain for many years to come. It will not be possible to replenish these assets in the short term. The comments section below this news is filled with mirth. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Oh, Virginia-class, how could you commit such an audacious act? This photograph is absolutely remarkable. I initially clicked on the news intending to revel in their misfortune, but upon witnessing the Virginia-class penetrate the rear of the Reagan, I couldn't help but spray my tea across the room. This accompanying image is not suitable for children. It feels as if the air is saturated with the scent of money. Considering that all this wealth belongs to the Eagle, I suddenly feel it is still insufficient. How heavy is the Reagan? I am not concerned with its weight. I merely wish to know how hard-headed the Virginia class must be to achieve such a feat. The rear is indeed the weak point of an aircraft carrier, and it can certainly be penetrated. Having just endured a beating, upon seeing the photograph, I inadvertently sprayed my meal onto my wife's face. A commendation should be awarded to the photographer. The passage of the WiMAX 2 through Yokosuka port is the result of a deliberate route adjustment by Luo Feng. At this moment, the Typhoon and Imp, Oppos, as previous Fury has diminished significantly. Yet it is still capable of lifting the aircraft carrier. The first passage through the small island was even more formidable. From the photographs he received, it is evident that the Kadena Air Force Base has suffered the most devastating losses. Two F-22s, unable to be relocated in time, remained sheltered within the climate-controlled hangars. To their dismay, Typhoon Wamason No. 2 showed no regard for these fortifications, sweeping through indiscriminately, treating both permanent and temporary hangars with equal disdain. The aftermath revealed a pristine airfield and a collapsed control tower, alongside the remnants of hastily constructed structures and disarrayed encampments. The aircraft were nowhere to be found, having been swept away by the Typhoon in a clean sweep. However, the United States, with its ample resources, is likely to swiftly replenish the fleet at Kadena Air Force Base. He mused on accumulating more assets, ready to return with them when the next Super Typhoon strikes. Meanwhile, the now waning Typhoon Wamason No. 2, under his relentless pursuit, has been driven into the Bohai Bay, making landfall at Tianjin, laden with massive moisture and progressing westward. Objective accomplished. As for whether Wamason can transport that moisture to the northwest, that is beyond his control. Achieving this much, he felt a genius beyond measure. He harbored no illusions of greater precision. Farewell, dear Wamason No. 2. He waved at the receding silhouette of the Typhoon, maneuvering the spacecraft, Moon Palace, to exit the Bohai Bay, weary after 6 days of relentless pursuit. He meticulously planned an autonomous cruising route at the control panel, allowing the Yuegong to navigate independently while he succumbed to slumber. According to reports, Typhoon Wamason No. 2 unexpectedly altered its predicted course, sparing our coastal regions from significant harm. The citizens of Sanya spontaneously gathered at the South Sea statue to conduct a ceremonial tribute. It is said that on the day of the homage, the crowd swelled to as many as 100,000, creating a magnificent scene of throngs. External media sources have reported that the direct economic losses from Typhoon Wamason No. 2 could reach up to 20 trillion yuan, with specific figures still under verification. In the midst of his dreams, Luo Feng was stirred awake by the cacophony of news reports emanating from the television. He had a peculiar habit of sleeping with the television or his phone emitting noise. Silence eluded him. Through a haze, he gazed at the resplendent dawn through the window. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he rose to perform his morning ablutions, he continued to listen to the radio broadcast, inundated with tragic news, which, paradoxically, he found reassuring. The information was far more detailed and credible than what he gleaned from news apps on his phone. However, he held strong reservations about the Sanya residents paying tribute to Mazu. The unexpected turn of Typhoon Wamason No. 2 was undoubtedly due to his own merits. Why should they pay homage to Mazu? Yet, he stifled his discontent, for he dared not challenge the goddess and Oppos as prominence. Voicing his thoughts would invite disbelief and, worse, the wrath of the village's elder, who might pursue him with a cane, proclaiming, "Dare you question Mazu? You are courting disaster." Chapter 16. Trust in Faith or Depart. The Luo family has produced a prodigal offspring. Who could argue otherwise? That sum amounts to 8 million. Why squander it on frivolities? Like purchasing an extravagant yacht akin to those of the wealthy elite? Yet, I have heard whispers that Feng, the scion of the Luo family, has mortgaged that 8 million to acquire a deep-sea fishing vessel. The luxurious yacht remains docked. Are you blind? Knowledgeable onlookers assert that Feng's opulent yacht is worth several tens of millions. Can he truly afford it? Nowadays, the youth seem to favor installment payments. He possesses 8 million that he can pay in parts. What a travesty. Indeed, with such a fortune, why not engage in something worthwhile instead of acquiring a yacht that serves no purpose other than vanity? Can he even maintain it? Wealthy individuals spend as they please. So let them be. Lao Liang, stop idling and focus on the game. Luo Feng steered the Yugong back to the Chawang village dock, attracting a crowd of villagers and tourists alike. Within half an hour, the entire village, young and old, began to discuss the merits and demerits of the lavish yacht, with the overall sentiment skewing negative. The villagers could not comprehend such a wasteful and frivolous expenditure, their conversations tinged with a hint of disdain, yet also a touch of envy. Prodigal or not, that yacht was indeed a sight to behold. They scarcely dared to touch it, for an item worth tens of millions could not be easily replaced if damaged. Conversely, the throngs of tourists were exceedingly delighted. clamoring to contact the owner for a chance to embark on the opulent vessel for a sea adventure. This left Luobo exasperated. Madam, I assure you, this yacht is not for rent. However, you may consider renting a smaller vessel for a day at sea. Hey, sister. The tourist in sunglasses and a floral dress wore a displeased expression as she retorted, Brother, I'm only 28. Please don't make me sound so old. My apologies, dear lady. Shall we consider renting a yacht instead? Robert replied, bowing slightly with an apologetic smile. That's more like it. How much does your small boat cost for a day? Not much. Just 3,000, with a deposit of 50,000. However, if a guide vouches for you, the deposit can be waived, and Oppos, 3,000 you say? Originally, it was 5,000. But I've already given you a significant discount. I would be a fool to believe you. 3,000 it is, darling, pay up. Having successfully rented out the last yacht, Robert hurriedly tidied up and closed the door before swiftly making his way to Luo Feng and Oppos' home. The tourism business had been thriving in recent days, primarily due to the sensational news of 20 giant yellow croakers making their debut, drawing a surge of tourists from neighboring Sanya to the East Market. The nearby villages were bustling with visitors eager to witness the magnificent fish, ensuring a steady flow of business. As Robert entered, he called out, but quickly realized that Lao Jio was engaged in an interview with a reporter. He promptly fell silent, and Oppos, sixth brother, come inside. I happen to have something to discuss with you. And Oppos, Luo Feng greeted the reporter and turned with a smile to introduce, and Oppos, Reporter Chi, this is Robert, my cousin. He was the one who facilitated the sale of 27 yellow croakers, and Oppos, Reporter Chi politely acknowledged Robert, but appeared unimpressed by the fish-selling affair. She brushed aside her disheveled bangs and continued to pursue Luo Feng with her inquiries. Mr. Luo, I still cannot fathom why all the yellow croakers you catch are colossal specimens exceeding 2 feet in length. Please do not deceive me. Last year, someone fished over 4,000 pounds of yellow croaker in the East China Sea and only managed to sell them for over 9 million. Yet you, on the other hand, consistently haul in fish that measure at least 2 feet 4 inches. During the past few days while awaiting your arrival, I conducted an investigation at the dock, fish market, and aboard fishing vessels. The larger the yellow croaker, the more valuable it becomes. Prior to your recent catch, the largest yellow croaker was merely 12 inches long, valued at 3,800 per pound. However, once they exceed 2 feet 4 inches, their price skyrockets 8-fold. To catch 30 at once cannot simply be attributed to luck. Feel free to ask. If I can provide an answer, I will concede defeat. Luo Feng gazed into the sparkling eyes of the journalist, his mind racing. Dear lady, you are being rather unreasonable. My primary occupation is that of a programmer. I hesitated to return to work after the new year out of fear of being infected, so I remained at home, living off my family. As time passed, I began to feel somewhat guilty. Thus, I rented a yacht to indulge in some sea fishing. The fishing gear was all borrowed from my sixth brother and Oppos' shop. Catching 30 colossal yellow croakers, aside from sheer luck, I can find no other explanation. The two exchanged intense glances, neither able to persuade the other. Rob took the opportunity to defuse the situation. Reporter Chi, such matters can only be attributed to luck. Any further explanation eludes us. Perhaps you should consider renting a boat tomorrow and venture out to sea yourself? Frustrated, he thought, I am eager to discuss ways to earn money with old Gio. Your incessant inquiries are merely a waste of resources. As far as he knew, fishermen possessed secret techniques for catching large yellow croakers, such as using bamboo poles to drive the fish into their nets. With a cunning smile, Reporter Chi retorted, Mr. Luo, to be candid, are you not employing this prohibited method to harvest your yellow croakers? Luo Feng's expression shifted subtly. However, rather than confronting her directly, he raised his fingers to elucidate. First, the yacht I rented is devoid of nets and bamboo poles. Second, I have never participated in sea fishing since childhood and lack the necessary skills. Third, believe it or not, if you doubt my words, you may leave. My acceptance of this interview stems solely from my upbringing, courtesy, and hospitality, certainly not from any obligation to you. If you wish to fabricate sensational news, feel free to pursue your agenda. It would be best to follow me around with a camera incessantly. But should you dare to slander me with accusations of illegal fishing, I will not hesitate to sue you for defamation. You comprehend the implications. I have ample resources for legal battles. Initially intending to explain calmly, Luo Feng, pushed to the brink, finally could contain his frustration no longer and abruptly ordered her to leave. Mr. Luo, you misunderstand, Chi Shaoqing quickly interjected. I am merely curious and harbor no ill intentions. Luo Feng remained silent, his right index finger pointed unwaveringly at the door, conveying a clear message. Leave. With keen insight, Rob quickly lifted the door curtain and gestured invitingly. Leave if you wish. The capable and irate journalist stamped her foot in frustration before turning away. Old Yo, are we being a tad excessive towards a mere girl? She was the one who overstepped first. Luo Feng leisurely cleaned the teaware and brewed another pot of tea. We are all workers, and accommodating her interview was already a considerable concession. Yet, she was ungrateful, aiming to create a sensational story by tarnishing my reputation. Enough about her. I sought you out to discuss the yacht rental. Just this morning, within a brief span of 30 minutes, 6 tour groups expressed interest in renting your yacht. I want to rent it out. I plan to take my elders for a delightful outing at sea. Renting it to others? You seem quite reluctant. The rental fee is exorbitant. It can fetch 200,000 a day. Even so, I shall not rent it. Sir, you truly are a magnate. But how do you intend to sustain this endless pit? Once our deep-sea fishing vessel arrives, I will manage. Deep-sea fishing can incur losses as well. I assure you, it will be profitable. And upon what assurance do you base this? With species like yellow croaker, mackerel, and tuna, I shall sustain the Yugong Hao. Is the ocean yours? Do you hold dominion over it? Sixth brother, you are indeed correct. The ocean is indeed mine. Whatever fish I desire can be procured at will. Chapter 17. Are you really marrying off your daughter? Mark Milley finally reached a consensus with the generals and persuaded the Minister of Defense to report to Congress the circumstances surrounding the mishap of the Hansen. There was no other choice. In this era, those who speak the truth often find themselves in dire straits, while those who lie seem to thrive comfortably. After all, the members of Congress would hardly believe that a 2-ton yacht could sink a vessel weighing several thousand tons. He himself had doubted it too. However, after a meticulous investigation, he reluctantly accepted the testimony of the deceased Chinese-American sergeant. The devastation wrought by Typhoon Vimasun II upon the various military bases of the Eagle Nation was already a foregone conclusion, and the storm and Apos' ferocity was unparalleled. It had even managed to lift an aircraft carrier from deep waters onto the beach. Thus, flipping another Hansen was hardly remarkable, as long as they could appease the authorities. What did losses matter? The naval commanders were even somewhat pleased. They could now legitimately request funds from Congress. Reporting was merely a ruse to deceive Congress and secure funding. However, the owner of that yacht, who truly bore responsibility for the demise of the Hansen, must be identified. Retribution was imperative. Gentlemen, Mark Milley once again clandestinely summoned the generals. The report regarding the Hansen Oceanographic Research Vessel and Apos' accident would be consolidated with the losses incurred from Typhoon Vimasun II. We shall no longer be distracted by this matter. Yet, the reality of the situation is known to all of you. The Hansen was a precious asset to us. Now, someone has set their sights upon it. What should we do? The bearded 4-star admiral, having narrowly escaped disaster, raised his right fist and declared, "Boss, we must seek vengeance." The other generals chimed in, expressing their agreement. We must trace the whereabouts of that naked man and then tear him apart. The 7th Fleet lay incapacitated. Therefore, we should deploy 2 aircraft carrier task forces to Yokosuka to bolster our striking capabilities in the Western Pacific. An aircraft carrier task force should also be stationed at Manila. The presence of the Y-Mason II in the Western Pacific has created a substantial vacuum in our military presence, which must be filled without delay. I propose we capsize those pesky fishing boats. We should first dispatch the Loyal to the South China Sea to ascertain the precise sinking location of the Hansen, as we must at least recover the data from the hard drive. Observing that the generals had no objections, Mark Milley nodded with satisfaction. Order. The Loyal is to immediately proceed to the South China Sea in search of the Hansen and Apos' whereabouts. Order. The 11th Special Mixed Fleet will be stationed at Manila to escort the Loyal. Order. The 5th Special Mixed Fleet will be deployed to Yokosuka to enhance our striking capabilities in the Western Pacific. A series of commands flowed from his lips, as he relentlessly dispatched fleets from the numerous bases of the Eagle Nation scattered across the globe to compensate for the losses inflicted by the Y-Mason II. The generals dutifully acknowledged their orders. However, after issuing the commands, he felt a sense of unease. Our current knowledge regarding that naked man is rather limited. One can only temporarily investigate the identity of the owner of the yacht named Haidong U-9527 through the intelligence network of the CIA. Time is of the essence. In pursuit of swiftly bringing the perpetrator to justice, I urge everyone to exert all available influence and continuously apply pressure on both the CIA and the Rabbit. Ideally, the Rabbit should be compelled to voluntarily hand over the culprit. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, he has already caught the attention of a top-tier figure from Eagle Sauce. He is preoccupied with planning the deep-sea fishing fleet alongside his brother. Luobo merely possessing a single deep-sea fishing vessel is insufficient for establishing a fleet. Thus, he believes it prudent to center the fleet around his mortgaged 3,000-ton deep-sea fishing ship, supplemented by the village's smaller fishing boats. To collectively venture into the open sea for fishing, the deep-sea fishing vessel has yet to be delivered. Construction has only just commenced, and it will likely take 6 months to see the finished product. The Rabbit's shipbuilding capabilities are nothing short of extraordinary. In other countries, constructing a 3,000-ton fishing vessel would require approximately 2 to 3 years. Yet, under the Rabbit's auspices, it is completed in merely 6 months, a remarkable efficiency at a competitive price. Such a large deep-sea fishing vessel retails for around 80 million, with a high-spec version exceeding 100 million. However, the internal sale price is merely 60 million, of which 20 million is subsidized by the government. The down payment amounts to 600,000. Nevertheless, the deep-sea fishing vessel customized by Luo Feng is not as expensive, as he requested only a surrounding net and auxiliary crane, foregoing any advanced technological equipment, thereby reserving the majority of space for a cold storage. A captain and 18 crew members are all that are necessary for the voyage. Old 9, have you made your decision? The two brothers conversed throughout the morning, with Rob gaining a clearer understanding of his siblings' thoughts. The role of a leader is not easily assumed, and one cannot expect goodwill from others if one fails to deliver results. Fear not, those 30 large yellow croakers were certainly not caught by my hand, Rob Feng declared with unwavering confidence. Rob chuckled slyly. I've checked. Your yellow croakers never even nibbled the bait, as if they leapt onto the boat themselves. Brother, I entrust you to look after the family while I embark on a journey to sea in the coming days. Rest assured, old Lu has instructed that you are to carry out a confidential mission, and it must not be disclosed to anyone. Old Lu indeed possessed a meticulous nature. Rob Feng's plans to take Uncle Chi and the elder members of the Luo clan out for a leisurely sea excursion were dashed. The reaction was even more pronounced than that of consuming the yellow croakers. The elders unanimously insisted that he rent out the luxurious yacht for profit, resolutely refusing to board it for pleasure. They had spent a lifetime adrift at sea. Unlike those tourists who had never beheld the ocean and were in awe of the beautiful crystalline waters of the Shisha Islands. As night fell, old Lu made his anticipated appearance at the Chawang village dock. However, tonight he was accompanied by an adept young woman clad in a red tracksuit. Brothers Luo, come. Let me introduce you, old Lu said as he stepped out of a brand-new Hongqi sedan, gesturing towards the woman alighting from the vehicle. This is Mi Rong, a comrade from our national security, who will be responsible for your personal protection from now on. Personal protection, you say? Rob Feng teased, casting a playful glance at old Lu. With a cheerful wave, he greeted Mi Rong. Hello, beautiful. I am Luo Yinzu, a non-smoker, non-drinker, and devoid of any unsavory habits. It is crucial to inquire, as an unmarried individual, if an opportunity might be afforded. Director Lu, do take a look. Mi Rong was infuriated by Luo Feng and Appo's shameless behavior. Stamping her foot in exasperation, her wrinkled nose aimed at old Lu in ire. Director? Lu Gu, have you received a promotion? Luo Feng interjected, seizing the opportunity. Congratulations. When shall we celebrate with some sweets? Congratulations indeed, brother Luo, but sweet treats are reserved for weddings. You have misidentified the occasion. Old Lu, beaming with delight, clasped the hands of both individuals together. From this day forth, you two shall be recognized as a couple. Do not let it slip. Goodness, how exhilarating. Luo Feng was rendered speechless. I was merely jesting, and yet, you are indeed serious about this? Mi Rong, with a look of disdain, withdrew her hand, her expression solemn as she saluted old Lu. I assure you, I shall accomplish the task. Old Lu's countenance turned grave. Brother Luo, I must regrettably inform you of some unsettling news. The CIA has set their sights on you. Goodness, this situation is even more thrilling. Luo Feng found himself at a loss for words. Do not fret, their informant has merely been tasked with investigating the whereabouts of the yacht 9527 from Haidong. I shall instruct Luo Bo and the village head to handle this with composure. Are you implying that the spies have yet to locate me? I cannot be certain. According to reports from our informant, your photograph may have circulated. Must I undergo cosmetic alterations? Chapter 18. Single by strength. This is an underwater propulsion device. In the storage compartment of the Moon Palace, the expert brought by old Lu pointed at the peculiar-looking contraption and explained. It employs axial pump propulsion technology for underwater movement. Powered by a supercapacitor, it boasts an economical range of 80 nautical miles and a cruising speed of 8 knots. Its maximum speed reaches 15 knots with a range of 20 nautical miles. The operation is straightforward. It can be controlled remotely or directly manipulated via a toggle switch. Luo Feng comprehended the underwater propulsion device. This contraption is the legendary primary auxiliary tool for Frogman and Appo's long-distance submersion. He had previously encountered illustrations in science fiction novels, but had never seen the actual object. Observing it up close, he noted discrepancies with the images from the novels: bulbous ends tapering to a smaller middle, a rounded head resembling a sphere. The indented section was just right for a person to sit upon, with additional space for storage. Advanced technologies, such as supercapacitors and underwater remote control, were all within his expectations. What astonished him was the fact that it utilized axial pump propulsion technology. Goodness! Axial pump propulsion is a significant invention by the esteemed researcher Dr. Ma, representing the pinnacle of nuclear submarine power systems. Why would the Navy allocate such technology to an underwater propulsion device for frogmen? The expert, oblivious to Luo Feng's astonishment, continued to explain at a rapid pace. It's just like riding an electric bike. After a few tries, you'll master it. He then pointed to the large device that old Lu and Mi Rong had just brought into the storage compartment. The underwater chainsaw, however, is not as easy to operate. It requires immense strength to master. Comrade Xiao Luo, you must engage in more physical training. Before the expert could finish his sentence, Luo Feng seized the underwater chainsaw from the hands of the two individuals and weighed it in his hand. It didn't seem too heavy, making it quite manageable underwater. The expert stood in stunned silence, watching as he effortlessly toyed with the substantial underwater chainsaw, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Lu, unable to contain himself, remarked sarcastically at Luo Feng, "Don't get too cocky. That chainsaw weighs 120 pounds, with 80 pounds being the battery. Instead of showing off, you should learn how to use a scuba tank." "Oh, right. The expert shifted the conversation away from the underwater chainsaw and began to elaborate on the usage of scuba gear. Descending with a scuba tank is a highly specialized endeavor. Very specialized indeed. However, I have no need for it. Luo Feng listened intently as the expert detailed the equipment he brought along, earnestly absorbing the information. There was no alternative. Old Lu had been exceptionally considerate, procuring equipment for him that was either high-end military gear or cutting-edge devices freshly developed by certain research institutions, yet not yet mass-produced. The names were rather pedestrian: underwater chainsaw, underwater thruster, high-pressure diving suit, and their aesthetics left much to be desired. It was a sincere disservice to the advanced technology and materials that comprised these devices. Yet, they were remarkably effective. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that domestic underwater operation equipment had advanced to such a level. It was nothing short of science fiction. Specialized equipment such as underwater thrusters is quite advanced, surpassing even the devices utilized by the frogmen of the Eagle Nation, who still rely on torpedo-style thrusters with a cruising speed of less than 3 knots. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. Remarkably, domestic products can achieve speeds of up to 15 knots, rendering their underwater navigation prowess on par with that of small yachts on the surface. Even if he cannot employ scuba gear or similar apparatus, he must adopt an attitude of humility and eagerness to learn, lest the esteemed director Lu feel disheartened. Time slips away quietly amidst the continuous learning process. After more than 3 hours, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the operation methods for all the equipment. What is this? It resembles an aircraft engine. All the gear brought by Director Lu had been introduced by the experts. Yet only 2 items that appeared to be aircraft engines remained unaddressed, prompting Luo Feng to inquire in astonishment. The LJ-210 jet propulsion device. Director Lu interjected on behalf of the experts, stating, "This is the power unit of the 022 vessel that you have been yearning for." Goodness, Director Lu, I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously? Betting and such are just in jest. Luo Feng rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face as he caressed the thruster. These 2 jet propulsion units are a reward from the Navy for you. I certainly do not possess the means to purchase such expensive equipment. Electric? Indeed, electric. This is a domestically improved version. The oil-burning jet propulsion units require 2,500 kilowatts of gas turbine power each, consuming fuel voraciously. These 2 behemoths would drain your Moon Palace vessel and Oppo's full tank within just 2 days. Thank you, Director Lu, for your thoughtful consideration. Do not hold it against me for my indiscretion. Alas, I have learned my lesson. I shall never wager with you again. Who could have possibly anticipated that the Weimashong 2 could maneuver? It seems as though it is being controlled by unseen hands. What then is the purpose of this collection of equipment? Aside from the 2 water jet thrusters, there are numerous boxes adorned with letters and numbers that the experts have yet to elucidate. Lithium-ion batteries. This is a reward bestowed upon us by a certain research institution that cannot be named, intended to power the 2 water jet thrusters, as well as other underwater tools, accompanied by 3,000 meters of underwater cable. How thoroughly considered. However, these items are not for the hands of the ordinary. One must ensure their secrecy. Understood. From now on, Mi Rong shall safeguard the key to this storage room. I shall not keep one for myself. We have other missions to attend to. It is time to depart. You and me, Rome, must get along well. Understood. I shall make it my priority to win her affection. Be gone. Hee. I am Luo Yinzu. Do you not think that the beauty would be captivated? Maintain a low profile. Remember to keep a low profile and refrain from drawing attention to yourself. Brother, can one truly remain inconspicuous while navigating the Moon Palace? What I mean is, do not boast about the rewards to everyone you encounter. No problem. I shall take my leave. Allow me to see you off. It is far better to retrieve the items swiftly. Fear not. We shall depart tonight. Rest for now. No worries. I am young and full of vigor. Be cautious with such bravado in the presence of elders, lest you provoke their ire. Director Liu is not old. He has only just turned 18 a few years ago. Depart. As I watched Director Liu's convoy gradually vanish into the night, Luo Feng turned to me, Rong, and suggested, shall we spend the night on the boat? Wherever you go, I shall follow. Mi Rong's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze from the dimly lit Moon Palace, unable to meet his eyes. Luo Feng pressed the remote key, shutting the rear compartment of the Moon Palace. He began dismantling the wooden planks that connected the rear compartment to the dock, saying, having remained single for 26 years by my own merit, I am uncertain how to feign a romantic relationship. Are you capable of such a charade? Mi Rong suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over. Very well. I too have remained single by my own prowess, and am unfamiliar with the games of love. This poses a dilemma. We must avoid acquaintances, lest our ruse be discovered. Fear not. I have undergone training, and know precisely what to say and what not to. Then I shall be at ease, my wife. Call me Xiao Rong. Rong? That works too. Suddenly, I recalled the television drama Lurking and mused. This is merely the beginning. They are fighting for their lives, while my mission feels no different from a vacation. Miss, you seem quite confident in your own abilities. Address me as Xiao Rong or Rong. Very well, Rong. I have trained in Iron Sand Palm. Luo Feng responded, a werewolf. You possess a touch more ferocity than the average person. Chapter 19. How dare outsiders be so audacious? Well, as the lights illuminated, Mi Rong gazed in awe at the resplendent Yukgong ship, her lips forming a shape of disbelief reminiscent of a quail egg. Her steps faltered. Previously, she had marveled at the opulent teak flooring and the glimmering chrome fixtures in the ship's storage compartment, astonished by the yacht's lavishness. She had assumed that was the epitome of luxury. Now, her heart trembled with the realization. No wonder it is called the Moon Palace. Just look at the gentle glow of the staircase lights, the exquisite texture of the dark unknown that comprises the stairs. Within this space, one feels as though they have been transported to a celestial palace far removed from the mundane world. If the main staircase is so intimidating, how awe-inspiring must the yacht's primary chambers be? Should I step with my left foot or my right? Beautiful lady, please, we must make haste to Xisha Longdong. Came Luo Feng's invitation, rousing her from her reverie. Oh, she replied obediently, lifting her foot to ascend the staircase. Suddenly recalling the need to correct herself. You may call me Xiao Rong or Rong. I must cultivate this habit to avoid revealing my true identity in front of outsiders. Very well, May. Rong, Luo Feng reluctantly adjusted to the new appellation. Leading the way to the captain's cabin. It sounds like Mei Yang. Well, now that you mention it, I am even less inclined to call you that. Let us gradually get used to it. First, I must convey to you the gravity of the situation. The matter of the spy? Indeed. It has been many years since ordinary individuals were assigned professional security personnel. When I received the order, I initially thought my superiors were jesting. Your emphasis on this matter implies that the American faction is intent on eliminating me, does it not? If the situation were not so dire, why would I be reassigned? How should I cooperate? Simply conduct myself as usual, without exhibiting any unusual behavior. One must trust in the strength of our national security apparatus, according to standard logic. Spies would be apprehended before they could act. My assignment here is merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Such confidence. On our home turf, outsiders shall not act with impunity. However, the fact that the Americans are willing to send operatives indicates they possess substantial assurance. How can you ascertain that their spies are not part of a long game we have intentionally set in motion? Goodness, that is indeed ruthless. When dealing with adversaries, such should be the approach. Well then, can you tell me how many individuals the Americans have dispatched to take my life? I find myself more curious about what you have accomplished to receive such rewards, including the lunar project. Director Liu has instructed me not to divulge this information to anyone other than him. Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring further. And you should also avoid asking me about work-related matters. So, what shall we discuss? Let us talk about the ocean. I have long wished to see the sea. And I finally have the chance. The vast ocean, all water. I am aware. The water teems with fish. Are they delicious? You have posed the right question. Once the topic of food arises, Luo Feng is wide awake. In a hurried manner, he set the course for the Moon Palace and switched to autopilot mode, then turned to leave. I shall go fishing. We shall enjoy fresh sashimi tomorrow morning. I will join you. You should rest. I will prepare the bait and then sleep as well. Whether we catch any fish is entirely up to fate. I cannot allow you to leave my sight. Rong, I believe you are merely tempted by my presence. Comrade Luo Feng, please maintain some decorum. You truly lack a sense of humor. There are 2 suites behind the captain's quarters, facing each other. We each have one. I will accompany you to set the hook. Indeed, it feels quite domestic. A harmonious husband and wife. You truly are single by choice. Your tongue is quite sharp. I am single, and I take pride in it. I serve as a role model for all the single souls out there. After properly setting the fishing hook, Luo Feng finally managed to shake off the clingy Mi Rong. He closed the door with a sigh of relief. He hurried to the table to check the heartbeat of the still motionless old turtle. Not bad. The heartbeat is noticeably stronger. At this point, although he was uncertain about the specific events that had transpired, he could surmise a general idea. It seemed that during the process of the I Ching and Apos' spiritual cleansing, the old turtle had expended a considerable amount of magical power or consciousness, which accounted for its prolonged slumber. The old creature had concealed many matters from him. For instance, after the I Ching and Apos' cleansing, he had gained immense strength akin to that of a wild bull, something the old turtle had never mentioned. He was still in the process of exploring whether there were any other miraculous effects. While attempting to fend off Typhoon Wymashong No. 2, he inadvertently stumbled and a fishhook pierced his palm. He applied a band-aid, yet to his astonishment, the next day, upon removing it, the wound inflicted by the fishhook had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the task of combating the storm, leaving little time for contemplation. Now, upon reflection, he realizes that his body has transformed into a postnatal Dao body, capable of cultivation. Perhaps it serves other purposes as well. Nonetheless, this revelation did not bring him joy. The origins of the old tortoise are shrouded in mystery and wonder. It is difficult to articulate. What if he, like Han Li, encountered a sinister individual akin to Dr. Mo, who relentlessly sought to seize his body? The appearance of the tortoise elder imbued his surroundings with an increasingly ethereal quality, subtly drawing him into the narrative of a Xianxia novel. Ensuring that the tortoise elder was out of danger, he calmly cast himself onto the soft mattress to sleep. Why are you up so early? In the early morning, after completing his morning routine, Luo Feng stretched in the sunlight and noticed Mi Rong jogging around the deck. I placed the fish in the kitchen on the first floor. I didn't handle it since I didn't recognize it, but I also made some porridge. Remember to drink it. Mi Rong, while jogging, looked up and revealed a beaming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, resembling a flickering flame. Luo Feng, slightly taken aback, raised his hand in gratitude. Thank you. No need to thank me. Mi Rong waved her hand, continuing her morning run. Staring blankly at her vibrant figure as it vanished around the corner, Luo Feng felt a pang of longing. If only she were truly my wife. How wonderful that would be. It was the first time a girl had prepared breakfast for him. Luo Feng devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, and after finishing, he even took the initiative to wash the dishes. He then set about skillfully preparing a silver-white mackerel. The fish was not particularly large, measuring only about a foot in length, and would fetch merely a few yuan per pound at the fish market in Chawang village. After removing the entrails and bones, its net weight was less than 2 pounds. In a short while, under his deft manipulation, the mackerel was transformed into 2 large platters of pristine, delicate flesh, meticulously arranged atop a bed of crushed ice. Having prepared a dipping sauce and carefully adjusted the presentation, he called out to Mi Rong, who was energetically exercising on the deck. Come, sample my culinary skills, fresh sashimi. Aren't we talking about sashimi? Why is it sashimi here? Upon hearing about food, Mi Rong approached with remarkable speed. Sashimi is our traditional term. The Japanese refer to it as sashimi, but the method of consumption is quite similar, with only slight differences in cutting techniques. Wow, it's really spicy and slightly sweet. The sweetness came from the fish, while the spiciness was from the wasabi and chili peppers. Take your time eating. I have work to do. I'll simmer the mackerel tail in the kitchen, so keep an eye on it. What work? A secret. Oh, I see. Director Liu has instructed that I must not disturb your important tasks. So should I save some sashimi for you? It's all yours. I've eaten this since I was a child and have grown weary of it. Chapter 20. A grand scheme. Damn it. To dare send someone to assassinate me, I shall retaliate with grandeur. Luo Feng did not rush into the water. Instead, he hurried to his suite and dialed old Lu's number. Lu Gu, I have suddenly conceived a new idea. What if we tow the Hansen directly back to a fully enclosed dry dock and dismantle it? Wouldn't that yield more equipment data? Do you have any idea how many satellites are surveying the South China Sea? A tone of disbelief emanated from the receiver as old Lu responded. That is quite a challenge. How can you ensure it won't surface? I'll handle the issue of the Hansen surfacing. You just need to arrange for a few reliable fishing boats to assist in towing it to the Shisha Islands, and also designate a towing coordinate. Can you really manage that? Rest assured, this is my area of expertise. What assistance do you require? Have the fishing boats bring a few tons of steel pipes and a DC welder. What size of fishing boat are we talking about? Over 5,000 horsepower. All right. I and AMP, Oppos, LL send you the coordinates right away and dispatch a speedboat with the welder and steel pipes. Do you need welders? Yes. Quite the craftsmanship. While Luo Feng was on the phone, Mirong rested her face in her hands, staring blankly at the exquisite fish sashimi laid before her on the dining table. It was meticulously prepared and pleasing to the eye. A lush bed of green lettuce adorned a seemingly priceless bone china platter, with glistening ice shavings piled atop the lettuce. The pearly white fish fillets were neatly arranged atop a bed of ice shavings. At one end of the elongated boned china plate lay a vibrant red cherry tomato, while at the opposite end rested a delicately sliced piece of tender yellow lemon. In a petite and exquisite boned china bowl, layers of oil and seasonings were distinctly visible. Before her was a picturesque tableau. Coupled with the yacht restaurant and Oppos' atmosphere simple, understated, yet luxurious, she found herself momentarily transported to a high-end hotel dining establishment. She felt a twinge of reluctance to disturb this ambience that brought such pleasure to her senses. Carefully, she picked up her chopsticks to fill the gap she had inadvertently created, continuing to gaze dreamily at the fish sashimi. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Suddenly, she recalled her purpose and rose to search for Luo Feng, only to discover that he had already moved the underwater propulsion device to the ship's railing and was securing the ropes. That physique, truly remarkable. Watching Luo Feng's exposed contours made her cheeks flush involuntarily. Yet, he evidently noticed her presence and, feeling a bit shy, couldn't divert his gaze, leaving him to continue observing her. Meanwhile, her mind raced, contemplating what she might say. Before she could gather her thoughts, she saw Luo Feng suddenly smile at her and wave, then hoisted the ropes and, with the propulsion device in hand, leapt into the sea. Turning his back to the ship, "Ah!" Mi Rong exclaimed, quickly bounding over to the spot where Luo Feng had entered the water. However, she found only emptiness, as both he and the device had vanished without a trace. Was this labor merely a dive? Why was he not in a wetsuit? Without an oxygen tank, he surely couldn't go too deep, could he? A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Regrettably, I find myself akin to a clumsy duck, hesitant to venture into the water. The ethereal beauty of the Shisha glass mirage eludes my appreciation as I anxiously pace back and forth. Time slips away, second by second. The unease in my heart intensifies, and I cannot restrain myself from tugging at the mooring rope. Luo Feng, are you still there? Can you hear my voice? It has been 5 minutes. Why haven't you surfaced yet? Oh, this is exasperating. 10 minutes have passed. Luo Feng, who is without an oxygen tank, must have encountered misfortune. Biting her lip, Mirong dialed Director Lu's number. Director, I have made a grave mistake. What is it? A calm voice emanated from the receiver. Luo Feng. He dived without an oxygen tank, and it has been 10 minutes since he submerged. Without an oxygen tank? Indeed, I am certain. Was he wearing a wetsuit? I am certain he was not, nor did he have scuba gear. Director Lu's voice suddenly cracked. Why didn't you stop him? I was wrong. I should not have indulged, allowing him to plunge into the water while I was distracted by my cravings. Mirong suddenly began to sob. Calm down. You need to remain composed. Think carefully about any details that might have been overlooked. Did he dive in while carrying the mooring rope and the propulsion device? With the propulsion device? I am certain he entered the water while holding the propulsion device. Then there is no cause for alarm. The propulsion device is equipped with a small oxygen tank that can provide oxygen for an hour. Oh, why was I not informed of this sooner? You nearly terrified me to death. Mirong pouted, squatting on the deck, feeling as helpless as a child. The stern command of old Lu echoed in her earpiece. Stand at attention. Yes. With a sudden motion, Mirong sprang to her feet, shaking off the tears that had just fallen. You are a soldier. In times of crisis, maintain your calm composure and do not panic. Yes. In 1 hour. If Luo Feng has not surfaced, call me. Yes. That is all. The call ended. Yes. When Luo Feng emerged from the water, Mirong's eyes flashed with anger, presenting an intimidating demeanor. He, too, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Unlike his usual banter, he swiftly climbed aboard, stowed the underwater propulsion device in the storage compartment for charging. This remarkable device enabled him to effortlessly plunge into the depths, swiftly locating the sunken Henson and securing the cable. After rinsing off the seawater that clung to him, he donned his clothes and returned to his cabin, resuming his vigil over the old tortoise basking in the sun. In jest, he launched a mental assault on the tortoise. Old tortoise, today I made mackerel sashimi. You are missing out. He continued, speaking of which, the beauty of Shisha is simply mesmerizing. Don't you wish to peek out and see for yourself? Why has the typhoon vanished? Another one like Typhoon Wilma would be splendid. Did you know, old tortoise, that the American mixed fleet is heading to the South China Sea? With a few more typhoons, I could easily take them down. How lonely it is to be invincible. After enduring half an hour of this relentless mental barrage, the tortoise was rescued by a speedboat transporting steel pipes and welders. Luo Feng directed the soldiers, acting as welders, to fabricate a steel pipe framework reminiscent of the ancient horse-repelling structures, utilizing 10 tons of steel pipes. This colossal framework sank into the ocean, with one end submerged and tethered to the Hansen vessel by a cable, while the other end emerged above the water and Appos' surface, secured to 4 approaching fishing boats. As the 4 vessels roared forth, exhaling plumes of black smoke, the once silent Hansen gradually ascended from the depths, gliding stealthily beneath the surface under the strain of the fishing boat's pull. Luo Feng refrained from using the Yuegong to perform the towing. Instead, he expertly maneuvered his yacht to follow closely behind the fishing boats, occasionally submerging to monitor the Hansen's depth, anxious not to inadvertently bring it to the surface. Fortunately, the massive steel pipe barricade proved effective, allowing the Hansen to maintain a steady position 200 meters underwater. Concurrently, the recently arrived 4-star admiral of the Eagle Nation at the Manila base received an urgent report from his subordinates. General, the Rabbits have deployed 2 Type 055 destroyers, 4 Type 054 frigates, and 3 Coast Guard vessels to commence patrols. Chapter 21. The Island of the Square Pot. The situation in Huagua is quite revolting. The general barely settled into his seat before being provoked into action. The burly man shook his golden beard and inquired, has the Navy of Huagua released any information? Indeed. Just now, the South Sea Fleet issued a directive to search for the Hansen, stating that they are assisting us in locating it. Upon hearing this report, a sudden scheme struck the burly man's mind. Let us gather a few witnesses and some reporters to assert that they witnessed the Hansen being sunk by the 055 vessel. General, there appears to be a complication. A significant number of Huagua fishing boats have suddenly appeared in the South Sea, and I suspect they intend to provoke a confrontation. The audacity of these desperate rabbits. How many operational vessels do we currently have at the base? Only 2. Only 2? The rest are under repair. And the damage inflicted by the Weimaxen II is not to be underestimated. The burly man furrowed his brow deeply. Request assistance from the Guam base and have them dispatch large reconnaissance aircraft to aid us. Should we still send out ships to monitor their movements? Yes, we must deploy them. We have enough vessels. We need to project an imposing presence and confront them with the might of the Blue Star. Understood, General. Additionally, let us issue a bounty. Inform the local indigenous fishermen that they may receive a reward of 5,000 meters for any information they can provide regarding the Haidong U-9527. Understood, General. The bounty will also be effective for those Han individuals. Mobilize all available resources to uncover every detail regarding the Haidong U-9527. Understood, General. With nothing to occupy his time, Luo Feng decided to switch to autopilot mode, reclining on the sofa while scrolling through his phone. He was primarily curious to gauge the reactions of the American media. The Americans were rather endearing. Any hint of activity, even before an official announcement, would be promptly reported by the press. There existed little in the way of secrets. He mused that the CIA might also be prone to leaking information. It was entirely possible that spies had yet to locate him, while Western media had already broadcast the news. That would certainly create quite the spectacle. Although he found no news related to spies, he stumbled upon articles concerning the South China Sea. The antagonistic Americans had dispatched a pitiful pair of destroyers. Yet their audacity was remarkable as they attempted to breach the 12 nautical miles of Chinese territorial waters. The protagonist, the Rabbit, was not to be outdone, sending forth Coast Guard vessels boldly proclaiming their intent to ram the enemy ships, which sent the American destroyers scurrying in disarray. 6 naval vessels continued to loom protectively over the Americans, leaving the journalist at a loss for words. Luo Feng, reveling in the chaos, quipped, "Goodness. Are they seeking the Hansen? It and Appos. It's absurd that the Navy concocted such an excuse. If the Americans knew the truth, Woon and Appos, they be livid? TSK. The rhetoric of patriotic youth can be quite harsh. What is merely a cover for our operations is spun into a narrative of subservience to the Americans. How infuriating for the Navy. Truly, how lonely it is to be invincible. The solitude of unshared truths is profound and overwhelming. After expending 3 days journeying to the designated shipyard, the 4 fishing boats assigned to tow need not dock. They merely connect the ropes binding them to the winch cable. The rest will be managed by the winch. Meanwhile, the oblivious American destroyer continues to patrol the South China Sea, while eager fishermen are merely casting their nets in pursuit of whatever strange catch they might find. Have you located the Hansen? Mi Rong inched closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's a secret, Luo Feng replied without lifting his gaze. After 3 days of close quarters, their conversations had grown less formal and distant. The immediate danger has been averted. Mi Rong wrinkled her nose in reporting. The spy who infiltrated Dongsher for reconnaissance has been apprehended. He is also a drug trafficker. Does that mean you intend to leave? No. Director Liu insists that I continue accompanying you for a while, just in case. Old Liu truly cares for me. What are your plans next? To earn money. Now I can rest easy. Just give me a heads up before you dive next time. I nearly had a heart attack last time. Could you do me a favor? What is it? Check through your channels when the American fleet, supposedly being redirected to Manila, will arrive via that route. What do you need that for? To extend a greeting. Your intentions are not pure. That fleet belongs to the Americans. If my intentions were genuine, wouldn't you strike me down in an instant? That and amp, Oppos, that's more like it. I will take a look for you. Hurry back. Luo Feng was not lingering in the captain and amp, Oppos, cabin either. After setting the course, he returned to his suite to check on the old turtle's health. There was no alternative. His fortune depended on this old creature. It simply could not perish. If it did, he would be crushed under the debt of the long-line fishing vessel purchased through installments. Rest assured, even if you were to pass, I would not follow suit. If there is something delicious, please serve it to me at once. The old turtle suddenly poked its head out slowly, its dark, beady eyes curiously observing Luo Feng as he listened with a stethoscope against its shell. Goodness! Luo Feng was startled, nearly deafened by the unexpected noise. Hurry up! I'm starving. The old turtle proudly stretched its limbs and tail, basking in the sunlight. Next time you decide to rest, could you not give me a heads up? For over 20 days, I've been prodding you with this stethoscope, worrying you might be dead. Well, your filial piety is commendable. The Lord will reward you with something good later. I tend to be rather pragmatic. Luo Feng rubbed his hands together, smiling. When there are benefits to be had, I generally can't wait until dawn. How ambitious. The old turtle raised its head with pride, slowly shifting its body, leaving behind a trail of thumb-sized, sparkling glass shards. You've left glass shards, Luo Feng complained, covering his nose in distaste. Fool, these are spirit stones, worth far more than what you refer to as diamonds. Damn, Luo Feng lamented, pounding his head in regret. Is that warehouse in the CI filled with spirit stones? Indeed. Why didn't you mention it sooner? No matter how many you acquire, a few will suffice. What are they for? They are for absorption. They are filled with spiritual energy. Once you find a suitable cultivation method, you can begin your practice. Won't you impart your knowledge? If you are not afraid of the risk of bodily explosion, you may learn the fundamental techniques. Well, let's take it slow. My current concern is how to earn money. Why are you short on funds again? I have incurred considerable debt after purchasing a ship. This one? It is even larger than this. There are outsiders aboard, making it inconvenient for me to assist you. No worries, I will wait until they leave to gather funds. In the meantime, I will help you explore other ruins. Head towards the East Sea. It is where the Isle of the Square Jug fell. The Isle of the Square Jug? Yes, it is a sacred ground closely associated with the Dragon Clan. Do tell me more. I wish to hear tales of the divine. Someone is at the door. We can talk tonight. You should enjoy the sun for now while I fetch some delicacies. Mi Rong's information retrieval is impressively swift. Unfortunately, the might of the Weimaxin 2 seems to have completely depleted the storm energy in the South China Sea. And the weather forecast indicates no typhoons will form there in the near future. For now, Luo Feng has no use for the information and must temporarily overlook the Eagle Sauce fleet. However, there is good news. The vast Pacific Ocean harbors more typhoons, providing him with greater operational latitude. He can incessantly wreak havoc on the Eagle Sauce and those who are living comfortably. Chapter 22. The 5 Oceans, I Shall Decide. According to reports, on September 23rd, the Eastern City Police apprehended a drug dealer and subsequently dismantled the associated network. Upon reading this succinct news article, Luo Feng found it challenging to link it to the matter of apprehending spies. However, after an elaborate explanation from Mi Rong, he swiftly grasped the underlying significance. This was a means of leaving no escape route for spies. In the nation, any crime related to drugs is essentially devoid of leniency. Be it individuals or their networks, the national security apparatus is resolute. Through such methods, they send a stern warning to foreign powers. Dare to overstep your bounds, and we shall respond with equal severity. Espionage, for great nations, is a routine affair. You pilfer some of my secrets, and I shall reciprocate in kind. Mutual vigilance and covert actions are the norm. Every major power maintains a ledger of grievances, poised for future retaliation. However, such grievances are typically confined to exchanges among professional organizations. Anyone daring to extend their malevolent reach towards ordinary citizens must be prepared for severe repercussions. The red line, an inviolable boundary. Through Mi Rong's instruction, Luo Feng realized that the espionage cases he had previously encountered in the news were merely trifles. The truly unforgivable cases operate beyond conventional norms. Any case that endangers civilians invariably traverses a special channel, employing thunderous measures to instill fear. This instills a profound sense of security. The Yuegong returned to port. After a prolonged period of travel, Luo Feng, accompanied by his girlfriend, indulged in a few delightful days in the village. Taking advantage of their relationship, he first sought to reassure his parents and the elders of the clan. To spare oneself from the incessant murmurs of one's own ear, find a partner, get married, start a family, and hasten, the relentless pressure to produce grandchildren is utterly exasperating. If only to provide his parents with a glimmer of hope, perhaps he could enjoy a few months of tranquility. After compensating sixth brother for the yacht and diving gear, and replenishing the Moon Palace with fuel, fresh water, and provisions, he was poised to set sail towards the East China Sea when old Lu unexpectedly arrived. Word has it you're heading out to sea again? Under the veil of night. Old Lu smoothly parked his gleaming red flag sedan at the dock and leaned out to greet the busy Luo Feng on the deck. The god of wealth has arrived. This morning, the 1 million yuan bonus that old Lu had applied for on his behalf had just been credited, and a sweet smile graced Luo Feng's face. Internally, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the Eagle Nation. A spy vessel worth tens of millions or even a billion yuan had been surrendered by a mere novice in exchange for a bonus. How bittersweet. He remained unaware that the research and development costs for the Hansen spy ship alone exceeded 30 billion yuan. Otherwise, he might have felt the loss more acutely. Today, I bring you splendid news. Old Lu alighted from his vehicle and nimbly boarded the deck. Let us find a well-lit spot to converse. Have the spies been apprehended? Luo Feng set aside his tasks and guided old Lu into the Moon Palace's most spacious chamber, the bar. Upon entering and surveying the surroundings, old Lu's expression turned serious as he retrieved a deep red document from his pocket, presenting it to Luo Feng with both hands. Congratulations, comrade Luo Feng. From this day forth, you are a reservist. Militia? Luo Feng looked astonished as he slowly accepted the militia certificate handed to him by old Lu. What is this performance all about? He pondered. After thorough deliberation by the higher-ups, the equipment previously sent is to be allocated for your use. However, the established rules must not be breached. Ordinary individuals cannot utilize such classified equipment for an extended period. Thus, we can only grant you an identity that permits its use. I hope you will cherish this opportunity and not squander these resources. Luo Feng, brimming with excitement, stood at attention and saluted. I promise to accomplish the mission. I will strictly adhere to the confidentiality regulations and ensure that these items do not fall into enemy hands. Old Lu, with a serious demeanor, returned the salute. Indeed. Now, relax. The official matters are settled. Here, this is your salary card. Salary? Is there even a stipend? Luo Feng inquired. It's modest, a mere 680 yuan per month. This is the economic level of our Eastern market, so do not feel aggrieved. Luo Feng lowered his gaze, delighting in the photograph and seal on the document. I never even dared to hope for a salary. That's understandable. Your recent bonuses surpass my lifetime earnings. That's thanks to Brother Lu's support. It's not merely my support. Your exceptional work has left me envious to the point of reddening my eyes. That vessel. Its value is immense, and our national security in the Eastern market has gained considerable clout within the entire system. Then I shall strive even harder, making Brother Lu's stature even more formidable and his voice resonate louder. Now, that is music to my ears. Shall I record it on my phone and play it for you daily? Get lost. Old Lu chuckled derisively as he flopped onto the leather sofa, bouncing slightly. The higher-ups, in light of your outstanding performance, have decided to grant you a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan. I don't even have such high standards as yours. Lu Good. Speak honestly, what exactly do you want me to do? Have you figured it out? I and Oppos am not foolish, with both salary and allowance involved. Does the state truly have excess funds to burn? Be on standby. We have yet to devise a conclusive plan. What is the general direction? I've heard of your exceptional diving skills, and thus, several comrades from the Research Institute wish to leverage your abilities to sabotage the underwater listening devices of the American military. Is that all? At last, Luo Feng relaxed his expression, standing at attention to salute. I assure you I will complete the mission. It seems you truly possess a talent for diving, as you don't even inquire about the difficulty of the task. 5,000 yuan. I'll take responsibility. Young man, your bravado exceeds even that of athlete's foot. This is not advisable. Just point me the way, and I shall clear the path. The crux of the matter is that the comrades at the Research Institute have yet to determine a specific location. They only have vague guesses. Guessing is still a start. I can dive and search. Areas near the Naha base, the Miyako Strait, and around Yokosuka port all warrant attention. Good heavens. He rattled off more than a dozen nearby locations in one breath, and Luo Feng began to piece together a mental map. The places old Lu mentioned were primarily potential routes for submarines to exit. He asked, somewhat helplessly, what is the actual range of these nearby areas? I'm not certain. However, the deeper the water, the more likely it is to be significant. Old Lu finds himself powerless. It seems that this is merely a gamble. You may interpret it as such. After all, if we manage to retrieve something, I shall apply for a reward on your behalf. There's no rush. We shall take our time. Underwater fixed sonar. How much is the reward? It remains uncertain, but I estimate it to be around 300 to 500. Very well, prepare the funds. I shall set sail immediately to retrieve a few hundred or even thousands for you. Let's drain the treasury of the Eastern District's national security. The odor here is quite pungent. By the way, concerning the locations you mentioned, do we possess our own underwater sonar? Confidential. Understood. We shall not salvage anything with Chinese characters. It is not quite that. We shall refrain from retrieving anything with the letters CN. Indeed. Furthermore, we must not sever any undersea cables, regardless of the nation. I comprehend this. Well then, I shall return to draft the materials to assist you in advancing your rank. Advancing rank? Of course. Militia is also military. Director Lu, you sounded truly impressive when you said that. Shall I record it on my phone and play it for you every day? Chapter 23. A self-invited descent into perdition in times of uncertainty. Seek the counsel of Mi Rong. Following the departure of old Lu, Luo Feng relentlessly inquired about the intricacies of underwater surveillance equipment. Through Mi Rong's meticulous explanations, he finally grasped the deployment patterns of these devices. For the sake of the nation, to ensure the safe passage of its submarines eastward, enabling them to launch a comprehensive strike against the adversary's heartland. The optimal route lies through the Bashi Channel. However, the adversary is suspected of having deployed persistent underwater detection systems in the southern reaches of the island. These systems extend beyond mere underwater sonar. More critically, they involve a network of integrated devices powered by underwater cables, forming a comprehensive detection grid that interlocks the entire western Pacific region, effectively sealing the nation's submarines within the first island chain. Hence, old Lu and Appo's deliberate instruction not to sever the submarine cables. The implication being, aside from the submarine cables, all other extraneous components are fair game for elimination. Such convoluted directives, Luo Feng remarked, expressing his frustration with old Lu and Appo's indirectness. He waved farewell to the silently smiling Mi Rong, saying, I shall return presently. You may proceed at a leisurely pace and await my return. With that, he plunged into the sea with a splash, clutching his underwater scooter. Submerged, he retrieved the Yang pearl from his pocket to sustain his breath. Venerable turtle, he addressed the creature. I entrust to you the task of neutralizing the independently operating sonar and detection devices, with the exception of those bearing the CN designation. I shall attend to severing the adversary's cable-based monitoring equipment. A bothersome undertaking. The venerable turtle grumbled from within his backpack. Having departed at dawn, they had traversed the 3-hour journey and arrived at the narrowest point of the Bashi Channel. It is rather frustrating that the underwater passage, most suitable for the Chinese blackfish, is flanked by both the Taiwanese and the allies of the U.S., neither of whom are amicable to China. Consequently, the U.S. can effortlessly install underwater surveillance devices here. We can only watch it sit idle, unable to capitalize on it. The U.S. is similarly unable to exploit it. The surrounding area of over 300 square kilometers, from the deepest seabed at over 5,000 meters to the shallower depths of 2,000 meters, is saturated with the two countries' dense array of underwater listening equipment. Anyone who dares to surface here is sure to be caught red-handed. Luo Feng is no exception. As he descended to about 400 meters on his underwater scooter, he was already detected. His trajectory appeared on the detection screen at the Manila Bay base. Report. The information officer quickly reported the news to the 4-star admiral with the large beard. An unidentified underwater moving signal has appeared in the Bashi Channel. Simultaneously, our 3,726 fixed sonars deployed on the seabed are rapidly converging. It's as if they've grown legs and can run. General Layton, I urge you to make a prompt assessment and recommend reporting to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Underwater fixed sonars with legs that can run? And an unidentified moving signal? General Layton was startled by the sudden information, plucking several golden, curly hairs from his beard. Are you certain of what you and Oppos? Saying, Mr. Information Officer? General, the situation is peculiar, but I am confident in my assessment, the information officer replied with a resolute gaze. Such an uncanny circumstance. Could it not be a software malfunction? Ah, your assertion holds merit. Indeed, such a possibility exists. To ensure absolute certainty, I authorize you to liaise with the intelligence personnel at the Kaohsiung base to ascertain whether there are any anomalies in the Bashi channel. Your perspicacity is unparalleled. General Layton, I nearly committed a strategic blunder. Upon hearing his subordinate and Oppos' adulation, the mustachioed general beamed with delight. Mr. Information Officer, I have unwavering faith in your professional acumen. Before his elation could endure, the information officer, having been absent for less than 10 minutes, sprinted back into his office, reporting, General, I have confirmed with the intelligence personnel at the Kaohsiung base that they too have detected peculiar phenomena and have already reported it to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Then what are you dawdling for? Hasten to report to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Layton roared, his anger barely contained. Those whelps at the Kaohsiung base. Reporting such trivial matters to the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Does this not make me appear incompetent? Alas, to atone for his oversight, he personally telephoned Mark Milley to apprise him of the detected anomalies. Upon concluding the call, he frantically dialed the intelligence personnel at the Kaohsiung base, instructing them to dispatch patrol boats to the adjacent waters with utmost haste to investigate the nature of the occurrence. The Manila base possesses a paucity of serviceable vessels, not to mention its location nearly 1,000 nautical miles from the Bashi Channel. By the time a vessel could arrive, the opportunity would have long passed. Damnation! As the generals of the Eagle Alliance were thrown into chaos, Luo Feng found himself astounded by the sheer volume of detection equipment that the old tortoise had brought back. So much apparatus could indeed form a small mountain. Suddenly, with such a large quantity of items taken away, would the girl on the ship not become suspicious? The old tortoise's tone was laced with mockery. It was said that the deepest part here exceeded 5,000 meters. I kindly request you to dispose of all the detection devices into the abyss, and later, I shall summon a fishing vessel to retrieve them. Leave a few behind for explanations upon our return. Perhaps a couple of hundred will suffice. I shall first sever their cable connections, as that is of utmost importance. That task is perilous. Exercise caution lest you meet an untimely end. Master Tortoise, would you truly let me perish? Are you plotting against me? I shall prepare a sumptuous meal for you upon my return. Very well. Just do not hinder our progress when we visit the Fenghu ruins. If only there were methods of cultivation, I would not be a burden. No need for your calculations. I am currently pondering where one might discover such methods. If all else fails, I shall pen a tome for you later. You would even devise your own techniques? The intricacies of human meridians are far too profound. Crafting a viable technique is no simple endeavor. Any hastily written method could lead to fatal consequences. With the old tortoise's assistance, Luo Feng disregarded the peril of the electric currents and resolutely severed the detection cables extending from the Kaohsiung base, securing them to the thruster for his return. As he neared the water's surface, he suddenly noticed a change in the conditions above. Stealthily approaching the ostensibly unfamiliar vessel, he surreptitiously peered over the gunwale to eavesdrop. Haidong U-9988, this is the Coast Guard. Your vessel has encroached upon our territorial waters. Heave to and prepare for inspection. Disregard this admonition thrice, and we shall be compelled to open fire. The dispatch was repeated verbatim. The vessel maintained a brisk pace, pursuing the Moon Palace yacht, which was not proceeding at full throttle. Upon discerning the broadcast, Luo Feng immediately recognized the ship's provenance. Verily, he mused, perdition comes unbidden. The Coast Guard's maltreatment of mainland fishermen was a long-standing grievance, and today would serve as an opportune moment to settle both recent and past scores. Whereupon, without further deliberation, he submerged once more into the aqueous depths, activating the formidable underwater reciprocating saw to eviscerate the Coast Guard's vessel. Alarm! Alarm! The hull is breached. The strident klaxon reverberated throughout the Coast Guard ship, inciting a cacophony of screams. Damage control, you imbeciles. What good is aimless running about? Save us. Get out of my way. You go handle damage control. Don't obstruct my escape. Who's in charge? Let them manage the damage. I'm just a rank-and-file soldier. I couldn't care less about damage control. Mother, I yearn to return home. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm unable to swim. Someone please assist me. I want my mommy. Wah. Chapter 24. Suddenly believing in God, such a scoundrel only preys upon defenseless fishermen. If one were to encounter a person of fiery temperament, they might just meet their demise. Hearing the anguished cries from behind, Luo Feng could not help but voice his discontent. Is it really this long? Mi Rong, assisting Luo Feng in tugging the cable for an extended period, could not contain her exasperation. 60 kilometers long. Luo Feng retorted, his patience wearing thin. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have procured a fishing vessel equipped with a crane. He refrained from mentioning that, in reality, the old tortoise was covertly lending its aid. Otherwise, the thick cables would be beyond their capacity to maneuver. Even though he had undergone the rigorous process of cleansing his essence through the I Ching, rendering him as robust as a mighty bull, he would still be incapable of hauling several tons of heavy inspection cables along with the attached equipment. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to attempt to pull all the cables at once. By drawing up a segment and securing it, they could allow the Yue Gong to tow it back. After a lengthy endeavor, they finally completed the securing process. Return to port. Luo Feng declared as he turned towards the captain's cabin, casually instructing Mi Rong, report the situation here to Director Lu, so he can come to the dock to collect the goods. I shall go wash up. He proceeded with methodical composure. Upon returning to the captain's cabin, he first set the course for Chowang village before indulging in a refreshing shower. Meanwhile, General Layton in Manila was struck with a cold sweat upon receiving a report from the information officer. Report, General. The news from the Kaohsiung base indicates that the costly underwater inspection equipment they constructed has mysteriously vanished. The dispersed fixed sonar detection devices seem to have sprouted legs, suddenly congregating at a depth of 5,126 meters. Our own fixed sonar deployment is also present there. General, I find myself compelled to believe in the existence of a higher power. To concentrate the fixed sonar systems scattered across 300 square kilometers within mere minutes is a feat that no mortal, save for God himself, could accomplish, not even the rabbits. This is my ultimate conclusion. What should I say? General Layton's thoughts came to a standstill as he mindlessly plucked at his prized golden curls, feeling not a hint of pain. Oh God, is it truly your divine intervention? Why must you conspire against me? Excluding the sonar systems at the Kaohsiung base, over 3,000 sonar devices, governed by the Manila base, represent a submerged detection matrix painstakingly established over 4 decades. And now, they are simply gone, as if swept away by a tempest. It is not the financial loss or the toil of 40 years that troubles him, but rather the threat to his own position. The order is given. Seal all information regarding the Bashi channel. After a moment of contemplation, General Layton finally emerged from his stupor, issuing commands and dismissing the information officer with a wave. He then dialed Mark Millie's number. Esteemed boss, something fantastical has occurred in the Bashi channel. The good news is that the cable monitoring network on the Luzon side remains stable. He framed the bad news as a fantastical occurrence, offering no precise conclusions. Subsequently, the report regarding the intact state of the cable monitoring network under the jurisdiction of the Manila base was submitted. This was a strategy that General Layton had pondered for quite some time, perhaps a means to alleviate some of the culpability. Oh God, a calamity has befallen him, one he cannot bear. Thus, he can only treat a dying horse as if it were alive. The cold voice of Mark Millie echoed through the microphone. General Layton, I require a detailed investigation report. Your time is limited. Please be prudent. Yes, boss. Layton grimaced as he accepted the task. He then furiously commanded all vessels at Manila port to set sail for the Bashi Channel, including those currently under maintenance at the docks, taking personal command of the operation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng received a call from Old Lu but did not return to the Chowang village dock. Instead, he hastened his vessel to the designated military port. Brother, your speed of action. I am at a loss for words. Before the ship had even come to a complete stop, Old Lu swiftly leaped onto the deck. Hey, it's my first time doing this, and I had no idea this thing was electrified. I nearly got electrocuted. Luo Feng mockingly complained, pointing to the long tail of the ship to boast of their achievements. Old Lu and Apos' expression instantly soured as he shot a fierce glare at Mi Rong. He then turned away with a sigh. There is a hospital at the port. Let them conduct a full-body checkup to ensure no hidden dangers remain. Never mind. Let the soldiers hoist this contraption away first. It's far too heavy. The Yugong ship, with its maximum speed of only 12 knots, would stand no chance of escape should pursuers arrive. Rest assured, my brother, I shall promptly reach out to the port engineer today to ensure the installation of the 2 water jet propellers, along with a generator. Brother Lu, this matter is indeed reliable. I was just pondering how to install the water jet propellers. The engineer at this port frequently maintains the 022 vessel, and installing the water jet propellers is a trivial task for him. So, does this mean we cannot depart for the time being? Let us go. First, we must check our health. There is truly no need. Yes, we must conduct a thorough examination. It would be remiss of me not to provide a proper account to your parents. Alas, wait for me to bring the turtle. TSK, still looking half alive, are we? Gossip can be deadly. Initially, upon hearing Mi Rong's explanation, Luo Feng believed that the underwater cable detection equipment was rather straightforward, as was the underwater sonar. One could casually procure it and exchange a handful of small coins. However, once he set to work, he discovered that reality was far more brutal than he had imagined. The detection equipment, connected to cables as thick as an arm, weighed at least 100 kilograms each, with one unit every 300 meters, extending over 60 kilometers. Even the standalone underwater listening sonar weighed dozens of kilograms. It nearly exhausted both him and me Rome. Fortunately, only 110 units were brought up. Had they needed to retrieve thousands, life would have been unbearable. One would be worked to the bone. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the underwater detection equipment fixed in key positions was quite different from the temporary sonars deployed by spy vessels in the South China Sea. That trivial contraption pales in comparison to the fixed sonar that constitutes a matrix. It is akin to a distant descendant. What an unfortunate circumstance. In a bid to flaunt his achievements, he boasted rather audaciously. Consequently, he was compelled by old Luo to visit the harbor hospital for a comprehensive examination by the military physician. Blood tests, urine tests, x-rays, magnetic resonance imaging. Each procedure was administered in succession. The following day, after a hearty meal, Luo Feng, accompanied by old Luo, sought out the doctor to discuss the diagnosis. The once amiable doctor, now stuttering and adjusting his black-framed glasses, hesitantly remarked, "Young man, your test results will likely need to be re-evaluated. Please wait a moment." "Doctor, please disclose the reality of the situation. Regardless of the ailment, I can endure it," Luo Feng replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Fearless of the heavens and the earth, he dreaded the sight of a doctor adjusting his glasses. He had heard the adage before. It was evident that something concerning had been discovered, prompting the doctor's hesitation. Old Luo, perceptive as ever, quickly urged Luo Feng to depart. Let us go. The doctor said to wait. "We shall return shortly. I shall show you some intriguing things you've never encountered before, like the 022 submarine." Brother Luo, had I been unaware of my actual condition, I might have been even more terrified. Luo Feng remained steadfast. "Do not misconstrue my words." The doctor suddenly rose, shaking his hands and chuckling heartily. "Oh, you both have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is that this young man is not ill. Rather, how should I put it? His physical indicators are somewhat beyond human capacity. Remarkably robust. I suspect there may have been an error in the machinery." Chapter 25. Natural beauty difficult to abandon. The cellular vitality is 200 times that of an ordinary person, which should allow for many more years of life. Muscle strength. Well, it's 62 times, not too outrageous, almost capable of arm wrestling a silverback gorilla, which I can somewhat comprehend. Vision remains remarkably normal, only marginally superior to that of an average individual, with the optic nerve's prominence being a mere fraction more. Its specific implications remain unclear. Internal organ functionality is formidable. Essentially, one can dismiss the possibility of succumbing to any toxin. These are the benefits conferred by superhuman cellular vitality. The doctor, perusing the freshly acquired test report, continually elucidated to Luo Feng the peculiarities of his extraordinary constitution. To obtain this report, several seldom utilized tests were conducted, such as muscle strength assessments and monitoring of the optic nerve's prominence. Old Luo, astonished, circled around Luo Feng as though observing an extraterrestrial. "Mi Rong has reported that you dive without a wetsuit. I am beginning to believe it." "I have always been this way." Luo Feng shrugged helplessly, indicating his ignorance. "Natural beauty is difficult to forsake. I too did not anticipate transforming into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex after the muscle and marrow refinement. Young comrade, there is a matter for which I require your consent." The doctor adjusted his glasses and began. "Surely you do not intend to slice me for research." A sense of foreboding stirred within Luo Feng. "You may rest assured that I will comply with any reasonable request. The blood, cells, and hair collected during the examination. I seek your authorization for research. This peculiar phenomenon manifesting in your being appears to transcend the limits of human existence, presenting significant research value. Who knows? It may give rise to a plethora of scholarly achievements aimed at enhancing human life functions." With a sigh of relief, Luo Feng clutched his heart and exhaled. "Authorization, authorization. As long as you refrain from slicing me for study, I will grant you as much authorization as you desire. Truth be told, were it not for the constraints of law, I would be tempted to dissect you for research. Such a lure is hard to resist." The doctor chuckled jovially. "Thank the omnipotent civil code. It is indeed the criminal law that has saved me this time. Young comrade, please sign here for confirmation." "Is it acceptable if my handwriting is a bit untidy?" "Quite dreadful," Luo Feng retorted. "Yet, it is 100 times better than the indecipherable scrawl you pen. That is my physician's script. Even so, it still resembles gibberish." "Fair point. I shall refrain from such remarks in the future." The old doctor's gaze turned unsettling, akin to that of a starving wolf, fixating on Luo Feng and sending shivers down his spine. After signing, he awkwardly fled the hospital. Upon exiting, he was met with the sight of a colossal steel behemoth slowly approaching the dock under the tow of a ship. The 11th vessel is officially commissioned, and this is the training commissioning ceremony, old Lu explained, drooling slightly at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it said that the period from launching to commissioning typically spans 2 to 3 years for trials? That is merely the tradition of the Eagles. It bears no relation to us. What do you imply? I cannot articulate my thoughts clearly, but it seems related to the innovation and iteration of shipbuilding technology. It appears that modern shipbuilding techniques allow for vessels to undergo trials in a significantly shorter time than those of the United States. I understand now. Our shipbuilding technology surpasses that of the Americans. That is essentially the sentiment. Alas, I am unable to take photographs, otherwise I could boast about it for an entire year on social media. If you dare to take a photo, I will seize you immediately. Lu, you cannot best me. I am armed. I am also a soldier. Why would I not have a weapon? There will be milk, there will be bread, and there will also be a wife. The two of them silently observed the aircraft carrier 003, which loomed over them like an unstoppable force, trembling as they felt the oppressive presence of this steel behemoth. They were then ushered away by soldiers maintaining order. The sharp lines of the 003 exuded an undeniable majesty, and they could not tear their eyes away. Unfortunately, the Yuegong has already undergone its modifications. They had no choice but to depart the port together. Old Lu was not even qualified to attend the commissioning ceremony of the steel giant. Remember this port, as 003 faded into a mere speck on the horizon. Old Lu began to attend to business. Henceforth, your Yuegong can come here for refueling at any time. This is your pass. The reward comes from the Navy. Regrettably, there is a cap on bonuses, and your contributions this time were so significant that you were only awarded 500,000. The Navy feels quite remiss about this. Thus, a compromise was reached. Regardless, your Yuegong vessel will still need to clear the deep-sea obstacles for the Great Black Fish, and at the very least, we must reimburse your fuel expenses. It would be unjust to incur losses. Once the official documentation from the Navy is delivered, you will be able to use it to replenish fuel, repair your vessel, and seek assistance at any naval port. As for the bonus concerning the 110 underwater sonar units, I will apply for that later. It involves several agencies, and the process is somewhat intricate. Please be patient. It will eventually be deposited into your salary account. Furthermore, I have decided to temporarily hold off on your promotion materials until your accomplishments accumulate a bit more for a collective declaration. You rascal. The Navy has generously awarded a first-class merit this time. If you continue to achieve such feats, I shall soon have to address you as chief. Old Lu was speaking. While Luo Feng listened without interruption, his attention captivated by the modified control panel. The Navy's technicians not only assisted in installing 2 water jet propellers and a generator, but also configured a 10-ton lithium-ion battery pack and replaced the domestic wireless signal receiver on the Yuegong. For concealed towing hooks equipped with small winches were deliberately added to the stern. Additionally, software engineers were brought in to replace the vessel's original control software. Now, the Yuegong's intelligence system is significantly more powerful than before. While he wasn't entirely clear on the specific metrics, he was aware that the voice control feature was exceptionally effective. Aside from the addition of a microphone at the control panel, there appeared to be no other new components. Surely, full speed ahead. Old Lu interrupted, instructing the newly named artificial intelligence. Destination, Chawang Village Dock. Shirley's voice was gentle. Yes, master. The engines roared to full power, accelerating to 34 knots. With the afterburners engaged, the speed surged to 55 knots. The Moon Palace, racing at full throttle, felt less like a vessel navigating the sea and more akin to gliding upon its surface, leaving behind a faint wake. The sensation of high speed created an invisible barrier, jolting Mi Rong, who stood at the bow, causing her to stagger. Grasping the handrail, she struggled back to the captain's quarters, exclaiming, "This is insane. Can the ship really go this fast? We must accelerate further," Luo Feng insisted. His gaze fixed on the radar screen at the control panel. There's a 60-kilometer underwater cable monitoring network at the southern end of the Bashi Channel that we need to retrieve. Old Lu, alarmed, cautioned, "Don't take unnecessary risks. We've received word that all ships in Manila Harbor have mobilized and are concentrated in the Bashi Channel for inspection. If the Americans are capable, why would they leave the Bashi Channel? If they dare to leave, I will retrieve the underwater monitoring network. Actually, you could consider diverting your plans elsewhere. Perhaps towards the Japanese side. Old Lu, you are a good man. With such a long chain of pearls, how could the Americans possibly guard every location? Fine. Once I drop you off at Chawang Village, I shall take a detour around the Japanese vicinity. Are you saying that I am a burden to you? Is that what you think? Brother, I have certainly assisted you in applying for the bonus. My dear brother, Lu, I acknowledge my mistake. Chapter 26. Unworthy of the truth, today is a splendid day, when all that one wishes for can come to fruition. Luo Feng contentedly hummed a tune, reclining on the sofa while scrolling through his phone. After seeing off old Lu, he did not linger any longer. He casually instructed Shirley to autonomously set the course towards the Mariana Trench at an economical cruising speed. Then he settled back comfortably. There was no need to steer the vessel, no fishing to be done. He was left with nothing but to peruse the news on his phone. The times have changed. After installing a domestically produced mobile signal receiver, he was able to access the internet via satellite communication, even in the absence of domestic communication base stations. In emergencies, he could even utilize the military signals from the beta system. In short, the internet connection was remarkably smooth. Recent news was particularly intriguing. Under the mounting public outcry, the defense minister of the Eagle Empire was compelled to hold a press conference to disclose the damages caused by Typhoon Amazon 2. According to the minister, due to the ferocious assault of the strongest typhoon in the South China Sea, the Eagle Empire's 4 military branches suffered losses totaling over 30 warships. Among these were a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier weighing 100,000 tons and more than 90 carrier-based aircraft that had lost their repair value. An amphibious aircraft carrier was capsized by the typhoon, along with the loss of 20 F-35s and 40 Ospreys. 2 Seawolf-class nuclear attack submarines belonging to the 7th Fleet, as well as 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, were also among the casualties. The most significant losses were incurred by 25 Aegis-equipped destroyers and their accompanying helicopters. Naturally, the majority of these losses pertain to the Navy and the Marine Corps. The figures themselves are not particularly alarming. What is truly disconcerting is the loss of 17 F-22 fighter jets, 62 F-35A aircraft, 2 B-2 stealth bombers, and over 300 various other aircraft and transport planes by the Air Force. In a rather blunt summary, Operation Waymaxon 2 has eradicated all aircraft, bombers, and transport planes deployed by the United States in the Western Pacific. The American Air Force has been rendered powerless in this region. In contrast, the Naval and Marine Corps forces appear to be merely surviving. Casualty figures have yet to be disclosed. Coupled with the destruction of fixed facilities, the total estimated losses soar into the trillions of dollars. What piqued Luo Feng's attention was not the figures released by the United States, but rather the comments from domestic netizens. Today is a fine day. I shall set off firecrackers. The citizens of Fujian remarked, as long as the statue of Ma Zhu is sufficiently restored, the United States will be swept out of the Western Pacific by the typhoon. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, sins of one's own making cannot. Some prominent figures are shedding tears. The darkest hour has arrived. This time, we are all Americans. I intend to create an account to list these so-called spiritual American figures for my comrades to critique daily. When shall we witness Operation Waymaxon 3? Recently, the South China Sea has been remarkably tranquil. Without any troublesome forces stirring up trouble, the weather has been exceptionally pleasant. Observing so many unscrupulous individuals, I too cannot help but smile unrepentantly. I propose establishing a Waymaxon celebration day, so we may revel together. There is no rush. The national day is approaching. Damn those adjusted holidays. Let us refrain from uttering such disheartening remarks. I find a peculiar delight in observing the lamentable demeanor of the American Secretary of Defense as he beseeches the heavens for solace. Is this not the exclusive domain of the rarest of sects? Under their governance, one would expect a congregation of prayerful souls. What was once old news cannot possibly be termed newsworthy. Tired of the incessant commentary, Luo Feng suddenly perceives that what is deemed news is indeed excessively antiquated. The events surrounding Typhoon Wymason's aftermath have transpired over 2 weeks ago, yet reports continue to circulate regarding the damages incurred. There has been nary a mention of their valiant deeds in the Bus Strait. He feels a twinge of discontent. Were it not for the constraints of confidentiality, he would be inclined to compose a sensational report himself, one that would undoubtedly captivate attention. Nevertheless, even old news possesses its allure. He particularly enjoys the stories of those who, despite enjoying a relatively comfortable existence, now find themselves plunged into darkness. Yes, plunged into darkness, a sudden return to the Stone Age. Perhaps it could be aptly retitled, A Life of Relative Misery. In this modern era, devoid of electricity and the internet, how does one navigate daily existence? Observing those who are now enduring a more dismal existence provides a glimpse into the reality. Everywhere is strewn with wood soaked by seawater or rain, as people hastily gather it to ignite fires for cooking. Fortunately, the seas remain bountiful with fish. The colossal tsunami brought not only seawater, but also an abundance of marine life, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. The air in the city is thick with the stench of rotting fish, mingled with the equally foul aroma of dismembered remains. It is akin to a hellish realm. Grandfather Turtle, I wonder, if I were to craft you a statue, would it grant you an extension of your days? In the comment sections everywhere, one can observe encouraging remarks advocating for the construction of a statue of Mazu. Inspired by this, Luo Feng whimsically pondered the idea of erecting a statue for Lord Turtle. Do not involve me in this. The usually languorous Lord Turtle suddenly shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, exclaiming, "All those who have received incense offerings have perished. It is rather those like me, who lack such devotion, that possess a slim chance of survival." What exactly transpired? Luo Feng's curiosity intensified. Do not inquire further. The truth eludes me, for my status is lowly and my power feeble, rendering me unworthy of the truth. Then what remains at the ruins of the Fenghu immortal realm? To be precise, it is not merely ruins, but fragments of Fenghu. I can sense a small shard. Are there spiritual stones? How would I know? Why else would we venture there? I had hoped for fortune. Do not be blinded by greed. The broken bowl and jade stone you extracted from the dragon cave are treasures in their own right, often kept close to enhance one's vitality. Is it truly so miraculous? Grant me the Yang Pearl. You, esteemed elder, are immensely wealthy. Surely, you would not begrudge such a trivial pearl? Allow me to unlock the space within the pearl for you. Do not merely use it as a mere light bulb. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon realizing Lord Turtle's intent for the Yang Pearl, Luo Feng joyfully presented it with both hands. However, Lord Turtle did not accept it. Instead, he lifted his head and muttered a few incomprehensible phrases. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable spiritual connection with the Yang Pearl, distinctly sensing a vast space within it, comparable to the size of a classroom. He felt a tinge of confusion. Is this a storage orb? Such a waste. The old turtle sighed deeply, falling silent and closing his eyes to continue basking in the sunlight. Humph, if you ignore me, I shall seek out the young lady for amusement. Luo Feng left the suite, casting aside the old turtle. The moment he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered Mirong, who had just opened her door as well. What a coincidence. Are you also seeking a breath of fresh air? It is my duty as a bodyguard to keep you within my sight. Mirong nervously tugged at her patterned dress, feigning busyness with work. Shall we go to the top floor to enjoy the breeze together? Wherever you go, I shall follow. The sea surface remained as smooth as a mirror, under Shirley's command. The Moon Palace sliced through the reflective waters, heading northeast at a swift pace. Standing on the rooftop deck, feeling the gentle breeze, Mirong's anxious heart gradually calmed. I thought you would head to the bus straight. After all, one is not a machine. One cannot toil endlessly without indulging in life's pleasures. I merely came out to enjoy myself, and when I return, I shall seek an opportunity to drag back a monitoring net. You truly are impressive. Are you referring to my culinary skills or my diving prowess? Both. Have there been any updates regarding spies? Surely, they are not too intimidated by your national security to show themselves. I do not know. I am only responsible for your safety, and other matters need not concern you. It feels somewhat inappropriate for a robust gentleman to be sheltered beneath the delicate skirts of a young lady. Perhaps I should teach you the art of Bajiquan? Chapter 27. A fantastical journey, old turtle. Are you certain that the fragments of the Fenghu immortal realm have fallen in this desolate place? Luo Feng's mood was somewhat oppressive. As he descended deeper into the abyss, the murky waters seemed to constrict the milky luminescence of the Yang Pearl, illuminating only a radius of 50 or 60 meters. Prior to his descent, he had diligently researched the Mariana Trench online, understanding that its depths could reach over 11,000 meters. Yet, he was unprepared for the overwhelming sense of pressure that accompanied the continuous descent. This sensation was unlike that experienced in the Dragon Cave. Entering the dark waters of the cave felt akin to stepping into another realm, where the Yang Pearl could illuminate the surrounding waters. Here, however, it felt as if he were plummeting into an endless void, with no visible top or bottom, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Perched atop the thruster, Old Turtle appeared far more agile than usual, his emerald shell shimmering with ethereal light. The essence lies just below, a mere 2 or 3 miles away. 2 or 3 miles. Luo Feng pondered. What is the total distance to the surface? Less than 30 miles, I believe. My research indicated only 22. Your data also suggested that the Dragon Cave was merely 300 meters deep. Very well, given such immense water pressure, can the Yang Pearl withstand it? Rest assured, I have expended 2 exquisite spirit stones to replenish its spiritual energy. It will suffice for a lifetime. What if, by some stroke of fortune, I cultivate to a profound realm and live for several thousand years? Haha, what are you laughing at? Child, even immortals meet their demise. While Old Turtle has casually lived for several tens of thousands of years, the human race has not been graced with such fortune. How long can humans live at most? Longer than old turtle? That is merely because they were born earlier than him. Once all the immortals have perished, how long have you survived? I do not know. Do not know? Ever since the East Sea Dragon Palace was shattered, I have wandered aimlessly, only regaining clarity upon encountering you. Playing amnesia? You old turtle are quite the rogue. Disbelieve it if you wish. In this bubble formed by the Yang treasure pearl, a man and a turtle slowly drift toward the ocean's depths, exchanging idle conversation and observing their surroundings. For Luo Feng, this is yet another enchanting journey. Initially, in the shallows, one could still glimpse whales and mackerel. As they dove deeper, marine life became increasingly scarce. Even cephalopods like octopuses and jellyfish were nowhere to be found. Continuing their descent, they would occasionally spot one or two nearly transparent small fish swimming, adding a touch of vitality to the dark waters. Ultimately, when they reached what Old Turtle referred to as a distance of 2 or 3 miles, all signs of life had vanished entirely. Yet, Old Turtle grew more animated. The radiant light shimmering upon his shell became ever brighter and more dazzling. To the left, behind that mountain, he waved his front paw and exclaimed excitedly, I can sense that the small hill behind that great mountain bears the essence of the Fenghu immortal realm. Indeed. Let us proceed. Luo Feng curiously surveyed the suddenly emerging underwater mountain peak, maneuvering the thrusters to glide over it, gradually approaching a shadowy little hillock. Closer, closer still. As the milky glow of the Yang pearl illuminated the hillock, he distinctly beheld a miniature world teeming with vibrant avian and floral life, where verdant trees offered ample shade. The thrusters hovered above the hill, and he gazed down upon this realm as if he were a deity surveying his domain. Within lay diminutive creatures and flowing rivers. A world seemingly within grasp. This sensation was astonishing, as if someone had conjured a living, scaled-down universe and quietly placed it before him. Grandpa Turtle murmured incomprehensible incantations, occasionally gesturing with his forelimbs. Hurry up. As Luo Feng momentarily lost himself in wonder, Grandpa Turtle's urging voice broke through. He quickly twisted the throttle, directing the thrusters towards the surface of the miniature lake. Suddenly, his body was enveloped by a membrane-like barrier, and he felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. He watched helplessly as he plummeted towards the lake's surface. A fierce wind assaulted him, rendering him breathless, and the scream that had barely escaped his throat was abruptly stifled. The wind. Grandpa Turtle remained relatively composed, waving a claw as he spoke in human tongue. A gentle breeze enveloped both of them, gradually slowing their descent. Goodness. That nearly scared me to death. Luo Feng, with a lingering sense of trepidation, turned off the switch, his hand resting on his wildly beating heart. Is this sky, this landscape, these creatures truly real? What kind of malevolence is this? Before Old Turtle could respond, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens. Those who trespass upon the realm of Fenghu shall perish. In an instant, a colossal water giant materialized before their descending figures. Towering like a mountain, the giant bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fish and shrimp from its gaping maw. Startled, Luo Feng hastily shielded his face with his hands, attempting to fend off the onslaught of water droplets and aquatic creatures. Water spirit, begone. Old Turtle remained unperturbed as he produced a small, ink-green turtle shell, which spun gracefully to confront the approaching water giant. The once formidable water giant, along with the deluge of fish and water, suddenly plummeted into the lake, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only a massive face formed upon the lake's surface. Water spirit, pay your respects to the young master. Retreat now. Old Turtle gazed, mesmerized, at the visage upon the water, then slowly turned his gaze towards the distant mountains. A gentle breeze enveloped them, propelling the two through the air above the lake in a true sense of flight. Luo Feng, perceptive to the moment, stowed away the underwater propulsion device into the Yang pearl, standing beside Old Turtle. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed this world. It starkly contrasted with the scenes he had witnessed outside. The lake, which had seemed no larger than a palm's breadth, now appeared boundless, akin to soaring over the vast South China Sea. In the distance, he could faintly discern towering peaks piercing the clouds, surrounded by layers of verdant foliage. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of a colossal golden eagle soaring across the sky, its wings unfurled in majestic silence. It remains a mystery why this phenomenon occurs. After regaining his composure, Luo Feng perceives that his senses are extraordinarily heightened within this enchanting realm of the square pot. Every breath and every pore of his being thirstily absorbs the essence of this place. Each inhalation feels like a profound indulgence, as if he is enveloped in a mysterious substance that evokes a delightful tingling sensation throughout his entire being. The presence of spiritual eyes here suggests that his visit holds significance. Suddenly, Master Turtle turns around, scrutinizing Luo Feng with curious intensity, as if he has stumbled upon an extraordinary creature. The ambience here is remarkably comforting, reminiscent of returning home. Reluctantly, Luo Feng opens his eyes, clearly wishing to remain immersed in that state of utter relaxation and enjoyment. The previous tumultuous experiences do not in the slightest disrupt his cheerful disposition. This is the nourishment of spiritual energy, which he will come to feel daily once he discovers a cultivation method and begins his practice. Spiritual energy? Are you suggesting that this place is infused with it? Where there are spiritual eyes, there must be spiritual energy. But are there spiritual stones as well? Indeed, there are. But it is advisable not to take them just yet. Allow the spiritual eyes to continue nurturing them until they transform into superior spiritual stones before harvesting. The temptation of not seizing the treasures at hand stirs a restless yearning within him. Fear not, we can collect the remnants of the square pot realm. Is it truly that ruthless? Shall we package them? Package them. Can that giant from earlier agree to such terms? It amounts to nothing. I am the true master here. Are you not from the Dragon Palace? Chapter 28. The world of the square pot. Gramps, is this truly the realm of immortals? As he witnessed a golden eagle, roughly the size of a calf, swooping down to seize a fish nearly its own size from the water, Luo Feng was left in utter astonishment. The eagle, with its magnificent wings stretching 4 meters in length, glided over the lake's surface before soaring into the sky, leaving him in disbelief. Could this place genuinely be the realm of immortals? At the very least, it seemed to be a remnant of such a world. The realm of immortals. Gramps the turtle slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to Luo Feng. There is no realm of immortals, only spiritual veins, only sacred grounds. The spiritual veins lie shattered, the sacred grounds in ruins. All spirits have perished. What remains is but a collection of legends and bygone tales. Luo Feng, gazing up at the upright figure of Gramps, felt a twinge of confusion at his words. He silently urged the old turtle to continue, as if listening to a captivating story. The tales of Gramps' time in the Dragon Palace were likewise incomplete, abruptly ceasing at the most intriguing moments, leaving Luo Feng with an insatiable curiosity and a desire to silence the narrative's abrupt end. However, Gramps did not fulfill his wish to continue the tale. Instead, he slowly turned his head and summoned the gentle breeze to carry them onward through the world of the square pot. From above, the lakes appeared no larger than a palm span, and after nearly a full day of flight, they had merely traversed from the center to the edge. Luo Feng calculated in his mind. With a speed of 200 kilometers per hour sustained over 7 hours, they had covered approximately 1,400 kilometers. This indicated that the entire lake spanned a diameter of 2,800 kilometers. The expanse before me is magnified a billionfold compared to what is witnessed in reality. When calculated proportionately, the actual area of this so-called fragment of the square pot world is not vastly different from the landmass of the blue planet. How immense must the complete square pot world be? It is simply beyond imagination. To package such a vast realm for transport, old tortoise must be lacking in reason. Today, I shall treat you to venison, just as he harbored a secret disdain. Old tortoise suddenly extended his front paw and pointed towards the herd of deer grazing on the grassland ahead. Luo Feng was about to speak when, with a swift motion of old tortoise's claw, the dominant stag, which had previously appeared formidable, was lifted into the air. Despite its desperate struggles, it could only watch helplessly as its antlers and flesh fell away, meeting its demise. What are you dawdling for? Noticing Luo Feng's stupor, old tortoise smirked and reminded him. This is the purple lightning deer. Its antlers and bones are exquisite spiritual medicine and can be crafted into magical artifacts. Its hide is also of high quality. Quickly, gather them. Oh. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly, using his mental connection with the Yang orb to collect the antlers, bones, and hide that floated before him. Meanwhile, he remained transfixed by old tortoise's actions. It was unclear what sorcery was at play, but the venison appeared to levitate cleanly above the grass. Old tortoise exhaled a plume of azure flame that enveloped the meat, roasting it to perfection. From the grass, unknown flowers and leaves, or some wild herb-like plants mingled with the azure flames. Before long, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Have you acquired magical powers? At this moment, Luo Feng suddenly realized. Your intent in seeking the fragments of the Fenghu immortal realm is to restore your magical powers. You are gravely mistaken. I merely wish to find a tranquil place to bury this old corpse once I pass away. The old turtle, with a half-smile, waved its front claw, summoning a plate of roasted venison. Give it a try. After consuming so much of your fare, it's only fair that I treat you today. With that, a gentle breeze enveloped the two as they descended slowly. The ground had already manifested 2 single jade tables and 2 grayish mats, complete with bowls and chopsticks laid out elegantly. The roasted meat was divided in 2, landing steadily on a jade plate. Then I shall not hold back. Luo Feng swallowed hard, unceremoniously picking up the chopsticks to skewer the meat and gnawing at it fiercely. The meat was tender, imbued not only with the distinct aroma of roasting, but also with an indescribable freshness. As it slid down his throat, it left a tingling sensation. It has been quite some time since I last indulged. Today, I shall relish it. The old turtle plopped directly onto the jade table to feast, disregarding any semblance of elegance, thus wasting the understated luxury of the jade table and utensils. Isn't there a spiritual I hear? How can you still perish? Living long and being immortal are two distinct matters. Are you implying that even immortals can die? Indeed, without exception. Then what is the point of cultivating to become an immortal? Living an additional century or so should hold some allure for you. You old fellow must want me to do something for you, right? Yes, I wish for you to collect my remains. Such a morbid request. I find myself on the brink of demise, with no hope for salvation. Unless I dare to defy fate and strive for survival once more. If that is the case, I shall take the gamble. After all, should I lose, I am merely destined for death, but should I triumph, I stand to gain immensely. The esteemed Lord appreciates your spirited nature. Is that so? I, too, hold similar sentiments. Once our journey with the Feng who concludes, we shall seek out remnants of the human clans and Appos, sacred grounds to aid you in discovering a cultivation method. You are exceedingly generous to me. Do prolong your years and assist this old man in finding peace. Is your confidence in yourself truly so lacking? To extend one's lifespan against the will of heaven is no trivial endeavor. The odds are heavily stacked against us. Thus, the poison broth you offered me is merely a desperate gamble? Not at all. With a mere 50 years of lifespan at stake, and with the Lord's vigilance, there is no need for you to take such risks. Your words bring me considerable comfort. Perhaps it is mere illusion, but Luo Feng sensed the meat of the purple lightning deer transforming swiftly into energy within him, surging throughout his being like torrents coursing through his veins. In a fleeting moment, he found himself flushed and overheated from the tumult within. Relax, do not move. I shall assist you in channeling the energy. Upon hearing the voice of the old turtle, Luo Feng restrained the impulse to rise and strike a few punches, firmly settling in place. He noticed no immediate actions from the ancient tortoise. Suddenly, a chilling aura invaded his forehead, enticing the fervent energy within him to circulate through his entire form. It roamed freely until it finally converged and accumulated in his lower abdomen. Accumulate. Accumulate. Then, it erupted with a resounding explosion. Despite the absence of pain, he felt an energy gathering in his lower abdomen suddenly erupting. Before he could inquire with Master Turtle about the phenomenon, the explosive energy, guided by a chilling breath, began to swirl incessantly, swiftly forming a small whirlwind that hovered steadily at his abdomen. Then, the icy breath ascended along a certain path, penetrating his mind. With a hum that resonated, he opened his eyes once more, sensing that something had shifted within him. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. You have entered the chi condensation stage, Master Turtle proclaimed, his front paws clasped in a gesture of respect. What is this chi condensation stage? He pondered. It is the first realm of cultivation, condensing chi and spirit, divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. What can it accomplish? Aside from requiring more sustenance and excretion, it seems rather inconsequential. Can one truly cultivate without a technique? The esteemed Lord has personally assisted you in unblocking your meridians and opening your spiritual sea, condensing your soul. What more could you desire after saving over a decade of arduous practice? Is it truly that remarkable? Ah, young one, you are unaware of the depths of your ignorance. I cannot shake the feeling that matters are not so straightforward. Very well, from this moment forth, you may wield your inner magical power to activate artifacts. But I possess no artifacts. What can I possibly activate? The Yang Pearl is indeed an artifact. Chapter 29. A wonderful day today is a splendid day, the National Day. The entire country rejoices in celebration. Tourists, drawn by the festive atmosphere, flock to Chawang village, but instead of heading to the beach and pier as usual, they gather excitedly at the village entrance. They are captivated by the lion dance troupe performing around a grand plaque, which is being carried by two soldiers. Yet, it is not the lion dance that holds their attention. Rather, it is the striking red wooden plaque that reads, "Home of a first-class meritorious service awardee." What a delightful surprise to witness such a ceremony while traveling. Who would have anticipated witnessing the awarding of a first-class hero? It certainly makes the trip worthwhile. To think, I'm alive to witness such heroism. However, I have not heard of any recent events along the border that would warrant such an honor. The expressions of the villagers seem equally puzzled. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Is it truly possible for such matters to be misconstrued? A third-class merit is awarded in person, a second-class merit is received while reclining, and a first-class merit is presented to the family. In such circumstances, we ought to maintain the respect that heroes deserve, rather than indulge in frivolous laughter. Surely, the village committee possesses accurate information regarding this event. The hero must still be alive. Otherwise, the committee would not dare to have two lions leading the procession nor play celebratory songs on such a joyous occasion. Today, across the nation, this song is played in celebration of the commissioning of the 003 vessel. The commissioning ceremony is scheduled for the afternoon and can be viewed via live stream on mobile devices. How swiftly time passes. The Ford-class vessels from Eagle Sauce took over a decade to be commissioned, yet ours was launched less than a year ago and is already being commissioned? This is truly the speed of a hare. Tourists bustlingly crowded the main road of the village, eager to witness the commotion. The villagers of Chawang village either peered over the courtyard walls on ladders or gathered in small groups at the gates, fervently speculating. Who has lost a child? It was unheard of. Only 3 families had sons serving in the military, and none had received notifications. I did see the village secretary visiting Fenghua's home this morning. Yet Fenghua is not a soldier. Surely, the first-class merit cannot belong to his family? Heaven forbid it be the Luo family. Fenghua has received a plaque as a coastal defense pioneer, while Luo Laochi strides through the village with an air of arrogance, glancing at others through his nostrils. Luo Laochi is somewhat composed. If it were you, I reckon you would be bouncing around as you walk. That's true. If my son earned a coastal defense plaque, I would do nothing but polish it all day. Anyone in my shoes would do the same, ensuring it shines brilliantly. The voices were loud. This first-class merit. How distressing. The village is bound to lose another fine young man. Alas, the old secretary is rather insensitive. Such a plaque for first-class merit is heart-wrenching. Why celebrate with lion dances? Wang Hohot felt increasingly anxious as the sound of drums and lion dances drew nearer. She glanced at the old man crouched silently by the wall and couldn't help but ask, Fenghua, could anything be amiss? Didn't Andapos, Comrade Liu, and the old secretary both say that Fenghua is alive and well? Why are you fretting? Luo Xingwen shot an irritated glare at the old woman. Aren't you worried? Why act like a corpse? I wonder, how could our Fenghua, neither a soldier nor a grain recipient, have received a first-class merit plaque? Indeed. It is precisely this fear that grips me, the fear that the child may truly, no. Have faith in Comrade Liu. Trust in the venerable party secretary. Luo Xingwen, clenching his jaw, rose as if to reassure himself and reached for the entrance to greet the plaque of a first-class merit family. Alas, Wang Hohot stamped her foot, forcing a smile to keep pace with the old man's stride. In the Luo family ancestral hall, Elder 7 sat quietly in the courtyard, leaning on his cane. Eyes closed, listening intently to the distant sound of gongs and drums, accompanied by the village loudspeaker broadcasting the song, "Today is a beautiful day," in contrast to the external clamor. The ancestral hall exuded a tranquility that felt like an entirely different realm. Elder 7 seamlessly merged with this serene environment, indistinguishable from it. Yet, the short, grizzled beard beneath his chin quivered slightly, betraying that his inner state was far from the calm his expression suggested. As the rhythmic beating of the gongs and drums abruptly ceased, the elderly man's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Pat, pat, pat. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer with increasing volume. Elder 7 abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing Luo Xingwen bounding into the hall with a broad grin, his plastic slippers flapping against his feet. His face radiated joy, and disregarding the customary greetings to the elder, he dashed to the ancestral tablets, bursting into tears. Unworthy descendant Luo Xingwen. I thank our ancestors for their protection. Our child Luo Feng is still alive. Alive and a first-class merit indeed. Thank you, ancestors, for your blessings. As Luo Xingwen's head struck the bluestone floor with a resounding thud, the previously solemn expression of 7th uncle gradually transformed into one of delight. He watched with a sense of merriment as his nephew bled profusely from a gash on his forehead, incoherently expressing gratitude for ancestral protection. Instead of intervening, he leisurely made his way to the entrance of the ancestral hall, extending his hand to halt the relatives who followed closely behind. Prepare the feast, prepare the feast. Prepare the feast. I wish to celebrate Fenghua and Apos as triumph. 7th uncle. Luobo hesitated before suggesting. Shall we wait for old ninth to return before we hold the banquet? Wait for what? 7th uncle retorted, his temper flaring. That little rascal has caused us all to worry throughout the morning. No more waiting. Let us celebrate. When he returns, I shall use this cane to break his leg. Indeed, the news had sent a shockwave of fear through the Luo clan. This morning, upon receiving the unsettling news, nearly every household held their breath in anxious silence. However, with the military confirming that Luo Feng was still alive, the members of the Luo family felt a sudden surge of brightness in their lives, the air sweetened with relief. 7th uncle, I shall record this on video. You cannot go back on your word. I stand with 7th uncle. You are a hero of your time, and your words must carry weight. If you say you will break his leg, then it must be done. A bunch of rascals. They won in Apos. Rest until they have driven Fenghua to his demise. The news of Luo Feng and Apos' vitality spread throughout the corners of Chawang village, and the villagers, who had just moments ago lamented his fate, swiftly changed their tune. Heaven favors the blind sparrow, and the Luo family has unexpectedly gained a first-class merit plaque. Recently, my dear Liang has refrained from playing chess, not wishing to behold the unpleasant visage of Luo Laoqi. Indeed, he has ceased all communication with him. Everyone is ignoring him, leaving him without a platform for his arrogance. How is it that such an extraordinary honor has fallen upon Fenghua? He is not even a soldier. On this joyous occasion, the festivities extend beyond the borders of Chawang village. The vast expanse of the internet is equally vibrant. Countless military enthusiasts, unable to attend the commissioning ceremony of the 003 vessel, have crowded into the live broadcast. Today is a splendid day. This song is truly fitting. My goodness, since the break of dawn, this melody has echoed incessantly, a relentless cacophony that has persisted until now. Yet, I find myself still yearning for more. How splendid. Today, we, the proud inhabitants of Fujian, have risen. Let us mourn for the people of Fujian. You shall forever lose the right to name a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. With the addition of the 003, the South China Sea Fleet now boasts 2 aircraft carriers, capable of forming a dual-carrier battle group. Surely, they will not conduct live drills today? What a dream that would be. Chapter 30. The shockwave. The announcement of the official commissioning of Ship 003 resonated like a seismic shock across the hearts of all on Blue Star. This revelation signified that the Rabbit had developed a shipbuilding industry and military system that surpassed that of the Eagle Sauce, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. The forthcoming shipbuilding endeavors of the Rabbit will proliferate, akin to dumplings being produced en masse, leading to the creation of electromagnetic catapult aircraft carriers and even nuclear-powered variants. Such formidable weapons of mass destruction are no longer the exclusive domain of the Eagle Sauce. Henceforth, Blue Star has emerged as a powerful nation capable of engaging in a genuine contest of strength with the Eagle Sauce. Naturally, the ever-inquisitive journalists grasped the implications of this development and, without hesitation, began pursuing leads from various national spokespersons to unearth sensational stories. However, their efforts bore little fruit. Aside from the spokesperson of the Eagle Sauce, who was cornered into a disjointed and incoherent response, other nations' representatives had long prepared their responses to anticipated questions. They uniformly expressed a welcome, yet refrained from further commentary, offering a plethora of cautious platitudes devoid of substance or excitement. Conversely, the international netizens commenting on the video showcased a more vibrant array of reactions. In the near future, our great Indian empire shall also produce advanced nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult aircraft carriers and stealth carrier-based aircraft. As for the third brother, perhaps it is time to build more psychiatric facilities to confine these eccentric individuals and prevent them from scaring the public. When it comes to shipbuilding technology, our cosmic empire reigns supreme. Is Bangu also a YouTube luminary? Do not underestimate Bangu. He belongs to the cosmic empire. Welcome the rise of the Rabbit. May you build more ships to thwart the Eagle Sauce from further wielding its carrier fleets to intimidate others. I extend my gratitude to the blogger for the detailed introduction. Prior to the Rabbit 003, no one imagined that conventional powered aircraft carriers could also utilize electromagnetic catapults. The medium voltage direct current technology triumphs over the American medium voltage alternating current technology. How enviable. Electromagnetic aircraft carriers are the playthings of great powers, while we, as a smaller nation, can only drool in admiration. The Great Bear must be weeping in despair, as their sole aircraft carrier has caught fire once more. In her boredom, Mirong finds herself passing time by browsing the internet on her phone. Fortunately, the online realms, both domestic and international, are never devoid of fresh topics. She fixates on videos and comments related to the Hujian ship, lest she succumb to ennui. It feels as though she has opened a portal to a new world. The comments section, a chaotic battlefield of mixed nationalities, elicits uncontrollable laughter from her, almost causing her to forget that she is adrift in the vast ocean. Thus, she seeks out more of these tumultuous discussions to immerse herself in. 2 months swiftly slip by. Her clothing gradually thickens until she finds herself clad in a down jacket, and her patience begins to wane. However, it has now been 2 months since Luo Feng's descent, and dialing old Lu for assistance seems somewhat absurd. Although he had previously indicated that this mission would require a significant wait, he did not specify a time frame. She can only continue to bide her time, otherwise she would be at a loss for words when confronted by Director Lu's inquiries. Should she claim that Luo Feng is akin to a tortoise, capable of living underwater for 2 months? or assert that he is merely engaged in a game of survival. Such notions are altogether inappropriate. Time stretched on interminably. And no matter how she tried to explain, Director Liu would undoubtedly rain down verbal blows upon her. She picked up the phone only to set it down again, repeatedly toying with her device, her mind too fraught to even glance at the comments from netizens engaged in heated debates below the video. Just as she was engrossed in her futile phone antics, a handsome face suddenly emerged from the water. "Why are you wearing a down jacket?" "BRR, it's freezing." Startled, Mi Rong let out a shriek, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and tumble onto the deck. Almost instantly, her expression morphed into one of fury. "You idiot. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You vanished for 2 months. Where on earth were you? Do you even comprehend what I've endured these past 2 months?" Her words erupted like a rapid-fire barrage, each syllable laced with pent-up anxiety. In the midst of her tirade, she suddenly broke down in tears. "I thought you were dead. I was already contemplating how to break the news to your mother." Feeling utterly remorseful, Luo Feng clambered onto the deck, intending to offer her some comfort. However, the biting cold sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to scurry back into the cabin to rinse off the salt water clinging to him. Once sufficiently dried and dressed in warm layers, he returned to the deck. "Is she asleep?" Observing Mi Rong sprawled on the deck, sound asleep, he gently lifted her and carried her to her own luxurious bed in her suite. As he quietly exited, he murmured an apology to himself. "I'm sorry. I never anticipated it would take this long." The 2 months had been consumed by Master Gui as they sought fragments of the Fenghu world, with the primary tool being the sea-calming bell acquired from the depths of the ocean. When it dangled inconspicuously from the neck of the old tortoise, he could not fathom why he was able to acquire a fragment of the Fenghu immortal realm, nearly comparable in size to the landmass of Blue Star. "Old tortoise, did you meddle while Mi Rong was asleep?" he hurriedly inquired upon returning to his suite. "Does the Lord have such leisure?" replied the old tortoise, without lifting his head, as he continued to study the Jinhai bell. "The girl is utterly exhausted. She must have gone several days without sleep." Her mind finally relaxed, and she succumbed to slumber. Is there a way to alter her memories? If the events of these past 2 months are revealed, I will have much to explain. No way. Then I must devise some means to obfuscate the truth. Think it over. Old tortoise, you surely possess a solution. Is this truly the best you could come up with? Aside from you, I cannot conceive of any alternative. Young man, concentrate and discern the difference between the outside world and the Fenghu realm. It seems less vibrant. I cannot summon my magic. Precisely. So, without the ability to wield magic, you cannot alter memories? Fool. Huh? Do you have a plan? The Lord possesses many treasures. With the Shinshur Pearl, one can fabricate illusions to replace her memories from the past 2 months. Are there any side effects? That depends on the intentions of the one crafting the illusion. What do you mean? The wielder of the Shinshur Pearl creates illusions through storytelling. If the storyteller harbors any ill intentions and adds elements advantageous to herself within her memories, she will inevitably accept them as truth. Why do I feel as though you, old turtle, are instructing me in malevolent deeds? Begone. I shall lend you this pearl, but expect its return. How do I use it? Old turtle produced a pink pearl the size of a thumb and exhaled upon it. Hold it while narrating a tale near the girl. It can only replace memories from the past 2 months. What kind of story should I concoct? Luo Feng hesitated, as storytelling was not his forte. What business is it of the Lord of Relations? Old turtle ceased to speak. Luo Feng, still wavering, picked up the pearl and made his way to the captain and Appo's cabin to set the course for their journey. He then arrived at Mi Rong and Appo's suite, racking his brain to fabricate a tale. Mi Rong, this dive yielded little of value. Let us explore other locales. I have heard that those island nations boast splendid scenery. Let us take a look. As he began to speak softly, wisps of pink mist suddenly emanated from the thumb-sized pearl, gently drifting into Mi Rong's forehead. Chapter 31. The Aftermath Arrives. Luo Feng narrated a rather clumsy tale. The story unfolded in a straightforward manner, recounting his and Mi Rong's excursion aboard the Moon Palace to the Pacific Islands. While indulging in sea fishing, they rescued a native fisherman, subsequently accepting the fisherman's heartfelt invitation to visit the island. And that was that. Although he relished banter, storytelling was not his forte. Judging by Mi Rong's reaction upon awakening, it seemed that his narrative was somewhat successful. In the sweltering summer, how could I possibly be clad in a down jacket? Upon rising, Mi Rong was astonished to discover that she was indeed wearing a down jacket, spinning around in disbelief to confirm her sight. If memory served correctly, she had just attempted to purchase a swimsuit on Fire Nyonyo Island. The swimsuit. It was her first time buying one, and she had tried it on briefly. Upon catching Luo Feng's wolfish gaze, she bashfully retreated to the suite to change. And then, she donned a down jacket? Her mind was in disarray. She swiftly removed the down jacket and slipped into a red tracksuit. But where was my swimsuit? In the midst of changing, she realized that the red swimsuit she distinctly remembered hanging in the wardrobe had vanished. Unwilling to accept defeat, she began rummaging through the drawers in search of the elusive swimsuit. Ultimately, after half an hour of searching, she had a vague inkling of its whereabouts. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, she approached the captain's quarters, smoothing her disheveled hair and softly inquiring, "My swimsuit is missing. Have you seen it?" "Swimsuit? What swimsuit?" Luo Feng looked utterly bewildered. "When have I ever seen your swimsuit? Have you ever owned a swimsuit?" At this moment, the sky was gently brightening. The Moon Palace had already sailed near the waters of Iwo Jima, 15 hours having elapsed since the storytelling session yesterday afternoon. The cabin maintained a constant temperature of 24 hours, and although the two were clad in light clothing, they felt no chill whatsoever. On the fiery island, I had purchased a red swimsuit for $60. Mi Rong felt a twinge of annoyance, yet she maintained her poise, suppressing her frustration and cautioning the other not to play tricks. I hesitated as Luo Feng suddenly realized something. The after effects had set in. He quickly lowered his head to scroll through his phone. "Comrade Mi Rong, have you made a mistake? We spent 2 months on that fiery island without spending a single penny. Just check your mobile wallet, or see if you have any cash in your bag." With no way to conjure a red swimsuit, he could only resort to a defensive argument. "Indeed, I have no cash," Mi Rong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, rubbing her temples as she reorganized her memories. Luo Feng was not about to grant her the opportunity to search for any more loopholes. He stood up and instructed, "I need to retrieve some underwater detection equipment to bring back to port. You take the helm." "All right, at what speed should we travel?" Upon hearing the serious matter, Mi Rong's expression grew solemn. "About 8 knots. Otherwise I won't be able to catch up with you." Luo Feng casually mentioned a number, swiftly departing the scene, leaving Mi Rong alone in the captain's room to attend to her tasks. In truth, there was little to be done. She merely instructed the artificial intelligence to set the speed and course, and could comfortably sit in the captain's room, scrolling through her phone. Why was she checking the news? Skillfully picking up her mobile phone and opening the news application, she found herself engulfed in confusion. The operation was so seamless it felt surreal. A stark contrast to her usual routine of scrolling through her preferred apps. Ordinarily, she would have engaged with a short video app. Although her mind was clouded with uncertainty, she dismissed it, awkwardly closing the news app and aimlessly browsing through short videos, which soon bored her to the point of drowsiness. Her fingers, guided by instinct rather than thought, exited the short video app and deftly reopened the news application, navigating to the international news channel with ease. She selected an article concerning the aircraft carrier 003 and effortlessly scrolled down to the comments section to peruse the netizens' remarks. The dual aircraft carrier formation has taken on the Eagle Nation. Unexpectedly, the inaugural dual carrier formation had encountered provocation from the Eagle Nation. General Layton declared a night of warfare, so let it be. The Manila base possesses merely one amphibious carrier group. Who dared to provoke? It seemed that significant events were on the horizon. Indeed, the Bashi Channel had been bustling over the past 2 months, with ongoing turmoil in the vicinity. The issue, however, was that none of them truly understood the unfolding events. Regardless, they could merely consider it as practice for their dual carrier formation. As she absorbed the comments from netizens, a knowing smile gradually appeared on Mi Rong's face. Yet, as she smiled, an unsettling feeling crept in. What exactly felt amiss? It was rare for her to engage with the news. Why was she so adept today? Bypassing the news content altogether to dive directly into the comments? Before she could discern any insights, Luo Feng had already emerged from the water. Securing the cables from the Japanese base, which he had just acquired with the help of Old Turtle, at the stern of the boat. The underwater sonar matrix was also collected within the Yang Pearl. Under Old Turtle's guidance, he finally managed to wield the Yang Pearl with his own powers, activating its capacity to accommodate substantial underwater fixed sonar equipment. Unlike the embarrassing incident in the Bus Strait, where he had carelessly discarded perfectly functional sonar equipment into the deep sea, this time, he was more prudent. After all, every little bit counts. Each unit was priced at merely 300 to 500, but when amassed, the value escalated considerably. However, he couldn't hand over everything stored in the Yang Pearl to Old Lu at once. That would certainly be alarming. It needed to be delivered gradually. The pace was swift today. Mi Rong assisted Luo Feng in hauling the underwater thruster into the storage compartment. Primarily, the Japanese underwater cables were devoid of power, making them easy to cut and retrieve quickly. Luo Feng chuckled, not daring to linger on the matter with her, and hurried off to the bathroom to wash up and dress. Guilt gnawed at him. He felt uneasy being around Mi Rong, perpetually sensing a debt owed to her. It was quite disheartening. Old Turtle, can you sense the human cultivation grounds? Reminded of Old Turtle's omnipotent presence in the square jug world, He fervently sought information regarding the human cultivation grounds. The sooner he acquired the cultivation techniques, the sooner he could commence his training. Perhaps, if he were fortunate enough to obtain a shard akin to the square jug world, he could raise some spiritual beasts within it to satisfy his cravings. Over the course of 2 months, he had pieced together the rudimentary outline of the immortal cultivator's world from Old Turtle's cryptic hints. The elder tortoise has advised him to keep the antlers, bones, and hides of the deer, all of which are truly remarkable treasures. He no longer dares to underestimate their value. The violet lightning deer, which posed no resistance in the hands of the elder tortoise, could unleash a bolt of violet lightning through its antlers, reducing him to ashes in an instant. My friend, you greatly overestimate my capabilities, the old tortoise, currently observing the Jinhai bell, chuckled in amusement. I can sense the remnants of the Fenghu immortal realm, but that is merely due to a slight connection I possess. The human cultivation grounds hold no such ties for me. Whether I can locate them depends entirely on chance. Luo Feng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. What about my cultivation method? Do not fret, take your time. Explore several locations suspected to be human cultivation grounds. You are bound to uncover some clues. Human cultivation grounds? Shall we head to Wudong Mountain? Foolish. We ought to go to Zhongnan Mountain. And Longhu Mountain? That has some merit. What about Laoshan? You seem to know quite a bit. I was merely checking the information. You should proceed with caution. You cheeky one. How can you use your phone to look things up? If you do not specify the locations directly, I have no choice but to employ the process of elimination. Dragging along 4 uneven underwater cables for network detection, the Yuegong vessel, even at full speed, could only manage a meager 15 knots. After 5 days of sailing, they returned to the military port where they had previously delivered goods. Regrettably, the port was entirely deserted, with not a single large ship in sight. Chapter 32. The loyal spy ship Brother Luo is quite considerate. He remembered to lend a hand during the delivery. Old Lu was elated. Initially, Luo Feng could have delivered directly to the Navy at the port, bypassing both him and the Dongshi National Security. However, Luo Feng chose not to proceed in such a manner. After making a call to connect with him, they met and together headed to the military port to deliver to the Navy. This achievement bore the mark of Dongshi National Security, as well as that of Old Lu. Yet, a tremor coursed through him. His younger brother was incredibly capable, having inadvertently seized 4 undersea cables from the enemy, amounting to nearly 200 kilometers in total length. What can I possibly say? Were it not for your assistance at home, would I dare to roam about during such a critical juncture? Luo Feng felt immense gratitude toward Old Lu for his efforts. His whereabouts had already been compromised. Even if foreign spies could not locate him in the short term, they could trace back to his elder brother, Luobo. It would be unfortunate to implicate him. With Old Lu's watchful eye, he felt reassured about Luobo's safety. When the opportunity arose to share in the credit, he was naturally more than willing. After all, hoarding all the accolades would not significantly benefit him. More friends mean more paths. Through Old Lu and Appo's distribution and coordination, what was initially a single bonus of 500,000 transformed into 2 separate rewards, totaling 1 million. The group joyfully filled the Yueliang ship with fuel and set sail towards the Chawang village dock. Brother, for the time being, steer clear of the Bashi Channel. It's rather unsettled. As they departed the military port, Old Lu also opened up about trivial matters, keeping the conversation light. I have come across the news regarding the arrival of the Loyalist, the spy ship of the Eagle Nation, along with a deep-sea robot of some sort. It is quite amusing to note that General Layton, who oversees the Manila base, is frantically searching for the Hansen spy ship, vowing to see it in person or, at the very least, to find its remains. I have seen a photograph in the news. He sports a rather impressive beard. That bearded general would likely never fathom that the Hansen has already been dismantled into mere components. Such swiftness. It is indeed your promptness that has preserved numerous critical components, which those research institutions are eager to acquire. Is the Loyalist akin to the Hansen? I am not entirely certain. If they are dissimilar, I could very well sink it and retrieve it for scientific examination. Brother, let's not jest. Once was fortunate enough. We cannot rely on luck as sustenance. I never depend on luck. I rely on my abilities. Do not tempt me. If you continue to boast, I might just be swayed. Brother, I have no proclivity for men. Speaking of which, I can't shake the feeling that Mirong has been acting strangely these past few days. Have you, you mischievous rascal, been up to no good? Let us return to the Loyalist. Could you inquire for me about its differences from the Hansen's equipment? My primary concern lies with Mirong. She is the daughter of my comrade. My dear brother, your daughter possesses the iron sand palm. Would I dare entertain any ill thoughts? Iron sand palm? That is merely a scare tactic. The 12 routes of the Tan family's leg techniques are genuine, and they could certainly incapacitate you. May we now discuss the Loyalist? Questions. Questions. I have inquiries for you. Old Lu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet his demeanor was dismissive as he dealt with Luo Feng, swiftly darting out of the captain's cabin to find a secure spot to make a call. Comrade Luo Feng, I have matters to discuss with you. Just as Uncle stepped out, he returned, his expression revealing a palpable conflict within. Speak plainly. Your seriousness is making me anxious. Indeed, Luo Feng was genuinely on edge, fearing her inquiries might unearth troubling memories. Mi Rong, her face flushed, lowered her head and murmured, "Was it really you who took my swimsuit? Sister, when did you ever possess a swimsuit?" Luo Feng feigned bravado. "I distinctly recall the way you looked at me like a wolf when I donned it. You must be mistaken. I have never seen you in attire that reveals your arms and legs. I still remember the dark-skinned ant who sold me the swimsuit, specifically choosing a red one for me." Luo Feng reached out to touch Mi Rong's forehead. "Are you feverish? Why are you speaking such nonsense? Forget it. I must have misremembered." Mi Rong quickly exited the captain's cabin. Phew. With the creditor gone, he silently sighed in relief, grateful to have navigated that encounter. "I cannot engage in such morally dubious acts of memory alteration again. It is exhausting." Old Lu returned to the captain's cabin after more than 2 hours, confirmed. The Loyalty is equipped with superior sonar technology compared to the Hansen, and it also carries 2 additional helicopters. As long as it's more advanced. Please spare me the technical jargon. I cannot retain it. Brother, what are your plans? I am ready to assist you. Fortune favors the bold. I thought you might have some clever strategy up your sleeve. It seems we are merely relying on luck, after all. My dear friend, I am not the Dragon King, unaware of when the next typhoon might strike the South China Sea. Nor can I predict whether the vessel, Loyalty, will be present when the storm arrives. You still intend to brave the typhoon? Absolutely not. I cannot permit such a perilous endeavor. So, we are left to chance then. Very well. I wish you an abundance of fortune. Fortune? Lu, please clarify. Does this mean the rewards are substantial? Over 30 research institutions have collectively offered a bounty exceeding 6 million. Return to port, return to port. I shall abandon you and seek out Loyalty myself. There is no need to search for Loyalty. She is located near the Zengmu Ansha, as the Americans suspect the typhoon has dragged Hansen to the depths of that vicinity. Thank you, my friend, for your intelligence support. Luo Feng turned to the artificial intelligence. Surely, full speed ahead. Yes, master. With the afterburners activated, the speed soared to 55 knots. The journey was already brief. And with the added power, the Moon Palace would reach Shaowang Village dock in less than 3 hours. However, this time, Mi Rong would also disembark. There was no necessity for her on the sea, so I granted her a holiday, which would conclude with her returning to your home to protect your parents. Old Lu chuckled as he provided this explanation. Understood. You fear that your daughter might be led astray by me. Luo Feng pierced through Old Lu's subtle intentions and turned the ship towards Zengmu Ansha. The distance was considerable, and with no pressing matters at hand. Utilizing the afterburners was not cost-effective. He instructed Shirley to navigate towards the Zengmu Ansha at an economical cruising speed, while he took out his mobile phone to inquire about information regarding the Loyalist and the latest weather forecasts. Aren't you heading to seek the Human Clan's dojo? On board, there were no outsiders, and it was rare for Old Turtle to initiate a conversation. You must not know what it means to celebrate the new year, right? I know of it, but I have never experienced it. With just over a month until the new year, I can only meander nearby to ensure I return in time for the festivities. You're rather petty. Is it not simply that you resent the minister for not informing you about the time consumption in advance? I harbor no resentment. I am grateful to you, if anything. I simply do not wish to spend the new year away from home. In truth, the search for the Human Clan's dojo should not take that long, after all. There are likely no fragments of dojos larger than the remnants of the pot immortal realm. That is difficult to ascertain. What if we encounter one? Indeed. If we were to stumble upon a great immortal's dojo, I would struggle to ensure my own safety, let alone carry this burden. Even if I am a burden. Must you express it so bluntly? Chapter 33. The Haunting Incident in the South China Sea, Part 1. Boredom enveloped Luo Feng as he slowly set his phone aside, casting a disinterested glance at the old tortoise basking in the sun. Since delivering supplies to the Navy the previous day, he had intermittently picked up his phone to peruse the news, both on internal networks and external platforms. Despite his efforts with various news applications and short video sites, he found no content that piqued his interest. It seemed that neither the Americans nor the Japanese had any inkling of the theft of a 200-kilometer-long underwater cable detection network. This realization cast a shadow of melancholy over him. It felt as though he had delivered a resounding slap to someone, only for them to remain utterly unresponsive. No cries of pain, no furious curses, nor any signs of retaliation. They remained obliviously engrossed in post-disaster reconstruction efforts. They hastily prioritized the rebuilding of military bases, and the living quarters of American personnel devastated by Typhoon Amazon 2, leaving scant resources for the reconstruction of factories and mansions owned by the tycoons. Ordinary citizens were left to fend for themselves. Those enduring a dismal existence found it challenging to secure even basic electricity, rendering them oblivious to the destruction of the underwater detection network. He felt as though he had unleashed a powerful slap into thin air, devoid of any sense of accomplishment. With a heavy heart, Luo Feng stared vacantly at the tortoise and the imposing silhouette of a cargo ship gliding past the window behind it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be possible to ensconce that spy vessel, the Loyalty, within the fragments of the square pot wonderland? Why not encapsulate the entire fleet within? The old turtle languidly basked in the sun, too lethargic to open his eyes. How ruthless! Luo Feng immediately sprang up in excitement. I adore it. Let us proceed just like that. Then the Zhenhai Bell shall be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Transferring such a multitude of warships solely through spiritual perception is insufficient. The elder, must enter the Fenghu immortal realm to cast my spells. The old turtle exhaled, and the golden Zhenhai Bell hanging around his neck suddenly floated towards Luo Feng, securely resting upon his chest. On the table, the emerald silhouette of the old turtle also swiftly vanished, as if he had never existed. How could the 11th Special Mixed Fleet be in the South China Sea? Or is it merely the extravagance of the Eagle Nation, which, having just lost over 30 warships, promptly dispatched a small fleet from the 5th Fleet to stir trouble in the South China Sea? The rabbit has an arduous journey ahead. At the rate at which the rabbit churns out warships, it won't be long before catching up to the scale of the Eagle Nation's fleet. I find the Eagle Nation's fleets most vexing. They consistently obstruct commercial shipping lanes, forcing hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo ships to yield to them. There is no choice. Their fists are simply mightier. The Xingmu Ansha is situated near the busiest maritime corridor of Blue Star. Gigantic cargo ships, oil tankers, and roll-on roll-off vessels weave through incessantly. On calm days, sailors enjoy their most leisurely moments, occasionally standing on the deck to gaze at the 11th Special Mixed Fleet of the Eagle Nation escorting the Loyalist spy ship, boldly asserting its presence across the bustling waterways. However, no one dares to voice any objections. They can only endeavor to navigate as far from the Eagle Nation's warships as possible to avoid entanglement. If one cannot provoke, one should evade. What is that? Behold, Captain, come forth and witness the divine. A colossal bell. Goodness, this is not a manifestation of God, but rather the emergence of the Buddha. No, it is the Taoist patriarch. Just moments ago, the sailors, who had been disdainfully gesturing at the Eagle Sauce warship, suddenly beheld an immense golden bell materializing in the sky. This colossal figure appeared out of thin air, initially resembling a mere hillock, but before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, it swelled like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, the phantom of the bronze bell expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire expanse of the sea. The bell was adorned with intricately carved images of flora, fauna, and ancient script, all of which appeared to writhe and pulsate as if they were alive. Suddenly, a dark and ominous fissure emerged at the bell's opening, unleashing a tempestuous wind that stirred up towering waves. Concurrently, an invisible pressure descended upon the hearts of all present in the vicinity, as if they were being scrutinized by some ferocious, primordial beast, sending chills down their spines. Dear Mazu, grant us your protection. Buddha, Taoist patriarch, God Mazu, reveal your powers and subdue this aberration. Is that the great immortal crossing tribulations? Spare us this turmoil. If death is our fate, then let me capture this moment and share it online. Just moments ago, all was calm. What has transpired? The Eagle Sauce warship is being drawn upwards. My goodness. It is indeed true. Can such a heavy amphibious vessel truly ascend? Quick, capture this on film. It could fetch a handsome price. A moment ago, the formidable 11th Special Mixed Fleet of the Eagle Nation, which stood in a formidable formation, slowly ascended into the tumultuous skies, drifting towards the ominous black rift hovering above. Startled, the captains and sailors in the vicinity hastily knelt and prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy. Only a handful of intrepid souls, undeterred by danger, brandished their smartphones or professional photography equipment to capture this astonishing spectacle that would surely astound the world. Damn it, Luo Feng lamented, holding his phone aloft to record the grand display orchestrated by the venerable tortoise. Such a spectacle was bound to make headlines. The entire globe would soon learn of the fleet's mysterious disappearance. How then could he procure them for a bounty? Heartbroken, he felt the loss of his anticipated earnings slip away. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ships. These were all his hard-earned money. His heart bled as a melancholic tune echoed in his mind. The cold, relentless ice rain beat down indiscriminately, Originating from a humble fishing family, Luo Feng harbored an almost obsessive pursuit of wealth. Thus, under the unintentional allure of old Luo, he hastily made his way here overnight to exchange the Loyalist spy ship for funds. He had schemed to eliminate the Loyalist spy ship and make a handsome profit. First, he aimed to offset the deficit incurred from ordering deep-sea fishing vessels, lest he find himself unable to cover the fuel costs when the ships finally arrived. That would be utterly embarrassing. However, with Old Tortoise's meddling, his meticulously crafted plan to amass wealth had been utterly thwarted. Neither the Loyalist nor any of the vessels affiliated with the 11th Special Mixed Fleet could be used for a bounty exchange. Old Luo is no fool. Upon seeing him produce the unique device from the Loyalty, one could easily surmise that the mysterious copper bell's ethereal form was linked to him. When questioned, would he speak the truth? Old Tortoise, this transaction has gone awry. You must compensate me. As the phantom of the copper bell vanished, the sea once again basked in serene weather. Luo Feng, dejected, was bargaining with the Zhenhai bell. Shall I deploy the fleet? The tortoise did not manifest, but his voice resonated within Luo Feng's mind, an instance of spiritual communication. Such a skill can only be wielded at a certain level of cultivation. And Luo Feng, lacking spiritual awareness, could not transmit thoughts. He could only interject. Having captured it, releasing it now would be an even greater loss. Very well. I shall find a secluded corner to dispose of it. You ponder on how to profit. I have brought quite a few fish baskets. Select the largest yellow croaker and pack a few for me. A few, or perhaps dozens. Dozens, I suppose. Beyond that, their value diminishes. Rarity begets worth. Agreed. I shall return to my cultivation. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Thank you, my lord. You are magnificent and formidable. After the new year, I shall call upon you at Zhongnan Mountain. Why do you not flatter my lord more often? Old Tortoise, you are a tortoise. I am merely paying homage to your nature. Chapter 34. The Haunting Incident in the South China Sea, Part 2. As Luo Feng journeyed back. News of the Golden Bell and Amp. Appo's phantom seizing the 11th Expeditionary Fleet of the Eagle Nation had already permeated the vast expanse of the internet. Evidence accompanied by images was abundant. Domestic netizens erupted in jubilance, clamoring for experts to emerge and elucidate the meanings behind the inscriptions on the Golden Bell. The so-called authorities trembled in trepidation. Goodness! Judging by its appearance, that bell must possess a diameter of several hundred kilometers. I took the liberty of researching the displacement of the Eagle Nation and Appo's amphibious assault ship, which stands at a staggering 45,000 tons. How could it possibly ascend into the heavens? Fortune has arrived, unstoppable. A typhoon had just ravaged the Eagle Nation's base in the Western Pacific, and now a divine being has confiscated an entire fleet. Has the Eagle Nation lost its composure? Absolutely. You are all mistaken. The esteemed sect only engages in plundering, not in fear. How scandalous to openly divulge their hidden ailments. Perhaps a loudspeaker should be employed. Today is a fortuitous day. All that one wishes for can come to fruition. The commanding officer declared. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of War Deception. Nonsense. That oblivious old man is merely a retired comrade, utterly uninformed and incapable of action. It is evident that the Bureau of War Terror is the one orchestrating this situation. What business does the Bureau of War Deception have in this affair? Nonsense. It is evidently a manifestation of the law of causality. International netizens have congregated on short video platforms to express their discontent regarding the enigmatic occurrences in the South China Sea. O divine! The mysterious forces from the East have unveiled their existence. Now it is your turn to perform. Please commence your display. One wonders what expression adorns the face of the esteemed Secretary of Defense from the Eagle Nation at this moment. Has the great and mysterious ancient Eastern civilization finally begun to wield its forbidden powers? Frankly speaking, that golden shadow is an exclusive hallmark of the ancient Eastern realm. No other civilization possesses a comparable artifact. In times of uncertainty, let us call upon the experts of quantum mechanics to elucidate the nature of these events. This is the magnificent power of Lord Shiva, which you all fail to appreciate. I suggest that our neighbors construct a few more institutions for the mentally unstable. You are all mistaken. The inscriptions on the Golden Giant Bell belong to my cosmic empire. Did you not notice that the symbols surrounding those characters resemble those on our national flag? Indeed, you are correct. Let the citizens of the cosmic nation return to their self-indulgent revelry. Without a hint of modesty, I assert that the principal bearers of Han culture are we. The South-Yu. The Golden Giant Bell's ethereal silhouette bears a striking resemblance to the grand bells in our temples. Observing these clowns vying for Eastern cultural heritage, I am reminded of a newly learned Chinese phrase, the height of shamelessness. I have waited in vain for a while. Yet I have not seen those who lead a comfortable life join the cultural contention. They have temporarily regressed to the Stone Age, devoid of electricity. How can they even access the internet? It is quite astonishing that the cargo ships, oil tankers, roll-on roll-off vessels, and yachts navigating that shipping lane remain unscathed. Yet the Golden Bell has seemingly spirited away the fleet of the Eagle. This suggests that the ancient Eastern nation has employed forbidden powers. With the explosive popularity of short video platforms, both domestically and internationally, the ethereal image of the Golden Bell in the South China Sea has ignited a frenzy on major social media platforms. Consequently, mainstream media outlets across Blue Star could no longer remain passive, dispatching their closest reporters to cover the unfolding events. By 7:30, 6 teams of journalists were sent to conduct live reports near the vicinity of the Zhengmu Ansha. The collective gaze of all Blue Star media was riveted upon this expanse of ocean, measuring 300 square kilometers. The pressure stemming from this media scrutiny left General Mark Milley feeling exceedingly vexed. This time, he refrained from convening a meeting and merely connected via video to the Manila base. "Mr. Layton, you must disclose to me what exactly transpired, boss. Please hear me out." General Layton stammered, his demeanor on the large screen appearing particularly comical. His once majestic golden curls and bushy beard now seemed to lack their usual luster. However, as Mark Milley remained silent, listening intently, Layton found himself at a loss for where to begin. After a quiet nudge from the information officer, he suddenly realized, "Boss, this must surely be the scheme of Summerfruit. I have clear video evidence to support this claim." From the Manila base, situated 300 kilometers away from the incident, they were able to distinctly record video evidence revealing ancient Chinese characters. With these Chinese characters as evidence, Xiaogua must compensate us for the losses incurred by our fleet. My goodness. After spinning a tale, Layton wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of frustration. The blame is cast aside. Uffed. The coffee that Mark Milley had just swallowed erupted onto the large screen. Grabbing a tissue, he wiped as he spoke. "Esteemed General Layton, I believe it would be prudent for you to comprehend the current situation before deliberating on whom to assign the blame." "No." As Layton appeared poised to argue on the big screen, he hastily raised his hand to interrupt. "Allow me to speak. The recent super typhoon Wei-Masan has already significantly diminished our striking power in the Western Pacific. In this critical situation, I have drawn 2 task forces from the 5th and 6th fleets to bolster our capabilities in the Western Pacific, maintaining our military equilibrium. Now, 1 task force dispatched to Manila has been completely lost. What do you expect me to do? There are no additional forces available for me to allocate. Relatively speaking, the Western Pacific remains a relatively tranquil region. Xiaogua has a fixed development strategy. Even if certain flaws are exposed, they will not act impulsively. Unlike those wild tribes, who, upon noticing our military weakness, would swiftly retaliate against the remnants of our forces. Let us pray. Let us beseech the heavens that Xiaogua will refrain from launching an attack on our Western Pacific bases for the time being. Therefore, at this critical juncture, we must cultivate a positive relationship with Xiaogua, instead of continuing to shift the blame onto Summerfruit. Do you grasp my meaning? Understood. Absolutely understood. General Layton's expression stiffened. "Boss, do you mean that I am to take responsibility for this mysterious incident? Do you truly wish for me to bear this burden?" Mark Milley widened his eyes as he gazed into the camera. "As you command, boss. I shall convene a press conference to announce accountability for the losses of the 11th Mixed Fleet." "Good. I assure you, you shall not be court-martialed. Nor shall this impact your retirement." "Thank you." With that settled, General Layton hurriedly made his way to the office of the Minister of Defense. "Mark, you arrived just in time. The Supreme Commander just called, inquiring about the situation regarding the 11th Mixed Fleet." The Minister of Defense was massaging his temples. Upon seeing Mark Milley, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "How should I address this issue? Please share your suggestions." "Suggestions? Nonsense." Mark Milley was all too familiar with this bureaucratic style. "Is it not merely an attempt to pass the buck? Fortunately, I am astute enough to have already identified a scapegoat. Minister of Defense, you need not worry. General Layton from the Manila base will announce responsibility for this matter." Chapter 35, The Haunting Incident in the South China Sea, Part 2. The mindset of a soldier is truly remarkable. The Minister of Defense gazed at the self-satisfied Mark Milley for quite some time without uttering a single word. He yearned to express, "Are you aware of the individuals standing behind Layton? Do you comprehend the madness of those whom I cannot provoke? You want him to take the blame. In the end, the burden will fall upon me." As a seasoned politician who has spent a lifetime wallowing in the mire, the Minister of Defense swiftly adjusted his expression, donning a congenial smile. "A splendid idea. Now, you may return to your affairs, as I shall personally report the haunting incident in the South China Sea to the Supreme Leader." A haunting incident? Upon hearing the Minister of Defense's precise characterization, Mark Milley, though utterly baffled, could only respectfully withdraw from the room. Fool. Imbecile. Nincompoop. The Minister of Defense erupted in frustration. As Mark Millie's footsteps gradually faded away, he suddenly rose and began hurling the various items on his desk in a fit of rage, creating a chaotic mess. After venting the pent-up fury that had been simmering within him, he pressed the red button to summon his assistant to help restore his composure. Once he was impeccably attired, he elegantly strode out of the office, hastily boarding a private jet en route to the Supreme Leader's vacation resort. Oh, Minister of Defense, this is a holiday retreat, and I am currently on vacation. I am not particularly welcoming to impeccably dressed gentlemen. Zizong, adorned with his signature sunglasses and clad in beach attire, exhibited an air of utter relaxation, clearly displeased by the hurried demeanor of the Minister of Defense. It was truly inappropriate to disturb his holiday. The Minister of Defense shed his suit and tie, tossing them to an assistant, striving to maintain a relaxed demeanor. Boss, I must impart some unfortunate news. The 11th Special Mixed Fleet has vanished, taken by a mysterious giant bell. The entire fleet has disappeared into thin air, as if it had never existed. And so what? Shizong shrugged, indicating that it was of no concern to him. The Minister of Defense clenched his teeth and pressed on. I believe that the rabbit may have employed some ancient forbidden power, akin to divine abilities. I am a devout believer, and you dare to suggest that a rabbit possesses powers similar to those of God? Shizong fumed. To substantiate his assertion, the Minister of Defense produced a tablet and opened a pre-prepared video. Otherwise, how do you explain this golden bell's phantom and the fleet's disappearance? Wow. Shizong removed his sunglasses, staring intently at the content of the video, lost in thought, oblivious to everything around him. The Minister of Defense could only endure, holding the tablet aloft for his counterpart to view at his leisure. Meanwhile, Luo Feng received a call from old Lu. Comrade Luo Feng, are you at Xingmuansha? Lu Gu, I'm on my way back. I have a video I intend to send you. Is it of that golden bell? Indeed. It is from a first-person perspective, absolutely breathtaking. Never mind, I've already received several similar videos. They're all over the internet now. I was also quite startled. I just remembered that I should send the video to you. Aside from the phantom of the golden bell, did you observe any other peculiar phenomena? Within that chasm of darkness lies an entire world. I beheld verdant forests and serene lakes. Indeed, your video captured this as well. Precisely, which is why I felt compelled to transmit the footage and images to you. Dispatch them forthwith. Very well, I shall transmit them upon concluding this call. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Nothing further. Refrain from venturing near the vicinity of James Shoal. The area is teeming with individuals, and it would be prudent to avoid potential assassination attempts by espionage agents. I shall terminate the call, then. Over and out. Luo Feng promptly transmitted the short video and photographs he had captured. He glanced at the resplendent, sea-pacifying bell adorning his chest, concealing it securely beneath his garments. Venerable Turtle, might I inquire, would it not be an amusing endeavor to traverse the various military installations of the American Empire and confiscate their warplanes and warships? I am in the midst of cultivation. Refrain from disturbing me with trivial matters. I am being earnest. Do you deem such an undertaking feasible? Absurd. Such a magnificent opportunity. To confiscate the instruments of iniquity from the American Empire, thereby preventing them from further victimizing others. Young one, with the passage of years, you shall come to realize the extent of your folly. Venerable Minister, are you implying something profound? Not entirely devoid of intelligence. Then elucidate precisely why confiscating the instruments of iniquity from the American Empire constitutes folly. My friend, you must comprehend the principles of yin and yang, mutual supplementation, waxing and waning, and reciprocal reinforcement. I do not comprehend. Once, there existed a group of celestial beings who believed that the human immortals were excessively domineering. They thought that by eradicating the strongholds of the human immortals, peace would be restored to the realm of cultivation. Continue. I am listening. And as you can see, the outcome is as it stands now. Goodness. Are you suggesting that the downfall of the once mighty human immortals led to the destruction of all celestial beings? Fools. It was not the annihilation of the human immortals that brought about this calamity, but rather the disruption of the balance between yin and yang. This is incomprehensible. The ebb and flow of existence is a continuous process, not something that can be achieved instantaneously. The more one hastens this process, the further the unfolding events stray from one's desired outcome. It seems. I am still rather confused. There is a saying among mortals, one cannot become a plump figure in a single mouthful. Meals must be savored slowly. You continue your cultivation. I shall take my time to digest these revelations. The path, this concept cannot be fully grasped. It must be measured by one's steps and experienced over time. Your words have grown increasingly enigmatic. Very well, let us leave it at that. Do not trouble me unless there is something of significance. If there is something delectable, shall I inform you? Just a word, and I shall fetch it myself. One cannot become a plump figure in a single mouthful. Luo Feng reclined on the sofa, pondering the insights imparted by the old tortoise today. Essentially, it seems that a force akin to the Eagle Nation once dominated the cultivation realm, wreaking havoc upon others. Subsequently, a group of individuals uprooted the human immortal faction. The process was too swift and decisive, shattering the fragile equilibrium between powers and inciting widespread turmoil. Ultimately, the final cultivators perished together. He understood this fundamental truth. However, he merely wished to gather as much information as possible regarding the realm of cultivation. As he fell into contemplation, the members of the 11th Special Mixed Fleet of the Eagle Nation, who had been drawn into the Fenghu immortal realm, officially commenced their exploration of this enigmatic new world. Wow! Exclaimed Cole as he beheld a colossal golden eagle seize a diminutive purple deer and soar into the sky. Utterly captivated, this world appears to be quite extraordinary. Could it be an extraterrestrial planet? He held the rank of 3-star general in the Eagle Nation Marine Corps, the supreme leader of the entire fleet. The information officer, however, did not share his buoyant mood. Boss, the statistical results are in. There were no personnel casualties, but nearly all our large-scale equipment, such as aircraft, has been severely damaged. Gather the young men. We must commence the construction of a camp, for we cannot maneuver our warships within this forest. Boss, I recommend that we concentrate all mechanics to repair at least one helicopter first, so we can better explore our surroundings. Splendid suggestion, my dear lady. Please proceed with it. And as for the camp construction, madam, the foremost priority in venturing into this new world is to establish a secure campsite, lest we be seized by that enormous golden eagle and turned into its dinner. Chapter 36. Breaking the dog's leg. God truly exists. The golden bell is irrefutable evidence. At the very least, it is a manifestation of power rivaling that of God. What other secrets lie hidden within the enigmatic ancient Eastern nation? As extraterrestrials officially invade Blue Planet, we must unite to confront them. Let us venture to the South China Sea in search of immortals. Mi Rong is absent. The old turtle has also retreated into the realm of the square pot and has yet to emerge. Luo Feng, in a state of utter boredom, began scrolling through his phone, only to find the internet abuzz with discussions regarding the disappearance of the Eagle Sauce fleet. Moreover, numerous well-intentioned individuals on the foreign web have begun to form organizations dedicated to studying the mysterious Eastern cultivation culture, attempting to pursue immortality. From the news reports, it appears that major technological powers have refrained from commenting on the matter, including the primary victim, Eagle Sauce. There has been no announcement regarding the mobilization of fleets or flotillas to the Manila base for defense. Furthermore, no press conference has been held to identify the mastermind behind this incident. The joint military exercises with the Cosmic Nation that were scheduled recently have also been cancelled. The Summer Fruit Fleet, which was initially poised to confront the Eagle Sauce 11th Mixed Fleet, has since returned to camp, ceasing any further deployments to the Zhengmu-Ancha waters. The great powers that had previously boasted about sending fleets to the South China Sea have now faded into silence, as if an invisible force had grasped them by the throat, rendering them mute. Even the conflict between Big Bear and Little Bear has suddenly come to a halt. Soldiers from both sides, entrenched in their respective trenches, engage in a silent contest of glaring at one another, with no one daring to fire a shot or make threats of annihilation. The formidable military forces of the Blue Planet seem to have pressed the pause button, collectively halting all actions. The world has welcomed a long-awaited peace amidst a peculiar atmosphere. Meanwhile, various religious factions have recently been quite active, continually proclaiming the manifestations of their deities, drawing fervent worshippers eager to pay homage. Fortunately, no one dares to claim that the South China Sea's golden bell is a miracle presented by their supreme god. Otherwise, Luo Feng would not hesitate to pay a visit with the old turtle in tow. The renowned Taoist mountains across the country are bustling with crowds, as throngs of people rush to burn incense and make wishes. In contrast, the Buddhist temples have become relatively quiet. What concerns Luo Feng the most is the revelation by experts interpreting the name of the Zhenhai Bell. Indeed, the 3 flowing seal characters on the virtual image read, Zhenhai Bell. The hexagrams and the depictions of birds, fish, and insects on the bell have left experts divided, passionately arguing over the internet. Each side holds firm in their beliefs, and he cannot discern who is correct. In any case, he is indifferent. His priority is to sell the 40 large yellow croakers he has caught. 7th uncle, you once vowed to break old Gio's dog leg. One must not go back on their word, 7th uncle. Old Gio has returned, and now it's time to witness your authority. At the dock, Seventh uncle is surrounded by his nephews and grandnephews, who are clamoring around him. I will break your dog legs first. Seventh uncle, in a fit of rage, swings his cane wildly, driving away the well-meaning interlopers from the clan. Subsequently, he stroked his grizzled, close-cropped beard with glee as he watched the lunar palace vessel dock. Rob, ensure the ship is securely moored for Old Nine. Good heavens, Seventh Master, your partiality knows no bounds. Rob lamented, on the verge of tears, as he caught the mooring rope tossed ashore by Luo Feng. When Old Nine was absent, you threatened to break his legs. Now that he's returned, you're breaking everyone else's. Old Sixth, if you can bring home a couple of honorary plaques for the Luo family, Seventh Master here will personally break Old Nine's legs, Seventh Master retorted, unfazed by his grandson's grumbling. Instead, he proudly continued to boast about the accomplishments of his grandchildren's generation to the onlookers and villagers who had gathered. Seventh Grandfather, hold your horses about future grandchildren. Let me weigh the fish first, Wang Duyu interjected anxiously, fearing a change of circumstances, and hastily positioned himself in front of Seventh Master, preparing to once again take possession of the yellow croakers brought by Luo Feng. Before the ship had even docked, he had received word from Rob to prepare the funds for the fish. He had profited nearly 3 million from the last batch he had handled, and this time, with an even larger quantity, the potential for earnings was even greater. Get lost. Seventh Grandfather thundered, brandishing his cane and striking Wang Duyu on his tender flesh. He turned and cheerfully seized Luo Feng's hand. Come, accompany Seventh Master to the Ancestral Hall to pay homage to our ancestors. Luo Feng cast a helpless glance at Wang Duyu, signaling for him to discuss business with Rob. Then, he continuously greeted Seventh Master and the elders who had come to welcome him, obediently following the elders' arrangements, methodically participating in the ancestral rites, and subsequently being ushered into a celebratory banquet where he was plied with drink until he was thoroughly intoxicated. The next day, Luo Feng was roused from sleep by a splitting headache when the sun was high in the sky. Awake, blushing, Mi Rong appeared at his side, resembling a bashful newlywed. I've prepared a sobering soup. I'll fetch it right away. Thank you. Thank you, Luo Feng responded, turning his head in bewilderment to assess the situation. He found himself still in the Moon Palace's luxurious suite, not at home. The reason eluded him entirely. He only recalled downing cup after cup of the Luo clan's toasts outside the ancestral hall. Praises like first-class meritorious service and family glory echoed in his ears, almost to the point of annoyance. He vaguely remembered his parents' joyful tears. Have a taste, and he says it's her unique recipe. Mi Rong placed the sobering soup on the bedside table, watching him with anticipation. I should freshen up first. Luo Feng hastily checked his attire, finding it neat and tidy. He promptly rose to wash up, simultaneously inquiring about the previous day's events. How did I end up sleeping here? You don't remember? Mi Rong asked, intrigued. Remember what? Yesterday, you invited everyone to the Moon Palace, but you were intoxicated upon arrival, so everyone amused themselves briefly and then departed. How much did I drink? I'm not sure, but it was copious, like an ox drinking water. No wonder I feel so awful. With Mi Rong nearby, he felt a sense of reassurance. After washing up, he sipped the sobering soup, inquiring about the events of the previous day, particularly whether he had done anything embarrassing during his blackout. Fortunately, his conduct remained steadfast. After a night of inebriation, he simply succumbed to slumber, devoid of any foolish antics. Lao Jiao, it appears you have struck gold once more. Luo Bo entered with a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. This time, Lao Wang has transferred a total of 17 million. I shall send you the invoice for your review. The two largest catches are priced at 30,000 per pound, while the smaller ones fetch less than 4,000. Do the math, and should everything be satisfactory, I will finalize the accounts. Clear accounts are essential among brothers. Lao Ji's demeanor greatly pleased Luo Feng. No need for the transfer. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Speak freely, what is it? Lao Gu. Our vessel is nearing completion, and we must recruit additional crew. Furthermore, we need to negotiate with other fishing boats in the village regarding deep-sea fishing. I would like to entrust this venture to you. And what of my business? Let your wife oversee it. You shall serve as my captain, with an annual salary of 1 million, in addition to a 10% share of the profits. Such a substantial offer? Do not underestimate it. I have inquired and found that the salary for deep-sea fishing captains ranges from 3 to 5 million, hence the provision of a 10% stake. I have no objections. An annual salary of 1 million exceeds my small shop and Oppo's earnings, and with the profit sharing, I am certain to reap considerable rewards. Then let us discuss how I ought to conduct myself in this leadership role. Upon returning to the village, Luo Feng busied himself with the arrangements for deep-sea fishing. oblivious to the fact that over 17,000 individuals had been gathered into the realm of Feng Hu. Chapter 37. Domestic Bionic Submersible. Gratitude is extended to Comrade Luo Feng for his unwavering support. Without you, our bionic submersible would still be in a state of uncertainty regarding its final design. As soon as Luo Feng boarded the vessel, he was warmly seized by a bespectacled, chubby individual who vigorously shook his hands, incessantly expressing his gratitude. Confused by the situation, Luo Feng could only humbly respond, "I haven't done much." Little did he know, during the critical juncture of defining our bionic submersible, it was your provision of the phantom swimmer that played a pivotal role. The jovial individual, sporting a beer belly, enthusiastically led him up the scientific research vessel's gangway. Who is this person? Surely, a brief introduction before such exuberance would have been courteous. Luo Feng, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind, attempting to steer the conversation with conventional social norms. My friend, what is your name? Lao Lu sent me here to assist with research experiments. But he didn't specify what exactly I would be doing. Oh, my sincere apologies. I was so delighted to see you that I forgot to introduce myself, the chubby man remarked, patting his forehead before resuming the handshake. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Guo Hongfei, 28 years old, a graduate of the University of Science and Technology. I work at an undisclosed organization, primarily overseeing the research and development of bionic submersibles, which you will see shortly. The purpose of inviting you today is twofold. First and foremost, to personally thank you for the Phantom Swimmer unmanned submersible that you submitted. Secondly, I would like your assistance in testing the capture capabilities of our submersible to see if it can be easily ensnared by frogmen, much like the Phantom Swimmer. We are not merely engaging in matchmaking. The scientist's mindset is refreshingly candid. Upon clarifying Gu Hongfei's identity, Luo Feng felt a sense of familiarity. Frogmen are manageable. As long as one can outrun them, the submersible's greatest fear lies in fishing nets. Haha, I have equipped our submersible with blades designed to sever any net. Gu Hongfei proudly proclaimed, adjusting his glasses. Luo Feng gave a thumbs up. Brother, you truly are magnanimous. All for the sake of national interest. When the plump fellow spoke of national interest, his gaze was resolute, and his demeanor solemn. This ignited Luo Feng's curiosity entirely. What ingenious contraption has this unprincipled chubby fellow concocted? Is it truly superior to the Phantom Swimmer? Just as his intrigue peaked, the chubby fellow led him into the cabin. The white-coated scientists, previously engrossed in various instruments, flocked around, eager to shake his hand. So you are the legendary Comrade Luo Feng? Greetings. On behalf of, well, a certain undisclosed organization, we extend our heartfelt thanks for the sonar you provided. Comrade Luo Feng, words cannot express our gratitude. You have rendered us a tremendous service. And we simply must treat you to a splendid meal today. The chubby fellow interjected, step aside a bit. I want to take a photo with Comrade Luo Feng. No pushing, please. Let me find my glasses first. Whose filthy hands are these? Don't touch. This physique, this feel. If I were a girl, I would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Young scientists clustered around Luo Feng, chattering animatedly, while the elder scientists observed the lively scene with a sense of satisfaction. After grappling with the chaos, Luo Feng finally grasped the essence of today's mission. In simple terms, he was to pursue the unmanned submersible developed by the chubby host using an underwater propeller. Scientists from various units remained aboard the ship, employing an array of equipment to monitor the entire pursuit and record data. After meeting the scientists and sharing a meal, he returned to the Moon Palace vessel to retrieve the underwater propeller, patiently awaiting the release of the submersible by the chubby host. Upon witnessing the submersible prepared for deployment into the water, he was rendered speechless by its astonishing design. Resembling a batfish, it was about 1 meter in diameter, comparable to a fully grown specimen, with a long tail that tapered off, reflecting an eerie glow, appearing dangerously sharp. It was likely equipped with blades added by the chubby host. He reminded himself to steer clear of the chubby host in the future. He was certainly no simpleton. The underwater frogman could meet a swift demise if his oxygen line were severed. As the batfish plunged into the depths, he promptly followed suit, clutching the underwater propeller. It was imperative to stay close, lest the submersible become lost among a school of fish, transforming the mission into a farcical episode. He had descended into the water with nothing but a breathing mask and a small oxygen tank. How audacious of you, Feng. The chubby fellow gazed in astonishment at the video streaming from the batfish submersible. Hesitantly, he turned to his colleague and inquired, I recall mentioning that our experiment today would take place at depths ranging from 300 to 1,000 meters, correct? Indeed, I remember you saying that, his colleague replied. The maximum direct pressure a human body can withstand is 60 meters. Even if Feng possesses extraordinary talents, he could only dive to a maximum of 80 meters. It would still be prudent to call him back now. Observing the screen where Luo Feng had already submerged and was rapidly descending, the chubby fellow felt a deep sense of unease. Let's see how it goes. If he can't endure the pressure at 60 meters, he will naturally ascend. Yes, let us first test the sensitivity at 60 meters. A moment later, the screen was filled with the chubby fellow's exclamations. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Feng's reaction speed is beyond human comprehension. Did he really apprehend my submersible in just a glance? Oh, that underwater propeller is absurdly fast. Who designed it? And it even has a powerful light? It's not an electric motorcycle. Wait, why is he diving again? 80 meters, 120 meters. Good heavens. Quickly notify Feng to ascend. Hurry, hurry, or his lungs might burst. Are his vital signs stable? All right, forget I asked. This is simply outrageous. It's as if he is wearing a diving suit. No, he is even more agile than when donned in one. I am beginning to understand how the phantom swimmer was captured. Luo Feng, recognizing the situation, decided to withdraw gracefully. He did not dare to truly capture the batfish submersible and subject it to the ravages of the deep sea. Brother, you should equip the batfish with a conductive device, he suggested earnestly to the chubby fellow who had come to express his gratitude. The propulsion and response speeds of this contraption are far too sluggish. To evade capture by the frogman, an electric shock is essential. Brother, the issue does not lie with my batfish's design. It is your expectations that are rather peculiar. Go Hongfei replied, his face a picture of grievance. However, your underwater communication device is remarkably impressive, far superior to that of the Eagle Country by several magnitudes. The underwater communication device is not my invention. You have mistakenly praised the wrong person. Oh, then allow me to find a way to commend your design? That would be splendid. A few words would suffice. The design is rather unsightly, capable of frightening quite a few people. That was a commendation well delivered. Do refrain from such praise in the future. Witnessing that domestic equipment has not only caught up with, but is subtly poised to surpass that of the Eagle Country, Luo Feng was delighted to partake in various experiments. Time after time, he plunged into the deep waters at the behest of the scientists, testing an array of clandestine apparatuses. Chapter 38. Anger is justified. Recently, Luo Feng's days have been rather mundane, akin to a diligent little bee. Piloting the Yuegong, he tirelessly traverses between the East China Sea, the Strait of Bus. In the military port, 500, 300. Remarkably, yesterday he received an additional 500,000 in bonuses. Although the old tortoise had assisted in alleviating the operational cost crisis of the deep-sea fishing vessel, he still found pleasure in gazing at the bank notifications on his phone, calculating his earnings. The expression on his face resembled that of a farmer tenderly caressing the bountiful rice ears, with satisfaction radiating from his eyes and rippling towards his temples. Do you truly adore money so much? Mi Rong inquired, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she crouched beside him, capturing his greedy visage with her camera. Luo Feng flashed a peace sign at his phone, retorting, I am contributing to the nation, and I'm not receiving little in return. Mi Rong, one must speak with integrity. How much do you suppose the underwater cable detection network we relocated is worth? And the fixed underwater sonar? I cannot argue with you. Do inform old Lu that there are no American detection devices left in the Strait of Bus. Really? Mi Rong exclaimed, springing up in delight. I will notify him immediately. Luo Feng's spirits soared. However, the American intelligence personnel stationed at the monitoring post were far less jubilant. Just a day prior at the Manila base, an ominous alarm began to flash erratically, accompanied by a high-pitched warning that echoed throughout the facility. The intelligence personnel on duty rose in unison, their faces a portrait of bewilderment as the large screen abruptly went black. Signal interruption? No. The reports shared by the colleagues from Kaohsiung a few days prior indicated that such an occurrence signified a severance of the submarine cable detection network. My God, the Bashi channel has suffered an assault akin to that on the Kaohsiung base. Indeed, it is an attack. Look, the undersea sonar monitoring array, once concentrated by mysterious forces, has vanished. A collective disappearance? Has Satan himself descended? Over 3,000 sonar arrays have vanished in an instant. It must be either divine intervention or demonic influence, for no ordinary individual or organization could possibly erase all underwater sonar arrays so swiftly. Report it, quickly report it. Yes. Hasten to inform General Layton, lest we all face dire consequences. Upon hearing the report from the information officer, General Layton remained silent. He felt as though someone had struck him on the back of the head, leaving him in a daze. Grasping the oak desk, he could barely steady himself. His legs felt weak. Internally, he roared, how many sins must I have committed to be burdened with such a misfortunate base? Just days ago, 7 ships from the 11th Task Force, 1 oceanographic research vessel, and 2 nuclear submarines mysteriously vanished. The turmoil has yet to settle. Now, the most crucial underwater cable monitoring network in the Bashi Channel has been uprooted. Can life continue in this manner? Is it God? Or perhaps, is it Satan? Who are you two deities that find me, Leighton, so displeasing? Might I receive an early notice? Should I take my own life? Do not toy with me. That rascal Mark Milley has long wished for me to shoulder the blame. Is he not seeking my very demise? However, I, the general, shall not resign myself to such fate. Soon, Leighton composed himself and, addressing the information officer who awaited a response, calmly instructed, contact all bases along the West Pacific Pearl Chain that possess underwater cable monitoring networks and ascertain if they have encountered any similar occurrences. Understood, General. As he watched the officer depart with efficiency, General Leighton stroked his bushy beard in contemplation. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number designated as patron. Boss. The underwater monitoring cable in the Balantang Channel, under the jurisdiction of the Manila base, has been severed. I may soon lose control over it. Oh, so you mean that my goods may not be able to land at the military port in Manila? The voice on the phone was icy, devoid of any emotion. Raspy like two pieces of glass scraping against each other. General Leighton, evidently accustomed to this tone, displayed no discomfort. Boss. What I mean is that fellow Mark Milley wants me to be accountable for the fleet's disappearance and the damage to the Balantang Channel monitoring network. This will affect your business. Who is Mark Milley? The head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, my immediate superior, overseeing all bases. Is the defense minister still that fellow named Mark? Boss, the Minister of Defense is more formidable and shares a closer rapport with the Supreme Leader. Then. I shall find a way to inform the minister to eliminate Mark Milley and secure your position. Boss, Mark Milley is quite a tough nut to crack. A tough nut? Then let us shatter its limbs. Boss is wise. I will exert pressure on various factions in Manila and increase the volume of goods transported. Excellent. Await the news. After ending the call, General Leighton let out a long sigh of relief. He then fixed his gaze upon the map on the wall, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, pondering some scheme. General, the information officer soon returned. Report, General. There have been recent incidents of monitoring equipment going missing or being damaged at Naha Base, Ryukyu Base, and most of the monitoring bases along the Western Pacific Pearl Chain. Understood. You may return to your duties. General Leighton waved his hand, dismissing the information officer. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Mark Milley's number. Boss, I must report some unfortunate news to you. I have heard enough bad news these days. Please, present your grim tidings more pleasantly. The weary voice of Mark Milley resonated through the receiver. I fear you may not get your wish. General Leighton confessed, the underwater cable monitoring network and the underwater sonar array in the Bashi Channel have been utterly destroyed in an instant by some mysterious force. I suspect that the rabbits may have harnessed some unknown power. He has completely unleashed himself. Not only did he report the most disheartening news, but he also embellished it with his own conjectures, attempting to drive another dagger into Mark Milley's heart. Having uttered his words, he decisively extended his hand holding the phone, distancing the receiver from himself. Just in time, the furious roar of Mark Milley reverberated through the phone. Damn it. It's that cursed rabbit again. 3 days prior, the underwater cable monitoring network at Naha Base was instantaneously destroyed, and the underwater sonar array vanished without a trace. 2 days ago, for underwater cable detection networks at Taipei Base met the same fate, their sonar arrays disappearing in an instant. Yesterday, the monitoring network at Chiai Base was also obliterated. Today, the monitoring network in the Bashi Channel, for which he was responsible, suffered the same destruction. The vast Western Pacific Pearl Chain had been reduced to a state of destitution. How could they possibly monitor the movements of the Rabbit and Apos, nuclear-powered submarines? Angry? Rightfully so, letting you, the fool, take the blame while you fail to inquire about the background. General Leighton was thoroughly amused. Before Mark Milley could be reprimanded by his benefactor, he indulged himself in amusement, finding the situation quite entertaining. As for that monitoring network, let those who ought to worry do so. As long as the benefactor provided unwavering support, his position remained as stable as a mountain. Ample profits were all that mattered. Why stoop to the level of a biting rabbit? Wouldn't it be more delightful to live a couple more years? Chapter 39, Expel Him. In a recent report, our nation's dual aircraft carrier fleet has embarked on a voyage for extensive training in distant waters. The implications are substantial. While perusing my phone in the afternoon, Luo Feng was taken aback by the news of the dual carrier group traversing the Bashi Channel. The commentary section was ablaze with excitement from military enthusiasts. With the dual carrier fleet, at least 4 formidable vessels are accompanying them. Let us address the matter directly. Does the Eagle Nation possess an intimate understanding of our formidable vessels? When have we ever witnessed Xiaoguo engaging in a losing venture? The underwater monitoring matrix is not easily compromised. Nevertheless, the very fact that the dual-carrier fleet dares to venture forth speaks volumes about the Navy's confidence in the stealth capabilities of our vessels. Could it be that the stealth proficiency of our formidable vessels has dropped below the ambient noise levels? I suspect there are promising developments on the horizon. Though no news has surfaced yet, perhaps in a few days, we shall see. The 002 cannot compare to the 003. Let us hope the 004 is commissioned soon. What a cad! My heart remains perpetually frozen. Neither the 004 nor the 055 can stir my emotions. Observing the ostentatious comments typical of military aficionados, Luo Feng extinguished his thoughts of taking a break. He once more steered his vessel towards the East China Sea. The underwater cable detection network surrounding the Pearl Chain is dwindling. Let us intensify our efforts and ensure its retrieval before the new year. He harbored a keen interest in dismantling the Eagle Nation's underwater monitoring apparatus. In truth, even without monetary gain, he remained committed to the task. With a touch of financial prowess, his enthusiasm surged even higher. Unbeknownst to him, his daily excursions to the Eagle Nation or its sycophants base in pursuit of equipment have nearly driven the upper echelons of the Eagle Nation to madness. The defense minister is on the brink of insanity. General Mark Milley provides him with increasingly disconcerting reports on a daily basis. Ignoring them is not an option. After receiving the information, he finds himself too intimidated to relay it to the esteemed leader, opting instead to suppress the details in silence. Milley lacks a grasp of political intricacies, which is a requisite for the favored confidant elevated by the esteemed leader. Should these revelations reach the ears of the media, they could jeopardize the esteemed leader's chances for re-election, transforming the matter from mere job security into a far graver concern. What is inevitable will eventually manifest. Paper cannot conceal fire. As the damage to the underwater monitoring network escalates, the Navy has increasingly conducted maritime exercises. These frequent maneuvers have alerted military experts worldwide to something amiss. They have begun to issue audacious speculations. The Eagle Nation has lost control of the Western Pacific. The audacity of the Summer Nation stems from a leap in technological advancement. What technology enables the Summer Nation to disregard the Eagle Nation and Oppo's stringent Pearl Chain detection system? The decline of hegemony. As more media outlets and military analysts voice their skepticism, the flames of inquiry have finally scorched through the paper's facade. The esteemed leader is compelled to call upon the defense minister, unleashing a torrent of fury. He points at the blank monitoring report and demands, "Is this what you claim? Everything is under control? Enlighten me. What exactly do you have in hand? How many dark vessels from the Summer Nation have evaded the Pearl Chain's blockade? What do you truly possess?" Minister of Defense was seething with anger. Yet he had to wear a forced smile as he explained, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. All of this is the doing of Mark Milley. It was he who assured me that everything was under control. The Pearl Chain remains intact and is capable of monitoring all movements of the Siagua's conventional and nuclear-powered blackfish. However, who could have anticipated that the entire system had long been utterly compromised? The blackfish from Siagua could approach near Guam at any moment and launch an assault on any of our cities from any angle. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs bears undeniable responsibility for this. General Layton at the Manila base can attest to this. It was under Milley's orders that the detection networks at the Manila base and bases in the Western Pacific concealed the fact that the Pearl Chain detection system had been sabotaged, resulting in an irretrievable situation. Who is Mark Milley? The bewildered Shizong shook his head for a long while before suddenly recalling that this individual was his superior at the Joint Chiefs, a tough representative of the military's interests. Yet, at this moment, he could not care less about military decorum. Dismiss him. In a fit of rage, Shizong hurled his sunglasses to the floor. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the office. Now, immediately, I demand a public announcement. I want to dismiss Mark Milley. What else should I do? Shizong's expression turned vacant, feeling a bit dizzy. A warm stream surged forth from behind him, spilling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a familiar scent wafted into the nostrils of Mr. Defense Minister. Shizong had struck again. Quickly, someone was called to assist the Supreme Leader in attending to his personal hygiene. The Defense Minister, flustered, gestured for Shizong's aides to clean up the mess. Yet internally, he was elated. Fortunately, there was a scapegoat. He had long suspected Shizong's unreliability, always feigning ignorance while inevitably shifting blame onto subordinates. With a sense of smug satisfaction, the defense minister mused, "Mark Milley, what a pity you are utterly oblivious, lacking any powerful benefactor at your back. You have become the shield." While he lay back, confident in his safety net, Shizong, however, was gripped by panic. Disregarding any sense of embarrassment, He struggled to remove his trousers while shouting, "No, no, no. We cannot inform everyone that our underwater pearl chain in the Western Pacific has been destroyed. At least not now. Let us wait until the election results are in. If the Democrats prevail, we can leak this situation to the media. If I secure re-election, then we will grant Siagwa some favors, ensuring his silence." Dreaming of marrying a wife, he thought. How naive. The defense minister secretly scoffed while maintaining a facade of humility. Esteemed supreme leader, I fear we must indeed offer Siagwa some incentives to ensure that the news of the underwater pearl chain's destruction does not leak. Now, Shizong hesitated, toying with his sunglasses. The information must not escape, otherwise it will jeopardize my re-election plans. Desiring the horse to gallop while simultaneously wishing to withhold its sustenance, a profound observation distilled from the wisdom of ancient Eastern civilization. The defense minister silently critiques this paradox. Alas, what can be done? After all, the individual in question is the grand boss, who must continue to devise solutions. Perhaps we could concede in certain areas, such as oil. Let us not forget, every leader who dared to challenge the hegemony of oil currencies has met with assassination, as the wise Zizong cautions. The defense minister smiles subtly. Boss, the market share of oil does not encroach upon the oil dollar's dominion. It merely reallocates half from the euro's market share. Truly, the defense minister is astute. Boss, this will require your pressure on Europe. Otherwise, success is unattainable. Those feeble individuals can be easily intimidated into compliance with just a few well-placed bombs. It's quite manageable. Very well. Boss, I shall expedite the arrangements for the visit and ensure the hush money reaches Xiaobo promptly. Chapter 40. The home of extraordinary heroes. Has the North Bird one exploded again? Is Eagle Sauce truly intent on annihilating that bunch of weaklings? The Emperor must have wept inconsolably in the restroom, I suppose. When Luo Feng first stumbled upon the news, he thought he had misread it. Shortly thereafter, he came across another report stating that the Minister of Defense of Eagle Sauce had visited during the Spring Festival. The visit was deemed a resounding success, with both parties convening a press conference to announce the completion of constructive cooperation discussions. And then, there was nothing more to follow. Merely observing the news, Luo Feng found it incomprehensible that his flurry of activities before the Spring Festival had compelled the Minister of Defense of Eagle Sauce to personally deliver a hush money envelope. Now he felt a twinge of anxiety. On the morning of the third day of the Lunar New Year, old Lu, accompanied by a group of generals, arrived bearing the plaque for the home of extraordinary heroes. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. The house was surrounded by villagers and tourists alike, extraordinary, first class, and coastal defense vanguard, 3 plaques awarded to a single individual, a living hero. The ancestral grave of the Luo family was surely smoking with pride, having received 3 plaques in a single year. This was beyond mere smoke. It warranted a blaze of at least 30 feet high. A momentous occasion indeed. The village secretary announced that all visitors' expenditures for the day would be entirely waived. The village would host a feast in honor of the hero. 7th uncle declared that all tourists and villagers were to partake in the celebratory banquet, with no gifts permitted. This was a grand affair. 7th uncle withdrew his life savings, forsaking even his funeral fund. The village committee's reserves were scant as well, and this event would likely lead to their financial ruin. But as long as they were happy, that was what mattered. Other village committees wished to partake in such endeavors, yet they have not had the opportunity. The gathered tourists clamored to meet the living hero, only to be intercepted by Mirong, who declared that the hero was engaged in a covert mission and must not reveal his true identity. The visitors, finally understanding, dispersed. Brother, could you elaborate on the origins of this extraordinary merit? Luo Feng felt a surge of anxiety. After he had completed the inspection of all underwater detection systems in the Western Pacific, he had anticipated receiving some form of commendation. However, to his astonishment, not only did he receive the exceptional merit on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, but he was also awarded the genuine rank of captain. Even in his ignorance, he recognized that the rank of captain was equivalent to that of a company commander, a definitive military officer's title, one that countless soldiers who dedicated their lives to the nation could only dream of attaining. Brother, do not be anxious. Old Lu lamented, to be candid. Your extraordinary merit had been approved long ago, but it was withheld by the higher-ups for reasons unknown. There are said to be other considerations. What those considerations are? Given my position, I have not been able to inquire. To this day, I remain utterly perplexed. It appears that the authorities deemed that a mere extraordinary merit would not suffice to honor you, which is why they exceptionally awarded you a commission. Is that even an answer? Luo Feng rolled his eyes, and the two shared a moment of silent contemplation, both unable to fathom the rationale behind the unexpected promotion to captain. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous development. Old Lu, in a more relaxed state of mind, remarked, Senior Qian even took the trouble to persuade a few elders to secure your base salary. Had I known you would ascend more swiftly than I would have worried less. As a captain, your base salary is approximately 7,000 yuan. Moreover, with allowances included, my monthly income has exceeded 10,000. It will take my brother a decade of hard work to reach your level. Do you see that? His eyes are bloodshot. Those with bloodshot eyes are not limited to just old Luo. The village head takes the lead. Those who hold influence in the village all arrive at Luo Feng's home to congratulate him, while also indulging in drinking. This time, Luo Feng has learned his lesson. As the liquor flowed into his belly, he discreetly activated the cyclone located in his lower dantian, swiftly dissipating the effects of intoxication. He accompanied the guests throughout the evening, causing many to become inebriated. It was a significant act of revenge. Old Tortoise, the new year has passed. It is time for us to set off for the Zhongnan Mountains. In the dead of night, he lay in the suite of the Moon Palace, contacting Old Tortoise. When you arrive at Zhongnan Mountain, call me. That place is quite peculiar, beyond your comprehension. How peculiar? I cannot say. All I know is that there were once hundreds of celestial sanctuaries there, each belonging to great immortals. An insignificant being like me would perish instantly under a mere glare. Old Tortoise, are you jesting? Who would take such a risk for amusement? Thank you, Old Tortoise. I appreciate your willingness to assist me in acquiring techniques, even knowing the peril involved. No need for thanks, as you said, whether one fights fiercely or waits for death, the outcome remains the same. It is better to fight with all one's might. Old Tortoise is remarkable. Do not flatter me, prepare well. Let us not truly lose our lives there. What preparations do I need to make? Deceive that young girl and do not bring her along. It would be troublesome. Do not deceive. Her current task has now transformed into the protection of my parents. Very well, whenever you have the time, do visit the enchanting realm of Fenghu. For those who have been cast into it are quite intriguing. I cannot afford to concern myself with them, as I must book a flight and arrange matters concerning distant oceanic fishing. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Luo Feng journeyed tirelessly until he finally arrived at the foot of Mount Zhongnan. After completing the transfer and paying the guide's fee, he watched as the elderly man who had led him into the mountains gradually departed. The scenery of Mount Zhongnan is breathtaking, beneath the pristine blanket of snow. He gazed around, feeling as though he had entered a fairyland. However, the weather was rather chilly. Having lived in the tropics for many years, even clad in a down jacket and cotton boots, he could not escape the biting cold. Fortunately, there remained a small cyclone within him. In response to the sudden drop in temperature, the cyclone noticeably intensified its rotation, swiftly keeping the cold at bay. As Luo Feng made his way up the mountain, treading upon the footprints of those who came before him, he noticed nearby cottages and refrained from summoning the old tortoise casually. He sought a secluded spot. Luo Feng, truly. When there is a path to paradise, you refuse to tread it, yet when there is no door to hell, you stumble in. Turning a corner, the figure of Liang Huoya unexpectedly emerged slowly from the wooden gate of a cottage, accompanied by two young individuals clad in leather coats. Liang Huoya, during this festive season, you neglect to pay respects to your elders and instead come here for what purpose? Luo Feng exclaimed with a grin. Truly, your mischief finds you wherever you go. What brings you here? In a sudden outburst of fury, Liang Huoya exclaimed, filled with a sense of grievance. If it weren't for your achievements, would I have abandoned my thriving river sand business to hide in this desolate place? If it weren't for you, would my company be under scrutiny? If it weren't for you, I would be indulging in a life of luxury right now. If it weren't for you, would I be enduring such a miserable existence? Observing the injured expression on Liang Huoya's face, Luo Feng gradually discerned the underlying narrative. This brother, old Lu, had managed to bring Liang Huoya, who bore hostility towards him, to such a plight without uttering a word. It was also connected to the nefarious dealings of Liang Huoya and his cohorts, who had monopolized the river sand industry, capitalizing on the benefits of the grand infrastructure era, inevitably leading to many unsavory activities. They got what they deserved. Once Liang Huoya had vented his frustrations, Luo Feng spoke slowly. So, you intend to bring me down here today? Given my current miserable state, do you think I will allow you to thrive? Liang Huoya's face contorted with menace. Brandishing a shovel as he advanced menacingly, Luo Feng, with good intentions, cautioned, you three may not stand a chance against me. Chapter 41. The 5 Elements Technique acquired. 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers lay draped in a silvery cloak. Snow-laden trees and the delicate blossoms of pines adorned the landscape, while wisps of smoke curled lazily from the chimneys of humble abodes. Luo Feng, with a sense of curiosity, spun around, taking in the picturesque snowy scenery surrounding the farmer's courtyard. It must be said that Liang Huoya indeed possessed a discerning eye, having chosen a location that, while not overly concealed, was remarkably scenic for his escape from capture. At the entrance stood a barking yellow dog, adding to the rustic charm of the northwestern countryside. Only moments ago, he had brandished a shovel and a wooden stick, preparing to confront the three men, who now found themselves bound by their own belts and weeping pitifully against the old elm tree by the wooden gate. This is too much. You, Luo, can't handle things like this. Let us go, they cried in despair. Lao Yi will freeze to death. You can't do this, brother. We were wrong to lay hands on you. Noticing the absence of nearby homes, Luo Feng felt reassured as he retrieved his phone to call old Lu. Lu Gu, I have something to report. I've captured Liang Huoya. Please notify the enforcement agency in Dong City to come and apprehend him at Zhongnan Mountain. Who is Liang Huoya? Old Lu's astonished voice emerged from the receiver. Luo Feng suddenly realized that the investigation into Liang Huoya's small gang might not be related to old Lu. He began to recount the situation from the beginning. There are a few ne'er-do-wells from our village who formed a construction company, monopolizing the river sand business in the county. Now that you mention it, I recall. This matter is under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Department, which has been struggling to apprehend them. How did they end up at Zhongnan Mountain? Be careful. Those little rascals are each carrying murder charges. I ventured into the realm of cultivation and fortuitously encountered an opportunity, promptly seizing it. Cultivation? My friend, let's engage in a candid discussion over a modest sum, so I may broaden my horizons. It is said that there are practitioners on Mount Zhongnan. I came to test my luck, hoping to procure a few elixirs of immortality. However, instead of obtaining the coveted elixirs, I apprehended 3 fugitives instead. What fortuitous luck! My friend, you may continue your search for elixirs. I shall swiftly notify the Criminal Investigation Department to liaise with local counterparts for the transfer of the fugitives. Would you like me to reserve an elixir for you? Unlike the unyielding life of Qin Shi Huang, I believe the elixirs are better suited for your consumption. My dear brother, you have no future. Your future is bright. With a monthly income exceeding 10,000, and you even have leisure time for travel. Alas, I am but a miserable soul, tasked with apprehending spies during the festive season. Have you yet to capture any? One managed to escape. Thus I have taken the liberty to bolster the defenses of your village. I appreciate your assistance. It is my duty. I mustn't linger any longer, as I have matters to attend to. Upon concluding the call, Luo Feng attempted to push open the creaking door. With a sudden push, the door swung open, releasing a wave of acrid smoke that assaulted his senses, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps while fanning the stifling air. Simultaneously, he surveyed the interior's arrangement. The furnishings were starkly simplistic. A few chairs and stools were haphazardly placed around a fireplace, while against the wall lay a bed and a table, all seemingly crafted from robust solid wood. Scattered across the floor were cigarette butts, plastic bags, and an assortment of indistinguishable objects, creating an utterly filthy environment. With a look of disdain, he glared at the 3 individuals outside the courtyard. What a fine house, and yet you have turned it into a pigsty. Although harsh words may be exchanged, until the local law enforcement arrives to take custody of these 3 individuals, he must temporarily reside here. Thus, he must make an effort to tidy up the space. At the very least, he should be able to find comfort while seated by the hearth. Consequently, Luo Feng began to diligently clean the room, also organizing the daily necessities prepared by the 3 fugitives. As he worked with fervor, the voice of the old turtle suddenly echoed in his mind. Close the door. I wish to emerge. What is it? Luo Feng obediently shut the door, inquiring about the situation. It seemed he had stumbled upon something intriguing. The old turtle's jade-green figure, the size of a basketball, instantly appeared on the bed, its dark, bead-like eyes fixated on the corner of the wall. Dig that corner open. Following the old turtle's gaze, Luo Feng glanced toward the wall corner. It appeared unremarkable. How large a hole should he excavate? He certainly could not demolish the local villager's home without the owner's consent. The house was rented from the local inhabitants, and he dared not recklessly destroy someone else's property. Dig down about a foot diagonally from the corner, and you will uncover a jade tablet the size of a broad bean. Retrieve it, and perhaps your cultivation method will be resolved. Cultivation method? Very well, I shall dig. Concerned with the matter of his own practice, Luo Feng promptly set to work. The old turtle continued to offer guidance. Dig diagonally downwards about a foot from the back of the corner, and do not dig aimlessly. Just make a hole large enough for your hand to fit in. There is no need for a shovel of that size. Yes, exert yourself. After toiling for a good 10 minutes, Luo Feng finally extracted the jade tablet from the old turtle's mouth and meticulously cleaned it. It bore a resemblance to the fragment of jade I had retrieved from the dragon cave, although Luo Feng could not decipher the intricate patterns etched upon the tablet. He recognized the quality of the sheep-fat jade. However, the old turtle remained silent this time, closing its eyes and quietly sensing something while lying on the bed. Moments later, it opened its eyes and spoke. You are quite fortunate. The 5 elements technique is not an advanced art. Yet it is the most reliable method for foundation establishment among humans. Then please recite it for me. Luo Feng exclaimed urgently. Foolish child. Simply press the jade tablet to your forehead, and you will comprehend it naturally. Press it to my forehead. Luo Feng, filled with skepticism, placed the tablet against his brow. Suddenly, he felt streams of golden light emanating from the tablet, coalescing into a series of seal script characters within his mind. He could not recognize a single character, strangely. He understood the entire text's meaning. The gist revealed that the 5 elements technique comprises 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, with this being the lower section. It encompassed the cultivation paths for the Qi condensation realm, foundation establishment realm, and the nascent soul realm, accompanied by 7 incantations and over 300 illustrations of meridian circulation. Now that we have the technique, let us hasten our departure from this wretched place. My spiritual sense is suppressed within a radius of 3 zhang, and it feels ominous. The old turtle urged hurriedly, not allowing Luo Feng to thoroughly examine the entire text and the accompanying illustrations. I feel quite well. The snowy scenery is beautiful. Luo Feng reluctantly set aside the jade tablet, sensing no feeling of suppression. You possess no spiritual awareness, hence you cannot perceive it. I, the esteemed gentleman, am as burdened as if I were carrying a mountain, gasping for breath. Then, esteemed elder, you may advance into the realm of the celestial pot, while I await the local law enforcement to apprehend the 3 imbeciles outside. Very well, esteemed gentlemen, seek refuge. The Jiangnan Mountains are perilous, and you must not entertain the thought of lingering here for cultivation. The old tortoise's figure swiftly vanished, leaving Luo Feng in a state of bemusement. Initially, I intended to savor the snowy scenery. However, upon your remark, I dare not tarry any longer. The realm of immortality is replete with beings far more formidable than you. Yet they have failed to endure until this day. Do you know why? Why? Because you are exceedingly timid. Did you not proclaim your intent to take a gamble? That was for the sake of longevity. Now that you have acquired the techniques, it is no longer worth exhausting yourself here. Goodness, what if there are other treasures to be found? Esteemed gentlemen, never mind. You seem disinterested. Very well. Once my skills are perfected, I shall seek treasures on my own. Dream on with your grand aspirations. Chapter 42. The Zumwalt Class Warning. Warning. Collision risk imminent. Engage emergency evasive maneuvers. The meditative tranquility of Luo Feng was abruptly shattered by the urgent alarms of the artificial intelligence, surely, aboard the Moon Palace. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal American destroyer narrowly gliding past the Moon Palace, almost colliding. Had it not been for Shirley's swift activation of the thrusters, the Moon Palace could have been swept into a disastrous impact by the turbulent waters generated by the massive vessel. It defied conventional understanding. When the lateral distance between 2 enormous ships on the sea diminishes to less than 30 meters, it often becomes impossible to create space. Instead, the currents generated by each vessel draw them together, heightening the risk of collision. Roar. Through the window, he could distinctly see the sailors aboard the opposing warship, exuberantly shouting and chattering in excitement. At this moment, 2 months had elapsed since their journey to the Jiangnan Mountains. The Moon Palace was navigating the waters near an island in the Central Pacific. This marked the maiden voyage of the deep-sea fishing vessel, which Luo Feng had commissioned, accompanied by his village's fishing fleet venturing into the open sea. Relying on the vessel's swiftness, they had arrived first at the nearby island, intending to encircle the area. Utilizing the abilities of Old Turtle, they aimed to drive the tuna from the economic exclusive zone into open waters for their own fishing boats to catch. Unexpectedly, during the pursuit of the fish, they encountered the American naval destroyer. Huh, Luo Feng exclaimed, poking his head out to respond to the jubilant sailors across the way. Once I finish this catch, I shall come to settle the score with you. Quite impressive, you've certainly become more composed. I believed you would capture this vessel using the mystical realm of the square pot. The old turtle, basking in the sun by the window, rarely initiates a conversation. What use is a ship? I await a colossal typhoon to sweep away the base in Guam. Youngster, temper your fervor. Let us not dwell on such matters. Have you contemplated where one might discover the treasures or methods to prolong life? Alas, there is indeed a location, and I am convinced it harbors opportunities for longevity and even advancement in cultivation, yet it is exceedingly perilous. Is it not all for the sake of survival? Allow me to ponder further, in hopes of identifying a less hazardous place. If none can be found, then I shall proceed there. Where exactly is this? The North Sea. The Xuanwu Dojo. Is there truly a Xuanwu? That is my esteemed ancestor. Oh, is your ancestor's dojo too perilous for you to dare approach? I find the Xuanwu's dojo to be the most credible. Perhaps your connection to the Xuanwu bloodline renders the dangers therein less formidable? The logic holds true. Yet the trepidation lingers within me. What shall I do? Let it be. If one's mental fortitude is lacking, even the greatest abilities will come to naught. Conversely, those with little talent yet resilient nerves often achieve remarkable feats with minimal resources. Luo Feng, choosing not to offer further counsel, deftly turned the Moon Palace back, retracing their path to reunite with the deep-sea fishing fleet. He could not help but cast a disdainful glance at the American destroyer that had just brushed past him. You are hardly worth anything. Otherwise, I would sell you off without a second thought. The old destroyers may lack value, but the Americans possess the most prized destroyers in the blue planet. A sudden realization dawned upon him as he picked up his phone and initiated a video call with Director Luo. Hello, Director Luo, are you investigating a case? Behind the slightly weary visage of Director Luo on the phone screen lay the interior of a hotel room. It did not appear to be an office, prompting his curiosity. Just call me Brother Luo or Old Luo. The moment you address me as Director, I know something is amiss. Director Luo remained tight-lipped about the case, his demeanor exceedingly cautious. You see, I was just bullied by that American destroyer, and I was wondering if you could assist me in locating the whereabouts of their 3 Zumwalt-class warships. Director Luo's lips twitched as if in pain. Rest assured, the Zumwalt-class vessels do not dare to venture into the South China Sea. They typically linger around Guam. What a coincidence, as I am also near Guam. What brings you there? Fishing. My long-awaited deep-sea fishing vessel has arrived. It's my first outing to catch fish. I can't just continue loitering in the South China Sea. Can I? If you are going to fish, then fish diligently. Why concern yourself with the Zumwalt class? Brother Luo, let us speak plainly. Are you not curious? Curious. Quickly check their routes, and also investigate what valuable items are aboard the Zumwalt class. I shall retrieve them for us later. Brother, good luck. After ending the video call, Luo Feng turned his attention to fishing. He picked up the public channel walkie-talkie and began directing the fishing vessels. Deploy the encircling net swiftly. There is a large school of tuna 30 kilometers to your left front. Do not be tempted by trivial gains. Any fish weighing less than 200 kilograms must be thrown back into the sea. We are here to prosper, not to obliterate the tuna population. Have a bit more courage. We shall only return with tuna weighing over 200 kilograms, relying on the swift speed of the Uagong. He navigated around the nearby island nation's exclusive economic zones. During this circuit, the old turtle released a faint aura, scaring the fish away from the coastal waters, leading them into the traps laid by the fishing boats. While cross-border fishing was prohibited within the exclusive economic zone, there was no restriction on the yacht's harmless passage. If there was an opportunity to fish, one should seize it. The vast school of tuna in this area would ultimately benefit the large fishing vessels from Australia. The indigenous people on the island lacked large fishing boats and could only catch small fish and shrimp in the coastal waters to make a living. Encircle them! Encircle them! Luo Bo exclaimed, watching the radar screen filled with fish. He used the walkie-talkie to command the smaller fishing boats to complete the encirclement of the tuna school driven in by Luo Feng. Gradually, they tightened the noose, only slowly pulling in the net once the tuna had no escape left. At that moment, schools of flying fish, driven by the chase, leaped out of the water in a desperate attempt to flee beyond the encircling net. What the hell? You aimed precisely and struck me down. I shall take it as a bonus. Truly magnificent. After a lifetime of fishing, it is my first encounter with such a multitude of flying fish, cascading onto the deck as if it were raining. The fortune's bounty is simply too grand. The fish cannot leap over it. Just observe those smaller fishing vessels. They hardly caught a few. We are destined for prosperity. Indeed, this time we shall genuinely thrive. The nets are brimming. Hurry, gather them in. What a pity. There remains such a large school yet to be netted. Fear not, we still possess ample nets for another haul. Given the current circumstances, it appears we shall be utterly exhausted by day's end. Prepare for the bleed-out. Aboard the Fortune's Bounty, the sailors hired by Robert animatedly discussed the breathtaking fishing spectacle, swiftly readying their instruments for slaughter. Once the fishing nets are hoisted by the crane, sorting and processing can commence. They maintain a relatively composed demeanor. Prior to our departure, Robert had expressly instructed that any tuna weighing under 200 kilograms should be released. However, the fishermen on the smaller boats were not as compliant. A tuna exceeding 100 kilograms is considered an adult. How regrettable it would be to release such a prize. Many disregarded the directive, opting instead to release only the tuna under 100 kilograms, retaining the larger specimens. Chapter 43, Abundance and Satisfaction. These Han people have truly struck it rich. Throughout my life as a fisherman, I have never encountered such a method of encircling schools of fish and leisurely hauling them in. Captain, shall we gather the large fish they have cast into the sea? Over 100 kilograms of tuna thrown back into the ocean. Do these fools truly know how to fish? Good heavens, I, Jack, have fished in these waters for over 20 years, and have never seen such a colossal school of tuna. It is utterly tantalizing. They only seek tuna and a few precious rare fish, discarding the vast majority of marine life back into the sea. When will we ever encounter such a bountiful catch? God willing, may we also stumble upon a large school of fish this month and reap a substantial fortune, following their method. The price of tuna this year will remain stagnant. Come, Captain, let us depart. If I continue to watch, I might be tempted to seize a few for myself. Do you think it would be too demeaning if I were to approach them for 100-kilogram tuna? Go ahead, it's not disgraceful at all. Crying is not a sin. The fishing techniques of the Han are simple yet ruthless. Observing from afar, the Australian trawlers are consumed with envy and jealousy, as the captain's longing gaze is drawn towards waters already thoroughly cleared by Luo Feng. It seems destined that this month we shall yield little in terms of catch. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and his companions remain tirelessly occupied. The schools of fish are easy to encircle, but the slaughtering, processing, and storage require considerable time and effort. The most capable young men, after slaughtering 5 fish in succession, must take a respite before resuming their labor. Luo Feng possesses an extraordinary stamina, thus. He undertakes the most perilous task, slaughtering fish. Whenever the crane hoists a tuna, its weight exceeding 200 kilograms, he must step forward to pierce its flesh and drain its blood. Simultaneously, he must exercise caution to avoid being struck by the hefty fish, for it is no trifling matter. A mere blow could send an ordinary person flying overboard. The strength of a large fish is formidable, rivaling that of a polar bear's massive paw, easily surpassing several hundred kilograms of force. The drained tuna is subsequently lifted by the crane to the processing table, where skilled sailors remove its entrails and wash it thoroughly. Thereafter, it is conveyed to the cold storage for preservation. Luo Bo employs seasoned hands, whose teamwork is seamless. However, he is preoccupied with tallying the fish delivered by various small boats, meticulously recording, marking, and documenting their arrival. Upon their return, he must ensure that the recorded quantities are returned to the small fishing vessels. The Fa Kai Hao only charges for refrigeration services and takes a share from the profits. The small boats, lacking adequate cold storage or possessing only limited facilities, rely on the vast cold storage of Fa Kai Hao to ensure the safe return of their catch. It is only at this moment that he comprehends the brilliance of Luo Feng's proposal. No wonder the fishing vessels were transformed into refrigerated boats. This method of capture truly requires no elaborate skills or equipment. Over 30 fishing boats collaboratively deploy a colossal net, leaving the fish with nowhere to flee. Continuing to fish with smaller nets within the vast expanse of the larger net, it resembles the experience of harvesting cultivated fish from one's own pond. The bounty is ample, ensuring satisfaction. The fishermen aboard the small vessels toil tirelessly yet joyfully, never anticipating a day when they would lament the abundance of their catch. With a chuckle, they note that one day is insufficient. They must remain vigilant for at least 5 days to reel in this shoal. Exhaustion weighs heavily upon them, yet the desire to continue is unwavering. Let us take a brief respite. The fish will not escape, and we shall focus on the larger specimens. Who was it that claimed one could catch over 100 kilograms? Do not mock, it merely reflects our naivety. Associating with Feng has indeed proven lucrative. Even if I were to receive merely 20% of the catch, I would gladly participate. 50% would bring me immense joy. Goodness. The quantity of fish caught in a single day surpasses all I have ever harvested in my lifetime. As reality would have it, the allure of small fortunes transforms everyone into a superhuman. The schools of tuna ensnared within the net compelled the sailors from over 30 fishing boats in Chawang village to labor tirelessly through the night. They persisted for 3 days and nights, ultimately filling the cold storage to its absolute capacity before conceding to fatigue. I can no longer endure, I shall rest, declared Luo Feng, leading the charge in surrender. He cast aside a sharp blade, delegating the remaining tasks to sixth brother, and slipped away aboard the Wigong. Cast the nets wide, let the remaining fish escape. It is time to sleep. Do not stand there in a daze, nor waste time. We shall return to port once we awaken, urged Luo Bo, striving to muster his energy while clutching the walkie-talkie and calling out with fervor. As he shouted, his head tilted and he began to snore loudly. Moments later, the fishing boat was filled with a chorus of snores. Luo Feng did not feel particularly fatigued. He was merely drowsy. Climbing onto the deck of the Moon Palace, he managed to wash up, albeit with some effort. When he finally opened his eyes again, he realized that a full day and night had passed. The sun was sinking in the west, approaching dusk. Sixth brother, are you awake? He called repeatedly into the intercom, rousing the captains of the other boats. After instructing them to return to port, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal while simultaneously reviewing the materials sent by old Lu. The Zumwalt-class destroyer, lauded by military enthusiasts worldwide as a vessel of science fiction, represents the pinnacle of innovation in naval warfare and is a testament to the United States' commitment to developing next-generation warships. It boasts the most advanced artillery and electronic systems, along with a fully electric propulsion system. However, Old Luo had specifically highlighted in the documents that acquiring only the X and S-band radar and hard drives was necessary. Other equipment posed unnecessary risks, as domestic alternatives were more advanced. The objective of obtaining the radar and hard drives was solely to enhance the acquisition of enemy ship information. The financial incentives proposed by the Navy and various research institutions were indeed enticing, amounting to a staggering 5 million yuan. One could only imagine the dismay of the Americans upon hearing this. Damn it, my Zumwalt-class development costs exceeded $20 billion. And you're selling it for a mere 5 million yuan? It was certainly a challenging situation. Gazing at the distribution of the 3 Zumwalt-class destroyers among the ports, Luo Feng found himself in a quandary. One was stationed in Guam. At the Yokosuka Naval Base, there lies one vessel, and at Pearl Harbor, another. The 3 ships are quite distant from one another. However, the Moon Palace, with its remarkable speed, remains undeterred by the journey ahead. The crux of the matter lies in the aftermath of the haunting incident in the South China Sea, which has caused the American fleet to remain cooped up in their naval ports, reluctant to venture out. The patrols they do send forth are comprised of nothing but worn-out relics of ships, and not a single aircraft carrier is spared for deployment. This constitutes a significant predicament. He cannot dare to intrude upon their military harbor. That would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps upon reaching the realm of primordial spirit, he may disregard threats such as mines and missiles. Yet, at present, his physical constitution cannot withstand the onslaught of high-energy weaponry. Thus, he resolves to return home. While washing the pot, he makes a firm decision. Should he encounter a solitary American warship en route, regardless of its age, he shall seize one. Though it may not yield profit, it would serve as a form of retribution. Engaging in the destruction of lesser vessels can also provide a certain delight. Unfortunately, fate does not align with his desires. The fishing fleet from Chawang village experiences a tranquil voyage, and apart from a few passing fishing boats and cargo ships, they encounter no American warships. Instead, they run into their own dual aircraft carrier fleet. This, indeed, brings great joy. After all, it is far more comforting to witness one's own fleet navigating the vast ocean than to behold that of others. Chapter 44. Expanding greatly and creating new splendor. Joyful news. Joyful news. 7th Master, we have splendid tidings. Fenghua and his crew have struck gold. They have caught 600 tons of tuna. Good heavens, they are now wealthy. Village Secretary. Our fleet is returning to port tomorrow. Should we announce this momentous occasion? Returning to port in less than a week after setting sail, and claiming to have caught 600 tons of tuna? Do you take me for a fool who has never fished before? Indeed. A single ship cannot possibly catch that much in an entire year. Just look at Fenghua's vessel. Its cold storage is quite substantial. A hero should maintain a sense of composure. One must not boast recklessly. I wonder how he will face people upon his return. 7th Master Luo is bound to wear a grim expression. If this were happening to someone else, I would not believe it, but with Fenghua at the helm, I am convinced. Even before the deep-sea fishing fleet has docked, the news of their triumph has already reached home. The presence of the Moon Palace allows sailors at sea to maintain communication with their families, providing great convenience. This unexpected announcement has rendered the already lively atmosphere of Chawang village even more jubilant. Gradually, the news of the fleet's catch of 600 tons of tuna has spread, prompting tourists to join the eager discussions amongst the villagers. When Luo Feng and his crew finally return to port, they are greeted by a scene of overwhelming excitement at the dock. The village secretary and 7th Master have arranged for someone to carry a flagpole, raising a grand banner that proclaims, "Warm congratulations to our village's deep-sea fleet on their triumphant return." Goodness, this spectacle is rather grand. Staring at the words on the banner, Luo Feng is left utterly astonished. Amidst the bustling activity, one must deftly maneuver the Yuetian vessel into a more secluded corner, reserving the prime spot for the illustrious Fa Kai. That ship embodies the collective hope of the entire village. Fenghua, come here. As he disembarked onto the wharf, Elder Qi waved cheerfully. I heard you caught 600 tons of tuna? Actually, it was 800 tons. 600 was from other fishing boats. And my vessel alone brought in an additional 200 tons. Haha, I knew it. How could someone as composed as Fenghua possibly deceive us? Elder Qi chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating joyfully. The old secretary, with a playful grin and stroking his beard, added, what a jest. A distinguished merit, a first-class honor. Could a hero of the maritime defense ever mislead us? Children, don't just stand there, let the fireworks fly. Elder Qi, brimming with childlike glee, took it upon himself to ignite the firecrackers. As the crackling sounds filled the air, The Fa Kai vessel gently approached the dock. The captain and crew, after a week of diligent labor, joyfully leaped off the ship to share their triumphs with friends and family. Luobo, accompanied by 6 strapping lads, carefully descended with a tuna that appeared to be longer than a person. The boss instructed us, this magnificent 400-kilogram king of fish will be served as sashimi for everyone today. The tourists, equally enthusiastic, clamored for a taste of the tuna sashimi, eagerly pulling out their phones and cameras to capture the majestic fish. A wave of happiness washed over everyone. It had been over a decade since the village experienced such a bountiful harvest. Let us celebrate with a feast. Today, the villagers are hosting a banquet, and tourists are welcome to join. To travel and enjoy a taste of tuna. What a delightful surprise. It is said that this fish is exorbitantly priced, with a single specimen fetching several million. However, no matter how expensive it may be, it pales in comparison to the price of the large yellow croaker. The latter's value lies in its unit price, while this fish is substantial, weighing 400 kilograms. Amidst the bustling crowd, only Wang Duiyu wore a grim expression. Seizing the opportunity while others merrily made their way to the ancestral hall and Appo's banquet, he discreetly pulled Luo Feng aside. Brother Luo Feng, shall we find a place to converse? Luo Feng turned, noticing the unease etched on his face. Let's go to the Moon Palace. It's quiet there. Goodness gracious! Wang Duiyu exclaimed repeatedly as he boarded the vessel, marveling at the Moon Palace. The ship must cost several tens of millions. Wang, please have a seat. I'll fetch a bottle of beer. Observing his companion's awestruck demeanor, Luo Feng struggled to suppress a chuckle. He concocted a casual excuse to step outside, ensuring the door to his suite was securely locked before retrieving a beer from the refrigerator and returning to the captain's cabin. Wang Duiyu finally emerged from his state of astonishment. Brother Luo Feng, did you truly catch 800 tons of tuna? Indeed, over 800 tons, if anything. And all are large fish weighing over 200 kilograms. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Wang, let us talk calmly. There is no need for such a long face. Brother, do you know who the largest buyer of tuna is? Isn't it the hotels? It's the Japanese. Domestic consumption is relatively low. Goodness, the Japanese can't afford it now. Will the price of tuna plummet? Brother Luo Feng, you are absolutely right. Given the circumstances, we must devise an alternative approach to sell it gradually. Regardless of how we proceed, a depreciation in value is inevitable. If it must lose value, so be it. It merely entails casting a wider net. From your tone, it seems there is still a way to salvage this? Brother Wang, do you believe that the large yellow croakers from previous occasions were acquired without effort? We possess a secret strategy. That reassures me. However, brother, it's not that Brother Wang lacks loyalty. This time I can only procure 100 tons at market price. What is the current market price? Upon hearing Luo Feng's inquiry, Wang Duiyu appeared somewhat bewildered. So, dear brother, you are entirely unaware of the prevailing market conditions? Let me elucidate for you. In previous years, the market was quite favorable. Any tuna weighing over 50 kilograms was subjected to auction. The heavier the weight, the better the auction price. The fish you brought for everyone, Wang, exceeded 800 pounds and could fetch around 3,700,000 to 800,000. This year, the market initially appeared promising. However, due to the impact of WiMAX and number 2 sweeping through the Japanese market, they are now financially destitute and unable to afford such premium fish. The domestic consumption market has also been lackluster. With an influx of tuna, prices have plummeted further. If news of your tuna catch had not leaked, we could have stored it in the cold storage and sold it gradually. Now, amidst the multitude of eyes and ears, it is nearly impossible to conceal. We can only sell it at a discount, even below market price. Oh, let us discuss the current market prices. For whole fish weighing under 100 kilograms, the price per kilogram stands at 30 yuan. For whole fish under 150 kilograms, the price per kilogram rises to 40 yuan. For those exceeding 200 kilograms, the price reaches 50 yuan per kilogram. Once purchased by restaurants and divided into various cuts, the prices soar significantly. A single fish can be valued at over 10,000 yuan. Phew. Luo Feng exhaled quietly in relief. However, he had some reservations regarding Wang Duiyu's proposed selling method. Brother Wang, would you consider partnering with me in a business venture? Are you trying to drag me into stockpiling? Wang Duiyu and Appo's round face was etched with skepticism. No stockpiling, no stockpiling. I merely wish to collaborate on opening a restaurant. We can cater directly to the tourists, serving them fine fish while also selling the cuts profitably, thereby eliminating the middleman's markup. Brother, I am a middleman too. My dear brother Wang. That is precisely why I wish to bring you on board, so we can grow together and achieve remarkable success. Why does that sound so familiar? Surely, you do not wish to be merely a middleman forever, profiting from the price differences, do you? The question remains, can you consistently guarantee the supply of tuna? As long as there are fish in the sea, I can assure you of a catch. Chapter 45. This time, we are truly going to prosper. In the spring of 2024, I found myself meandering southward for a leisurely vacation. By serendipity, I stumbled upon an extraordinary harvest in Chawang village. An event that occurs once in several decades. The deep-sea fishing fleet returned after a week at sea, bringing back an astonishing 800 tons of bluefin tuna. The villagers, overflowing with joy, set off firecrackers in celebration, while the village secretary boldly announced an invitation for tourists to partake in a lavish banquet, free of charge. What was even more astonishing was the shipowner, in a display of grandeur, presented the largest catch, a magnificent specimen weighing 427 kilograms, for the villagers and visitors to savor as sashimi. As an unrefined individual, I found myself enamored by the exquisite tenderness and freshness of the fish, relishing every bite. However, upon discovering the price of this majestic fish, if auctioned, it could fetch no less than 4 million. I was taken aback. In that moment, I wished I could regurgitate the fish I had consumed, merely to reattach it to the grand skeleton of the fish. This felt like an egregious exploitation of the fisherman's hard work. After all, they braved the tempestuous seas to haul in this magnificent catch, and here I was, indulging in the most expensive delicacy without any cost. What I had consumed was not merely fish, it represented the monetary value of the fisherman's toil and sweat. The more I pondered, the more guilt gnawed at my conscience. I rallied my fellow travelers, and we pooled together some money to offer to the shipowner. Yet, he insisted on refusing our donation, suggesting it be directed towards the Hope Project instead. With no exceptional skills to boast and only a modest following of a little over 2,000 fans, I resolved to contribute to the Hope Project and spread the word online. If you ever venture to the South China Sea, remember to visit the splendid Chawang village. The people are incredibly generous and remarkably hospitable. Attached are stunning photographs of the local scenery, the majestic Fish King, and the delightful dining experience. This piece is a modest expression of my heartfelt sentiments. I sincerely wish for these humble fishing villages and their fishermen to prosper abundantly this year and for many years to come. After savoring the banquet at Chawang village, the visitor Gu Yangping felt a sense of unease and penned a brief article during the evening rest. He meticulously selected several photographs to accompany his writing. To his astonishment, as soon as the blog post was published, the views and shares began to soar. 50, 300. What a surprise, 8,000 shares. Is it still climbing? 100,000 views. Unbelievable, 100,000 shares as well. It seems this evening will not see a halt. In just 2 hours, 1 million views. Could it be that I, Gu, am destined to become an internet sensation? As the numbers of views and shares escalated rapidly, the comments section filled with enthusiastic messages. Share, it must be shared, good people and good writing deserve it. The 400,000 Fish King, consumed without hesitation? Truly extravagant. Such a shipowner. May we have a dozen more. Share it effortlessly and spread the word. The accompanying images are indeed mouth-watering, with everyone's faces blooming with joy. Share it. Incredible, it takes 6 young men to lift the Fish King. Only this lavish shipowner could afford such an expensive fish. Ordinary people could never hope to indulge in such luxury. The village secretary is equally extravagant. Just look at the banquet in the photographs, abundantly filled with meat. I too wish to travel to Chawang village. Speaking of which, if all tourist attractions operated in such a manner, no one would fear being taken advantage of. Without further adu, let us begin by promoting this idea and subsequently plan this year's company annual meeting in Chawang village. Among the tourists, many share a similar sense of indebtedness towards Gu Yangping. Upon returning to their accommodations, they continuously upload short videos or blog posts, spontaneously promoting Chawang village. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the villagers of Chawang are gathered in the village committee meeting room, troubled and convening for a discussion. The originally festive atmosphere has dissipated, leaving only a pervasive sense of oppression. Previously, a single fish could be sold for 3 million. Now it fetches barely over 10,000. Such a disparity of 300 times is difficult for anyone to accept. The only outsider present, Wang Duoyu, reiterated his earlier remarks to Luo Feng made aboard the Yuegong ship. He laid the challenges before everyone, extending his hands. Old Secretary, 7th Master, Master Liang. This is the situation we are faced with. It is what it is. I believe my brother Luo Feng's perspective is quite astute. If the little devils cannot afford our offerings, we can establish our own hotels and restaurants, selling fish dishes at reasonable prices to visitors. This is far better than allowing those second and third-tier middlemen to profit at our expense. Furthermore, we could set up a processing plant to turn unsold fish into smaller portions, vacuum-sealed for sale. By utilizing live streaming to sell directly to consumers, we can eliminate middlemen and retain all the profits for ourselves. The village has the potential to create numerous job opportunities, engaging those who are currently idle. Consequently, everyone's lives will gradually improve. Luo Feng curiously observed the old village chief, who was smoking with a rhythmic puff. He felt that the elders should rise to speak. After all, the atmosphere could not remain so stifling. However, the anticipated words from the village chief did not come. Suddenly, Lord Qi rose abruptly, striking his cane heavily against the ground. Lift your heads, everyone. Is it merely because we cannot sell at high prices? What is the big deal? While we may not gain astronomical wealth, surely we can earn enough to lead a more prosperous life. I find Feng was idea promising. Let us proceed with it. He concluded with a fierce glare at the old village chief, urging him to speak. Before the village chief could rise to address them, a distant sound of someone running in plastic slippers, accompanied by a flurry of noise, echoed through the air. It's happened. It's happened. Old chief, our village is trending. The newcomer was a young boy, his face beaming as he grasped the doorframe to share the news. Old chief, Lord Qi, Lord Liang. Our village is on the hot search list. Look, the boy proudly held up his phone, showcasing the screen to everyone. See, our village dominates the top 3 trending topics. Uncle Feng's extravagant feast for tourists ranks first, the old chief's lavish banquet ranks second, and the majestic 850-pound fish holds the 3rd position. However, what awaited him was a torrent of reprimands from Luo Feng. What time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? Go back to bed and hand over your phone. You have school tomorrow. He dismissed his aggrieved nephew. With a cheerful demeanor, Luo Feng turned to the old village chief, Lord Qi, and Lord Liang, exclaiming, Our village is truly on the brink of prosperity this time. That mischievous lad was not mistaken. Last year, we gained some attention due to the large yellow croaker, attracting quite a few tourists from Sanya. This time, the commotion is even greater. I anticipate that even more visitors will flock to us. Old chief, we must rely on your esteemed self to oversee every household and ensure no deceitful acts occur. Special attention should be paid to certain shops and restaurants. Tourists are our lifeblood. If we deceive them even once, they will never return. However, as long as we treat others with sincerity and earn honest money, they will come back time and again, perhaps even countless times. What is trending? What is popular? What is the internet? The elders like the old chief, Lord Qi, and Lord Liang may not comprehend these terms, but they understand the benefits that tourists bring. Upon hearing Luo Feng mention the arrival of more tourists, the old chief sprang up. Feng is right. We must ensure our business endures and refrain from engaging in deceptive practices. Old Liang, Old Qi, starting tomorrow, we 3 old souls will take our canes and inspect each household. If that little rascal dares to deceive tourists, we will break his legs with our canes. Chapter 46. Deception and more deception. Retribution. Only Luo Feng comprehended that the primary catalyst behind the plummeting prices of tuna was, in fact, himself. Had he not relentlessly pursued the Wymaxi number 2 to vanquish the Japanese twice, perhaps this time the catch of tuna would have been sold at an astonishing price of several billion. As it stands, 800 tons of premium bluefin tuna, sold to unscrupulous middlemen like Wang Duoyu, barely fetches 40 million. Even if he were to adopt a direct sales model, selling directly to tourists and online consumers, the price would at most double. The modest profits that should have been secured have been diminished by 100-fold. Cheer up. To bolster morale, after the fleet set sail once more, he felt compelled to gather all the ship owners aboard the Yuegong number 1. Why do you all appear so dejected? Brothers, Uncle San, and Old 11, you have been seasoned fishermen for half your lives. Has there ever been a time when a voyage yielded 40 to 50 million? Just 7 days. We amassed such wealth in merely 7 days. We should be grateful. Our strength remains, our fishing vessels are intact, and the ocean still teems with fish for us to catch. What is there to be worried about? This time, I intend to take everyone north to the world's largest fishing grounds to haul back several dozen tons of mackerel for sale. The remaining cold storage can accommodate salmon and cod. While they may be somewhat cheaper, the abundance of these fish ensures we will not struggle to sell them. Luo Feng pondered carefully over the warnings of the old tortoise. He utilized the capabilities of the Wymaxi 2 to dismantle the enemy's entire territory, rendering their existence a state of despair. The funds that should have been allocated for consumption were instead funneled into infrastructure development. As a result, the ability to maintain high levels of consumption diminished, inadvertently alleviating significant troubles for the enemy, igniting a drive for advancement. The sudden calamity unexpectedly united the adversaries in their quest for development, fervently engaging in infrastructure projects, immersed in their endeavors. Life may have been arduous, yet it brimmed with hope, standing in stark contrast to his original intentions. It was an instance of good intentions leading to unfavorable outcomes. It would have been preferable to remain indifferent, allowing those who were content to continue in their complacency, gradually decaying into irrelevance. This approach, however, was untenable. It was imperative to continue instigating change. Deplete the fish in their adjacent waters, rendering the enemy desperate and unable to wholly commit to construction efforts. Moreover, it was necessary to redirect every storm, regardless of its magnitude, towards their territory, subjecting them to relentless devastation. Only when that land had been irrevocably transformed into a site of calamity, and when all adversaries resigned to their fate, would the task be deemed complete. However, the uncles and brothers within the fleet were perplexed by his vision. They were taken aback by the fishing strategy he had laid out. Sixth brother, Luo was the first to voice his astonishment. Old Nine, have you lost your mind? A significant portion of the Hokkaido fishing grounds lies within the enemy's exclusive economic zone. How can we fish there? Is there not still a small fraction of the fishing grounds that is not under their control? Luo Feng, unwilling to provide a detailed explanation, resorted to flimsy arguments. The taciturn Uncle San interjected, Feng Hua, you are unaware that the remaining small portion of the fishing grounds is teeming with northern fishing fleets, making it nearly impossible to catch anything. Let us venture forth and test our luck. If we fail to catch fish, we shall navigate a turn and proceed to the open ocean in pursuit of tuna. Luo Feng was compelled to offer some encouragement. The mere mention of catching tuna revitalized his relatives. Indeed, a little detour sounds reasonable. It won't and oppose to consume much fuel. As long as we still aim to catch tuna, I would gladly circle the Pacific. Let it be. If we must compromise, so be it. Tuna fishing is profitable. I just not. My little vessel brought in 800,000 in just 7 days. What is there to complain about? Here's a secret. Old Liang is persuading the fishing boats of his clan to join our fleet. Recently, he has been quite attentive to Seventh Master, showering him with flattering words. The atmosphere, once bleak and dreary, seamlessly transformed into a joyous and amusing gathering, buoyed by the prospect of profit. Luo Feng also joined in the revelry for a couple of days, while casually discussing plans for the utilization of their newfound wealth. They aimed to raise funds to establish a company, constructing aquaculture facilities and sales channels, thereby creating a continuous stream of income for the Luo family. The undeniable truth remains that the fish in the ocean are dwindling. While there are still some to be caught for now, such blissful days cannot endure indefinitely. It is imperative to invest in marine aquaculture ahead of time. With Luo Feng at the helm, it is wise to allocate funds to the project now, sparing themselves the perilous venture of fishing at sea in the future. It is indeed a tale filled with sorrow. The distant ocean fishing is undeniably lucrative, yet it comes at the cost of human lives. Although Luo Feng led his team through calm waters, devoid of any severe storms, everyone remained mentally prepared for the possibility of being engulfed by the tumultuous waves. Those who venture into the sea possess such a mindset. There is no room for naivety. After the fleet navigated through the strait and into the open sea, Luo Feng sent his relatives aboard the Moon Palace to ensure the crew remained in check and refrained from causing trouble. Subsequently, the Moon Palace detached from the fleet and ventured into the exclusive economic zone of the enemy, Old Turtle. I must trouble you to release a modicum of your pressure to drive the fish schools towards the northeast. Your disposition is quite intriguing. You lack neither spirit stones nor techniques, yet you do not devote yourself to proper cultivation, instead squandering time, paving the way for your kin. The sunbathing Old Turtle turned curiously to gaze at him. Without them, what meaning does it hold, even if I were to live for several more decades? Luo Feng's gaze pierced through the glass, fixated on the enemy fishing boats upon the sea. The human race indeed possesses a unique essence, no matter how formidable. Their foremost concern remains the protection of their kin. Are you suggesting that the Xuanwu does not safeguard you, its kindred? If the esteemed Xuanwu held any regard for blood ties, would I, the Marquis, dare not explore the Xuanwu relics? Now I comprehend your perspective. Thus, it is evident that your humanity is destined to endure through the ages. Pray, share more tales from the realm of cultivation. What transpired after the annihilation of the human experts? As I have stated, my status is humble, and my cultivation is insufficient. I am unworthy of knowing the truth. Such deceit, and yet more deceit. Believe it or not. As the Moon Palace swiftly traversed the economic exclusive zone of the invaders, the once bustling fishermen in these waters suddenly discovered a disheartening truth. The sea was devoid of fish. Where have the fish gone? They exclaimed. Is another typhoon on the horizon? Oh, divine Amaterasu, please spare us from another tempest. The fish, possessing a wisdom beyond human understanding, had hidden away before the storm and Apos' arrival. Let us hasten to haul in our nets and return to port. No matter how fierce the winds and rains, we must catch a few fish to sustain our families. For we are impoverished and struggling to make ends meet. Perhaps we should turn to Mazu for guidance? Indeed, those Han people revere Mazu, and thus the Waymaxon know. 2 steers clear of them. It may be time for us to embrace a new deity. But how do we fund the construction of a statue for Mazu? To honor the divine, sincerity is key. If our hearts are true during the incense offering, a statue is not a necessity. Shall we give it a try? Omazu. As we offer our incense, we beseech you for favorable winds and bountiful catches. Chapter 47, completely cleared away. Those who have not paid homage to the true deity are destined to endure a period marked by meager catches and dismal days. With heavy hearts, they return to port with but a few fish, lamenting, the goddess Mazu has not manifested her power. It is our first offering. How could we expect immediate divine favor? With a few more years of devotion, surely we shall see results. Might it not be better to continue our prayers to the sun goddess Amaterasu instead? Can she shield us from typhoons? Can she augment our hauls? Alas, it seems not. It is best to remain steadfast in our worship of the goddess Mazu. Indeed, look at the statue of Mazu revered by the Han people, which withstood the wrath of Typhoon Wefa. They were spared, while we suffered. What a dismal existence this is, in stark contrast to the plight of the fishermen. The fleet from Chawang village once again reaps a bountiful harvest. Utilizing their tried-and-true methods, 32 fishing vessels collaboratively deploy a colossal net, expertly maneuvered by Luo Feng to ensnare the shoals driven out of the Japanese economic exclusive zone. The ships lower their nets and gradually draw in their catch. They are not alone. Other Han fishing boats, long accustomed to the waters off Hokkaido, also benefit, frantically capturing the fish that the Chawang fleet has not encircled. An inexplicable abundance of fish today. How fortunate we are. This trip has proven worthwhile. There are no dogs aboard. Yet I cannot shake the feeling of having stepped in dog excrement and stumbled upon serendipity. The abundance of fish outside the fishing grounds is astonishing. Within the economic exclusive zone of the Little Devils, the schools of fish must be so plentiful that one could easily catch them. However, one must respect the boundaries of their economic exclusive zone and refrain from intruding. It is wise to be content. Oh, those folks from the South China Sea truly know how to play the game. They have managed to enclose the area for fishing. Surely, they cannot exhaust such a vast school of fish entirely? Perhaps you could negotiate with them, and once they have finished, we might also partake in the bounty? Let us go then. Indeed, we shall give it a try. After all, we are all of Han descent. And it is only fitting that we benefit from our own resources. We can always purchase what we need. Dong Baotou, stop dawdling and hasten to discuss this. The mackerel and salmon are not particularly large, thus Luo Feng did not assist in the fishing efforts. Instead, he quietly remained aboard the Yugong Hao, engrossed in his phone. His primary concern was to check the weather forecast, seeking to determine where typhoon embryos might be forming. It is prudent to plan a route early, steering them towards the territory of the Little Devils to wreak havoc. Naturally, he would not waste a minor typhoon with ample moisture on the Little Devils. It should be directed towards the mainland to cool the south and bring rain to the north. Each time he returns to port, he would deliver several hundred underwater sonars to the military, all while ensuring the Yugong Hao is refueled. There is no shortage of funds for fuel. In a moment of ennui, the public wireless communication channel suddenly crackled with a call. He picked up the intercom and exchanged a few words, grasping the intent of the caller, and thus decided to invite a certain Dong Yaran aboard the Yugong Hao for a detailed discussion. Is it not akin to a palace in its own right? Dong Yaran, tall and robust, walked cautiously on the luxurious wooden floor of the Moon Palace, akin to a bashful bride entering her new home. As if fearing the weight of his steps might damage the exquisite flooring, Luo Feng refrained from interjecting, continuing to discuss the Moon Palace, wary of imposing further pressure on his companion. What would you like to drink, Dong? Beer? Or perhaps a soft drink? Beer will suffice. It is a first for me to encounter a prosperous figure like Boss Luo, who sails a luxury yacht to fish in the open sea. Alas, I am not adept at fishing. I am merely along for the ride. Come, let us sit on the sofa and enjoy a couple of bottles. Boss Luo, to be frank, my companions are quite envious of the fish in your net. Then let us catch some. After all, we cannot possibly exhaust our haul. What remains must be returned to the sea. And what would be your fee? I only require mackerel under 3 inches, regardless of whether they are from your net or caught elsewhere. Are you planning to raise mackerel? Indeed, but that is rather inappropriate. Dong Yaran set down the bottle and waved his hands in protest. It is already quite audacious to take fish from your net without offering a single cent. If word gets out, what will become of my reputation? Dong, if you pay for the fish you catch, what will you do if the market price plummets? Having experienced a significant drop in tuna prices, Luo Feng had gained a profound understanding of the seafood market. Mackerel and salmon are considered mid to high-end seafood. The domestic market prices are somewhat undervalued, compounded by the fact that the Japanese have suffered significantly and can no longer afford high-end seafood. A price drop is, therefore, inevitable. The calamity is of our own making. The burden must not fall upon the fishermen of our homeland. If prices drop, so be it. At least it allows us, the common folk, to indulge in premium seafood. Dong Yaran chuckled heartily. Luo Feng responded with a smile. Selling at a lower price means your brothers who accompany you to sea won't profit. Wouldn't that render their efforts futile? One cannot expect to profit every time out at sea. Brother Dong, I'm not one to ramble, he declared, raising his bottle to clink with the other. It's settled then. Hand over those 3-inch mackerel as payment for the fishing fees. Brother Luo, such generosity. As for me, I lack any grand skills, merely navigating this fishing ground. Should we encounter any troublesome patrol boats, just give a shout, and my brothers will deal with them. Can the patrol boats really venture into international waters to cause trouble? Indeed. All right, in the future, should such a troublesome patrol boat appear, Brother Dong, do remember to inform me. Are all you Southerners so magnanimous? I recently came across a news story about a generous shipowner who treated guests to 400 kilograms of bluefin tuna. And here you are, inviting your brothers to fish without asking for a penny in return. Brother, that generous shipowner is none other than myself. Luo Feng stifled a laugh. We share the same ancestry. If I can lend a hand, why must we stand on ceremony? This winter, I shall visit your South China Sea to witness firsthand the generosity of the Southern brethren. You are most welcome. Now, brother, I shall let the other vessels know. No problem. Let them bring the ship over directly. I will inform the vessel here to hoist the caught fish over to you. However, Brother Luo, where will you keep the 3-inch-long mackerel? They are delicate creatures. Even dragging them back with a net would result in their demise. It's all right. My yacht has a large swimming pool on the 2nd floor. They can be kept there. Damn, how extravagant. After bidding farewell to Dong Yaren, Luo Feng, realizing he had little to do at the fishing grounds, notified Brother Lu to steer the Moon Palace towards the depths of the ocean. There lies a small typhoon, which will first provide a gust to the newly renovated military base of the Americans. I hope this Dong can spread the word, attracting more fishing vessels to deplete the fish stocks here. We cannot leave anything for the enemy. The driving away process was remarkably smooth, with the old tortoise overseeing. The Moon Palace sailed into waters that remained as calm as a mirror, devoid of even the slightest wave. After 3 days, they delivered the small typhoon ashore. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an exhilarating piece of news. An F-35 fighter jet from the American base at Futenma unexpectedly crashed into the sea during training. What a thrilling discovery. Retrieving it could potentially yield a handsome reward. Chapter 48. Cutting off the source. Brother, you must exercise utmost caution. According to information I have received, the Eagle Nation has dispatched warships to cordon off the area where the F-35 met its unfortunate fate. Take a glance, and if it seems perilous, retreat immediately. To be frank, the overall performance of the F-35 is several tiers inferior to our J-20. The only aspect worth noting is its advanced sensors, but beyond that, there is nothing that warrants your risk. Old Lu's nagging was as irritating and prolonged as an old lady's foot-binding cloth, yet Luo Feng listened patiently, unwilling to terminate the call. A warmth enveloped him, for this elder brother was not urging him to gamble his life for accolades. Rather, he was consistently considering his well-being. It was quite heartening. When they meet again, he would surely bring along a couple of fresh fish for him to savor. Not receiving a response from Luo Feng, old Lu, having exhausted his admonitions, ultimately had to hang up the phone in resignation. Having known each other for over half a year, old Lu was confident in his understanding of this younger brother. Silence often indicated a willingness to take risks. After pacing around the office a few times, he suddenly retrieved his phone and dialed a number saved under the name Tiger. I have something to report. The Yugong has set off to salvage the recently downed F-35. Nonsense. A frail voice echoed from the phone. Isn't that walking into a trap? I specifically instructed him to merely take a glance and then flee. That rascal is not heeding my words and is likely already quite close. The Navy holds a significant interest in this individual, prompting me to hastily contact them to expedite the retrieval. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Depart at once. If you refrain from causing further trouble, I shall consider myself fortunate. Shortly after old Lu concluded his call, 2 formidable fleets swiftly departed from their respective ports, the Beihai Fleet and the Far East Fleet. Their objective was to converge upon the area where the F-35 had met with disaster. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, due to his own recklessness, the fleets of the 3 foremost powers of Blue Star were on the verge of an encounter. He remained fixated on his phone, incessantly refreshing the news in search of the latest updates on the F-35 incident. He hoped that he would not arrive only to find that the Americans had already recovered the debris, which would be most awkward. Friend, you are in trouble today. The typically silent old turtle seemed to sense something, raising his gaze towards the Moon Palace ahead before speaking. Luo Feng was not inclined to take this lightly. What have you perceived, esteemed elder? 80 miles ahead, several warships were stationed, and submarines were continuously diving beneath the surface. It appeared improbable for him to infiltrate unnoticed. Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from directing the typhoon ashore and instead brought it here. Alas, it is too late. The typhoon has made landfall, and it is no longer my concern. Shall we feign passing by, merely to take a glance? Luo Feng mused. I had assumed you would enlist my assistance in neutralizing this fleet. That would be of little use. They would merely dispatch another fleet in response. It is better to keep them occupied until they can no longer remain and are compelled to leave. Have you become wiser? You were already quite clever. How intriguing. Could it be that you possess an even more ingenious strategy? There exists a saying among your kind, to remove the firewood from beneath the pot. Are you suggesting that I should obliterate the Eagle Nation directly? That notion is indeed appealing. I find it delightful, yet I require your assistance. Fool, what does that actually mean? Discover it at your own pace. What nonsense. I could simply direct typhoons towards their bases, rendering them uninhabitable. Isn't that akin to removing the firewood from beneath the pot? There is some logic to that. While the two conversed, the Moon Palace gradually approached the area where the F-35 had plunged into the sea. A fellow enjoying a comfortable life arrived in a patrol boat to announce, military exercises are currently underway in the waters ahead. Please reroute. Military exercises, indeed. What a charade. It's merely an operation to salvage the stealth fighter, as if anyone is oblivious to that. Luo Feng did not squander time contesting with the patrol boat. He maneuvered the Moon Palace to circumvent the restricted waters and continued northward, albeit at a reduced speed of 8 knots. He then donned his swimwear, clutching a fully charged underwater propulsion device, and plunged into the depths. Report to the general. An unidentified noise has been detected in the southwest. Judging by its size, it resembles an orca, moving swiftly underwater at speeds reaching 10 knots, twice the hunting speed of an orca. The intelligence officer rose to relay the newly discovered information to the commanding officer. The commander furrowed his brow. Activate radar to scan the surrounding maritime area and identify all suspicious targets. Continue sonar tracking of the underwater object to ascertain its exact whereabouts. The general received a report from the base. The Greater Russia's Far East Navy has dispatched 5 warships, while the Rabbit North Sea Fleet is deploying an aircraft carrier group, rapidly advancing towards us. The intelligence officer then delivered even more alarming news. I suspected these two were up to no good. The commander seethed with anger. They are undoubtedly aiming to seize the F-35. Request immediate assistance from the base and summon the Zumwalt-class vessels to engage. Understood, Commander. Furthermore, he instructed the sonar monitoring system, keep a vigilant watch on the downed F-35, report any anomalies at once. Yes, Commander. As he observed the intelligence officer dispatching the distress signal, the commander maintained a stern demeanor, issuing a series of battle commands. He continuously adjusted the fleet and Oppo's defensive formation to secure the incident area within the protective perimeter of the fleet. They braced themselves for the advancing enemy fleets. Goodness. The ocean currents are rather peculiar. Submerging below 100 meters, Luo Feng persistently sensed the direction of the currents to determine the trajectory of the F-35. A fighter jet cast into the vast ocean is akin to a grain of sand thrown into a pond. Locating it poses a challenge comparable to finding a needle in a haystack. Unlike larger vessels, those that have sunk will not drift far from their vicinity in a short time. With careful observation, one can always uncover the truth. Had he known it would be like this, he would have brought Old Turtle along. A twinge of regret washed over him. Who excels in deep-sea salvage? It must be the Old Turtle. With a mere sweep of his divine sense across a radius of 100 miles, he could discern 2 flies engaged in their procreative dance. Locating the downed F-35 in the ocean would be as easy as child's play. This thought ignited in him an urgent yearning for cultivation. If he could swiftly attain the realm of the primordial spirit, he too would be able to manifest divine awareness. Securing a nuclear submarine, for instance, would be immensely convenient, sparing him the need to constantly trouble the Old Turtle. Fortunately, the F-35 had not been submerged for long. He believed it prudent to invest a little time in searching. Once the underwater propeller and Oppo's power was depleted without success, he could then call for assistance. Having arrived at this juncture, it would be unwise to ascend empty-handed, lest he be scolded as a fool by the old man. Such a scenario was simply not advantageous. Unbeknownst to him, as he descended deeper into the abyss, the naval fleet of the North Sea had already entered the affected waters. Warning, warning. This area is an exercise zone. Unrelated vessels are requested to leave immediately. The alert echoed, followed by another warning. The patrol boats gallantly positioned themselves in front of the aircraft carrier group. Charge ahead. At the command, the Rabbit 001 aircraft carrier group suddenly accelerated. The 052D ship, tasked with leading the way, surged forth even faster, aiming directly at the patrol boat, which weighed less than 1,000 tons. Chapter 49. How I long for you. Full right rudder. Hurry, full right rudder. The Rabbit and Oppo's S052 dares to charge at us. This is the open sea. We have no justification to obstruct their passage. Let the trouble fall upon the eagle and Apos as shoulders. Allow them to confront one another and expend their resources. The captain of the patrol vessel shouted commands, directing the ship to turn and yield the maritime passage. In a flurry, he notified the Eagle's 5th Mixed Fleet. The Rabbit has intruded into the incident area. Before the crew of the patrol vessel could catch their breath, several more aggressive warships approached them head-on. Without issuing any warnings, the leading warship barreled forward, prompting the patrol captain to once again shout orders. Hard left rudder. Hard left rudder. Damn those bear-like creatures. Could they not announce their arrival? What audacity! Those decrepit warships only bully my humble patrol vessel. Barely evading a second collision, the patrol boat learned its lesson. It hastily reported to the Eagle's 5th Mixed Fleet and, in a state of panic, steered towards the harbor. The captain was astute. Let the adults handle matters while we children keep our distance. The sparks ignited by the clash of the 3 mightiest military forces on Blue Star could obliterate his modest patrol craft. It was wise to retreat and avoid any attempts at heroism. Should the Eagle pursue accountability, it would merely result in dismissal. But being reduced to ashes would leave him with nothing. My goodness! This Virginia-class vessel is remarkably swift, riding a nuclear submarine aimlessly beneath the waves. Luo Feng remained blissfully unaware that his presence had orchestrated a formal meeting among the naval forces of the 3 mightiest nations on Blue Star. Upon spotting the submarine, he promptly retracted his underwater propeller, opting instead to ride the nuclear vessel in search of the downed F-35 fighter jet. The aircraft belonged to the Eagle Nation, as did the submarine and its crew. Rather than laboriously scouring the depths in search of luck, he deemed it far more expedient to hitch a ride. After all, the submarine was incapable of salvaging the aircraft, but he possessed the means to retrieve the sunken fighter and stow it within the treasured orb of Yang. This approach was undeniably convenient, saving time and effort. Unbeknownst to him, he was causing considerable distress to the crew of the Virginia-class submarine, who had cranked the sonar power to its maximum. For the love of God, locate that rapidly moving entity, the captain implored. Whether it be a killer whale or some bizarre creature, I must ascertain its precise location. It cannot simply vanish into thin air. The captain, brimming with suppressed rage, incessantly urged his crew to identify the object swiftly approaching the nuclear submarine. Yet, despite his fervent entreaties, the sonar screen remained devoid of any trace of the swiftly moving anomaly, as if it had vanished without a trace, leaving no sound in its wake, like a specter. However, they did manage to detect the F-35, which was drifting gently along with the ocean currents. Captain, we have located the downed aircraft. Oh no. It has disappeared again. How peculiar. Just moments ago, they had clearly captured its signal, so how could it vanish so suddenly? As the captain and crew stared wide-eyed at the electronic screen, the submarine began to tremble violently, akin to a seizure. It shook uncontrollably. Chief engineer. The captain, disregarding the onboard protocol against shouting, bellowed furiously, quickly ascertained the cause. What on earth is happening? Ascend. Hurry, ascend. Before the chief engineer could respond, the nuclear submarine, which had been advancing at high speed, suddenly lost power. The abrupt halt left the unprepared crew colliding into one another in disarray. Alarm lights began to flicker ominously. An automated voice echoed through the vessel. Warning, warning, aft compartment taking on water. Warning, warning, aft compartment taking on water. Amidst the chaos, as the crew scrambled, the captain, fixated on the sonar screen, noticed that the previously vanished high-speed underwater creature had reappeared, now darting swiftly into the distance. To the captain, this creature was Luo Feng. After severing the tail of the nuclear submarine to ensure that it could not pursue him, he swiftly retrieved his underwater propulsion device and made his way back. After navigating for a while in the estimated direction, he surfaced slowly, accurately locating the Moon Palace. Goodness, what a commotion! As he climbed aboard, he observed the 3 Kingdoms fleet weaving in and out, while only the Rabbit and Apos aircraft carrier group maintained a tight formation. The fleets of Eagle Sauce and Bear had merged seamlessly, indistinguishable from one another. The only way to discern the vessels belonging to the Bear from those of the Eagle is by the lofty flags they fly. The 3 fleets continue to exchange warnings incessantly. Warning, warning, this area is designated for military exercises. Any vessels attempting to intrude will be denied access. Eagle. This is Rabbit. We merely pass through harmlessly. This is international waters, and you cannot obstruct our passage. Eagle, this is Bear. We arranged military exercises with Rabbit 6 months ago, and you cannot interfere. The loudspeakers of the 3 fleets blare incessantly. What am I to do? Luo Feng gazes at the chaotic scene before him, pulling out his phone to seek counsel from old Lu. Lu, I have good news. The F-35 has arrived. You're still alive? Splendid. Hurry back. The Northern Fleet and the Bear's Far Eastern Fleet are on their way to rescue you. Rescue me? It seems they are merely looking for a quarrel. I am merely observing the spectacle. Oh, then do inform our fleet and the Bear. I shall return to port. You fool. Prepare for consequences. No matter. Let them impose any sanctions. A rank reduction of 1 or 2 levels can easily be restored later. Did you really bring it back? Indeed, intact. The cockpit likely remained dry. No more time to waste. I must report to the higher-ups. The Wagong swiftly accelerated, tracing a graceful arc as it returned to port. Before long, the fleets of the Bear and Rabbit also began to depart from the area where the F-35 had plunged into the sea, heading towards Bear waters for their military exercises. As Luo Feng departed from the chaotic realm, a sudden illumination graced his eyes, prompting him to deftly reduce the speed of the Moon Palace. He swiftly exited the captain and Apos' quarters, clutching the underwater propulsion device, and with a splash, plunged back into the depths. Zumwalt, how I have longed for you. Indeed. The magnificent vessel that stirred his salivary glands was none other than the Zumwalt-class destroyer, hastily summoned for assistance. A futuristic warship developed at an exorbitant cost of billions in currency. Its design and armament were nothing short of science fiction. However, its performance was lamentably subpar, leading Congress to sever 27 orders, resulting in the construction of merely 3. Before him lay one of those 3. With a damaged propulsion system and gaping wounds, Luo Feng, the underwater marauder, became increasingly adept at his task. As he followed the breach, allowing seawater to flood the compartment, he could still faintly hear the alarms echoing from the Zumwalt. Warning, warning, water ingress in the engine room. Warning, warning, water ingress in the engine room. The sailors and crew members were in frantic flight, entirely oblivious to the tumultuous sea within the engine room and the lower compartments. Furthermore, his path of destruction with the chainsaw rendered any timely repairs impossible. In less than half an hour, the illustrious Zumwalt-class warship gradually succumbed to the ocean and Apos' embrace, leaving behind but a colossal whirlpool at the surface. The commander of the Eagle Nation fleet, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the distress signal, erupted into a furious tirade. God, is this wretched ship here to assist or to create further chaos? The losses today are already substantial. How am I to maintain my standing? Despite his ire, he remained resolute, grappling with the situation at hand. When the moment arises to save lives, one must also act to provide medical assistance. With the presence of large vessels, the crew aboard the Zumwalt class still has a chance of survival, apart from those unfortunate souls who have been swallowed by the whirlpool. While orchestrating the rescue efforts, the commanding officer swiftly engaged his mind, contemplating how to draft a report for the Minister of Defense. Fortunately, Mark Milley has been dismissed. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Chapter 50. Is this a revelation? The propulsion system of the Virginia-class nuclear submarine appears to have been severed by an apparatus resembling a chainsaw. According to the captain and Apos' report, the vessel experienced violent tremors, likely caused by turbulent waters resulting from the abrupt disconnection of the propulsion unit. Prior to the incident, sonar equipment had detected an object reminiscent of a killer whale, approaching swiftly before vanishing, a phantom, as it were. The captain further stated that they successfully tracked a signal emitted by the downed F-35, however, as they pinpointed the source, it too vanished like a specter. He insisted that these 2 mysterious disappearances bore a resemblance to the earlier incident involving the disappearance of the 11th Mixed Task Force in the South China Sea. It is hoped that the enigmatic nature of these occurrences will justify reporting the reasons behind the incident. The captain of the Zumwalt-class vessel shared a similar sentiment. In light of the abruptly disappearing F-35 signal and the rapidly moving underwater enigma, their own predicament seems considerably more credible. Initially, the power system was compromised, followed by deliberate sabotage in the engine room, resulting in the swift sinking of the entire warship. We have ample reason to suspect that the Rabbit Commandos launched an assault against the Zumwalt-class stealth vessel. What a ridiculous suspicion. Are you unaware of the current situation? The entire Western Pacific air and naval forces have yet to recover. Now is not the time to provoke the rabbits. You ought to be grateful they have not come strike you. Listening to the information officer and Apos' summary report, the commanding officer and Apos' stern expression concealed a torrent of curses. However, he refrained from uttering a word. Speaking out would serve no purpose and would only undermine the morale of the troops. Thus, he could only vent his frustrations to his superiors. Furthermore, the Rabbit and Bear fleets had returned, recently sending us a message of support through the public wireless channel. The Bear offered to mobilize salvage vessels nearby to assist us in recovering the sunken Zumwalt-class stealth warship. The Rabbit, in a gesture of humanitarian spirit, expressed their willingness to help accommodate and treat the survivors of the sunken vessel. The information officer, lacking discernment, reported yet another piece of news that sent the commanding officer into a fit of rage. Rescue? Indeed, the commanding officer leaped from his seat. Rescue my foot. They are merely reveling in our misfortune. And what humanitarian spirit? To hell with their pretensions. Respond. Tell the bear and the rabbit that this general will surely uncover the truth behind the sinking of the Zumwalt. Let them wait and see. If this matter is connected to them, I, the illustrious and beautiful empire, shall exact a bloody vengeance. Luo Feng could no longer witness the spectacle of the naval skirmish. He hurriedly ascended aboard the Yuegong and, after a swift freshening up, activated full thrust. Soaring back to port at a frenzied speed of 55 knots. He then arrived at the storage compartment at the bottom of the cabin. Activating the Yang Pearl to release the radar, sonar, hard drives, and a single guided missile, valued at a staggering 850,000 meters, which had been removed from the Zumwalt-class stealth warship. Having been immersed in the news lately, he was well versed in the most valuable assets aboard the Zumwalt. He had effectively stripped away all the more lucrative components. The F-35, weighing 32 tons, measuring 15 meters in length, and boasting an 11-meter wingspan, could not be accommodated indoors. Thus, he could only hoist a canvas roll to the second floor, placing it atop the swimming pool and covering it with the canvas. After toiling for a better part of the day, he finally secured it tightly. The hard-won items deserved a handsome price. Lu Gu, it's me again. Brother. I hope you're not the one behind the sinking of the Zumwalt class, are you? Oh, you're quite well informed. I called to request that you reach out to several research institutions. I have quite a few treasures that I and Oppos, V salvaged. And I need you to negotiate for a higher bonus. Wazd and Oppos, T had agreed upon for 5 million? I brought back the guided missiles from Eagle Sauce. Goodness. Those are undoubtedly valuable. I'll make sure to contact you. All right, if I can get more, that would be splendid. I'm planning to invest in a deep-sea aquaculture farm soon, so I'll likely need substantial funds. Stop dreaming. I estimate that missile will net you at most 500,000 in bonuses. 500 is better than nothing. 500,000. This matter must remain concealed from Eagle Sauce. If they find out, they will certainly be furious. The frenzied Eagle Sauce shall no longer invest vast sums in the development of cutting-edge military equipment. Where shall my brother go to make money? Luo Feng, with a rather dark sense of humor, envisioned the scene of Shizong collapsing in tears upon discovering the truth, fainting in the restroom. Scrolling through his phone, he returned to the captain's cabin. It was quite peculiar. The news had not reported the close standoff of the Three Kingdoms fleet. Instead, it merely conveyed the time and place of the joint exercises between the bear and rabbit fleets, with no mention of the Eagle Sauce. My friend, if you are not too busy lately, accompany me to the Xuanwu dojo. The old turtle suddenly spoke, startling Luo Feng, who nearly dropped his phone. Sir, have you come to a realization? Indeed, having witnessed your skill in extracting teeth from a tiger and Oppos' mouth today, I have decided to take a chance. That's the spirit. Indeed, continuing to linger for a few more days holds little meaning. I have long encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard I train, I cannot break through. I can only venture to the Xuanwu dojo in hopes of a stroke of luck. Not a problem. As summer approaches, I shall accompany you to the Arctic Ocean. Going now would result in freezing to death. With the Yang treasure pearl, you need not fear the cold. I am aware, yet we cannot simply walk there. To reach the Xuanwu dojo by ship, we must wait for the Arctic route to thaw. You make a valid point. We shall go in summer. And I should prepare accordingly. What preparations should I make? You need not prepare anything. What do you mean? Am I unable to cultivate diligently in time? My friend, please maintain your dignity. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Luo Feng rose to the kitchen to prepare a meal for himself. Once again, the pursuit of the F-35 and the dismantling of the Zumwalt have proven to be physically taxing. It is essential to replenish our strength. The Yuegong spacecraft autonomously returned to port, smoothly docking at the pier. Old Lu, unable to contain his excitement, dashed aboard. His gaze fixated on the canvas-covered silhouette of the fighter jet, unleashing a torrent of exclamations. What the hell? You just boldly brought the F-35 back like this? Before Luo Feng could offer an explanation, he was already shouting instructions to the soldiers tasked with receiving the equipment. Quickly inform the port to activate electromagnetic interference. We must not let the Americans discover the aircraft here. Also, get a larger board to shield the fighter. Even satellites above could spot it. How foolish. In this modern age, to so brazenly display our assets here is tantamount to willingly exposing our targets. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that obvious? Had I known it would be exposed so swiftly, we wouldn't have wasted half the day wrapping it in canvas. But it was too late for regrets. Time to proceed with the handover. After completing the transfer formalities, old Lu, in a tone of exasperation, elucidated. Brother, do you have any idea how high the resolution of military reconnaissance satellites is? Just put it in layman's terms, Don't bore me with data and technology. If you were to stand at the bow and relieve yourself, the American spy satellites would be able to discern your measurements. What the hell? Is there no law left? Are they peeping Toms? Alas, brother, this time I cannot assist you. You must venture out to sea less frequently and take care of yourself. Steer clear of American military bases. As long as you remain within the country, I will mobilize all resources to ensure your safety. Brother, Don and Oppos, scare me like that. Chapter 51. The price of mackerel is quite favorable. It has not significantly decreased due to the sluggish market. Rather, it has only slightly dipped from 12 to 10 yuan per pound. Luo Feng and his fleet sold the 80 tons of mackerel they caught directly to the second-hand dealer Wang Duiyu in exchange for cash, amounting to a staggering 1,600,000 yuan. The value of salmon and other fish is somewhat lower, ranging from 5 to 6 yuan per pound. But the quantity is immense, 720 tons, yielding a total of 8 million yuan. In total, they secured 960,000 yuan in cash, which temporarily alleviated the financial pressure stemming from the 800 tons of tuna accumulating in the cold storage, which could not be sold in the short term. Luo Feng persuaded his father to invest 700,000 yuan to acquire the aquaculture facility in the neighboring village, nurturing the mackerel fry he had brought along. He also began planning the next steps to expand the breeding facility, intending to cultivate a greater number of mackerel for gradual sale. After a brief 2-day respite in port, he set sail again with his fleet, targeting the fishing grounds of Hokkaido, unperturbed by the threat posed by the Eagle Nation. It was a jest, for with Master Turtle and the Jinhai Bell on his side, even if the Eagle Nation resorted to nuclear weaponry to eliminate him, he could still retreat to the realm of the square jar to suppress it. There was no need for excessive concern. His display of astonishment before old Lu was merely a ruse to avoid arousing further suspicion. However, Master Turtle had been acting rather unusually, abandoning his previous obsession with basking in the sun and his tendency to remain silent. Instead, he chatted incessantly, as if discussing matters of great consequence. It was quite vexing. Fellow Taoist, your innate talent is rather ordinary. Thus, it is imperative to exert double the effort in cultivation, rather than succumbing to the temptations of worldly wealth and beauty. Master Tortoise, I am indeed striving in my cultivation, albeit it may only delay my demise. After all, is immortality not beyond my grasp? Living itself embodies significance, and the longer one exists, the more profound that significance becomes. Therefore, how many years have you, venerable elder, lived, and how much meaning have you derived from your existence? Those once revered celestial beings, whom I had to look up to, have all perished, yet I remain. Therein lies my entire purpose. Master Tortoise, do you have a wife? I have never married. Without experiencing the joys that beauty brings, how can one ascertain that beauty is devoid of meaning? Fellow Taoist, you are merely being evasive. Humph. You are the one being evasive. If that is the case, why do I not see you marrying? Master Tortoise, the human race is unlike yours. To secure a beautiful wife, one must possess considerable resources. At present, I am amassing my fortune for that very purpose. How much is sufficient? I cannot say. However, before venturing to the Arctic Ocean, I must first exhaust the bountiful fisheries of Hokkaido. Fellow Taoist, your personal desires are excessive, and your thoughts lack clarity, which is detrimental to the path of cultivation. Master Tortoise, you are mistaken. It is precisely these desires that fuel ambition. Without them, what purpose is there in living? There is some truth in that. Indeed, it is fundamentally true. The news of Luo Feng's generosity spread through the channels of Dongbaotou, prompting the fishing fleets that have long plied these waters to flock in droves to seize the opportunity. Thus, a surreal scene unfolded in the largest fishing grounds of Blue Star, within the exclusive economic zone of daily life. The once abundant fishery resources have vanished without a trace. The fish have instead congregated in waters beyond the economic exclusive zone, where they are being voraciously caught by Chinese fishing vessels. Frustrated, the local fishermen lament, "What a calamity! Why have the fish fled to the north? It has been nearly a month, and they have barely managed to catch 100 kilograms of fish, insufficient even to cover the cost of fuel." They believe the Chinese are up to no good. Once again, they turn to Mazu, expressing their earnest desire to repair her statue and seek her blessings for a bountiful catch. "What nonsense!" they exclaim. "Not only did we pray, but shortly after, a typhoon has struck." Indeed, this past month has seen a rather unusual frequency of typhoons. Whenever one forms to the east or south, it seems destined to disrupt our lives. It has become unbearable. The maritime authorities' patrol boats have been deployed, presumably to chase off those Chinese fishing vessels. Let us follow them and seize the opportunity to catch some fish ourselves. In just a month, Luo Feng has stationed nearly half of the nation and Oppos as fishing fleet at the Hokkaido fishing grounds, desperately trying to secure a catch, while the local fishermen have returned empty-handed. This situation has compelled the local maritime authority to take action, sending patrol boats to intervene. Boss Luo, I've just received word from a brother that the patrol boats are on their way, likely to confront us. Dong, the head, relays the information promptly. Luo Feng, filled with excitement, rolls up his sleeves and responds, everyone, stay put and focus on catching fish. This is public sea territory. If they dare to disturb us, we will not hesitate to sink them. We must keep our plans for dealing with the patrol boats as confidential as possible. This information must not leak. He had no intention of waiting for the patrol boat to stir up trouble before striking back. After changing into his swimwear, he dove into the water, leaving the Moon Palace to stay with the fleet, feigning his presence. In reality, he stealthily submerged, riding his beloved propulsion device in search of the patrol boats and the whereabouts of the small fishing vessels. Without a moment's hesitation, he eliminated every target he encountered. The urgency was palpable, the hull was compromised, and water was flooding in. Great Amaterasu, help me. How could this wretched vessel start taking on water? The thin-skinned patrol boats and fishing vessels offered little resistance. Luo Feng merely ventured out for a brief reconnaissance, causing the crew to abandon ship and flee for their lives. However, the vessel was not large enough to create a massive whirlpool that would drag anyone into the depths of the sea. The crew and fishermen still had the chance to swim back to shore or be rescued midway. Meanwhile, the Han fishing boats, eagerly anticipating a skirmish with the small fishing vessels, were left in vain. The cold storage was filled to capacity, yet the patrol and fishing boats remained elusive. With a resigned air, they bid farewell to Luo Feng and returned to port. They sold their catch and set out again, busy days passing in a blur. 2 months slipped by, and even the largest fishing grounds of Blue Star could not withstand such turmoil. Soon, the fish stocks dwindled. Only then did Luo Feng grant the fleet a well-deserved break, allowing everyone to rest. He, on the other hand, fueled the Moon Palace and accompanied Old Turtle in exploring the Xuanwu Dojo. Meanwhile, after 3 months of intelligence gathering, the eagle-eyed operatives had compiled a complete dossier on Luo Feng. They were now preparing their report. Luo Feng, male, 23 years of age. It is imperative to note that on the day of the haunting incident, the F-35 mishap, and the day the Zumwalt-class vessel was breached by commandos, Mr. Luo Feng, seemingly an ordinary fisherman, along with his yacht numbered 9988, was present at the scene of these events. We have substantial grounds for suspicion. This man, who appears to be an unremarkable fisherman, is allegedly the orchestrator of these 3 mysterious occurrences. The Joint Chiefs of Staff have proposed utilizing all necessary forces to eliminate him swiftly and deliver a significant blow to the adversary. Your assertions are as absurd as comparing them to the Army's 7 goats valued at 8 million. A mere 24-year-old fisherman. Yes. Even if he were a maritime militia operative for the enemy, how much iron could he possibly wield? Is he capable of making an entire fleet vanish? Can he single-handedly commandeer an F-35 or dismantle a Zumwalt-class stealth warship? This is utterly preposterous. One might as well claim this young man is the embodiment of a deity. Listening to the report from the newly appointed head of the Joint Chiefs, the defense minister slightly furrowed his brow, yet maintained a gentlemanly smile. Very well. Quite a thought-provoking notion. I shall communicate the Joint Chiefs' recommendations to the Supreme Leader. Please ensure the military is prepared to eliminate this enigmatic figure. Chapter 52. The Lost Charm Strange. Master Tortoise stood upright, anxiously pacing on the table. I distinctly sensed the aura of the Xuanwu Dojo, yet I cannot seem to locate it. Are you afraid? Luo Feng irresponsibly placed his phone down, adding fuel to the fire with a provocative remark. Nonsense. What do I have to fear? The Xuanwu Immortal is my ancestor. His dojo is secure. Are you sure you believe that? My friend, one must be kind-hearted. I have never claimed to be virtuous. Indeed, you speak the truth. Master Tortoise nodded in agreement, then opened his mouth to expel a deep green tortoise shell, which landed in Luo Feng's hand and swiftly expanded to the size of a palm. Keep this on the ship and do not move it. I shall venture forth alone. If I do not return, you must leave. Don't make it sound like a life-or-death separation. Luo Feng felt an urge to dissuade him. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from speaking. It's not so simple. Master Tortoise again expelled a glossy green bead that landed in Luo Feng's hand. This is my life soul bead. If it remains green, it signifies that I am still alive. If it turns white, it means I have perished beyond revival. Once you attain the immortal realm, you may return to assist in retrieving my remains. Remember, do not enter the Xuanwu Dojo before reaching the immortal realm. Is this a dying wish? Luo Feng sensed that the old turtle's demeanor was somewhat off, exuding an aura of desolation. What realm are you truly in? If you do not visit the Xuanwu Dojo, how much longer can you survive? The nobleman mused. I have endured for 380,000 years to attain the Tai realm, Yet I struggle to ascend to the golden, immortal realm. If I do not strive now, I may not see the next month. Very well, it seems the time has come for a final effort. I shall not hinder you. Suddenly, the old turtle raised its two front claws in a gesture of respect. Take care, fellow cultivator. Before you depart, please leave me some spirit stones, as I still have cultivation to pursue. Luo Feng felt a surge of urgency. Indeed, these worldly possessions held little value for him. Perhaps they would serve a purpose for you. I shall accompany you for a while, and perhaps familiarize myself with the path. Do not endanger me. The old turtle exclaimed. The great Xuanwu despises those of the human race. If one of your kind approaches, I am doomed. Very well, old turtle, I wish you a smooth journey. Thank you for your kind words, the turtle replied, once again bowing with its front claws. It then awkwardly shuffled away, stepping into the air and gradually exiting the captain's cabin. Luo Feng stood in astonishment. A deceiver. Did you not claim that the spiritual veins of Blue Star were withered? And that the spiritual energy had dwindled to the point where one could not cast spells? You were misled. The old turtle turned back, revealing a triumphant grin before transforming into a faint green streak of light that pierced through the azure sea. Luo Feng hastily ran a few steps to pursue it. Leaning over the yacht's railing, he beheld the mirror-like tranquility of the sea, but the old turtle's figure had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the water's surface. In his mind, the voice of old turtle resounded. Keep a close watch on the Xinhai bell. The master will return shortly. That old trickster. Grasping the minuscule Xinhai bell, Luo Feng returned to his suite, burying his head in sleep with great fervor. The ensuing days unfolded with simplicity. Each day was spent fishing, perusing the news, and passing the time, all while awaiting old turtle's triumphant return. The recent news proved to be quite intriguing. The Secretary of Defense from Eagle Sauce suddenly emerged to publicly accuse the rabbit, claiming that the rabbit had dispatched frogmen to sink the Zumwalt-class stealth warship and sent a small submarine to abscond with the F-35 fighter jet. The rabbit, unwilling to concede, stepped forward to deny the allegations, exclaiming, "Impossible. I didn't do it. Stop spreading nonsense." The bear then joined in to lend support. I can attest to that. Eagle Sauce's subordinates also rallied to defend their leader, asserting that the rabbit was indeed guilty, without a doubt. The verbal skirmish continued for a month without resolution, ultimately fading into obscurity. Luo Feng found himself utterly disinterested. Meanwhile, several significant typhoons had emerged in the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean, and he lamented being in the Arctic Ocean, unable to harness the formidable power of these storms to aid in the construction of a better life. Furthermore, the prices in the international fisheries market surged sharply, climbing ever higher, particularly benefiting those who were faring well. With inshore fishing rendered impossible, they were compelled to venture thousands, even tens of thousands, of kilometers into the open sea, resulting in increasingly outrageous prices for marine fish. In stark contrast, the prices of fish within the rabbit's territory plummeted. As the prices of marine fish fluctuated, news of Han fishermen depleting the Hokkaido fishing grounds spread like wildfire. This has sparked considerable discussion among domestic netizens. I had a feeling that over the past 2 months, reports of abundant fishery yields across the nation were too good to be true, and it turns out they have completely depleted the fishing grounds. Quite a feat. It is worth noting that the majority of the fishing grounds in Hokkaido do not belong to the small days, but are located in public maritime areas. Our fishermen remain commendable, as recently the price of saurie has dropped to 16 yuan. A month has passed, yet Master Turtle has still not emerged, causing Luo Feng to feel a sense of urgency. Ignoring Master Turtle's admonitions, he plunged into the sea with an underwater propulsion device, exclaiming, "Damn it. My good days have just begun. I have yet to reach the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful and wealthy lady, and now my cheat code is lost? Master Turtle, you must be strong. I am coming to rescue you." However, it proved futile. His blind search yielded no trace of Master Turtle, nor any sign of the Xuanwu dojo. Instead, it alarmed the strategic duty crew aboard the Bear-class nuclear submarine, who became paranoid, suspecting that the mysterious creature darting around them was a spy sent by the Eagle Nation. They quickly contacted the fleet to investigate the situation. The Yuegong vessel, adorned with a rabbit insignia, roamed the economic exclusive zone without any particularly noteworthy actions. Given the relationship between the parties, the soldiers hesitated to board the ship for an inspection. Ultimately, they resorted to enlisting a fisherman for assistance. "Hello, Han brother. Greetings. Is there something you need?" As Luo Feng prepared to dive once more in search of Master Turtle, his tone suggested a certain reluctance to welcome the newcomer. "It is nothing. I merely noticed that you have been here for quite some time and wish to inquire if you require assistance." The fisherman from Russia speaks Mandarin fluently. Only then did he begin to grasp the meaning. "My friend, your Mandarin is excellent. Do you often interact with our fishermen? The king crabs I catch are all sold to your country. How could I conduct business without knowing the language? King crabs, do you have any on board? Please bring me a few. They will be available upon our return to port. Will your ship still be docked here? Indeed. I lost something important while diving. I must find it. Well, I thought you might need help. Rest assured, I am also a fisherman. If I have a need, I will certainly seek your assistance. May I leave a contact number? Yes, please. My name is Ralph. I am Luo Feng. Initially, Luo Feng thought Ralph was merely being courteous. However, 2 months later, when returning to port, Ralph actually brought king crabs for Luo Feng. The pricing was quite reasonable, with each 10-kilogram king crab costing less than 2,000. Yet, at that moment, Luo Feng had lost his appetite for crabs. It had been over 3 months since Master Turtle had entered the Xuanwu dojo, and there had been no news. He had not uncovered any clues, only discovering that the green bead left by Master Turtle had retained its color, indicating that the old turtle was still alive, which kept his spirits within a manageable range. Chapter 53. Teach them a lesson. Mr. Daniel. The military must urgently cease its confrontational maneuvers with the rabbits and the bears in the Western Pacific. Defense Secretary Austin, irked, ran his fingers through his graying hair, issuing a stark warning to the newly appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The Navy has squandered 5 months deploying 2 task forces in pursuit of a mere youth. This cannot persist. We cannot afford it. The lengthy mobilization of fleets from various theaters to engage in standoffs with the rabbits has resulted in a troubling depletion of combat readiness across all fronts. If this continues, it is likely that before the rabbit fleets even warm up, our numerous bases scattered across the blue planet will be reduced to rubble. Daniel recognized the truth in the secretary's words. The issue of manpower shortage is most worrisome not for the secretary or the other officials, but for him, the newly appointed chairman. On the surface, the Navy boasts 10 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier strike groups, alongside 10 marine task forces centered around amphibious vessels. Furthermore, the Air Force possesses a formidable fleet of 4,000 to 5,000 various aircraft. The military prowess of the Eagle Nation on the blue planet is unparalleled, unmatched by any other nation. However, this is merely an illusion. While the military strength is indeed formidable, once such power is dispersed across the 6 theaters that span the 7 continents and 5 oceans, the once potent forces are rendered as fragile as a delicate pancake. Within the coverage of these 6 theaters, should even a single formidable troublemaker arise, it could easily puncture this fragile facade. The reality of the inadequacy of Eagle Sauce's military strength has been laid bare. The situation in the Western Pacific has become increasingly dire, as the formidable 6th Fleet has had to draw upon the 11th Task Force, resulting in a significant depletion of military presence in the Persian Gulf region, which has left him in a state of disarray. Were it not for the necessity of upholding the dignity of the Blue Star's leader, he would have long since considered reallocating Western Pacific military forces to other theaters. There is no need to engage in a protracted struggle with the rabbits. Each side is capable of ensuring mutual annihilation, and prolonging this conflict yields no fruitful outcome. On the contrary, it would deplete the once mighty Western Pacific military into a force beleaguered by exhaustion. Retreat is not an option. Understanding the Minister of Defense's intentions, Daniel stubbornly maintained his perspective. Any sign of fatigue displayed before the rabbits would lead the nations of Blue Star to perceive our military capabilities as insufficient to uphold the leader's position. Such a retreat could result in countless allies distancing themselves from us. Minister, I implore you to reconsider. The Minister of Defense was aware that Daniel spoke the truth. In the grand scheme of things, maintaining face is paramount. This is the greatest obstacle for the leader of Blue Star. We must remain resolute, steadfastly denying any notion of diminished strength. It is only through the harrowing lessons taught to those who dare to challenge our hegemony that we can continue to uphold the grandeur of Blue Star's leadership. Nevertheless, he made a decisive choice. Do not worry, Daniel. We can approach this matter with greater finesse. Rather than depleting our own forces against the rabbits, we shall task our allies, the Sticks and the Ghosts, to exhaust the rabbit strength. This way, we not only bind our allies to our cause, we can still secure a moment of respite for our weary young men. Thus, it has been decided. With the superior firmly establishing the task, Daniel found himself without objections, merely aligning with his superior's line of thought. So, who shall be assigned the mission of neutralizing the yacht Haidong, U-9988? Pitting our rivals against each other would enable us to exert greater control over them. The Minister of Defense revealed his true intentions. Daniel subsequently assisted in refining the plan. However, we must delineate the operational zones to prevent any premature conflict between the two parties. The plan devised by the eagle-eyed strategists proved remarkably successful. When the Southern Navy received the order to eliminate Luo Feng, the entire nation nearly erupted in jubilation. Following the directives from the eagle-eyed patriarch, the warships and patrol boats were dispatched towards the enemy and Oppos' inland sea, eagerly discussing the situation. The eagle-eyed ones truly underestimate us, relegating us merely to the inland waters while leaving the treacherous outer seas to the despicable foes. We hope that the yacht Haidong U-9988 will traverse through our designated inland sea, avoiding the clutches of the enemy. Curiosity piqued. One wonders what manner of individuals are aboard this yacht, as such a vessel has stirred considerable commotion for interception. According to the images provided by the eagle-eyed patriarch, it is a luxurious yacht worth over $10 million, undoubtedly belonging to a significantly wealthy individual. The affluent must be damned, the wealthy must perish. God bless. May that super-rich individual fortuitously navigate through our purview of the inland sea. Rest assured, we have the unwavering support of the eagle-eyed patriarch's intelligence, which will enable us to continuously track its course. It must be said that the speed of the luxurious yacht is indeed astonishing. It is already approaching the Bering Strait. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, each hand grasping a spirit stone the size of a thumb, continuously channeling his internal energy along the prescribed pathways of his technique. He felt the internal cyclone gradually intensifying. Unbeknownst to him, the eagle had meticulously set up a comprehensive net around him. He had to hasten his departure from the Arctic Ocean, as winter had arrived, and the long-awaited turtle elder had yet to appear. After 5 months of waiting, he had still not located the relics of the great Emperor Xuanwu. If he lingered any longer, the ship would surely be frozen in place. Suddenly, his phone erupted with the cacophony of a video call. Reluctantly interrupting his cultivation, he answered, "Lu Go, what prompted you to initiate a video call?" "Brother Luo, you must halt the vessel and listen to me." Lu's expression was tense. "Find the nearest port to the Bear and disembark, then purchase a plane ticket back home." "What on earth has happened?" "The eagle desires your life." "Is it truly that severe?" "Brother, do not be reckless. According to our intercepted intelligence, the Japanese and South Koreans have dispatched their navy to intercept your ship. No matter which route you take, you will not escape the blockade." Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed with fierce determination. "They truly hold me in high regard. Brother, heed my words." Lu gritted his teeth and revealed, "You cannot fathom the gravity of the situation. Because of you, our fleet has been at odds with the Eagle for over 160 days. I thought so. That explains the frequent naval exercises reported in the news lately. I had assumed the Navy was preparing to engage Guam. The Eagle has exhausted its strength, which is why it has unleashed the two rabid dogs, the Koreans and the Japanese. Our main forces are entangled with the Eagle's fleet, leaving insufficient vessels to safeguard you. Fear not, my friend, I shall not take reckless risks. At worst, I will navigate beneath the waves." "Really?" "Indeed. Alas, brother, I still believe that abandoning the ship for an airplane is the safer option. My dear friend, I rely on this vessel for fishing and sustenance. I cannot afford to part with it so easily. Let us not engage in trivialities. A yacht is merely a plaything. Is it not the deep-sea fishing boats that truly provide for a family? The Wagong is akin to my beloved wife. I shall not relinquish it. I am finished." "The Koreans? The Japanese?" After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng rose and gazed coldly toward the distant horizon across the coastline. He found himself perplexed. It was understandable that the Japanese would seek trouble with him, given that he had nearly obliterated them with the aid of a typhoon. However, the sudden involvement of the Koreans seemed rather presumptuous. Today, a lesson shall be imparted to the Koreans. Chapter 54. The nature of dogs is despicable. One only understands the value of things after losing them. With the absence of that familiar emerald figure by his side, Luo Feng felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Despite knowing that his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of perceiving the traces of the celestial Taoist temple, he nevertheless dove repeatedly into the depths in search of the Xuanwu temple. Even in his dreams, he was greeted by the delightful surprise of old Turtle's sudden appearance. Yet, dreams, after all, must come to an end. The chilling snowflakes served as a reminder that he could no longer afford to squander time. He needed to devote himself to his cultivation with urgency. Old Turtle's soul lamp had yet to extinguish, and all was not lost. If he could accelerate his training sufficiently, perhaps he could still rescue Old Turtle, who was trapped within the Xuanwu temple. The only regret he harbored was the time he had wasted. He had not seized the opportunity to cultivate diligently before. At this critical juncture, the cosmic nation recklessly advanced towards the line of fire, akin to an old immortal seeking his own demise. The Moon Palace vessel surged forward, maintaining a brisk speed of 55 knots as it sped through the Bering Strait, gliding effortlessly over the ocean. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, it veered into the southern section of Sakhalin Island, plunging into the Sea of Small Days. "Moon Palace, please reduce speed and join our fleet formation." "Moon Palace, please reduce speed and join our fleet formation." Just as Luo Feng was holding his breath, preparing to sink a few warships of the Cosmic Nation, 2 Type 054 frigates appeared alongside the Moon Palace. broadcasting a message over the public wireless channel. Clearly, after failing to persuade him, old Lu had summoned reinforcements. There was no choice. He still held the rank of militia officer and could not disregard orders. Only wireless communication could be established. In accordance with the military order issued by the captain of the 054, they were encircled by two Type 054 warships, maintaining a steady speed of 30 knots. While the ships could maneuver in formation, it was impossible to coordinate my own actions. Commanding the artificial intelligence, Sherry. To recalibrate the course, Luo Feng, weighed down by his thoughts, reluctantly picked up his phone to capture evidence. Such is the nature of treachery. Although the two Type 054 vessels had come specifically for support, he harbored no illusions that the warships of the Cosmic Nation, ordered to serve the interests of the Eagle Nation, would allow him to escape unscathed. In this confrontation on the high seas, failing to secure advantageous evidence would render future legal disputes exceedingly challenging. Sea Easter 9988, please reduce speed. We suspect your vessel is involved in smuggling activities and must submit to inspection. Sea Easter 9988, please reduce speed. We suspect your vessel is involved in smuggling activities and must submit to inspection. As anticipated, it was not long before a destroyer, displacing over 8,000 tons, came into view, initiating a public address. Simultaneously, the 054 vessel responded assertively. Cosmic Nation, please maintain decorum. This is international waters, and your ship has no authority to inspect our private vessels. Please maintain decorum. This is international waters, and your ship has no authority to inspect our private vessels. The 054 exhibited remarkable bravery. One of the vessels suddenly accelerated, adopting a collision stance, while simultaneously activating its radar, presenting an aura of readiness for confrontation. Unwavering in its course, it showed no fear of colliding with a vessel many times its own size. Meanwhile, the other vessel closely protected the Moon Palace, adopting a defensive posture. The two parties engaged in a futile exchange, their high-pitched loudspeakers blaring incessantly, devoid of any intention to compromise. Luo Feng found himself in a predicament. The waters in this region were less than 2,000 meters deep. Even if he were to sink a battleship of the Cosmic Nation, there was a significant chance it could be salvaged. To avoid revealing his capabilities, he would need to dismantle the hard drives aboard the ship after sinking it. A time-consuming endeavor. Just as he hesitated on whether to plunge into the depths, 5 warships bearing the flag of the Cosmic Nation gradually emerged on the horizon. Upon sighting the reinforcements, the leading battleship of the Cosmic Nation suddenly regained its vigor. Its proclamations became increasingly aggressive. Attention, vessels ahead. We suspect your warship is involved in smuggling operations. Immediately halt and submit to our inspection. The admonitions grew louder. Attention, vessels ahead. We suspect your warship is involved in smuggling operations. Immediately halt and submit to our inspection. The forward 054 warship issued a particularly stern warning. Cosmic Nation, take heed. You are provoking a naval conflict between our two nations. Luo Feng, with a decisive motion, stowed his phone and plunged into the water with a splash. Damn it. You dare to bully my merchant vessel alongside your wild father? I have no intention of allowing you to return unscathed. How dare you slander our warships? No one shall escape today. With practiced skill, he retrieved an underwater thruster from his Yang pearl, twisting the power switch to full and launching himself at the Cosmic Nation's warship preparing to collide with the 054. There was no attempt at concealment. The underwater thruster sped through the depths of 30 meters, creating rippling waves on the surface. The battleship of the Cosmic Nation swiftly detected the situation. Report to the captain. A high-speed moving object is approaching our vessel underwater, suspected to be an orca. The reconnaissance officer hurriedly relayed the gathered information to the captain. An orca? The captain cast a dubious glance at the officer, his brow furrowing slightly. Hard to port 5 degrees. Clear the path of that madcap warship. Their 054 vessel is more economical than our Sejong the Great class. A collision would be unwise. We shall deal with them once the other 5 ships arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, an abrupt and violent jolt surged through the ship, causing a sudden deceleration. The command room was filled with the piercing sound of alarm lights flashing red. Power failure. The captain swallowed the incomplete explanation and promptly commanded. Order the chief engineer to swiftly repair the power system. The reconnaissance officer hurriedly conveyed the captain's orders to the chief engineer. However, in the next moment, an incredible sound seemed to reach their ears, and their expressions gradually stiffened. The report was left unuttered as the ship began to tilt abruptly. Piercing screams echoed from both inside and outside the cabin. The ship is capsizing. Save yourselves. The hold is flooding. Hurry to escape. Get out of the way. Don't block me. Oh no, where are the damage control personnel? Help, I don't want to die here. My goodness. Weren't we just supposed to go out for a little adventure? Luo Feng had no time to surface. He swiftly breached the belly compartment of the Sejong the Great class, stowed away the underwater thruster, and followed the current into the ship's cabin. Under the protection of the precious jewel of Yang, a relentless search for the hard drives aboard the vessel ensued. Every single one must be dismantled, otherwise. Once the Cosmic Nation retrieves the ship, his clandestine secrets would inevitably be exposed. In the distance, 5 warships of the Cosmic Nation approached, rendered utterly astonished by the scene before them. My goodness, has the Sejong the Great class, displacing over 10,000 tons, truly sunk like this? What on earth transpired? No battle occurred. How could the Sejong the Great class have sunk? Sorcery. Those despicable Han people must have employed witchcraft. Fools, that is called Taoism. If they all practiced Taoism, would we still dare to intercept them? Our commander only heeds the orders of the Eagle Sauce. He cares not for our lives. Let us retreat. Yes, there is still time to flee. However, it soon became evident that their escape would be too late. Luo Feng had become quite adept at gutting warships, before they could receive new orders to alter their mission. The lead warship followed in the ill-fated wake of the Sejong the Great class and began its rapid descent into the depths. Chapter 55. The wicked complained first. What an astonishing display of prowess from the frogmen. Do we even need a fleet anymore? Those guys from national security are overly concerned. Indeed, with this fellow's extraordinary skills and equipment, we could have returned to port safely without our presence. It feels as though we are superfluous. To annihilate 6 warships within 2 hours, one of which was an 8,000-ton Sejong the Great class. It is utterly absurd. I envy those in the national security system. They possess all sorts of advanced equipment. I shall apply for a few of those underwater stealth devices upon my return. The Cosmic Nation fleet regarded Luo Feng and his underwater propulsion device as a killer whale, resulting in the disembowelment of 6 warships within a mere 2 hours. The crew of 2054 frigates watched in astonishment. They knew better than anyone that the small creature capable of reaching speeds of over 10 knots underwater was no ordinary marine life, but rather a frogman. Simultaneously, they comprehended why the personnel from national security were in such a frantic hurry, urgently requesting the North Sea Fleet to dispatch warships for support. 7 hours later, as Luo Feng boarded the Yuegong, 2054 frigates were escorting the vessel, which had just entered the Bohai Bay, where the temperature was not as frigid as within the Arctic Circle. Realizing he no longer required protection, the 2 warships exchanged farewells before turning back to their base. Old Lu's call came in precisely on cue. Brother, do you have the video of the Cosmic Nation fleet intercepting the Yuegong? Yes, Luo Feng replied, somewhat bewildered. Why do you need the video so urgently? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Old Lu's voice resonated through the microphone. That's splendid, splendid. Now, under your personal name, create a short video denouncing the audacious actions of the Cosmic Nation fleet in international waters. Lu, you revel in the chaos and seem eager to stir the pot even further. This is akin to a villain crying foul first. Old Lu chuckled. Correcting this misguided notion, they suffered the loss of 6 warships in one fell swoop. Surely, they will not let this matter rest easily. We must fortify our position beforehand. Wise words, brother. I shall proceed to create it at once. Yes, send me a copy first, and I will find a way for the Foreign Affairs Department to lodge a formal protest against the Cosmic Nation, making them face humiliation. Understood. I relish such endeavors. Make haste to return home. You have been absent for 5 or 6 months, and I scarcely know how to console your parents. Not an issue. I shall deliver the hard drive, recently removed from the warship, back to the base before heading home. Acquired another hard drive, have you? Every single one of those 6 warships, none left behind, all had their hard drives extracted. That is indeed perfect. Brother, you truly lack kindness. On the contrary, it is I who embodies generosity. After ending the call, Luo Feng swiftly rummaged through his phone, extracting the video footage. He meticulously edited out all segments related to the 054 warship, retaining only the clips of the Yuegong and the Cosmic Nation warships. Naturally, he refrained from displaying the footage of the warship sinking, instead preserving only the brazen demeanor of the Cosmic Nation vessels. He promptly sent a copy to Old Lu, followed by distribution across various short video platforms. With the backing of the national security system amplifying the flow of information, his short videos quickly gained popularity across various platforms, their fervor steadily rising. The ire of netizens was gradually ignited. While the uncle could endure, the aunt could not. This group of individuals deserved to be dealt with severely. Do they aspire to emulate the Eagle Nation? How dare they act so brazenly in international waters? Who granted them such audacity? Damn. If they dare to obstruct Boss Luo's vessel, they must reckon with the northern fisherman's response. This is a call to arms. Let us sink their ships. Brother Dong is formidable. Consider him one of us. Who is Boss Luo? Only those unfamiliar with the fisherman would underestimate Boss Luo's generosity. Luo Feng, filled with urgency, failed to notice that his short video had successfully captured the attention of Dong Iran and other northern fishermen he was acquainted with, who, filled with righteous indignation, set out to confront the cosmic nation. Upon arriving at the base to submit the dismantled hard drive, he leisurely returned home. 2 days later, the Bay of Bohai was teeming with vessels, all heading towards the waters of the cosmic nation. Dong Iran, brimming with enthusiasm, used his walkie-talkie to inform the arriving fishing boats. These sons of bitches dare to impede Boss Luo's ship. Today we shall conduct a thorough sweep. Every single one of their boats must be intercepted and inspected. If any patrol boat dares to fire, we shall sink it. Medical expenses will be covered by me. Dong. With so many fishing boats, communication became chaotic, as everyone attempted to voice their thoughts over the walkie-talkie. Thus, they sounded their horns in unison, signaling their compliance with the orders. The patrol vessel of the cosmic nation, unaccustomed to such a scene, stood frozen in astonishment, exclaiming in panic, "Have these Han fishermen lost their minds? An attack! An attack! They're here to assault us! Fire! Quickly, open fire! Goodness, what use are guns? Thousands of fishing boats, whom should we target? We must flee." As Luo Feng's vessel, the Moon Supply, docked, he caught wind of the news. A large-scale conflict had erupted between the patrol ship and northern fishermen, resulting in gunfire and injuries. Donggu, he dialed Dong Yaren's number. "Did you all go looking for trouble with the cosmic nation because of my departure? Haha, my brothers aren't particularly skilled, just wanted to vent for you." Came Dong Yaren's somewhat reserved laughter through the receiver. Luo Feng's tone shifted to one of severity. "How many were injured?" "2. Dong Yaren's voice faltered slightly. "I'll cover the medical expenses. You must immediately inform the brothers to retreat. Do not provoke a confrontation." "How can we do that?" Dong Yaren protested defiantly. "The brothers have earned more in this northern fishing ground than in years past, and you think they will let you foot the bill for medical costs? Listen, or else you won't be included in the next venture. Where shall we fish next? First, call back all the fishing boats. Ensure the injured are taken to the hospital, and I will summon you for the next expedition." "All right, I will notify the brothers to return to port right away." "You have no idea. They've nearly gone mad with worry for you over these past 5 months. I've just returned home. I need a few days to rest and patiently wait. Perhaps I'll also take the opportunity to maintain the fishing vessel." "Remarkable. Quite commendable. It seems my efforts in befriending this group have not been in vain." After concluding the call, Luo Feng greeted the approaching 6th brother and the others with a smile. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he hurried home, bracing himself for a scolding, while casting envious glances at Mi Rong, who was being treated like a true daughter-in-law. Goodness, this girl appears to be more at ease in his home than he is. His parents, with their every delicacy, would serve Mi Rong, while they offered him nothing but cold words and disdain. "You've landed yourself in trouble." After dinner, Mi Rong slipped into his room and cautioned, "Do not venture northward for the time being. The Cosmic Kingdom has lost 6 warships, and our fishermen have caused quite a stir, leading them to prepare an official warrant for your capture." "How do you possess such timely information?" he inquired. Director Lu provided the intelligence. "I suggest you lay low for a few days." "If I were to lay low, would I still be myself? What do you intend to do?" "Bring me along." "Weren't you here to advise me?" "I have advised you, yet you did not heed my counsel. Hence, I shall accompany you on the vessel to persuade you further." "Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say?" "Excellent, quite formidable indeed. However, let us first journey to the Antarctic to catch some king crabs, and then we shall seek an opportunity to deal with those pesky Koreans." Chapter 56, most suitable for disembowelment. That night, the Moon Palace set sail once more. Luo Feng, lacking in loyalty, abandoned Mi Rong and secretly left port, intent on avenging the northern fishermen. Initially, he had contemplated a more peaceful resolution, hoping that Dong Yeshuan would withdraw the fishermen rather than provoke conflict. However, as he perused the news that evening, he discovered that the cosmic nation had mobilized its last 2 remaining warships to confront the fishermen. Naturally, the North Sea Fleet was not idle either, dispatching 5 various-sized warships to escort the fishermen. A fierce standoff ensued, transforming a decisive battle into a war of attrition, with the fishermen's vessels refusing to yield, locked in a stalemate in the Bohai Bay. For Luo Feng, this impasse represented the greatest opportunity. What difference was there between this and waiting for death? In such moments, disembowelment was most fitting. Unfortunately, even at the Moon Palace's maximum speed of 55 knots, it would take 2 days and nights to reach Bohai Bay. He wasted no time. While seated in meditation, he intermittently paused his practice to check his phone for updates on the recent typhoon developments. Although Turtle Elder was absent, he had left behind the deep green turtle shell and the Zhunhai bell, both of which could be employed to dispel typhoons and fish alike. Yet, it seemed the heavens were deliberately favoring the cosmic nation. During the 2-day journey, Luo Feng found no formidable typhoons or embryonic storm systems, only a few minor disturbances that, instead of causing destruction, would merely bring rain. He had no inclination to perform acts of charity. As the Moon Palace appeared in the Bay of Bohai, the assembled fishing vessels from the north sounded their horns in a jubilant welcome. Simultaneously, several boisterous individuals shouted at the top of their lungs, "Boss Luo is mighty. Let us crush those short-legged little barbarians. When will Boss Luo return to amass wealth there? Brothers, we've missed you dearly." However, Luo Feng did not make an appearance. After setting the course for the Moon Palace, he once again plunged into the water, diving deep to stealthily approach the enemy warships and patrol boats. "Report, a suspected orca is nearing our vessel." A deep voice suddenly resonated within the confines of a conventional submarine. The captain, with a resigned expression, muttered, "Let it approach. As long as it's not a Han submarine, we shall maintain our silent status and avoid detection." "Report, the orca has vanished. Does it possess the art of invisibility?" "Captain, I can't shake this foreboding feeling. Something seems amiss." "Come on, that's nonsense. We have the protection of our American allies. The North Sea Fleet wouldn't dare engage us in combat. The Han fishing boats are reckless. And we are left with only 2 warships. What if we get rammed and sunk?" Amidst their casual banter, the submarine suddenly lost balance. The sound of water rushing in and frantic screams filled the air. "Flooding! Flooding! Alert! Alert! The hull is compromised. Please manage the damage promptly. Ascend! Ascend! We must surface quickly. What kind of monster is this? What on earth? Escape for your life." At this moment, Luo Feng's proficiency in dismemberment was quite remarkable. Wielding a massive chainsaw, measuring 1.5 meters in length, he swiftly severed the tail fin, then meticulously carved 2 incisions along the submarine's centerline, creating a substantial breach to allow the seawater to rush in. The hard drive had to be dismantled. Seizing the opportunity before the surface warship detected any anomalies beneath the water, he methodically removed every hard drive from the submarine. Silently, he then stealthily approached the underside of the Cosmic Nation's warship, continuing his gruesome work. Good heavens, how desperate must these fools be to scuttle their own vessel? "Stay back, brothers, lest the whirlpool ensnare our small fishing boat. Have we truly encountered those willing to risk it all today? The Sejong the Great class ship, over 8,000 tons. I have yet to witness a grand vessel sink. Today, I shall broaden my horizons." A commendable act, indeed. Ha. Knowing his brothers were weary of its presence, he opted for a display of self-sinking. "I shall sink it as many levels as I can." Initially furious, the northern fishermen, upon witnessing the sudden descent of the Cosmic Nation's warship, were compelled to flee in a state of panic. The whirlpool was no trifling matter. It could not only engulf people but also submerge smaller fishing vessels. After completing his task, Luo Feng climbed back onto his boat, only to discover dozens of missed calls on his phone. All were from old Lu. "Brother, why have you gone and stirred up trouble again?" As soon as he answered the call, old Lu's voice, tinged with distress, erupted from the receiver. "Rest assured, Lu Gu, I have dismantled the hard drive. I guarantee no one will uncover how it sank. You cannot treat everyone as fools. The Cosmic Nation possesses merely 10 warships, all of which now rest at the bottom under your watch. Even the most naive among them must have realized this by now. Aren't they seeking to apprehend me? Perfect. I have a justification. I must return home swiftly. However, I shall delay my return for the moment. I need to check on the 2 fishermen who were injured because of me. Let us refrain from causing any further trouble. Brother, even if I wish to stir the pot, I must wait for those scoundrels to finish constructing their vessel. Wouldn't you agree? Your reasoning is quite sound." After ending the call, Luo Feng hurriedly dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. After donning dry clothes, he contacted Dong Yuran to accompany him in visiting the injured fisherman. To be honest, he felt rather ashamed. Initially, he merely intended to deflect blame by releasing a short video to inform the world that the Cosmic Nation also sought to emulate the Eagle Nation in patrolling the high seas. He never anticipated the northern fishermen would be so courageous. Witnessing their grievances, they rallied and clashed with the coastal defense line. "Rest easy, Boss Luo. I merely sustained a scrape, and one of my brother's injuries was from a fight. He simply twisted his ankle. My apologies. I failed to clarify that my bandaging was merely for show. Well, dealing with these shameless rascals requires a touch of performance. By the way, the Hokkaido fishing grounds have been exhausted. What shall we do next? Boss Luo, please offer us your guidance. Let us not rush. Boss Luo has promised to take us to other fishing grounds later." The hospital ward buzzed with activity, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. Luo Feng confirmed that the 2 injured brothers were not in serious condition, and with a sense of relief, he invited the fishermen and ship owners gathered for the occasion to share a meal together. He also took the opportunity to discuss the forthcoming fishing plans. It seemed he would not be departing anytime soon, choosing instead to remain in Qiqing, awaiting the arrival of a powerful typhoon to unleash its fury upon the Cosmic Nation. Surely, They were in need of such tempests to quell their ire. At this juncture, numerous typhoons were essential to temper the situation. The matters of deep-sea fishing were merely incidental arrangements, not particularly significant. In accordance with his strategy, along with several leaders, he resolved that they could not continue to devastate fishing grounds as they had done in Hokkaido. It was imperative to deploy a fleet of over a dozen large vessels, dispersing them across various fishing grounds in the Blue Star. His vessel, the Moon Palace, possessed considerable speed, allowing it to traverse different fishing areas and drive schools of fish towards the nets, ensuring lucrative catches for all. The aim was to enable the fishermen to swiftly amass profits, which they could then reinvest into ventures such as deep-sea aquaculture. Indeed, diligence brings its own rewards. After a fortnight of cultivation in the Qingchun waters, he finally awaited the formation of a formidable typhoon. Chapter 57. 1,000 miles to deliver a typhoon. A light gift with deep affection. With a resounding thud, the computer monitor crashed violently against the tiled floor, producing a dull sound. Immediately following, the keyboard struck the man's head with a series of sharp impacts, accompanied by the scattering of keycaps. Fool! The man grasped one end of the keyboard with both hands, exerting every ounce of strength to unleash his pent-up rage. Before him knelt a woman, her head taking the brunt of the keyboard's wrath, blood streaming down her face. Yet, she dared not stir, gritting her teeth and bowing her head beside the desk, trembling as she braced for yet another punishing blow. Smack! 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 The relentless assault ultimately rendered her unconscious, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the floor, emitting a faint, mournful sound from her nose just before succumbing. Worthless. Upon witnessing the woman fall, the man disdainfully curled his lips and raised the mechanical keyboard in his hand. Is it so hard to find a mechanical keyboard of superior quality for my galactic empire's warship? How could it simply fall? Do I not deserve any dignity? If you cannot even fulfill the orders of Eagle Dad to eliminate a mere pest, what use are you, pitiful lot? The commander was furious. Yet, in the vast office, a group of timid subordinates dared not utter a word, fearful of becoming the next unfortunate soul to be struck down by the mechanical keyboard. An awkward tension filled the air, enveloping the room in an uncomfortable silence. No one was willing to speak up and shatter the stillness, leaving them ensnared in a dreadful quiet. Commander, please remain calm. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed from outside the door. As the footsteps drew closer, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, resembling a priest, slowly entered. The sinking of the warships has its reasons, beyond human grasp. Master, what brings you here in person? Upon the appearance of the robed man, a sycophantic smile spread across the plump face of the commander, who hastened to greet him. The master calmly extended his hand to touch the commander's forehead. The Lord has spoken. You shall face great calamities. I had no choice but to come. Master, please proceed to the secret chamber. The commander eagerly assisted the master towards the hidden room, leaving the others behind in a flurry, scrambling to manage the aftermath and attend to the unconscious woman. Do you understand, my son, that the sinking of 10 warships is the work of malevolent forces? Upon reaching the secret chamber, the master wasted no time before delivering a bone-chilling revelation. The northern fleet of the Han people is backed by evil entities. It was they who struck down the warships of our great cosmic empire. The next target of these malevolent forces is you. Indeed, the commander, who had just moments before been all smiles, turned pale with fear and involuntarily fell to his knees, pleading, Master, save me. I beseech the Almighty Lord to save me. Do not disdain the peculiar amalgamation of this religious narrative. The faith of the great cosmic empire has always been rather unconventional. We are merely adhering to realism. Otherwise, one would not witness the emergence of so many bizarre sects and extraordinary phenomena. Let us refrain from elaborating further, lest I incur the wrath of censorship. Good. The master smiled kindly, extending his right hand to gently stroke the commander's head. The malevolent forces are formidable. I must, on behalf of the Lord, journey to the South Sea to eradicate them. Gratitude to the master for salvation. The commander, overjoyed, bowed deeply. However, this endeavor demands considerable time and effort, as we must procure numerous rare spiritual treasures, requiring your assistance and that of the congregation. Rest assured, Master, I shall exert myself to the utmost, mobilizing the nation's resources to aid my benevolent father in vanquishing the demons in the south. Excellent. Transfer the funds to my private account. Once we gather the spiritual treasures, we shall proceed southward to eliminate the evil. In a mere fortnight, 10 warships of the great cosmic empire inexplicably sank into the ocean, driving the populace into a frenzy of panic and confusion. After extensive inquiries yielded no answers, they succumbed to fervent religious devotion. The upper echelons of the Eagle Sauce also found themselves in disarray. The esteemed Zizone, in his despair, secluded himself in the restroom, addressing all personal needs within its confines, as if it were his sanctuary. Consequently, even Minister Feng had to report from the restroom. Respected Supreme Commander, after thorough investigation, we are convinced that the vessel Haidong U-9988 possesses extraordinary abilities. The young Han man named Luo Feng is equally enigmatic. Each time a shipwreck occurs, he and his Haidong U-9988 are found patrolling the vicinity. The news from Banggu is even more precise, suggesting a connection to mysterious ancient Eastern sorcery. The military recommends an immediate cessation of the pursuit orders against Luo Feng and his Haidong U-9988, and to dispatch reliable personnel to recruit them into our ranks. By converting the enemy's strength into our own, we shall secure an absolute advantage in the forthcoming confrontation with the rabbits. I am a believer. Now you ask me to seek the mysterious powers of the ancient East. Does that not imply that my faith is inauthentic? The rare sect leader felt a deep sense of melancholy, yet he found himself powerless to refute the Minister of Defense's suggestion. Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, he inquired, has our bishop, the Pope, not offered any counsel? The bishop did provide some advice, recommending that we pray to the Lord. The Minister of Defense rolled his eyes in exasperation. I pray daily, yet I see no results. At the very least, thanks to media coverage. The public is convinced of your benevolent heart. Very well, who shall we send to woo the young Han man named Luo Feng? Of course, a person of Han descent. Su Maochun. He won't do. He has been sanctioned by the rabbits and cannot enter. Fine, then choose anyone to undertake the mission, but please, let there be no more inexplicable shipwrecks or bizarre incidents of entire fleets vanishing. I require your signature to allocate special funds. How much? To recruit such a remarkable individual. We will need at least 3 to 500 billion yuan, wouldn't you agree? As the world's media focused on the new shipwreck incident, Luo Feng spent half a month traversing a great distance to finally guide the typhoon, newly birthed by the ocean, to its destination aboard the bamboo horse. Goodness, he exclaimed, watching the bamboo horse successfully land. Stretching his limbs, he thought to himself, if only I could conjure a typhoon myself, it would be so much easier. Waiting for a super typhoon is truly a formidable challenge. Sending a typhoon across 1,000 miles, though a modest gift, carries profound sentiment. In order to ensure that the formidable power of Typhoon Bamboo Horse is unleashed upon the territory of the Galactic Empire, he refrained from hastily returning to port. Instead, he astutely predicted the storm's trajectory and navigated the Moon Palace to circumvent the Sea of Little Days, intending to forcefully redirect its path before further engaging with it. Unfortunately, Brother Bang's location was situated on a peninsula, rendering it impossible to wreak the same havoc as he did in the Sea of Little Days. He could only conduct repeated assaults on 2 coastal areas, focusing on those of considerable value, such as shipyards and electronic factories, which are part of heavy industry and high-tech zones. There were some advantages to the small map. The typhoon could sweep through multiple times, creating a more thorough and efficient disruption than in the Sea of Little Days. However, what he could never have anticipated was Brother Bang's bizarre decision to hold grand religious ceremonies in open areas, entirely unperturbed by the impending storm. Truly an oddity. Chapter 58. The Little Puppy Boyfriend. This is a test from the Master. Only those who have endured trials are deemed worthy of the Master's protection, safeguarding us against the invasion of malevolent forces and greater calamities. So let the storm rage with even greater ferocity. As the Bamboo Horse Typhoon approached, the 3 major television stations and online video programs of the Galactic Empire were fervently broadcasting the impassioned speeches of the commander. Inspired by his call, countless devotees emerged from their homes, flocking to the streets and squares to fervently worship the legendary master. Guided by appointed leaders, they generously opened their purses, offering gold, silver, and currency. Almighty Master, please grant us the strength to withstand disasters and repel evil. The Master is with us. Look, cars are being swept away. Help, Master. Where's the Master? A colossal wind descended from the heavens, and not a single devotee on the streets was spared. All were swept into the air, drifting amidst the tempest. Only those ordinary souls who remained steadfastly at home, untouched by temptation, escaped this calamity. Yet, there are always exceptions. The commander, who led the worship in the square, was the most notable exception. Shielded by security forces, he cowered in an underground shelter, trembling. Where is the Master? Was it not promised that the Master would protect us? Am I not sincere enough? Does such a being as the Master even exist? His bodyguards could not provide answers to his queries. Yet, from afar, a familiar figure approached slowly, seemingly aware of his bewilderment, and began to speak softly. The Lord can only offer you protection. Those individuals are mere sacrifices, for their faith lacks purity. The visitor was none other than the Master. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his demeanor remained serene, bringing a sense of tranquility akin to a gentle spring breeze. As Luo Feng scrolled through the news, he was struck dumb by the astonishing actions of the great universe empire. Goodness, are these people unwell? A typhoon is approaching, and they still venture out to pay homage? There is a path to heaven, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no gates, yet you recklessly intrude. It is not my fault. The images in the news were rather grim, and he felt a profound discomfort upon viewing them. However, this did not serve as a justification to cease his onslaught. Resolutely, he piloted the Yuegong vessel to pursue and intercept the Zhuma vessel amidst the typhoon, continuing to sweep through Bangji's industrial area while staying informed through news updates. Domestic netizens were equally astonished by the great universe empire's remarkable response to the typhoon. Their mouths agape in disbelief. The people of Fujian have never ventured out to worship during a typhoon. Why is Banggu so audacious? One must not attempt to comprehend the thought processes of swine. Allow me to share some good news. Our shipyard has unexpectedly received several substantial orders, reportedly redirected from the great universe empire. This typhoon is indeed extraordinary, specifically targeting Bangji's shipyard for calamity. They deserve it. Let them forsake their worship of Mazu. We, the people of Fujian, believe that only through reverence to Mazu can one evade the typhoon. Gazing at the course of the Zhuma vessel, I suddenly recalled the Weimaxan number 2. The Zhumama number surpasses the Waimamazon 2. Indeed, the Waimamazon 2 could only manage 2 sweeps over the small days before it lost its vigor, whereas the Zhumama has energetically traversed the heavy industrial zone 6 times. This settles it. No one will contest our shipbuilding orders now. I suddenly feel compelled to pay homage to Mazu. The trajectory of the Zhumama is truly remarkable. News, however, tends to lag behind. While domestic netizens enthusiastically discuss the Zhumama's conquests over the galactic empire, Luo Feng has quietly returned to port. The Zhumama has not idled either. After it weakened, it was urged back towards the northwestern region of the mainland, bringing moisture and triggering abundant snowfall. As a result, coastal fishermen incessantly drum and celebrate Mazu. The same goes for Chawang Village, which held a grand temple fair, not only providing entertainment for visitors, but also garnering more followers for Mazu. They remain oblivious to the arrival of the Yuegong number. Luo Feng secured the mooring ropes and was preparing to visit Lu Ji's small shop to discuss the upcoming offshore fishing plans. The village's offshore fishing fleet had been dormant for half a year, and there was a pressing need to catch some fish to sell before the new year. Luo Feng? Is that you? Luo Feng. Just as he was about to leave the dock, a familiar female voice called from behind. Turning around, he smiled. Manager Han, are you visiting our village? Before him stood a competent woman in her 30s, his former superior, Han Anha. What a coincidence. Han Anha approached him with a smile and gently patted his shoulder. The company has organized a team-building event, and the boss has chosen the recently popular Chawang village. I didn't realize you lived here. Team building, huh? Why wasn't there anything like that when I was working? Luo Feng lamented, casting a wistful glance at his former superior. This woman possessed a captivating charm, yet her ambition was overwhelming. He had toiled tirelessly under her command, yet reaped no benefits. Such joyous occasions as team building and bonuses were entirely foreign to him. I bring you good news. Our project has been upgraded by the boss, which is why funds were allocated for this team-building event. Her words were both truthful and explanatory. Luo Feng was indifferent, merely seeking amusement in their conversation. To his surprise, her thoughts were quite perceptive. Since Manager Han is here, why not come to my home for a visit and savor some of our family's fresh fish? Perhaps another time. Han Anha revealed her true intention. You have put in considerable effort on the project, yet, as colleagues, now that we have some progress, would you care to join in the celebration? Let us not go there. You are the one who worked hard. I merely avoided causing trouble as a novice. I won't partake in your celebrations. Is this how distant we've become? It is not distance, but rather propriety. I now earn my living through fishing and do not wish to engage in gatherings of white-collar and golden-collar elites. Shall I accompany you on a stroll then? If you insist, I shall not be shy about it. Such a nuisance. How can you be so endearing and yet so tiresome? Dear sister, I assure you, I have never been burdensome to you. I lack the audacity. What prompted your sudden resignation? Sister, can we refrain from discussing this matter? The wages are rather meager, aren't they? Exhausted like a dog, working the grueling 996 schedule for a mere 3,000 a month. Do you find that acceptable? Alas, at that time, no one could ascertain whether our project held any promise for development. Thus, we were relentlessly squeezed for our efforts. Let us set aside work-related topics. The scenery in your village is truly splendid. Sister, you are mistaken. The true beauty lies beside you. How pretentious. No, that is not pretentiousness. It's merely self-appreciation. Encountering an acquaintance always leads to an endless exchange of words, even if this acquaintance was not truly familiar in the past. Both being single, there are no taboos. As they stroll arm in arm along the beach, appearing to be a couple from a distance. In the end, Luo Feng could not withstand Han Anha's persistent persuasion and decided to participate in the company team-building activity. Sister, it's settled then. From this moment forth, I shall be your little puppy boyfriend. Young man, please exercise restraint. The term little puppy refers to handsome young men, which does not apply to you. Sister, are you blind? We are even more youthful and appealing than those young beauties. You need only to try. Bah. Maintain your decorum. Be mindful of your manners. Chapter 59. My 5 elements lack virtue. An unexpected reunion brought forth a delightful surprise. Luo Feng had never anticipated that the mere encounter with a colleague would evoke such a profound sense of nostalgia. Counting on his fingers, he realized that it had only been a year since he had fled the city. In this brief span, he had transformed from an ordinary programmer, inconspicuous wherever he went, into someone he had once only dared to dream of becoming. Meanwhile, his former colleagues continued to toil in the mire of the 996 work culture. The feeling of looking down from such heights was truly exhilarating. Fortunately, Han Anha still regarded him as an ordinary fisherman, tinged with a hint of sympathy. As they walked hand in hand towards the restaurant for their gathering, she attempted to coax him back into the fold, now that the project is officially established. The boss has allocated over 70 million in development funds. If you return to work, you could earn 5,000 a month. Far easier than struggling at sea to catch fish. Are you not tempted by my charms? Luo Feng jested. You're already planning my future as if you were my little wife, and we haven't even begun. Let us be serious. It's not that I can't find someone else. I'm merely borrowing you for the time being. Dear sister, I am worth over 100 million. You cannot afford to borrow me. All right, if you don't wish to return. I'll take it as though I never said anything. Tell me, is there a hungry wolf at the company eyeing you? Which is why you want to use me as a shield. The little wolf cub was truly captivating. Han Anha, feeling the warmth of his hand, couldn't help but steal glances at Luo Feng's rugged features, her heart racing once more. Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks had transformed into rosy apples. When she encountered the curious gazes of her colleagues, she forced herself to maintain composure and greeted them. What a coincidence. It was only upon meeting Luo Feng that I learned he resides here. Perhaps we should visit his home together sometime. Don't be absurd. We merely crossed paths by chance. There was absolutely no premeditation involved. The framework of our software stems from the ideas proposed by Luo Feng. Since our team-building event led us to this encounter, it would be fitting to invite the veteran employees to express our gratitude for his contributions. Luo Feng observed Han Anha, who was handling the situation with remarkable ease. He attempted several times to loosen her grip, only to find her hold tightening. Oh, really? You claim you aren't enticed by my charming presence? He refrained from revealing the truth, choosing instead to acquiesce to her nature as they wandered hand in hand among their former colleagues, sharing laughter and jest. Old Luo, when will you finally win over the formidable mistress of extinction? During a brief respite in the restroom, a once-close colleague cornered him at the door. If you had acted sooner, we wouldn't be struggling for even a minor position. How did the title of Mistress of Extinction come about? Old Wang, you were truly ungracious. Upon seeing the portly old Wang, Luo Feng's spirits lifted considerably. Feeling sentimental? The overweight man suddenly lowered his voice. If you wish to return to the company, avoid getting too close to the Mistress of Extinction. Things are changing. What changes? Luo Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but inquire further. After our project was officially established, the boss parachuted in a new general manager who was in the process of forming an independent company. Surely it cannot be that severe. In preparation for a new company dedicated to engineering control software, one must acknowledge the favorable conditions currently promoting domestic software. It seems rather unfortunate that Manager Han has devoted himself tirelessly to the project for 4 to 5 years, only to have others reap the rewards. Indeed, Wang. The rotund gentleman slightly nodded and whispered conspiratorially. A little birdie told me that this general manager is the 7th spouse of the boss. TSK. The extravagance of the wealthy is truly astonishing, reaching such a level. This is precisely why you were advised to maintain your distance from the ruthless Mistress of Extinction. Your earlier display was rather ostentatious, and while others may not voice their opinions, they might very well be amused by your folly. What is there to find amusing? They laugh at your lack of discernment, perhaps even at your attempts to curry favor with the irate mistress. It is rather dull. I pursue my fishing with carefree abandon. Relishing my life, why should I return to endure vexation? Do you not intend to come back? I apologize for prying. Come. Let us find a more suitable place to continue our conversation, rather than obstructing the restroom entrance. As the time for the gathering approached, Han Anha found herself increasingly overwhelmed, busy orchestrating arrangements for food, beverages, and entertainment. Luo Feng, on the other hand, relished his leisure, joining Wang and the colleagues group to listen to their boasts. This Chawang village has become quite popular lately. Without a reservation, one cannot secure accommodation. Naturally, the finest and most affordable bluefin tuna is exclusively available here, attracting tourists eager to indulge. Alas, we have yet to encounter any tycoons. The Fish King, valued at 4 million, is merely a promotional gimmick. It is unlikely they would casually offer it to visitors. Indeed, the fishermen are simple, yet not foolish. It is rumored that Du has secured a reservation due to special connections. Today promises to be a feast for the senses. The sudden team-building event feels rather perplexing, leaving me with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, if the boss is willing to spend, we shall assist him in his expenditures. Escaping this circle, Luo Feng realized just how absurd his former self had been, indistinguishable from the very individuals he once associated with. They fancied themselves elevated, engaging in discussions they deemed sophisticated. Little did they know, in the eyes of another group, they appeared merely as pitiable wretches. Matters of personnel changes, social standing. The subjects of their conversations were akin to the gossip exchanged at the village's information center. There was no distinction whatsoever. He felt a twinge of relief at having extricated himself from this milieu, returning to a life of simplicity. Dear colleagues, just as Luo Feng quietly rejoiced in his newfound freedom, the gathering commenced. A graceful and enchanting young woman took to the hotel stage, microphone in hand. To host the team-building event, esteemed colleagues, the hotel has just informed us that the seafood will take a while longer to be served. I propose we engage in a few entertaining activities while we wait. What do you think? Observing the unfamiliar figure on stage, Luo Feng turned to Wang Fatty and inquired, "Is this woman the one from the 7th room? Her name is Du Haina. She possesses considerable cunning. Even the formidable exterminator cannot withstand her. And she now wields significant power," Wang Fatty whispered in response. "Just look at her demeanor. I, too, would be defenseless. If she were to feign innocence or play the damsel, I would be compelled to surrender unconditionally." "Lao Luo, I presume you meant to refer to a third hand." "A third hand? That would be a leg. Give up on that notion." Wang Pongzi pursed his lips, surveying the crowd. "Look at this pack of ravenous wolves, utterly entrapped. Devotedly loyal. You must be speaking from a position of not having been deceived, aren't you? Lao Luo, one should exercise restraint in speech. I am devoid of virtue. I am truly impressed, Master Luo, I genuinely am." Just as Luo Feng and Wang Pongzi exchanged amused whispers, Du Haina on stage unexpectedly announced, "Let us welcome our esteemed former colleague, Luo Feng, to perform." Perform what exactly? The sudden ambush left Luo Feng utterly astonished. Staring blankly at Du Haina's amiable smile on stage, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 60, The Social Bandit. "Ro Feng, come on. Ro Feng, come on. Ro Feng, come on." The old colleagues chanted in unison, responding to Du Haina and Appo's call to urge Ro Feng onto the stage. Would I be devoured by this pack of hungry wolves if I made her cry? Just before rising, Ro Feng quietly inquired of Wang the Fatty. Wang offered no reply, merely giving a discreet thumbs up, indicating that he should proceed with his antics. Understood. The chubby fellow harbored no fondness for this woman either, so he could provoke her at will. Rising, Ro Feng feigned a gesture of straightening his attire, mimicking the grand entrance of a celebrity as he waved to his rowdy colleagues, slowly making his way to the stage. Upon noticing Du Haina's lips move slightly, he hastily interjected, "Hello, beautiful. My name is Ro Yinzu. Would you care to share a bed with me?" Du Haina gazed in astonishment at the towering figure before her, his rugged lines evoking a swarm of buzzing flies in her mind. She was at a loss for words, rendered speechless on stage. Below, the audience fell into a profound silence. Moments later, uproarious laughter erupted. When it comes to antics, I, old Wang, only bow to Lord Ro. Ha, I knew it. After a year apart. This fellow surely hasn't learned anything good." Manager Han's face turned pale. "Absolutely outrageous. This fellow truly is something else. I shall introduce myself in the same manner henceforth." This was no mere case of social anxiety. This was the emergence of a social bandit. As the commotion from the audience reached her ears, Du Haina finally regained her composure and quickly conjured a bashful smile before turning to Luo Yinzu. "Dear classmate, I must confess, I have a penchant for indulging in solitary delights and have no intention of sharing my feast with others. Should you sever ties with our manager Han, I might consider your proposition." "Beauty, what does it mean to indulge in solitary delights? Wasn't that something Manager Han taught you?" Luo Feng interjected, counting on his fingers to enumerate the skills imparted by he. "She has taught me an abundance of things. How to relish in the luxury of sleep, how to navigate through work with ease, how to take leave, how to depart early, and yet, she never mentioned the art of solitary feasting." "Wow. Manager Han possesses quite an extensive repertoire of skills." Du Haina feigned astonishment, yet her gaze drifted anxiously towards the fidgeting Han Anha. Luo Feng, seizing the moment, enveloped her shoulders with a friendly arm. Come, let us retreat to a private room for a bit of friendly sparring. I assure you, I can enlighten you on these skills as well. I shall forego learning those skills. Perhaps you should ponder over what performance you might showcase for everyone? Du Haina, unable to maintain her playful sarcasm, shifted the conversation towards the prospect of a performance. Must we perform? Luo Feng inquired earnestly, adjusting his attire and standing confidently, surveying the crowd below. With this physique and my resplendent visage, I stand here and can practically see the stars twinkling in the eyes of those foolish ladies. He theatrically pointed towards one of the female colleagues at the front, adding with mock seriousness, You there, the one at the reception, do wipe that drool. I am here to entertain, not to sell my charms. The cleaning lady, we are having a gathering among colleagues. Please do not intrude, for it might cause discomfort. Accountant Lu, put on your glasses and behold the splendor of my visage, lest your eyes burst forth. Sister Fat, I am not a pig trotter. Let us refrain from drooling over one another. He had no intention of intervening in the subtle rivalry between Du Haina and Han Anha. After all, the affairs of the company bore no relevance to him. He jested lightly, offering Du Haina a subtle warning, then pivoted to tease a former female colleague to enliven the atmosphere. He merely wished to avoid an awkward silence. When engaging in merriment, one must cast aside burdens and embrace unrestrained joy. Being a local, he felt it was only fitting to entertain guests. There was no need to let the situation become tense. Indeed, amidst his ostentatious boasting, the ambience was instantly ignited. Ha! The company has suffered greatly from the absence of such a social bandit. Goodness, Accountant Lu is truly salivating. I too can no longer contain my own drool. It has been ages since I laughed so freely. It feels delightful. No entertainment can rival the joy brought by this bandit. Han Anha also clutched her belly, laughing uncontrollably. What a social bandit! I've finally recouped my losses this time. Observing Luo Feng's confident demeanor, Du Haina dared not dig further. She offered a few casual remarks before allowing him to step down and return to his seat. Wang Fatty and his tablemates rose to greet him. Master Luo, you are remarkable. Enough said, Luo Feng. Hurry back after the new year to complete your onboarding procedures. Without you, my friends feel rather empty. Brother Luo, do you know how we have spent this year? 3 cups of punishment wine, and you have flirted with every lady in the company, which is intolerable. Have you no shame? Even the cleaning lady is not spared? Brother, dear brother, teach me how to be as impressive as you are. The focal point at the table has shifted from Han Anha to Luo Feng. The entire table erupted into a raucous din, completely disregarding the program that Du Haina had arranged. Thank you for helping me out of that predicament, Han Anha murmured as the dishes and drinks arrived. However, Luo Feng appeared to have heard nothing, continuing to entertain Wang Pengzi and others with the delectable seafood, sustaining the lively atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks, as a slight inebriation set in, Du Haina approached Luo Feng's table with a glass in hand. I have long admired your reputation, Luo Yinzu. Today, you nearly put me in an embarrassing position. Shall I impose a penalty drink to express my sentiments? When drinking with women, I only partake in toasting glasses. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Luo Feng wiped his mouth with a piece of paper, his gaze candidly surveying her fair neck. Sensing Luo Feng's intense scrutiny, Du Haina nonchalantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, elongating her neck ever so slightly, and laughed. Then, wouldn't our manager Han devour me? Even if it's a toast, I must go first, as the early bird catches the worm. Suddenly, Han Anha raised her glass, boldly entwining her arm with Luo Feng's as a signal to drink. Sister, are you serious? Luo Feng cast a look of astonishment towards her, only to perceive a glimmer of anticipation in Han Anha's gaze, as if she had been awaiting this day for an eternity. What a loss! He cursed silently and raised his glass with noble resolve. Let it be clear that even after sharing this cup of wine, I shall bear no responsibility towards you. There are countless young and beautiful women who require my attention. I cannot afford to delay their futures for the sake of one. That is all right. I can take responsibility for you, Han Anha replied tenderly as she sipped her drink. The sudden exchange of cups left their old colleagues at the table dumbfounded. No way. Did they really just sweep our manager Han off her feet, so casually? Scoundrel, I've had an epiphany. The primary reason I can't find a partner is that I'm simply not enough of a scoundrel. By the way, should I go out and buy some firecrackers to celebrate this moment? Such a significant occasion must be recorded. I ask you both, are you serious about this? It appears there are plenty of people eager to share in this cup. Look, even the young ladies have come over. Chapter 61. The Master of Manipulating Hearts. Does this lady not care for her dignity? Observing Han Anha blushing as she clinked glasses with Luo Feng, Du Haina's gaze darkened momentarily. Yet, she feigned delight, puckering her rosy lips to commend their audacious display of affection. Wow, Manager Han is so fortunate. I envy such romantic bravery. Upon uttering these words, she noticed that everyone's attention was fixated on the crimson-faced couple, oblivious to her presence. A surge of jealousy ignited within her. What is there to be proud of? A flourishing love life and career, is it? In my grasp. You two shall certainly lead a blissful existence. Despite the raging fury within her, Du Haina maintained a facade of joy, her face beaming with an exuberance that belied the simmering resentment. It was as if she had truly absorbed the fervent atmosphere of the gathering. She chose to overlook the bold displays of affection from Luo Feng and Han Anha, instead raising her glass to toast her other colleagues at the table. Are you envious? If so, strive to learn from Luo Feng, who has so captivated the young ladies of our company. A man must have a bit of devilry, otherwise. Women want to love him. Who would want to spend their days with a dullard, lacking in charm? One must be bolder, a little thicker-skinned. Indeed, if one could cultivate themselves to be like Luo Feng, they would be virtually invincible. Honestly, I find myself quite dizzy from the advances of this audacious cad. I dare say, Accountant Liu is likely to experience a renaissance in her romantic life. And those two young ladies at the front desk will surely find themselves sleepless tonight. Amidst the discourse, there seemed to be an admiration for Luo Feng's audacious social prowess. Yet, inadvertently, it ignited the ire of the single souls present, gradually directing their fury towards Luo Feng. Du Haina, with her exceptional finesse, glided gracefully from one table to another at the gathering, persistently toasting with her colleagues, skillfully diffusing the mounting anger that filled the hearts of the unattached, akin to the gentle caress of spring rain. After making the rounds, Manager Han, having set the emotional stage, approached Han Anha once more, deliberately elevating her voice. Initially, I had planned to announce this matter after the festivities. However, seeing your blissful countenances, I believe it is best to inform you in advance to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that might impede your lifelong commitments. Are you here to stir trouble? Luo Feng slowly released his grip on Han Anha's shoulder, observing the unfolding drama. What? Can't you wait? Han Anha, seemingly prepared for this confrontation, raised her hand to interject. If you wish to betray your allies, just say it plainly. I have witnessed far worse scenarios. What betrayal are you speaking of? Manager Han, you are mistaken. It is merely that your project does not align with the company's developmental trajectory and requires substantial adjustments. Du Haina triumphantly swirled her glass of red wine, her smile radiant. Han Anha scoffed and stood up, surveying the surroundings. So-called substantial adjustments translate to my resignation, does it? Oh, our Manager Han could take up fortune-telling in the future, considering you seem to possess prior knowledge of the board's decisions. Du Haina's smile began to falter. Bah! Han Anha spat contemptuously. How naive. I will not resign voluntarily. I shall certainly bring you and the board's scoundrels to court to claim my rightful severance pay. Lo and behold, both women were formidable adversaries. Luo Feng stood in stunned silence, astonished by the fierce exchange. Du Haina strategically targeted the vulnerable hearts of the single individuals, rallying their support. Han Anha, with her incisive approach, brought up severance pay, stirring a wave of emotional resonance among her colleagues. They were all masters of manipulation, none of them benevolent souls. Only he, an outsider, maintained a semblance of composure amidst the turmoil. The other colleagues at the gathering regarded Du Haina with cold indifference. After all, the anger of the single individuals paled in comparison to the shared empathy of the working class. The betrayal of loyalty, an affront that struck at the very core of every worker's defenses. Simultaneously, he grasped the true purpose behind the company's so-called team-building initiative to lay the groundwork for Du Haina's ascension to power and consolidate allegiance. Alas, encountering Han Anha, a seasoned veteran forged in the crucible of grassroots struggle, proved to be a formidable challenge. Otherwise, her schemes might have succeeded. Han Anha, you are deluded. Du Haina's expression turned icy in an instant, her voice sharp as a blade. While I am here, you shall not lay claim to a single penny. Uft. You are not the law. Why should I heed you? Han Anha suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth as vibrant as a blooming flower. Ignoring the domineering Du Haina, she turned to her colleagues. Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. The company has gone to great lengths to organize this team-building event. Let us indulge a bit. For the overtime we have endured over these years, Du Haina resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, irately pointing towards the entrance. You, surnamed Han, take your little puppy and get out. Until the official dismissal letter from the board arrived, I am still Manager Han, and you lack the authority to give orders. Han Anha, unfazed, resumed her seat, wrapping her arm around Luo Feng's shoulder to continue clinking glasses. This time, your little puppy's identity has been solidified. Sister, are you not afraid of truly being dismissed? Witnessing her nonchalant demeanor left Luo Feng somewhat bewildered. How had a simple day at work devolved into such a dramatic scene? Alas, at least I resigned early, avoiding the difficult choices that lay ahead. I rose to my position through skill, not mere words. What is there to fear? Han Anha's response was nothing short of commanding. What? Are you implying something inappropriate? Ha ha ha, you little rascal, I merely wish to recruit you back under my wing. Forget it. You pauper, you're barely managing yourself, yet you want to recruit me? I possess skills and vision. I am not afraid of lacking investors. Have you had too much to drink? Luo Feng gently touched her forehead. You haven't been dismissed yet. Some things are better left unsaid. Indeed, you are right. Thank you for the reminder, dear sister. Observing Luo Feng and Han Anha acting as if she were invisible, Du Haina could no longer maintain her composure. Disregarding her image, she shouted, Security, where are you? Where have you gone? Hurry and throw this pair of dog lovers out of the hotel. I am paying for this. Do I not have the right to expel them? As Han Anha conversed with Luo Feng, she fanned the flames. Are you the one funding this? A woman who relies on her body to ascend the social ladder. What money do you possess? The meals I consume are earned by my own labor. You have no say in it. Who relies on their physique for advancement? Speak clearly, Han. Du Haina, her complexion paling, trembled as she pointed an accusatory finger at Han Anha. Born in 1996 and hailing from the bustling metropolis, with a vocational education and a 3-year-old son, I possess no inaccuracies in my statements. You are making unfounded accusations. I am not a vampire, nor do I have a gaping maw. If your level of education is lacking, refrain from misusing adjectives. Finally regaining some composure after being rendered speechless by anger, Du Haina swiftly turned to reprimand the security guards who had come at the commotion. Security, remove this person. Chapter 62. From trading stocks to becoming a shareholder, what is the matter with you all? Are you trying to chase me away? Du Haina cried out, summoning the security personnel. To her astonishment, the burly security guard was bowing and smiling at Luo Feng, which ignited her fury. Take action immediately, or I shall summon your boss to discuss this matter. Well, the individual you are asking us to evict happens to be the owner of this hotel. The leading security guard, unable to contain his laughter, revealed the truth. The revelation silenced the previously boisterous hotel, rendering it as quiet as a pin drop. All eyes turned to Luo Feng, who shrugged nonchalantly. I apologize, but I truly had no knowledge of being the hotel owner. I genuinely did not intend to deceive you. General Manager Du, good heavens, an invisible tycoon. Brother Wang, with a beaming smile, squeezed his way over. Han Anha's eyes widened in realization. So that's why you resigned so swiftly. You returned to your village to inherit a fortune worth billions. Other colleagues, eager to join in, exclaimed in astonishment, Luo, how can you allow us to continue living? We all thought we were merely destined to be workers. Yet you stealthily returned to inherit such vast wealth? It seems that Master Mia has a discerning eye. Having seized a young talent early on while also being closely associated with an invisible magnate. My heart aches. Why am I not blessed with $1 billion inheritance? It appears that the notion of laboring without recognition only to return home to claim an inheritance is not merely a tale, but a reality. As the meticulously crafted atmosphere was utterly dismantled, the scene shifted dramatically. Conversely, the colleagues in the company leaned towards Han Anha and Luo Feng, infuriating Du Haina to the point of fury. So what if he is the hotel owner? I am the one footing the bill. I can choose to expel whomever I please. Otherwise, your hotel can forget about receiving a single penny from me. She instructed the enforcement personnel to remove this madwoman to avoid disturbing the dining experience of the guests. Observing Du Haina lose her composure, Luo Feng did not wish to tarnish the village's tourism industry and offered a straightforward solution. He directed the security to escort the screaming woman away. Subsequently, he sought to soothe the sentiments of his old colleagues by providing 2 dishes for each table to enhance their dining experience. Honestly, just how wealthy are you? As the atmosphere returned to normal, Han Anha, contemplative, inquired, I never would have guessed. You truly are an invisible tycoon. To be precise, this hotel does not belong to me but is a joint venture of the village committee and the villagers. I merely hold a small stake. A small stake. Or just a few billion. Well, I genuinely do not know. I have invested over 100 million in total, participating in all the tourism projects developed by the village. Are you implying that you possess a stake in every industry in Chawang village? Indeed. A wealthy benefactor, why not invest in our projects? The future of engineering control software is immensely promising, and the government provides supporting funds. What about this company? The board of directors is filled with scoundrels, all scheming to deceive the government for subsidies, without considering how to genuinely focus on research and project management. Our project falling into their hands is nothing but sheer nonsense. What I mean is, won't there be any repercussions from your sudden job change? Rest assured, Boss Luo, we have long prepared a contingency plan. The true core technology remains beyond their reach. Most of the veterans in the company will follow us. Ah, I see there's been a change of heart. I have long seen through the tricks of those scoundrels and have grown weary of their games. If we establish a new company, how much capital will be required? Simply for project development, an annual investment of 30 to 50 million should suffice. Factoring in real estate and equipment, it is likely to exceed 100 million. Sister, I am not that affluent. No worries, we can set up the company in the village where the most valuable properties are not as numerous. And the remaining investment would not exceed 60 million. Hold on, let me calculate how much fish we need to catch to meet that amount. Don't you have cash flow? Isn't all the cash flow invested in the village? The cash flow in your village is substantial. We can convince the village committee to invest together. What is this? Are you blaming me now? Hee, indeed I am. Having stumbled upon a project while sharing a meal, Luo Feng feels akin to a shareholder who has struck it rich in the stock market. Engineering control software is a broad category. Hanan's primary research focus is on machine tool control software, specifically for mid to low-end machine tools. It cannot detach itself from the machine manufacturing industry. Establishing an industrial control software company in a fishing village, far from the most developed manufacturing cities, is certainly not the wisest decision. However, he is well aware of the competitors in the realm of industrial control software in which he is involved. Ah, the joys of life. As long as he continues to direct the impending storms towards those unfortunate souls living in dire straits, their existence will become increasingly miserable with each passing day. Consequently, the market share that is currently lacking will naturally be filled by domestically produced industrial control software, a splendid opportunity for profit. Thus, when Han hinted at the possibility of a collective resignation with the veteran employees, he began to strategize whether this plan could be realized. The answer was self-evident. He nodded in affirmation. Very well. Once the team-building event concludes, you handle the aftermath while I focus on securing funds for the project. The board members are seasoned foxes. Navigating through their processes will require time, approximately 3 to 5 months. He must swiftly acquire 20 to 30 million for equipment. That will suffice. In 3 to 5 months. Not only can he amass the necessary funds, but he can also construct a row of seaside offices for them. Really? Our village is impoverished. With only the sea view and seafood left. As long as you can bring people here, the sea view and seafood will be abundant. Haha. I have a feeling of feasting like a noble. What can I say? After all, I am also a coder. After finalizing the general details with Han, Luo Feng bid farewell to his old colleagues without hesitation. He then proceeded to the village committee to discuss the land matters with the former village head. Upon learning that Luo Feng was willing to invest in a high-tech enterprise in the village, the old head could hardly entertain the notion of refusal. Feng, you are destined for greatness. Just look at the land we have in this village. As long as it is not a rice field. Feel free to choose any other plot. I will handle the procedures for you. It seems that the county has some supportive policies. And I will also take care of that for you. While the villagers of Chawang village rejoiced at the investment in high-tech enterprises, Du Haina received a reprimand from the authorities and was subsequently released. Once she regained her composure, she quickly recognized the errors she had committed in her moment of loss of control. Thus, she hastened to approach Han Anha to resolve the misunderstanding. Manager Han, I sincerely apologize. That day I truly lost my temper. Not at all. Ms. Du, we were all young and impassioned. It was merely a clash of words that escalated. Nothing of great significance. Han Anha appeared remarkably unperturbed, as if she had forgotten the previous tension within the hotel. Your grace is commendable, Manager Han. I shall propose a salary increase for you to the board upon my return. Thank you, Ms. Du, for your guidance. After the new year, I plan to adjust the direction of our research and development, and I hope you will continue to lend your strong support. Absolutely, absolutely. My gratitude knows no bounds. Chapter 63. The Missing Hydrogen Bomb, You Little Rascal. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. As soon as a few coins came his way, he suddenly thought himself capable. His wife at home couldn't even deter him from seeking out women outside. Luo Feng was frantically shouting in the courtyard, fleeing for his life, while his mother brandished a broom in pursuit. His father squatted in the doorway, rubbing his face in despair. Mi Rong leaned against the doorframe, relishing the spectacle of a mother chasing her son. Stop. Please, stop. Luo Feng pleaded, breathlessly explaining. Oh my goodness, don't jump to conclusions. I merely met up with an old colleague to enjoy the scenery and share a meal. I swear, there was nothing untoward. It became evident that reasoning with his mother was the most foolish endeavor. Wang Hohat only believed the village gossip and had no faith in her son's character. After a relentless chase that left her breathless, she finally relinquished her pursuit, panting heavily as she chastised Mi Rong, laughing. What is there to laugh about? All the men have been driven away, and you just stand there grinning like a fool. Hurry, get married. Have a child to keep his attention occupied. This time, It was Mi Rong who was left dumbfounded. The sunflower seed she had just popped into her mouth became lodged between her teeth as she stared wide-eyed at Luo Feng. The message was unmistakable. Help me. Why are you looking at me? Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Luo Feng cheerfully squatted in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Then let us marry. Our mother wishes to embrace a grandchild, so we must fulfill her desire." Cursing under his breath, he added, "Look at the spectacle. Look at your carefree demeanor. Now, how foolish you must feel. I must consult my father." Mired in a corner, Mi Rong hastily discarded the seeds from her mouth. Stammering as she concocted an excuse, swiftly slipping into the room. Observing that both her son and daughter-in-law showed no opposition to the notion of marriage, Wang Hohot, who had moments ago been filled with wrath, suddenly brightened. "Old man, stop dawdling. Go fetch Uncle Chi and calculate the auspicious dates. We shall arrange for the children to wed. By heavens, this is serious." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Feng quickly retreated indoors to devise a strategy. What to do? Just as he entered, he was met by Mi Rong, her face a mask of urgency as she blocked the door and whispered her inquiry. "Marriage. What else can we do?" Luo Feng grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "What a naive thought. Do you really believe you can deceive your bride?" "Luo Feng, you must be more serious," she admonished. "Isn't the excuse already prepared? Just claim you despise my fickle heart and need a period of trial. Once your task concludes, you can bid farewell." "Deceiving is not my forte," he replied hesitantly. "Your very statement is a deception." "Nonsense. Are you scheming? What am I plotting?" "You merely wish to create chaos, hoping I forget about being left behind at home. It was a trivial matter. I left in haste and forgot to call you. Bringing you along on this voyage would resolve everything." "Really?" "Indeed." "Where to?" "To Antarctica to catch king crabs." "Are there king crabs in Antarctica?" "This creature is truly the sovereign of the seabed, and now it has wreaked havoc on the Antarctic ecosystem. Catching more is for the sake of environmental protection." "Obviously. You just want to make money, right?" "Environmental protection is genuine. Making money is the reality." Luo Feng has had his eyes on king crabs for quite some time. Unfortunately, the primary habitat of these creatures lies in the waters of Russia, and to venture into their exclusive economic zone to catch crabs requires a plethora of procedures and hefty taxes. Luckily, he has gradually developed the habit of following the news. One day, while scrolling through his phone, he discovered that king crabs, originally from the Arctic, had inexplicably spread to Antarctica. In this new environment devoid of natural enemies, they have become the rulers of the seabed. The yield is high, the price is steep, and they also contribute to stabilizing the ecological environment. With such substantial benefits, he naturally needs to ponder how to retrieve the king crabs, valued like gold, to sell for profit. After some research, he felt that the species of king crab was practically a tailor-made cash flow for him. The difficulty of catching them is not high. Russian fishermen have long devised specialized iron cages for capturing king crabs, which are simple in structure and easily replicable. The primary reason for their scarcity is that these creatures inhabit turbulent waters with harsh temperatures. However, these two challenges are no obstacle for Luo Feng. As long as he hangs the Jinhai bell on his fishing boat, there will be no waves in the waters he traverses. Even typhoons will navigate around. Reflecting upon the pact with Han Anha, Luo Feng found himself unconcerned with the trivialities of the new year. He hastily placed an order for custom crab traps and organized the village's fishing fleet to venture into the ocean for king crabs. It had been half a year since they last engaged in deep-sea fishing, and spirits were high among the villagers. However, a minor incident occurred during the execution. Seventh Master, accompanied by old Liang, who had always been at odds with the Luo family, approached him. "Feng Hua, old Liang's fleet wishes to join your deep-sea expedition to earn some profit. You are the leader here. It's your decision." "Feng Hua, the Luo and Liang families have had their share of grievances, yet those matters are in the past. We must look forward." Old Liang spoke somewhat apologetically, fearing that Luo Feng would reject the inclusion of their fishing boats into the fleet. Despite the Luo family's fleet having been dormant for half a year, the bounty harvested during the 2 months of fishing in Hokkaido was greater than the total catch accumulated over the past decade. Now, every household in the Luo family was constructing small villas. Meanwhile, the majority of the investment in the village's tourism industry came from the Luo family, leaving the Liang family with only a minimal stake. If they did not humble themselves, they would likely fall further behind in a few years. "Liang Yi." Luo Feng raised 2 fingers, interrupting old Liang. "Our family's cut is 10%. If your boats are joining, I require 20%. If you agree, then proceed to order the crab traps. We will profit from the king crabs year-round. 20% is acceptable." Old Liang, filled with unexpected joy, exclaimed, "Don't mention a mere 20%. Even if you were to take 30, they would be more than willing. Living among fellow villagers, how could I disregard money?" The fishing boat of the Young family had joined the deep-sea fleet, promising to enhance his profits significantly. Luo Feng had resumed his role as a hands-off manager, delegating the preparations for the deep-sea expedition to his brother, Luo Bo. He then reached out to Dong Iran and other northern fishermen, setting in motion the plans for the post-spring festival catch. Before embarking on the voyage, he returned to the Yuegong and dialed Director Lu's number. Director Lu, could you assist me in finding some information? Brother, what scheme are you concocting this time? Came the cautious response from the other end. Come now. Do I seem like the type to stir trouble? I merely wish to inquire about something trivial. Back in 58, it seems the Americans misplaced 4 hydrogen bombs, recovering 3 but failing to locate the last one. Brother, heed my advice. Do not pursue the hydrogen bomb. That is a matter of life and death. I assure you, I have no intentions of searching for it. I simply wish to gather information about safe locations to avoid that particular maritime area. Why do I feel such skepticism? Chapter 64. The sunken ship beneath the sea. The United States has misplaced 4 hydrogen bombs. This information came to light when Luo Feng was perusing short videos on his phone. The strongest combat power in Blue Star. If these bombs were to be recovered and studied by scientists, it is conceivable that a countermeasure could be discovered. Unfortunately, old Lu is exceedingly cautious, revealing not a whisper of information. Luo Feng finds it hard to believe that the national security system has not taken notice of this matter, let alone that they have not calculated the whereabouts of the hydrogen bombs. Brother, trust me, they would never attempt to recover such perilous items. They merely wish to assist us in charting a map of the deep-sea regions, preparing for any potentially lethal encounters. You intend to draft a deep-sea map? Indeed. How could such a peculiar notion arise? Lu, just tell me if it is useful or not. Certainly, it is invaluable, especially the underwater topography of the various sea routes near the South China Sea, which is in dire need of mapping. Then why are you still dawdling? Quickly send me the necessary equipment. The application will take a few days. I shall also inquire with the Navy about any relevant rewards. The application for equipment requires time. Crafting crab traps also demands time. In the interim, Luo Feng finds himself in the rare possession of leisure moments. Regrettably, his parents have been misled far too much, relentlessly pursuing him and me wrong about marriage. With no alternative, the two hastily retreat aboard the Moon Palace, making repeated trips between the naval base in the East China Sea, transporting the underwater sonar previously acquired in the Yayang Pearl space. After 2 weeks of intense transportation, all the sonar equipment was finally handed over to the Navy without incident. The rewards were meager. Each sonar unit yielded a mere $300. And with over 3,000 units combined, they barely managed to accumulate $1 million in bonuses. To Luo Feng, such an amount was but a drop in the bucket. The primary objective, however, was to reassure the Navy. The Bashi Channel was now safe for passage, so there was no need for hesitation. Off they went. Upon receiving the underwater topographic surveying equipment from old Lu, he set forth with great enthusiasm, leading the ocean fishing fleet from Chawang village towards the Antarctic. The Yuegong ship was swift, allowing them to arrive early in the southern waters of the Philippines for the seabed surveying task, while they awaited the slower ocean fleet to catch up. Is this the right place? Luo Feng inquired with a hint of uncertainty as he observed Mi Rong seated by the computer, confirming the coordinates that needed surveying. Mi Rong, focused and serious, nodded at the screen. Indeed, the depth of this sea area ranges from 3,000 to 5,000 meters, and the seabed topography is quite complex, making it difficult for submarines to navigate. If we deploy our submarine from here, it will be far safer and more unexpected than the Bashi Channel. That's good to hear. You can play on your phone for now. I'll dive down to take a look. Hey, don't rush off. What's wrong? Mi Rong blushed, rising to retrieve a small oxygen tank from the wardrobe and handing it to him. Don't be reckless. Remember to return promptly if it becomes too much to handle. You're acting a bit like a little wife. Luo Feng chuckled as he accepted the oxygen tank, teasingly suggesting, why don't we just get married and make it official? Dream on. With a dismissive scoff, I resolved to inform my mother upon my return that we had ended our relationship, suggesting that old Lu should find someone younger and more attractive to safeguard me. Are you implying that I am old? No, merely that I am not particularly beautiful. Get lost. How outrageous. As I noticed the glint of fury igniting in Mi Rong's large eyes, I swiftly darted out of the captain's cabin, clutching the underwater propulsion device, and plunged into the sea. The surveying sonar had long been affixed to the device, thus eliminating the need for additional equipment. The Navy had been notably generous this time around. The tasks involving the mapping of several vital straits came with substantial rewards. The compensation varied greatly, ranging from a staggering $500,000 to a modest $30,000. This undertaking boasted a high degree of safety, yet its significance could not be overstated. After all, Aside from deploying a nuclear submarine, there was no other means to delve over 3,000 meters beneath the surface for seabed topography surveys. Surveying vessels were equally inadequate, capable only of conducting hydrological surveys in depths of a few hundred meters, unable to penetrate below the 1,000-meter mark. Even the most formidable technology of the Blue Star, represented by the Eagle Sauce, would falter in such depths. Otherwise, the Seawolf class would not have met its demise on the seabed of the South China Sea, necessitating a tow back to the repair yard. I regarded the surveying task as an underwater expedition. However, the astute Mi Rong was exceedingly anxious. Upon witnessing my entry into the water, she hurriedly engaged the underwater communications sonar, returning to the captain's cabin to vigilantly monitor the computer screen. On the display, the small green dot representing the surveying instrument descended at an astonishing speed, reaching over 2,000 meters beneath the surface in less than half an hour, gradually advancing forth. The computer screen gradually revealed the electronic map transmitted by the surveying instrument. With a constellation of flickering dots, it delineated the intricate contours of the ocean floor, resembling the intricacies of land. She was not astonished by the underwater map crafted by the surveying device. Rather, her concern lay with Luo Feng's well-being. Observing the swiftly moving green dot, her brows furrowed in dismay. Is he risking his life? Can his body withstand such rapid descent? Time slipped away. The passage of moments marked by the ever-expanding and increasingly detailed electronic map displayed on the computer screen. The distance from the Moongate vessel's mooring location grew ever greater. Reluctantly, she instructed Shirley to slowly maneuver the craft to keep pace with Luo Feng's advance, ensuring that he could return to the ship to rest as soon as he surfaced. She worried about him overexerting himself. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Every 3 hours, when the underwater thruster's power was depleted, the Moongate would arrive punctually at the location where Luo Feng emerged. The collected data on the seabed topography became increasingly comprehensive. The following morning, as Luo Feng submerged once more into the depths, Mi Rong soon noticed that the green had halted at a massive underwater rock, ceasing its movement. More astonishingly, Luo Feng seemed to be moving in and out of the rock. She surmised she had miscalculated. Luo Feng did not possess the ability to traverse the stone. The colossal form delineated by the surveying device was, in fact, a wooden sailing warship. Goodness gracious! So much treasure awaits. Luo Feng delved into the layers of the warship's compartments, ultimately arriving at the chamber located at the vessel's bottom. There, he opened a wooden chest caked in mud, and was struck dumb by the golden radiance emanating from within. A chest filled with gold bars. They reflected the enchanting glow of the Yang pearl, captivating to the soul. Without hesitation, he decided to store it in the space of the Yang pearl. The allure of unlocking the gold bars invigorated Luo Feng, and disregarding the filth of the mud, he began to lift the lids of the wooden boxes one by one. To his dismay, he discovered that the majority of these boxes contained silver coins, gleaming in a silvery hue. Only a select few boxes were filled with gold bars. The coins bore no resemblance to the famed Yuan de Tu. Instead, they were embossed with the image of an eagle. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a sunken vessel belonging to colonizers transporting gold and silver? Although he could not ascertain the exact origin of this wooden warship, Luo Feng could venture a reasonable guess. It was likely a shipwreck from 1 or 2 centuries ago. This indicated that the vessel and all its contents were essentially of antique value. Incredibly valuable. After securing all the boxes containing gold and silver, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he began to scour each compartment for items that appeared to hold some worth. The warship's purpose was too evident, rendering it unsuitable for transport. Everything of value must be taken back. Chapter 65. Indeed, it is a family heirloom. Quick, come and lend a hand to hoist this contraption. Luo Feng emerged from the water, gasping for air, his hands raised high with the heavy wooden chest. With Mi Rong's assistance, they laboriously maneuvered the chest onto the deck. Observing the wooden box, densely covered with parasitic barnacles, she couldn't help but inquire, what's inside? A treasure. With a forceful push, Luo Feng flipped the chest onto the deck while simultaneously grasping the underwater thruster. After securing the thruster, he flung open the box. Mi Rong, are you familiar with this eagle dollar? Wow, have you stumbled upon a sunken ship? Mi Rong exclaimed, joyfully seizing a gleaming silver dollar, scrutinizing it under the blinding sunlight. The coin remained remarkably intact, unscathed by the corrosive sea water. The obverse depicted an eagle perched on a cactus, its beak grasping a twisted serpent. The reverse bore a symbol that was indistinguishable as either a mountain or the sun, radiating brilliant rays. Along the edge, some Latin letters and the year 1888 were inscribed. It must be an eagle dollar minted in 1888. Feigning seriousness, Luo Feng held the eagle dollar up to the sunlight, examining it closely. Keep this safe. It represents my dowry, and losing it would mean I cannot afford to marry you. Be serious. Mi Rong's expression turned somber. According to maritime law, treasures salvaged in international waters must be surrendered to the nation that owns the wreck. If neither of us speaks of it, who would know? Isn't that rather improper? After all, these riches were plundered from the indigenous people by colonizers. I feel no guilt in claiming them for myself. Is there still gold? It's too heavy to bring up. Didn't the Moon Palace install a winch? It can lift over 10 tons. This doesn't seem right, does it? Stop pretending. If you keep this up, I want to assist you. Just wait. I'll dive down once more. Luo Feng once again grasped the underwater thruster and plunged into the depths, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. Such a habit of letting his tongue outrun his thoughts must be corrected. Otherwise, when will he accumulate enough funds for a future? There was no alternative. The words had already escaped his lips, and he had to secure the winch cable attached to the Moon Palace and descend into the wreck multiple times. He pretended to retrieve 2 boxes of gold bars from the Yang Pearl to hoist onto the ship. Perfect. With Mi Rong as a witness. He could legitimately sell these gold bars to the state in exchange for soft currency. Return to the colonizers? Who would be foolish enough to do that? He had no interest in silver dollars. While silver itself held little value, collectible silver dollars could fetch a high price from an antique dealer. A portion could also be turned in. The two worked tirelessly throughout the day, finally managing to hoist 7 boxes of gold bars and 30 boxes of silver dollars into the cargo hold of the Moon Palace via the winch, setting sail for home. Each box of gold bars weighed nearly 2 tons, totaling 14 tons for 7 boxes. Adding the considerable weight of 30 boxes of silver dollars made for a heavy load. The Moon Palace, burdened with such cargo, consumed fuel at a staggering rate, making the long journey to the Antarctic to catch king crabs quite impractical. It would be wiser to return and devise a plan to liquidate the goods before rejoining the deep-sea fishing fleet, which would ultimately be more efficient. That night, old Lu arrived as promised, his eyes widening at the sight of entire crates of gold bricks. "Goodness, are you a pirate?" he exclaimed. "Brother, this time it can't just be a task. We must devise a way to transform all this gold into my dowry." Luo Feng genuinely feared that Director Lu, in a moment of impulsiveness, might insist on surrendering the gold bricks to the national treasury. Old Lu's expression turned sour. This violates principles. It's salvaged from international waters, not within our territorial jurisdiction, he retorted hastily. "Nonsense." Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. "This is your ancestral hidden stash of gold bricks. It has nothing to do with international waters." Right. It's ancestral." Luo Feng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "However, handling such a substantial quantity of gold isn't suitable for our national security system. I'll help you find someone at the bank." "Brother, you're wise. These silver dollars were recovered from Dragon Cave. They should be surrendered to the state. Can we keep a few crates as ancestral treasures? They can be sold gradually as antiques." 3 days later, the Moon Palace set sail once more from the Chawang village dock. At that moment, Luo Feng was still somewhat incredulous. Yong, in just a few days, have I truly become a super wealthy individual with a fortune of 5 billion? How annoying. Mi Rong exclaimed, burying her head into the sofa. "You've repeated that 800 times. Why do you still ask?" "It's just, I feel like I'm dreaming. Now that you have a dowry, you can marry multiple wives. I only love you. Be serious." "All right, to be honest, I truly don't know how to court someone. I just have a sharp tongue. I see you don't either. How about we make a pair?" "I can't reach such heights. You are a super wealthy man." "Alas, such is the fate of our modest existence, despite possessing a fortune of 5 billion. It does not hinder our simple life of fishing." "Is that truly fishing?" Perhaps one might consider it a means of gathering golden bricks for sustenance." "Quite intriguing." Suddenly, Mi Rong sat upright. "Why not venture deeper into the ocean?" "Well, if I happen to unearth some golden bricks next time, I shall share a box with you." "Oh, spare me. I am not like you. Having a little extra in the account could lead to complications." "Fear not, dear brother. I shall buy you a handbag, some jewelry." "No, let us not. The sudden acquisition of luxuries necessitates an explanation, lest one faces scrutiny. The world is under watch. Old Lu cannot meddle in our romantic affairs. In the name of love, I shall procure gifts for you. Let them investigate if they wish." It seems as the Weigong sails toward the Antarctic waters. An unexpected guest mingles among the visitors of Chawang village. Unlike the other tourists, Lang Yi remains indifferent to the breathtaking views of the Shisha Glass Sea, preferring instead to wander through the village's fields, engaging in casual conversations with the locals. Like a curious child unacquainted with the world, he incessantly inquires about their daily lives. "Dear villagers, with so many coconuts, why does no one pick them? I asked why you don't rest in the shade below the trees. It turns out it's to avoid the falling coconuts." He learns quickly. This fish fillet is far more delectable than the Japanese sashimi. With his exceptional eloquence and affability, he seamlessly integrates with the villagers within just a week, successfully gaining entry into Luo Feng's home. Dear sister-in-law, do not deceive me. Others say that if one desires yellow croaker, only your family possesses them. Oh, that is merely hearsay from others. The yellow croaker is not something one can simply indulge in at will. It largely depends on the whims of nature. So let us agree. If your son returns bearing yellow croaker, you must sell me a piece. Such delicacies are precious, akin to consuming gold. I perceive that you are not of extravagant means, so why squander such funds? Ha ha ha. I merely succumb to temptation. A life of affluence. What does it matter about wealth? It is all hard-earned money. Now that I am retired, I can spend it freely. Will you not leave any for your children? I have neither a wife nor children. Just myself at home. One person well-fed means the household goes hungry no more. How carefree. Dear sister, how many children do you have? I have but one son, who is rarely at home and shows no inclination to marry. It drives one to despair. Why fret? As children grow, they develop their own ideas. Let him wander at his own pace. Nonsense. How can everything be left to him? Chapter 66. Inviting the wolf into the den, is it truly a plague? Luo Feng leisurely glided through the depths of the ocean on his underwater propulsion device, marveling at the scene before him. Surrounding him were countless crab traps, teeming with an even denser congregation of king crabs. The traps contained foul-smelling bait, rotten fish, which emitted a rancid odor that irresistibly lured these colossal creatures, causing them to scurry about in search of an entrance to the iron cages. The more aggressive crabs unceremoniously shoved aside their equally impatient peers, vying for prime positions, only to force open the steel-hinged doors and indulge in the delectable feast within. Regrettably, they would never emerge again. Luo Feng, diving into the ocean to assess the situation, was not primarily concerned with the throngs of king crabs. His true quest revolved around locating the fabled Titanic or other sunken vessels. Ever since he discovered a ship utilized by colonizers for transporting gold and silver, he had developed a profound fascination for such explorative ventures promising wealth. The prospect of riches was tantalizingly effortless. Indeed, a single ship's bounty had catapulted his net worth into the realm of 50 billion. If he were to uncover a few more sunken treasures, would his fortune not soon eclipse that of the wealthiest tycoon? Of course, he did not neglect his cultivation. Beyond his daily excursions to explore underwater relics, he devoted the remainder of his time to honing his skills. The task of harvesting king crabs required little effort on his part, as long as he kept the Moon Palace vessel within a reasonable distance from the fishing fleet. The focus lay primarily on subduing the ocean's waves. Nevertheless, despite devoting nearly all of his leisure time to underwater exploration, he had yet to encounter any other vessels of significant value. He discovered several empty, dilapidated vessels, some steel fishing boats, and others wooden sailboats. After a thorough search, he had collected all the valuables he could find, estimating their total worth to be no more than 10,000 yuan. Concluding his exploration for the day, he gradually ascended and boarded the Moon Palace, entering a state of meditation once more, unaware that an unexpected guest awaited him in the village. The management of the fleet was primarily handled by Rob, relieving him of any concerns. His daily routine consisted of either cultivating or diving. And when the cold storage was filled, he would safely return to port with the fleet, ensuring that they would not encounter tumultuous waves. With a sense of urgency, they finally arrived back at port on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year. The news had reached 7th Master, the village secretary, Old Liang, and others who stood at the dock with the villagers, holding banners to welcome the ocean fishing fleet home. Curious tourists gathered excitedly at the dock, chattering about the bounty. Aren't king crabs only found in the Russian waters? Chaowang village truly knows how to stir things up. First it was the large yellow croaker, then the tuna, and now they've caught king crabs. This time we must savor the fresh catch. It was rumored that the village secretary had announced a feast for the tourists, with each table boasting over 10 pounds of king crab. Goodness, Chaowang village is really investing in boosting tourism. Some remarked. I've seen short videos showing that catching king crabs can be perilous, especially in rough weather. Fishermen have it tough. Why does it seem so easy for Chaowang village's ocean fishing fleet? Why not experience deep-sea fishing for yourself? I suffer from seasickness. Why don't you feel queasy about the king crabs? Never mind, we won't partake in the village banquet without contributing. We shall purchase a generous amount of fish to bring back. Listening to the tourist discussions, 7th Master and the old party secretary exchanged amused glances. This is precisely the effect we desired. The two old friends were quite pleased with their plans. As the village's tourism flourished, deep-sea fishing was no longer the primary focus of development. Rather, deep-sea aquaculture took precedence. The increasing influx of tourists made it ever easier to sell the fish. No longer did they need to endure the whims of middlemen. The income for every household was skyrocketing at a remarkable pace, even beginning to uplift the earnings of neighboring fishing villages. After all, Chawang village was merely a small settlement, unable to accommodate the vast number of visitors, thus necessitating the diversion of some to nearby areas. Here they come! Here they come! Upon spotting the fishing boats at the horizon where the southern sea meets the sky, the old party secretary could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Our fleet has returned. Prepare the firecrackers." King crab is a lucrative venture, devoid of the worries associated with tuna languishing in cold storage, sold off little by little. Seventh master beamed with delight. The old man had been troubled daily by the mountain of tuna accumulating in the cold storage. Now, having discovered a promising livelihood, the village's deep-sea fishing fleet could venture forth freely. The prices were quite favorable as well. Frozen crabs sold for 30 yuan per pound, while those brought back alive could fetch over 100 yuan per pound. As the fleet docked, the sound of drums and gongs resonated in the air, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. The fishermen, who had toiled at sea for almost a month, disembarked with radiant smiles, rushing towards their equally jubilant families. "Didn't you catch any yellow croaker?" Wang Hohot inquired, her first concern directed towards her son, eager to know if he had procured the prized fish. A visitor, who had been incessantly pestering her for yellow croaker, had nearly driven her to distraction with his relentless requests. Luo Feng shook his head. "Mother, we went crab fishing. The fish we caught were all consumed, so there was nothing to bring back. However, I did manage to bring back dozens of live crabs from the pool. We shall have a splendid feast soon. You and Rong Rong can enjoy them. I hesitate to indulge in such a precious treat," Wang Hohot replied, shaking her head vigorously. "Aunt, I must return home to celebrate the new year. I shall come back in a few days to keep you company," Mirong said, eager to evade any further discussions about marriage. Luo Feng, wary of his mother's matrimonial urgings, quickly summoned a familiar young man from the village to drive her part of the way home, then accompanied his mother on the leisurely walk back. Just as they were about to leave the pier, they encountered a familiar elderly gentleman. "Happy New Year, old sister," he greeted warmly. "Happy New Year to you too," Wang Hohot replied, though her expression turned somber as she continued. "Old Lang, you've had some bad luck this trip. My son returned without any fish. Only a few boats of king crabs. That's quite all right. King crabs are delicious, and I enjoy them as well," Old Lang responded, exchanging pleasantries with Wang Hohot before his gaze shifted to Luo Feng. "This must be your son. He bears a striking resemblance." "Indeed, everyone in the village says so," Wang Hohot replied, beaming with pride, her smile revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Luo Feng politely greeted, "Happy New Year, Uncle Lang." Hello. Your name is Luo Feng, is it not? I have been visiting the village for nearly a month, and the villagers praise your capabilities. Truly impressive for someone so young." Unbeknownst to him, Lao Lang inadvertently shifted the focus of the conversation onto Luo Feng. Outsiders could detect no hint of the underlying tension. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lao Lang steered the discussion towards the Yuegong ship. "Do you have live crabs? How wonderful. If you are not too busy, please take me aboard to have a look and sell me a couple." "Damn. The live crabs are for my family." Luo Feng felt a surge of irritation but could not directly rebuff the visitor's goodwill. He could only courteously lead him to the Yuegong ship. "There aren't many. They are all reserved for my family, but I can sell you one." Such filial piety. What a pity. Lao Lang feigned ignorance of Luo Feng's subtle refusal and took the lead towards the Yuegong ship. Chapter 67. 2 billion meters. The affluent. How does one even contemplate bribery? Upon boarding the luxurious Moon Palace, Lang Yi gazed upon the opulence of its design, his worldview shattered into fragments. Is this truly a fisherman? Such a lavish yacht, akin to a floating palace, is typically the indulgence of super-rich individuals, yet here it languishes in the harbor, unattended. To attempt to sway a person who is already devoid of financial needs with mere money, what a preposterous notion. Who could possibly conceive such a foolish idea? Before he could voice his thoughts, Lang Yi had already condemned his own mission to failure, feigning astonishment while repeatedly extolling the Moon Palace's grandeur and beauty. Ultimately, he spent 3,000 to procure a live king crab to bring back to his inn. To evade attracting the attention of national security, he refrained from checking into a hotel. Instead, under the pretext of experiencing rural charm, he took lodging in an inn run by villagers of Chawang village. As a seasoned veteran of society, having navigated its complexities for over 60 years, he exhibited no signs of espionage throughout this endeavor. He refrained from inquiring into matters that were none of his concern, focusing solely on the local customs and delectable cuisine of the fishing village. After entrusting the innkeeper with the preparation of his king crab, he retreated to his room, retrieved his satellite phone, and dialed the designated number. Esteemed Minister of Defense, I have made contact with the enigmatic Mr. Luo Feng, yet I have not acted recklessly. Why, you may ask. A voice filled with surprise emerged from the receiver. Mr. Luo Feng is remarkably young and exceedingly wealthy, possessing a luxury yacht valued at over 10 million meters, along with an unending capacity to generate wealth. I surmise that he cannot be swayed by mere monetary means. I hope you can propose more favorable conditions. After all, 1 billion meters is far too little. Is 1 billion not sufficient? How about 100 billion? Half of Lang Yi's words were left hanging in astonishment, the remainder swallowed back down his throat. The Minister of Defense's slightly troubled voice resonated once more. Lang, tell me, is there any possibility of purchasing him for 100 billion meters? Who on earth is worth 100 billion meters? I have devoted the better part of my life serving the Eagles. Yet my assets have yet to surpass 100,000. Why should an ordinary-looking young man receive such a sum? Lang Yi, feeling a tumult of emotions and a hint of grievance, steeled himself to respond. For 100 billion meters, I can certainly give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success. Then let it be 200 billion. The minister's reply was crisp and urgent. Esteemed minister, I assure you, no one could resist the allure of 200 billion meters. Lang Yi's response was equally forthright. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Such a sudden price increase was unusual. The minister surely hadn't divulged all the information to him. This Mr. Luo Feng must possess some extraordinary skill or be privy to confidential information. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for the Eagles, with their haughty disposition, to expend such a considerable sum to procure someone. Very well, Lang. Should you successfully handle this matter, I shall reward you with 100,000 meters. Thank you, minister. As Lang Yi conversed with the minister, old Lu arrived at Luo Feng's residence. Brother, it's a relief to see you're unharmed. Upon catching sight of Luo Feng, old Lu's previously tense expression instantly relaxed. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Luo Feng into a side room, disregarding the astonished looks of Luo's parents. I just received an urgent report this morning. There's a spy who has infiltrated Chawang village, and they are likely plotting against you. Didn't they say only one had slipped through? Luo Feng replied, astonished. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of sympathy for the comrades in national security. What a demanding job they had. During the festive season, they were called to action without hesitation. That one has already been captured, and I estimate a verdict will be reached after the new year. This time, it's a new one they've dispatched. Goodness, is it never-ending? Luo Feng exclaimed. What do you think? Damn it, I'm planning a trip to Guam to sink a few of their ships. Let us refrain from any rash actions for now. We must adopt a strategy akin to boiling a frog slowly. An abrupt decline in the strength of Eagle Sauce is not advantageous for us either. Huh, what do you mean by that? Eagle Sauce possesses an unparalleled ability that we must leverage. What ability? The ability to offend people. The stronger their military might, the more enemies they accumulate, consequently expanding our circle of allies. Wow, is that a valid interpretation? Ha ha ha, my young friend. It's not necessarily beneficial to weaken the enemy. Sometimes, allowing them to remain formidable can serve us better. Lu, I have my suspicions that you are, in fact, a spy sent by Eagle Sauce. Coincidentally, Mi Rong has returned home for the new year, so I shall remain by your side for a few days as your bodyguard. I suspect you're merely here to mooch off the fact that I've caught quite a few king crabs. The boldness of the brother was undeniable. Would you grant him sustenance or not? Yes, I shall prepare it at once. The arrival of old Lu infused an abundance of joy into Luo Feng's household. Each day, the village secretary, seventh master, and other prominent figures from the village flocked to engage in card games and casual banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, the ever-anxious Lang Yi, eager to approach Luo Feng, found himself in a whirlwind of frustration, unable to reveal his intentions. He could only feign interest in experiencing the charm of the fishing village, lingering outside the small shop to engage in conversation and play cards with the villagers. After several days of this, Luo Feng could no longer tolerate the incessant clamor at home and decided to take old Lu out for some sea fishing. Inviting everyone to join, the Huigong vessel set sail slowly. Once the course was established, Luo Feng was astonished to discover that old Lang had managed to board the ship unbeknownst to him. The old man simply wished to catch a yellow croaker, hoping for a stroke of luck by joining them on this maritime excursion. After inquiring with several individuals, his mother, Wang Hohat, revealed that she had brought old Lang aboard. Such fortune is not easily encountered. Luo Feng, having confirmed the manner in which old Lang came to be on the ship, chose not to delve further into the matter. Meanwhile, old Lu remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on old Lang. One must not become complacent simply because he is an elder. With the advancements in biological technology from the Eagle Sauce, one could never be too cautious. An elder could effortlessly commit acts of malice. Perhaps I should create an opportunity for a private encounter with him? Luo Feng felt a wave of irritation wash over him. It was all old Lu's fault. Were it not for his incessant protective presence, the incessant chatter surrounding him would not be so overwhelming, making it impossible for him to focus on his cultivation. One may certainly give it a try. However, I prefer to remain in the shadows, ever ready to strike. Very well. I shall seek him out for a couple of drinks. You may act according to the situation. With that, Luo Feng strode out of the suite and made his way to the poolside on the second floor. At that moment, Old Lang was reclining comfortably on a sunbed, wearing a contented expression. Mr. Luo, you are truly a man of great promise. This Moon Palace yacht is quite delightful. Ahem, I do have a fondness for it. I invested all my earnings into acquiring it. Luo Feng casually reclined on a nearby sunbed. It does consume quite a bit of fuel, does it not? Indeed. It's a fuel guzzler. A single voyage requires an expenditure of 270,000. Catching fish can be rather arduous. Spending all that money on a yacht seems rather unwise. Alas, what can one do when one has a penchant for it? Mr. Luo, would you be interested in owning the most luxurious yacht on Blue Star? That marvel costs 4.5 billion yuan, which is beyond my means. I have a connection that could yield 200 billion yuan. Would you be interested, Mr. Luo? If such wealth is attainable, why do you not pursue it yourself? Old sir. Chapter 68. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning? The old man is not a spy, but a charlatan. Upon hearing Lang Yi mention a business worth 200 billion, Luo Feng's suspicions dissipated entirely, and with a roll of his eyes, he returned the ball. If the venture you speak of could indeed yield 200 billion, why do you not pursue it yourself? Let us see how you justify this. Old man, your words are worthless. Lang Yi, seeing that Luo Feng did not outright reject his proposition, chuckled lightly and lowered his voice to retort. If I possessed the remarkable talents of Mr. Luo, I would certainly not be so foolish as to relinquish a 200 billion venture to another. Few are aware of my exceptional abilities. Old Lu and me Rome only possess a superficial understanding of the matter at hand. How could an aged man like you be privy to such knowledge? Luo Feng's earlier wariness surged once more. What abilities do I possess? Aside from fishing, I am merely a fisherman. Why must Mr. Luo be so modest? A person of your caliber, confined to a life of fishing, has surely considered a more lucrative avenue to showcase your talents? Lang Yi pressed on, his tone inquisitive. Strangely enough, I am unaware of any talents I possess, yet Mr. Lang seems to have considerable faith in me. Might we find a quieter place to converse? Seeing that Luo Feng was merely feigning ignorance and had not directly opposed him, Lang Yi perceived this transaction to be worth pursuing and prepared to unveil his trump card. A quieter place, you say? Luo Feng understood that the other party was indeed a spy, yet not one with intentions to take his life. He graciously stood up to lead the way. Let us converse in my room. It is a space where no one else can intrude. Mr. Luo possesses remarkable wisdom. Lang Yi rose, giving a thumbs up and showering compliments with fervor. The two proceeded towards the master suite on the top floor, with the astute old Lu, who had caught on to Luo Feng's hints, taking a shortcut to arrive at the suite first, lying in wait. Mr. Luo, to be candid, I represent the mightiest nation of Blue Star to engage with you. Upon entering the suite and surveying the surroundings, Lang Yi, not spotting any outsiders, decided to get straight to the point. Before Luo Feng could respond, he continued with his self-assured introduction. Frankly speaking, the 200 billion U.S. dollars business I previously mentioned is, in fact, the offer presented to you by the esteemed Secretary of Defense from Eagle Country. I am uncertain what extraordinary abilities you possess, but someone of your stature, who garners such attention from the Secretary of Defense, cannot possibly be an inconspicuous individual. That title belongs to me, Old Lang, who is indeed a nameless figure. Thus, I sincerely suggest that, in light of the 200 billion U.S. dollars, you accompany me to develop opportunities in Eagle Country. Is it common for spies to be this forthright nowadays? Luo Feng began to harbor doubts regarding Old Lang's identity. According to cinematic portrayals, when Eagle Country seeks to recruit individuals, they typically verify the other party's identity and capabilities first. Only then do they present a suitcase full of cash to ignite their greed. Yet, what manner of Chinese spy was this, who knew nothing about his own skills and journeyed so far to recruit him? Are you certain you have the right person? Furthermore, shouldn't you first present a suitcase of money to demonstrate your sincerity? Damn it, has the money intended for bribing me been pocketed? He spoke with a hint of skepticism. When I was in school, I often watched films depicting CIA spies who would bribe informants by tossing a suitcase full of cash. Why haven't you brought any cash? Mr. Luo, bringing an entire suitcase of cash to the mainland is a daunting task that the CIA cannot currently undertake. You need not worry about the finances. As long as you accompany me to the Eagle's territory, $200 billion will be readily available. After expending so much effort and persuasion, are you attempting to pull off a heist without any resources? Mr. Luo, please do not misunderstand. The defense minister holds you in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have chosen someone like me, who has never engaged in espionage, to carry out this mission. Bah. Only when you transfer the $200 billion to my account will I believe you. I'm a pragmatic person. I won't act until I see the results. No money, no travel abroad. That seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? How can one ascertain that you are not a fraud? Luring me into the Eagle's domain to exploit me? Mr. Luo, my true identity is that of a retired professor from Harvard University. I am not inclined to engage in illegal activities. Becoming a spy is also considered illegal. Well, this is my first time, and it merely involves high-paying recruitment. Not any wrongdoing. You don't even know what I am capable of, and yet you come seeking recruits. How can you be sure it's not for nefarious purposes? I swear to the heavens, Mr. Luo, this venture will undoubtedly yield significant rewards. You, who could betray your own ancestors, dare to swear before the heavens? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Mr. Luo, what do you mean? My meaning is abundantly clear. Bring the money. 2 billion meters worth of funds have arrived. I shall promptly set sail for the Eagle's abode. However, I am not in a position to make decisions unilaterally. In that case, seek out someone who can. Do not squander my time. Please, hold on. Lang Yi felt a wave of dizziness from the pressure and hastily retrieved his satellite phone. Dialing the number with urgency. Is this the Minister of Defense? This is Lang Yi. Mr. Luo is somewhat skeptical of my sincerity. He has stipulated that I must receive a clear transfer before proceeding. 2 billion is no trifling sum. I can only offer him 300,000 as a deposit for now. The Minister of Defense swiftly reached a conclusion. Luo Feng, incensed, scoffed at Lang Yi. Inform your Minister of Defense that 300,000 as a deposit is a ruse fit for children. I shall not make a move without 100 million meters worth of deposit. Who speaks? The Minister of Defense's furious voice erupted from the speaker. Lang Yi quickly interjected, Minister, please calm your ire. The individual speaking is none other than Mr. Luo, the talent you intend to procure for 2 billion meters. Very well, please convey to Mr. Luo that I guarantee, in the name of the mightiest empire of the Blue Star, that upon his arrival at any port of the empire, the transfer will be executed. The Minister of Defense replied resolutely. Yet, Luo Feng remained unfazed. Do not engage in verbal gymnastics. You merely stated there would be a transfer. Not how much would be transferred. If you wish to entice me, ensure 100 million meters is credited to the account first. He comprehended English, but was not fluent. Resorting to Mandarin, Lang Yi assisted with the translation. 100 million, that is impossible. Although Mr. Luo's capabilities are extraordinary, I, as the Minister of Defense, must consider unforeseen factors. No more than 5 billion meters. 90 billion. 60 billion. Very well, 75 billion. It's a deal. Transfer the funds swiftly. My vessel is fully fueled and ready to set sail to your port at any moment. Old Lu, who was eavesdropping from the closet, was left astounded by Luo Feng's negotiating process. Goodness, is the defense minister of the Eagle Nation truly this foolish? 75 billion meters? Just like that? What if they backtrack? The wealthy truly exhibit an astonishing level of audacity. The room fell into a brief silence before Luo Feng introduced a new demand. Let me clarify. This 75 billion meters is merely the price for my departure. Once the ship reaches international waters, I shall require an additional 75 billion meters as compensation for emotional distress. After all, this is an act of treason, betraying the nation that has nurtured me, leaving the land that has given me life. It would be utterly unreasonable to forego compensation for emotional suffering. Chapter 69, A Promising Career. Can one truly be so shameless? The Minister of Defense felt his worldview crumbling piece by piece. What a disgrace. However, when considering the connection between the Moon Palace and the repeatedly sunken warships, he found himself reluctantly advising the other party to recognize the moment to withdraw. A deposit of 7.5 billion meters was his bottom line. Fortunately, the other party was a naive young man, unfamiliar with wealth, who did not persist in his obstinacy. At last, he nodded in agreement to set off. Ecstatic, the Minister of Defense prepared to personally report this matter to the Supreme Leader, eager to claim the credit for himself. Esteemed Supreme Leader, after the sustained efforts of my dispatched personnel, the remarkable Mr. Luo Feng has finally consented to navigate his extraordinary yacht, the Haidong U-9988, to pledge his allegiance to us. Wow! The Supreme Leader, engaged in his work, looked up with immense delight. Is that true? I can hardly believe it. Indeed, it is absolutely true. He is currently steering the Haidong U-9988 away from the South China Sea. How long until he reaches Guam? Guam is quite distant. It will take an entire day of sailing. However, he will soon reach international waters. Has the money been transferred? Currently, only 150 billion meters has been given as a deposit. Only half? Yes, only half. You have handled this matter with great caution. Please expedite arrangements for media interviews to cut off any chance of this young man retracting his commitment. Not a problem. Everything is already arranged. Additionally, make sure to arrange for some beautiful women to properly accommodate this extraordinary individual. Let him willingly assist us in sinking several 055 vessels. Shizong was elated. Consequently, the Minister of Defense was even more jubilant. 75 billion meters in currency could be safely deposited. A comfortable retirement fund. As for the promises of 300 billion or so, merely listen and do not take them to heart. As long as we can coax the individual over, the subsequent distribution of a few coins to the enigmatic Mr. Luo Feng is entirely at our discretion. A humble Han descendant is not worth a high price. Having respectfully exited Shizong's office, the Minister of Defense, preparing to arrange for the reception, soon received a call from Lang Yi, esteemed Minister of Defense. We have reached international waters, and Mr. Luo demands the disbursement of 75 billion meters in compensation for mental anguish. My goodness, how could one be so shameless? Without having accomplished anything, they are already demanding payment upon payment? The Minister of Defense was incensed. The Yuegong vessel had already anchored in international waters, and Mr. Luo stated. He declared that if the transfer was not received within 10 minutes, he would return to port. 10 minutes? Indeed, 10 minutes. Damn it, just wait. I will arrange the transfer immediately. Curse it, just wait. Once you have fully pledged your allegiance, every single coin of that money will be returned to me. The Minister of Defense was infuriated by Luo Feng's audacious maneuver, yet felt utterly powerless. After all, 75 billion meters had already been transferred. To create a ruckus now and allow the Yuegong to return to port would indeed be akin to losing both the chicken and the egg. He promptly instructed his subordinates to proceed with the transfer. Upon confirming the successful transfer, the Minister of Defense dialed Lang Yi's number again. Please inform Mr. Luo Feng that the compensation of 7.5 billion Mifeng yuan has been transferred. He should make haste to the port of Guam. However, no response came from Lang Yi. Only the persistent tone of a busy line echoed in the phone. Beep, beep, beep. This cannot be good. A chill ran down the minister's spine as he hurriedly turned towards Shizong's office. This is dire, very dire. Supreme Leader, we have been deceived. He sensed something was amiss, yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. Who could resist the allure of 20 billion Mifeng yuan? Perhaps the Haidong U-9988 had merely encountered a routine inspection. It could also be that Lang Yi's satellite phone was fortuitously out of power. Maybe the satellite signal was simply poor. In any case, there were countless less pessimistic explanations to consider. He decided to present the worst-case scenario to Shizong, attempting to mitigate his own culpability. What trickery is this? Shizong was taken aback by the sudden intrusion of the Minister of Defense. Our envoy tasked with contacting Mr. Luo Feng has gone dark. It is possible. We have fallen victim to a telecommunications scam. A scam? Isn't that the sort of thing that third brother is fond of? At present, this might be the most unfavorable outcome, though it cannot be definitively confirmed. We need time to wait, to re-establish contact with our envoy or Mr. Luo Feng himself. Just a possibility? Only a possibility. Then do not startle me with such alarming news. Damn it. Not again. On the lunar vessel, Lang Yi found himself bound and bewildered. Gazing at the elderly Lu emerging from the wardrobe, Mr. Luo, having a preference for men is hardly a significant matter. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, not only do you possess the right to love men, but you also have the liberty to change your gender at will. With a total of 96 options to choose from. Be a man today, a woman tomorrow, and perhaps even explore a transgender identity the day after. You cannot silence me over this. Luo Feng shivered involuntarily, instinctively distancing himself from Lu. The misunderstanding was profound. He merely sought to achieve merit. He held no interest in men whatsoever. Lu, equally astonished by Lang Yi's misconception, widened his mouth in surprise and waved his hands, retreating back into the wardrobe. Brother, I truly had no idea you were inclined towards men. This old gentleman is not excessively aged. He seems quite capable. Do as you wish. I'm merely going to sleep. I shall see nothing, know nothing. I'll rest now. You carry on. Since when did the national security become so playful? Luo Feng was thoroughly disgusted by the antics of the two old men, choosing to ignore them as he turned to leave the suite and proceeded to the captain's quarters to resume the operation of the lunar vessel. Returning to port. At last. I comprehend why so many scams occur each year. The seasoned Lu followed closely behind, lost in contemplation. Lu Gu. I suddenly perceive that scamming appears to be a rather promising profession. Shall we ponder some strategies later, perhaps exploiting Lang Yi's connections for further deception? After toiling tirelessly all day to salvage the sunken ships of the colonizers, I managed to procure 50 billion soft sister coins. I had thought I had discovered a swift path to surpassing Wang, the wealthiest individual. Who could have anticipated that with just a few casual fibs? I would deceive my way into acquiring 150 billion US dollars? And without any effort? Brother, you must brace yourself. This 150 billion US dollars is quite a hot commodity, and you shall not be able to hold on to it. Nor do I intend to. Whether it is surrendered to the national treasury or deemed as ill-gotten gains to be confiscated, it matters not, for I am not in want of money. If you can think this way, I shall be at ease. Now then, Lu Gu, let us deliberate on serious matters. Shall we follow the thread of Lang Yi and extract another 150 billion US dollars? Good heavens, have you become addicted? Aran and Apos, to you? It is exhilarating. Then let us devise a plan to keep the news of Lang Yi's capture under wraps, allowing him to continue wandering in the village, tricking the eagle sauce into sending us more funds. This is against the rules. Rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. As long as we refrain from closing the case for the time being, we can still pull off a ruse. Damn, this truly is a profession with great promise. Chapter 70. The pig slaughtering trap. Every individual harbors a devil within. Luo Feng once scoffed at this statement, dismissing it as pretentious drivel favored by literary youths. However, upon witnessing his bank account receive two staggering transfers of 75 billion USD each, his defenses crumbled in an instant. What a delightful sensation. The mere articulation of words could yield such vast sums. It is no wonder that countless souls tread the path of no return. Had he encountered Old Turtle before this revelation, he might have succumbed to temptation, blindly plunging into the abyss of deceit. Yet now, he finds solace in the fact that he possesses over 50 billion in legitimate savings. Regardless of how the figures in his bank account escalate, they remain mere numerals, devoid of any substantial impact on his existence. He feels little psychological burden in contributing to the national treasury, perhaps a sigh of resignation at most. Nonetheless, the ease with which one can deceive the gullible is truly intoxicating. Before he could fully articulate his counsel, old Lu had already embraced the role of the fraud-ter, incessantly detailing the forthcoming operational procedures. Your idea is excellent. I anticipate that the American Secretary of Defense will surely fall for it. With a transfer of 150 billion USD already made, the sunk costs have surpassed his control. He now finds himself in a high-stakes gamble he cannot afford to lose. To justify the expenditures already incurred, he must invest even more to secure the ultimate objective. The pressing question now is, just how much information does he possess regarding you? What is the ultimate purpose behind their exorbitant investment to win you over? Your analysis is quite astute. If you continue to delve deeper, I shall refrain from interjecting. Matters requiring cerebral engagement should be left to Director Lu, the workaholic. Let us first revel in the festivities of the new year. Luo Feng remained silent, entrusting the magnificent endeavor of deceiving the eagle sauce entirely to the comrades from the national security. Meanwhile, the esteemed defense minister of eagle sauce has been enduring a torturous passage of time. The extraordinary individual he yearns for has now entered international waters and is just days away from landing in Guam. Yet suddenly, all communication has ceased. To make matters worse, there has been an expenditure of $150 billion, causing him considerable anxiety. Should this investment prove fruitless, his position as defense minister would undoubtedly be at risk. Not only would he be unable to recoup the funds, but he might also find himself compelled to relinquish the petty sums he had previously pocketed. The thought is excruciating. In a state of frantic agitation, he ordered his subordinates to incessantly dial Lang Yi's satellite phone around the clock. Finally, 2 days later, the call was connected. The defense minister hastily inquired, "Mr. Lang, why has communication been abruptly severed?" "Mr. Minister, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Mr. Luo Feng and I have been apprehended on charges of money laundering." "Money laundering?" "Indeed, money laundering. The records of your transfer to Mr. Luo Feng's account through UBS have been scrutinized, leading to our capture by the Coast Guard. Has your identity been compromised?" "My identity remains intact. There is no evidence to implicate me as a spy. I am merely an ordinary green card scholar, and they have no grounds to act against me." The predicament lies with Mr. Luo Feng, who remains in custody for the time being. The Minister of Defense, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "What good is your safety? The person I want is still detained," as he furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. The voice of Lang Yi resonated from his phone. "Do not be anxious, Minister. There is still a glimmer of hope." "A glimmer of hope? What do you mean?" "The 150 billion yuan allocated for Mr. Luo Feng, I will acknowledge it. To ensure this sum is designated for Mr. Luo's aquaculture enterprise. You merely need to assist me in establishing a foundation's identity. This way, I can declare the funds as legitimate investments under the foundation's name, thereby compelling the other party to release both the individual and the funds. Is that truly feasible?" "Indeed, in this world, as long as the money is sufficient, there is little that cannot be arranged." "You make a compelling argument. Then let us proceed as you suggest. I shall promptly contact the individuals associated with the Gaizi Foundation to facilitate the identity matter. Minister, I will need you to provide the operational funds. How much do you require? Not much. Around 80 to 90 million yuan will suffice. Eastern City is a small place where the locals have not encountered substantial wealth. With 80 to 90 million yuan, I can secure the cooperation of everyone involved. However, what if the funds are expended and Mr. Luo Feng is still unable to emerge? Esteemed Minister, spending 80 to 90 million offers Mr. Luo Feng a genuine chance at freedom. Without such expenditure, he will undoubtedly remain incarcerated. That is a valid point. We cannot allow the 150 billion yuan to go to waste. The necessary funds for your activities have been approved and will be transferred to your account through the Lid Foundation. For the past 2 days, Luo Feng, with nothing to occupy his time, finally enjoyed a moment of tranquility. He decided to accompany old Lu aboard the Moon Palace, quietly engaging in meditation, refraining from venturing out to stir up trouble. Success. Success. Old Lu, ever the pest, burst through the door, announcing, "A phone call from that Lang has just netted us 100 million meters. Brother, are you really so pleased by merely 100 million meters?" Luo Feng sighed, rolling his eyes and halting his cultivation. "You don't understand. This 100 million is merely a test. The subsequent sums will only increase. Extracting another 150 billion meters will not pose a challenge." Goodness, how are you so adept at this? Who are we? National security. Just ask a few incarcerated swindlers, and you'll uncover everything. I wondered how you managed this so smoothly. It turns out you have professional guidance. Indeed. The fellow orchestrating this operation has previous experience with pig butchering scams. This time, he has applied those same tactics to the Eagle Nation, thus utilizing everyone's strengths effectively. Allow me a moment of silence for the Eagle Nation. However, the Eagle Nation's defense minister, deeply entrenched in the scam, did not perceive himself as ensnared. Instead, he cheerfully reported to the esteemed Supreme Leader, "Esteemed Supreme Leader, the situation is progressing splendidly. Mr. Luo Feng truly is an extraordinary individual. According to the video materials received from the Special Operations Team, he can remain submerged for over half an hour without an oxygen tank and possesses highly advanced underwater propulsion equipment. Once he surrenders to us, our Marine Corps will undoubtedly surpass the Navy in excellence. The combination of frogmen and their high-speed underwater maneuverability creates an exceptionally effective tactical advantage." Shizong followed the direction of his finger, gazing at the large screen where Luo Feng's robust figure plunged into the depths, not resurfacing for an extended period. A smile gradually spread across his face. Indeed, the advanced tactics mastered by the rabbit should also be within our grasp. Rest assured, Your Excellency. As long as we can retrieve Mr. Luo Feng, the rabbit will no longer wield such tactics. It will become our military's unique secret weapon. Is he not yet retrieved? There seems to be a slight complication. It will require a substantial financial investment in the Eastern market to assist Mr. Luo Feng in cleansing his reputation. Quite troublesome indeed. The rabbit has always been a source of inconvenience. Nevertheless, for the formidable prowess of Mr. Luo Feng, we must endure a bit longer. Indeed, money may be a nuisance, but it can always be printed. Chapter 71. Is there another way to play? Cultivation. 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 Luo Feng was completely immersed in his cultivation state, disregarding the bothersome social engagements and not concerning himself with how many million yuan old Lu had recently managed to swindle. He secluded himself in his yacht suite, each hand grasping a top-tier spirit stone, fervently absorbing the abundant spiritual energy within, meticulously refining it into a surging magical power. Gradually, he fortified the spiraling vortex of magical energy situated in his lower abdomen. Once this vortex expanded to the width of a bowl and transformed into a sea of spirit in his lower dantian, he would be able to transcend the chi condensation stage and officially enter the foundation establishment stage, where he could wield spells. According to Elder Gue, his aptitude for cultivation was lamentably low. If he relied solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would take him centuries to reach the foundation establishment stage. The most effective method was to directly absorb the energy from the premium spirit stones, which could condense what would normally require several hundred years of progress into merely 2 or 3 years. Fortunately, thanks to Elder Gue's blessings, he was not lacking in premium spirit stones and could lavishly expend them. Thus, his cultivation progress was astonishing. Initially, the tiny vortex was no larger than a needle tip. Yet through a year of relentless practice, it had swelled to the size of a fist. At this rate, with another year or 2 of diligent cultivation, he would surely enter the foundation establishment stage. Alas, just as his fruitful practice was underway, it was abruptly interrupted by old Lu's urgent knocking at the door. Reluctantly, he had to cease his training and open the door to greet him. How much did you manage to get this time? He inquired. Damn it. Old Luo cursed as he barged into the room. It's been a whole week, and that fool of a minister hasn't sent me any money. Be content. Over the past 2 months, you have amassed nearly 15 billion yuan. Is that not sufficient? Who could ever claim to have too much money? The fact that they have ceased to provide you with funds signifies that the opportunity for deception has passed. We may conclude this matter. Old Luo, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, it is hard to let go. Let us wrap this up. Luo Feng consoled him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Our deep-sea fishing fleet must set sail. If we linger any longer, we shall all be left to fend for ourselves in the harsh winds of the northwest. I will consult with my superiors and seek an investment for your village to establish a deep-sea aquaculture facility. How much? Perhaps around 1 or 2 billion. That is rather insufficient. We have accumulated a total of 300 billion yuan this time. What if we also request funding for a highway to facilitate your tourism development? Now that is more reasonable. Meanwhile, Shizong was engaged in a silent standoff with the Minister of Defense, each stubbornly locking eyes with the other, neither willing to speak. What a disgrace. What began as a high-stakes endeavor to recruit top-tier talent had devolved into an embarrassing scheme. The entire 300 billion yuan allocated for recruitment had been squandered without a trace, along with a loyal and devoted agent. If word of this were to spread, how could one possibly secure re-election? At this moment, their focus was not on reclaiming the lost funds, but rather on suppressing the news. It is imperative that the information does not leak, lest it be wielded as a weapon by political adversaries. Your Excellency, at the moment when the two remained in silence, the Chief of Staff unexpectedly burst into the office. The spokesperson for the Rabbit's national security system had just announced a significant case concerning our CIA operatives. While reporting the details, she deftly activated the wall-mounted television to broadcast live footage. On the screen, the spokesperson, impeccably dressed, issued a stern warning. We admonish CIA operatives not to attempt to bribe our nation and Oppo's strategic scientific personnel. It has been demonstrated that money is not omnipotent. The recent confiscation of 300 billion yuan has been directed into the national treasury. A verdict regarding the spy surnamed Lang will be pronounced on a later date. With a sigh of relief, both Shizong and the Minister of Defense exchanged glances, feeling reassured. The Rabbit's administration still adheres to reason. They deftly shifted the blame onto the CIA without exposing the involvement of Shizong and the Minister of Defense in this affair, thus preserving significant face for them. However, this also posed a genuine threat. You find yourself in a precarious position, and perhaps some concessions should be made. Dare you withhold a hush fee? Do you not believe that when the verdict on the spy surnamed Lang is delivered, he might reveal some unsavory secrets? Thank you, Chief of Staff. You may leave now. As I have matters to discuss with Minister of Defense, Shizong said, discerningly dismissing her. He then turned to the minister. The Rabbit is seeking concessions. It would be prudent for you to make a personal visit. But I am the Minister of Defense, not the Secretary of State. What concessions can I offer the Rabbit? The Minister of Defense replied, visibly perplexed. One cannot truly divulge military secrets to the adversary, for such an act is utterly inappropriate. Shizong sighed, stating that his bottom line was to relinquish the 3 pivotal bases, Kadena, Futenma, and Naha. This would create vulnerabilities in our first island chain. The Minister of Defense was taken aback. My dear Minister, do you truly believe that the current first island chain is without flaws? It resembles a sieve, full of leaks and vulnerabilities. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity while it still holds value and silence the Rabbits. The pretext? Quite simple. We shall claim that the typhoons in those cursed regions are too severe, rendering it unworthy to continue expending exorbitant resources on restoration. However, we have already completed the restoration efforts. Silencing the Rabbits and ensuring my smooth re-election is of paramount importance. As you command, esteemed Supreme Leader. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained unaware that his momentary whim would inadvertently secure 3 exceedingly significant military bases for the nation. His thoughts were solely focused on orchestrating the distant fishing endeavors. The Zhenhai Bell was locked away in a safe and placed aboard the Fasaiho deep-sea fishing vessel. Thus, the village's deep-sea fishing fleet would no longer require his constant presence and could continue to venture into the Antarctic waters for crab fishing without interruption. The safe was also securely welded to the keel, eliminating concerns of loss. Meanwhile, he could pilot the Yugonghao to harness the deterrent power of the green turtle shell, leading the northern fishing boats to the abundant fishing grounds of Blue Star. The allocation of fishing areas would be managed by Dong Yaren. He remained aboard the Yugonghao, tirelessly honing his skills, awaiting the call of the fleet. Good news, splendid news. Old Luo burst through the door, brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, Brother Luo, I have splendid news to share. Our Eastern market has secured a staggering investment of $300 billion for the development of deep-sea aquaculture in the tourism industry. Good heavens. That's truly generous. Luo Feng exclaimed, leaping with joy. Your village, Chowang, will reap the lion's share, enjoying a substantial investment of $50 billion, with $10 billion earmarked specifically for deep-sea aquaculture. This is fantastic. We can also contribute some funds ourselves. Moreover, I have yet another piece of good news. Our troops have already been stationed in Naha, at the Futenma and Kadena bases. In a few days, the Americans will officially finalize the handover procedures. How on earth could they relinquish such a crucial position? Well, it just so happens that it relates to the $300 billion we managed to leverage against them. If they don't cough up some blood, they certainly won't be able to participate in the upcoming re-election. Is it really possible to play it this way? Chapter 72. The unfortunate Luo Feng found himself perplexed. Despite his tireless efforts to dismantle the surveillance network beneath the first island chain established by the Eagle Nation, and his strategic maneuvers to unleash a typhoon upon relevant bases, he had failed to instigate any thoughts of withdrawal from the first island chain within the Eagle Nation. On the contrary, they poured vast resources into reconstruction and meticulously redeployed elite troops from major bases across the Blue Planet to garrison their positions. It seemed as if they were merely engaged in a deceptive game. How could this possibly lead the Eagle Nation to willingly relinquish control of its most crucial military base in the first island chain? Such anomalies surely hinted at underlying schemes. No longer able to focus on his cultivation, he hastily retrieved his phone to incessantly scroll through the news. However, to no avail. The majority of reports were frivolous celebrity gossip, with no mention of the Eagle Nation transferring military bases. Instead, there was news of the Eagle Nation's defense minister's visit, which culminated in a friendly agreement. The specifics of the agreement were conspicuously absent. The public remained oblivious to the fact that during the defense minister's visit, the three major military bases had already changed hands. Old Lu provided an explanation for Luo Feng's confusion. Every significant action requires formalities. The upcoming United Nations General Assembly will convene to confirm the transfer of oversight of the Yo-Yo Islands to our jurisdiction, at which point both parties will officially announce the transfer of the military bases. They needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, their prospects would undoubtedly be jeopardized. It dawned on Luo Feng that the ownership of the Yo-Yo Islands had never been clearly defined, and it was not a legitimate territory inhabited by the prosperous. At this moment, the oversight remained with the Eagle Nation and needed to be transferred through the United Nations. Reasonable and lawful. Conducting affairs requires finesse. The bureaucratic procedures are nothing short of a pitfall. Observing Luo Feng's lingering confusion, Old Lu patiently elucidated. The so-called procedures are merely traps laid by Shizong for his opponents. It is unlikely that they will be resolved in a short span of time. When the results emerge, if Shizong prevails, he will prolong the procedural timelines until the end of his term. Conversely, should his electoral rival unexpectedly triumph, Shizong will undoubtedly ensure that matters are settled before his departure. Once the victorious contender assumes office, they will inevitably face this challenge. Perhaps, at that juncture, Shizong will seize the opportunity to unseat the newly appointed adversary. The political machinations of Eagle Sauce are indeed insidious. Luo Feng grasped the situation. The interests and sacrifices of these political figures cannot be measured by the rationality of an ordinary person. In the face of ballots, any interest can be relinquished. It is no wonder that after toiling for over a year to diminish Eagle Sauce's military presence in the Western Pacific, there has been no sign of retreat. Clearly, they are waiting to place the blame squarely on their electoral rival. Quite advantageous. The more intense the electoral struggle, the quicker Eagle Sauce's strength declines. This is far more effective than laboriously sinking a few warships. However, as Old Lu continued speaking, he suddenly shifted the topic to nuclear submarines. I have heard that you are soon to lead maritime fleets from across the nation to the major fishing grounds. Indeed, Old Dong is orchestrating this endeavor. I am merely going to scout around and assist them in locating schools of fish. Luo Feng, perplexed, candidly expressed his thoughts. While meandering about, encountering the strategic nuclear submarines of Eagle Sauce or other formidable powers could warrant the sinking of a few. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have acted upon it long ago. Now that you have ceased to obstruct me, the more I sink, the prouder our foreign affairs colleagues will stand. Therefore, you must provide me with detailed information at all times. No problem. I will promptly send any useful information I gather to your mobile phone. Should we procure a few nuclear devices for our scientists to study? This matter is far too perilous. It is safer to let them rest beneath the sea. Fear not. I can utilize fishing boats to retrieve the large fish we sink, allowing our scientists to study them without concern. This game is more intoxicating than extorting money. When the time comes to extort, do not hesitate. Should any foreign spies seek me out again, do not rush to apprehend them, for we might extract further gains. Although the money cannot be pocketed, I still relish the sensation of watching the numbers in my account swell. How about I lend you a few $100 million to count? Get lost. Once Mirong returns to take my place, you may set off. Are you not afraid this time that I might elope with your daughter? Mirong arrived swiftly. The following day, old Lu returned to the city with the disheveled old wolf to report, leaving Mirong to accompany Luo Feng as he set sail. Our director Lu has been promoted again. What merits have you achieved this time? She was quite curious about the rapid advancement of Director Lu. Luo Feng, however, dismissed it. What is there to envy? Behold, my friend, he has been promoted once again. This time to the rank of major. The distinction between an officer and a junior officer is indeed profound. They are worlds apart. This promotion signifies his formal entry into the intermediate echelons of military management. Although he remains within the militia framework, he is undeniably a bona fide middle-level officer. His salary has finally surpassed the significant threshold of 10,000. Greetings, sir. Mirong respectfully saluted. Luo Feng responded with a benevolent smile reminiscent of a caring father. Comrade me, you have worked hard. Now, Major, where shall we venture this time? In addition to the fishing grounds in Hokkaido, we shall also tour the other 3 major fishing areas and subsequently search for any sunken vessels to procure some funds. Are you truly in need of money? Who would ever refuse the allure of wealth? I shall promptly submit a report to request a salary increase. This is quite unfair. While you all are either amassing fortunes or receiving promotions, I remain merely a lowly clerk. Fortune has a way of favoring those prepared to seize it. As the Weigong embarked from the harbor, Luo Feng stumbled upon news of a massive typhoon forming in the South China Sea. He swiftly recalibrated the course, navigating a considerable detour to steer the typhoon towards the Western Pacific, circumventing the islands under our military's jurisdiction before landing in the Cosmic Empire. However, this time he lacked the leisure to toy with the typhoon's trajectory. He allowed it to traverse from southeast to northwest, sweeping across the territory of the Cosmic Empire and subsequently moving northward, bringing copious moisture to the northeastern regions in desperate need of spring rain. The remarkable path of the typhoon took the small nation by surprise. Upon witnessing its landing in the Galactic Empire, which did not wreak havoc upon us, the netizens of Zairihua took to the internet to discuss. Indeed, believing in Mazu proves to be beneficial. They concurred. Had it not been for the numerous statues of Mazu we erected, this typhoon would surely have brought us misfortune once more. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I find a peculiar delight in Brother Bang's suffering. I express my utmost gratitude to the divine Mazu for her protection. My home has just been completed, and it must not be demolished again. Just a few days ago, Brother Bang boasted that their shipyard had been rebuilt, and now it appears they must start anew. Surely, they lack the funds for reconstruction, do they not? Ha ha ha, all the orders have been snatched away by the Han people. What good is it to rebuild? Alas, how unfortunate. We too are in a similar predicament. Our automotive industry was on the brink of obsolescence, and due to this turmoil, the traditional automotive sector has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 73, Expedition of 20,000 miles. It is indeed peculiar. Why is it that every time I venture out to sea with Boss Luo, the waters remain calm, devoid of even a single ripple? Observing the glassy surface of the ocean, Dong Yerin turned his gaze towards Luo Feng. His curiosity piqued. Luo Feng responded with a nonchalant smile, adjusting his position to bask in the sun's warmth. There is a legend in our village that I am the favored son of Mazu, the goddess of the sea, which is why we encounter no storms whenever we set sail. The two of them reclined by the pool on the second deck of the Moon Palace vessel, relishing the sun's embrace. At that moment, the Moon Palace was departing from the fishing grounds of Peru, heading towards those of Newfoundland. The fishing boats assigned to the Newfoundland waters were nearing their destination, compelling the Moon Palace to hasten its journey. The method remained unchanged, the routine familiar. Under Dong Yerin's organization, the fleet cast their nets in the public sea, while the Moon Palace circled the fishing grounds to drive schools of fish into the nets. Each fishing boat would then drop their nets to catch the fish individually. Once their holds were full, they would depart. Although the journey was significantly longer, the efficiency of the catch was astonishing. With just a few days of intense activity, they could return laden with bounty, far surpassing the traditional methods of using sonar and radar to locate fish. However, Luo Feng noticed that his magical energy was depleting rather quickly. With Master Turtle absent, he could only utilize the means left behind by him, infusing his power into the small green turtle shell, releasing a hint of the ancient sea lord's aura to intimidate the fish. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was abundant. When his magical energy was nearly exhausted, he could replenish it at will. The favored son of Mazu? I, old Dong, would not dare to doubt it. Dong Yerin nodded in agreement. Broaching the serious matter, Boss Luo, the brothers believe that your share of 10% is rather low. It ought to be increased by another 10%. Otherwise, We would feel quite embarrassed to follow you in this fishing venture. Luo Feng raised his hand to interrupt, contemplatively gesturing towards the glassy surface of the sea. 10% suffices. Just making a trip out here allows me to achieve a modest target. Beyond that, money loses its significance. Please convey to the brothers that they ought not to squander their earnings. We must reserve funds for investing in deep-sea aquaculture. If we continue to fish without restraint, the ocean's bounty will eventually dwindle to nothing. We need to invest in deep-sea farming to secure our future. Everyone comprehends the reasoning, yet when it comes to investing millions, or even tens of millions, there is reluctance. Dong Yeren understands the fisherman's mindset even better. What is there to fear? Once we have sufficiently fished the 4 major fishing grounds, the international market prices will rise, making deep-sea aquaculture lucrative. But can we truly deplete the resources? How did the Hokkaido fishing grounds become extinct? Haven and Oppos, we all switched to larger mesh nets? Rest assured, if we persistently fish for 3 to 5 years, there will certainly be no large schools of fish left for us. At that point, we can simply cease fishing and focus on aquaculture for profit. Haha. Then I shall be at ease. At this rate, after 3 to 5 years, every fisherman will be able to invest in deep-sea aquaculture. Let us strive for this. This fishing expedition was merely a secondary objective for Luo Feng. His primary aim was to locate the strategic nuclear submarines of the Eagle Nation. Yet, this remained an elusive endeavor. When he truly began his search, he realized that this endeavor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Old Lu provided 2 pieces of information, and he attended 2 gatherings, yet he found nothing of significance. After these 2 futile attempts, he spent 2 days aboard his cherished underwater scooter, stationed at Eagle Sauce and Oppos' naval base, but failed to intercept any strategic vessels or submarines. Reluctantly, he had to momentarily concede defeat. It was imperative to devise a clever strategy or acquire precise information to achieve accurate capture. In the absence of reliable intelligence, he devoted the majority of his time to honing his skills. Meanwhile, the remarkable achievements of the rabbit fishermen were gradually being recorded by foreign counterparts, who uploaded short videos to the internet, igniting fervent discussions. God bear witness, I have fished my entire life, never imagining that fish could be encircled and slowly gathered. Had the Han fishermen gone mad? Indeed, it seemed so. They had crossed thousands of nautical miles to fish in the North Sea. The fishing grounds of Peru and Newfoundland were also populated by Han fishing vessels. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Ever since the arrival of the Han fishermen, we could no longer locate the large schools of fish. It was truly disheartening. It was said that the Hokkaido fishing grounds had been depleted by these individuals. This was not mere hearsay, but a fact, seemingly corroborated by their encircling methods. The Han fishermen were quite discerning, using nets with large mesh sizes, making it impossible to deplete the species entirely. Let us not engage in unfounded defamation. The pressing issue now was that we were unable to catch fish, while they could confidently fish in the high seas without restraint. What could be done? Reports suggested that Han fishing vessels were also harvesting king crabs in Antarctica. The price of king crabs has recently plummeted significantly. Goodness, I can already envision the spectacle of fishermen facing unemployment, as everyone imports seafood from distant lands. The imports have commenced, and the prices of seafood within the borders of our nation have seen a dramatic decline, while international seafood prices are surging upward, with import costs being lower than the prices at which fishermen can harvest. What a magnificent scale of fishing vessels! I had heard tales of the vastness of the fishing fleets of the Han people, but I have never witnessed such a grand display. Even an aircraft carrier battle group would pale in comparison. The sensational content circulating on the international internet has swiftly found its way onto domestic video and news platforms. The headlines are often alarmist. Fishermen set sail, leaving no grass behind. Fishermen across nations are running out of food. The culprit is sailing 20,000 miles, bringing back fish, shrimp, and crabs, and so forth. Internet users gleefully flock to the comment sections, exclaiming, "Goodness, are our fishermen truly this brave? No wonder the price of marine fish has been dropping. They are being caught from thousands of miles away." With only 3 of the world's 4 major fishing grounds remaining, we ought to exercise caution in our harvesting. Let us commend the fishermen. Upon reading this news, I can finally purchase fish with confidence. Previously, I suspected that the cheap seafood was merely a fade, but it turns out that it is indeed harvested from distant waters by our fishermen. They are doing remarkably well. Let the remaining 3 major fishing grounds be preserved, ensuring that even the powerful nations have no marine fish to consume. One must be cautious amidst the winds and waves. If one is perplexed, one may inquire, or see fish caught by encircling and gradually netting them? This is a unique technique pioneered by our fishermen, one that others around the globe have yet to master. It is settled. I shall procure a king crab to satisfy my cravings. The scattered fishing boats of the Han people have been organized into a collective endeavor, creating a formidable spectacle that has drawn the attention of various nations. Yet, they find themselves at a loss for any valid objections. All Han fishing vessels are operating in international waters, without encroaching upon any nation's exclusive economic zone. The fish, lacking discernment, choose to swim into open seas. What recourse do they have? They can only watch helplessly as their fishermen reel in diminishing catches. The vast bounty of sea fish is being harvested by the Han fishing fleets. Consequently, coastal fish markets have been inundated with an unexpected surge of catches. The dock at Chawang Village is no exception. Traditional fish procurement merchants, such as Wang Duiyu, are increasingly alarmed as they witness a growing influx of foreign merchants with golden hair and blue eyes, prompting them to urgently seek out Luo Feng. Chapter 74. 3 bullies. What use is it to find me? Why should we sell the crabs we painstakingly caught at a bargain for you? In response to Wang Duiyu's grievances, Luo Feng was remarkably forthright. Damn it. We had long discussed collaborating to establish a nationwide sales channel, completely eliminating the profit-hungry middlemen, thereby benefiting both consumers and fishermen. Yet you insist on being indecisive, attempting to partner with the village committee while still clinging to your middleman status. You want it all, this and that. Where in the world can one find such a bargain? Wang Duiyu, rendered speechless by the rebuke, managed a wry smile. I recognize that my request is indeed excessive and difficult to articulate. However, building a nationwide sales network requires substantial financial investment. With my limited resources, I am only somewhat significant here in Chawang Village. On a national scale, I am but a mere blip. I genuinely cannot manage this. Not to mention, even within a coastal province, I lack the financial capacity to establish an independent sales channel. Luo Feng listened attentively to Wang Duiyu's lamentations, gesturing for me Rome to proceed as she pleased, unconcerned with his presence. Once Wang had vented sufficiently, Luo spoke slowly. There are many wealthy merchants in coastal provinces and abundant fishery sources. We can circumvent those areas. Let us first establish our foothold in inland provinces. Do not worry about making a profit. I assure you that fishing vessels from across the nation will prioritize supplying us. You need not worry about funding. I am prepared to personally invest 2 billion. This sum is inadequate to establish a nationwide sales network. Yet constructing sales channels in several inland provinces should pose no significant challenge. The integration of production, supply, and sales is paramount. By minimizing intermediary profit margins, we can safeguard the interests of consumers and fishermen alike, a business strategy that Luo Feng has deliberated upon for quite some time. He perceives no issues with this approach. In terms of tuna sales, extensive trials have already been conducted. Currently, online purchasing avenues are quite efficient. The so-called establishment of sales channels simply involves constructing or leasing cold storage facilities across various provinces to ensure timely deliveries, and the expenditure required is minimal. 2 billion? Wang Duiyu was astonished. Brother Luo, you are not pulling my leg, are you? With such wealth, why are you still fishing? Luo Feng smirked, to be candid. A single fishing trip nets me at least 100 million. Good heavens. Are you fishing or mining for gold? Fishing is indeed akin to mining for gold. With fishing vessels from all over the country assisting, achieving a modest target per trip is hardly a daunting task. Had I known you possessed such connections, I would have abandoned my role as a middleman long ago to collaborate with you. It is not too late to cease being a middleman now. With ample financial backing, Wang Duiyu no longer hesitated. He promptly relinquished his identity as a middleman and committed all his resources to partner with Luo Feng in the management of the sales channels. Luo Feng would be the principal shareholder, while Wang Duiyu and the village committee would hold minority stakes, jointly establishing sales channels in the inland provinces. Ensure that the cargo is transported directly to the inland provinces after being unloaded at the dock. The coastal provinces are overly competitive. The price of frozen king crab is steadily declining. If it continues to drop, it may not even cover the cost of transportation. Meanwhile, the prices for consumers remain unchanged. The middlemen are profiting immensely. Having resolved matters with Wang Duiyu, Luo Feng did not rush to disembark and return home. Instead, he contacted Han Anha to inquire about the progress of the software company. After several months of effort, Chawang Village has established an office space for the future software company, which is currently undergoing renovation. Old Han, it's already the May Day holiday. You haven't failed in your insurrection, have you? Is it really May Day? Time flies. From your tone, it seems as though you were toying with me and wish to continue your association with your former employer. The mirror has been shattered. There is no possibility of returning to the past. The main reason I am temporarily holding back from severing ties is that I must wait for the right opportunity. Hurry up. I have already established the office for the new company and am just waiting for you to compile a list for equipment procurement. Is there any issue with the investment funds? There is a slight problem. What kind of problem? The anticipated investment scale is larger than expected. In addition to the billion you desire as a basic investment, I can also manage to generate an additional 2 to 3 billion in operating funds. Damn. Could you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking? You nearly frightened me to death. The larger investment scale seems to have displeased you? Not at all. It's quite beneficial. With more operating funds, I will have greater confidence when negotiating with domestic machine tool manufacturers. Recently, the small town has resumed its normal production order, claiming many of our orders. Has the small town returned to its regular production routine? Indeed, the disruptions caused by the last typhoon, such as unstable power supply, are now behind us, and we must prepare ourselves for hard battles ahead. No worries, do as you please. The small town will undoubtedly face misfortune in due time. Are you a fortune teller? No, I am the favored son of Mazu. I've heard the villagers speak of this. Do you truly believe it? It must be taken seriously. This voyage will last 3 months, covering nearly 30,000 nautical miles. Luo Feng has grown weary of life aboard the ship. After hanging up the phone, he hurried ashore to explore. He felt that the pace of change in Shaowang village was exceedingly rapid, and he struggled to keep up. The once uneven dock is now laid with specially crafted rough bluestone, providing a smooth and slip-resistant surface. Additionally, a new dock has been constructed exclusively for the rental of yachts to tourists, bustling with visitors coming and going, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The cottages built years ago have nearly all been demolished, with every household now residing in uniformly planned and constructed villas, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, designated tourist attractions and accompanying commercial districts have been established. The old secretary, Elder Qi, and Elder Liang, 3 elderly men who resemble bullies, lean on their canes. Wandering through the commercial area daily, they inspect the service quality of the businesses in the tourist zones. Should any establishment exhibit poor service or engage in fraudulent practices against tourists, there is no need for complaints from the customers. The 3 elderly bullies will publicly discipline the merchants in front of the visitors, a scene both brutal and amusing. The merchants who endure beatings must not only apologize to the visitors, but also refund their money. Such bullies command immense respect from both the villagers and the tourists. Regrettably, Luo Feng did not witness the scene of the 3 malevolent old men wielding their canes in aggression. All he learned about these events came from his companion, Brother Lu, who accompanied him on his shopping excursion. It is worth noting that these 3 old men are more effective than the local business regulators. Luo Bai proudly boasted of the trio's achievements. In the initial days, there were individuals attempting to extort money or substitute inferior goods. After enduring several beatings from the 3 elders and having their shops shut down, no one dared to misbehave any longer. The tourists have also become savvy. When faced with trouble, they now directly approach the village committee, specifically requesting the intervention of the 3 old men. Some enterprising individuals even captured videos of the old men in action and posted them online, garnering numerous likes from the younger generation. They have now attained a status of local fame. Chapter 75. Becoming more stylish, the tourists bustled about, relishing the rare coolness of the afternoon. Luo Feng delicately sipped the icy juice from his coconut through a straw, attentively listening to 6th brother recount the glorious deeds of 3 notorious old rascals. He felt a sense of contentment. Life was becoming increasingly comfortable for everyone. The Luo and Liang families no longer quarreled over trivial matters. Instead, they supported one another, united in their investments and financial endeavors. Everything was progressing favorably. A brighter future was boldly approaching Shaowang village, and no one harbored any inexplicable thoughts anymore. The neighborhood thrived in harmony, with a mutual respect for the elderly and affection for the young. This was indeed delightful. After all the toil spent crafting boats, salvaging equipment, and leading fishing expeditions, was it not his desire to witness such a splendid scene? With a buoyant mood, everything appeared more beautiful. Even the distant construction site, bustling with activity, seemed to Luo Feng like a mesmerizing tapestry. And the enchanting woman, joyfully beckoning towards him, was even more striking. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Is that truly you? On the beach, a voluptuous beauty in a swimsuit was sprinting towards him. The waves surged magnificently. Hey, Zhou Bai, you're here on vacation too? Luo Feng cheerfully waved to the approaching figure, then turned to 6th brother to introduce her. This girl is my university classmate, a true comrade with whom I've spent countless nights gaming at internet cafes. Having encountered a fellow student, Luo Bai perceptively excused himself, saying, "You two catch up. I'll take a moment to enroll Ruru in a class." Zhou Bai, panting and hands on her hips, stirred up a wave of excitement. "Are you here for a vacation too? Sister, could we stand up straight? It's quite tempting to commit a crime." Luo Feng, with good intentions, extended a hand to support her, only to have Zhou Bai roll her eyes and swat his hand away. "Don't lay your hands on me. This fairy is now a prized flower with an owner. What a gallant spirit that warrior possesses." Depart. I am serious. Quickly bring forth that warrior. I wish to pay my respects. He is resting in the hotel because of the heat. I ventured out alone for a stroll. On your honeymoon? No. It's the May Day holiday. A few old classmates arranged to come to the seaside for some fun. I've heard there's a wealthy dog owner who often treats people to fish kings and king crabs. Just testing our luck. Why wasn't I invited to the reunion? How can you even ask? You never participate in the group chats. How could I invite you? You could have sent me a private message. You doggone it. You still haven't explained why you blocked me. It was a misunderstanding. I blocked the wrong person. I meant to block your best friend, but ended up blocking you both instead. Come, let's reconnect. Fine, fine. Some bonds remain unbroken even after many years. Luo Feng had nearly forgotten all his university classmates. Yet upon reconnecting with Zhou Bai, he felt as free-spirited as he did back in school. There was a sense of ease. One could scold and speak freely without any sense of restraint. Considering that she already has a boyfriend, it would be inappropriate to be overly familiar. Instead, they could merely stroll side by side, shoes in hand, playfully stepping into the sand at the beach while casually catching up on old times. Zhou Bai was fortunate. Before even graduating, she was recruited by a state-owned enterprise, becoming an esteemed member of the workforce. As a technical staff member, her compensation was decent, though not particularly generous, sufficient to be better than some, yet not quite enough to be satisfying. Methodically, she dedicated her time to contributing to the nation. Indeed, she was genuinely serving the country through her work in the aerospace system, though her judgment seemed somewhat lacking. When it came to matters of love and marriage, she chose not to seek within her professional circle, instead embarking on a relationship with a senior who had a penchant for entrepreneurship, and their romance was fervently blossoming. It seemed that a discussion of marriage was not far off. Surely, you're not afraid to confront Jiang Tianju? After spending some time on the beach, Zhou Bai, facing the rejection from Luo Feng, resorted to provocation. Back then, you two never truly began, at best. It was merely a secret infatuation. There's no need to be so deliberately evasive. I'm concerned about your boyfriend misunderstanding. It's not about avoiding Jiang Tianju. Luo Feng retorted defiantly. As long as you're not afraid, come along with me. Zhou Bai insisted, pulling him along with determined strides towards the hotel. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. We're merely friends, and my boyfriend is generous. He won't be jealous. Then at least let me put on my shoes first. Oh, I need to wear mine too. You can't escape. Realizing there was no way out, Luo Feng reluctantly accompanied her, heading towards the hotel, which happened to be the same establishment where Du Haina had caused a scene previously. The second floor is a restaurant, and the upper levels are entirely residential. Without entering the hotel, Zhou Bai noticed several familiar figures lounging under the awning from a distance. He approached directly. What a coincidence. I just bumped into Luo Feng on the beach, so I brought him along for some fun. Prompted by her words, the old classmates in the awning, enjoying the sea breeze and drinks, began to chime in. Long time no see. Feng, you look dashing and increasingly stylish. Wow, handsome guy. Could you please give us an autograph? Zhou Bai interjected. What do you mean? Bringing him here is only going to make it harder for us gentlemen to charm the ladies. Come on, Luo Feng, spill the beans. How have you been training? Is there an internet CAF nearby? We could form a team for some gaming. As he gazed at the familiar faces, Luo Feng proudly raised his arms, flexing his biceps in a pose. Look at these muscles, little pups. Do you still have the courage to approach the beauties? Ladies, scream for me, if you flatter me. Who knows, you might just witness what real six-pack abs look like. The reunion among classmates was seamless. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but wonder, where had Jiang Tianju gone? According to Zhou Bai, there were 12 people in their group traveling to Chawang village, yet only 5 men and 3 women were present. Where had the other 3 disappeared? While pondering this mystery, he joined the other old classmates in boasting and requesting beers and drinks, gradually setting aside his curiosity about the others. People naturally cluster together. As a close companion of Zhou Bai, Luo Feng was quite familiar with him. Essentially, they were a group of friends who enjoyed each other's company during their school days, free to engage in carefree banter without reservations. With the garrulous Zhou Bai around, it took little time for them to candidly discuss how each had fared since graduation. In truth, the outcomes were less than favorable. Aside from Zhou Bai, the fortunate exception, the rest were merely wage earners, with salaries fluctuating between 3,000 to 5,000. And none had achieved the status of a 10,000 yuan household. Fortunately, they were all still single, unburdened by extravagant expenses, and could still afford to travel occasionally. Curious, Zhou Bai inquired of Luo Feng, I heard that your company has been quite unstable lately, with a lot of issues arising. Are you comfortable there? Seeing that his friends were all struggling, he felt a sense of relief. Luo Feng, not wanting to dampen his old friend's enthusiasm, responded modestly. Whether it's stable or not has little bearing on us wage workers. With a monthly income of 3,000, why should I concern myself with those trivial matters? I've adopted a laid-back approach. Let them do as they please. As long as my salary is unaffected, they can poke holes in the sky for all I care. Chapter 76. New Entrepreneurial Ventures. Rejoice. Play. Revel. While still unencumbered by the weight of life's responsibilities, immerse yourself in unrestrained merriment. Luo Feng mingled effortlessly within the group of old classmates, liberating the pent-up excitement and exuberance he had long harbored. They playfully teased one another's emotions. Ah, how splendid school days were. No worries about income. It was all about enjoyment. Let us seize every fleeting moment of our singlehood and indulge in adventures. For once we find partners, life will not be so carefree. I say, have you all forgotten the main purpose of this trip? I organized this journey to help you find love. Come on, Comrade Lao Zhou, spare us. Except for you and Du Hongba. No one here is eager to plunge into the grave of matrimony prematurely. Indeed, keep an eye on your friend Du. I have a feeling he may not be the best of company. In a gathering of programmers, the last subject they wished to discuss was coding. They could converse about anything else, except for that. Naturally, romance and marriage were also on the table. Everyone was astute enough to recognize that the precious time of being single would not last long, and thus, they must savor every moment to avoid future regrets. Regrettably, joyful moments are always fleeting. As a few old classmates reunited, before they could boast too much, a familiar figure emerged from the hotel, waving at Luo Feng. Hey, is that not Crazy Dog? After 2 years, how have you become so charming? Have you captured the hearts of many young ladies? Indeed. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly, wrapping his arm around Zhou Bai's shoulder. Brother Du, take a look at the lovely lady we just met. Isn't she beautiful? You think you can spar with me? I'll have you wearing a green hat first. Get lost. Don't you dare set your sights on my wife, Du Hongbo retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he pulled both his wife and the chair away, lest he fall into a wolf's grasp again. The crowd erupted in playful banter. Brother Du, you are being quite ungrateful. Zhou Bai hasn't promised to marry you. Indeed, Zhou Bai is our brother, not your wife. The world has fallen into disarray. How dare you two rascals lay hands on a brother? This is utterly disgraceful. Fenggu, I have faith in you. Rescue Zhou Bai from that lecher's clutches. The brothers stand with you. Amidst the laughter and teasing, the two ladies had yet to appear. Du Hongba, growing a bit impatient, decided to interrupt the revelry and steer the conversation back to serious matters. Dear juniors, enough of the frivolity. Let us address some important matters. The purpose of this trip that I have organized for Zhou Bai is twofold. Firstly, it is to provide an opportunity for you singles to find love. Seize the moment before the fresh and beautiful cabbages are ravaged by swine. It would be best if the cabbages graduating from our school are internally consumed, rather than wasted. Secondly, I have a new entrepreneurial venture that requires a few skilled individuals to join. We are all family here. Let us not speak as strangers. Startups carry significant risks, but the rewards can be substantial. All the technical backbones who joined at the outset are offered equity incentives. Are you interested? So, this senior is also an entrepreneur? You don't have a wealth of resources at home. What are you doing in entrepreneurship? Luo Feng scanned the silent crowd and broke the silence first. Du. It's not that I don't want to give you face, it's just that I've chosen to take it easy. I have no desire for the 996 grind, nor do I wish to sacrifice my youth for someone else and Oppo's dreams. I simply want to enjoy life. Crazy Dog. You haven't even inquired about my entrepreneurial project, yet you've made a decision so swiftly? Du Hongba's expression grew cold. Regardless of the project, it ultimately falls to the beleaguered workers to bring it to fruition. The final fruits of labor have little to do with the workers themselves. Why not make a decision sooner? Seeing her partner on the verge of conflict with his best friend, Zhou Bai quickly intervened. Everyone has their own thoughts, old Du. We can't force it. Moreover, the purpose of this outing was to create opportunities for connection and help everyone find a partner. You didn't mention there was a new entrepreneurial project. This project just came to me. I feel the metaverse has potential, so I was eager to share it. Du Hongba explained, aware of his weak position. Zhou Bai's curiosity was piqued. The metaverse? That's quite a grand concept. What exactly do you intend to pursue? I'm planning to create a game that capitalizes on the popularity of the wandering Earth, using it as a backdrop to develop an interstellar war metaverse game. Upon hearing about Du Hongba and Oppo's entrepreneurial venture, the previously silent men and women began to voice their opinions. I must say, old Du and Oppo's project is indeed promising. Such a grand undertaking requires an investment of billions to even glimpse hope. Du, do you have confidence in securing funding? It sounds incredibly enticing. Suddenly, I found that even the thought of indulging in a game of chicken lost its appeal. The greatest profit point of the metaverse is not gaming. Luo Feng observed the eager expressions of those around him, refraining from dousing their enthusiasm. As a software engineer, he was intimately familiar with the concept of the metaverse and held his own insights regarding its evolution. Frankly speaking, what is termed as metaverse gaming is merely a modest branch of a far-reaching concept that has the potential to disrupt numerous traditional industries and even challenge foundational rules. It is not a realm that ordinary startups can navigate with ease. Those who fail to recognize this truth often find themselves faltering in the dark before dawn. Brother Du is no exception. Good advice is often lost on the unwilling. He merely expressed his stance, and Brother Du's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he wished to tear himself apart in frustration. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to utter more superfluous words. To avoid disturbing the ambience, he seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom and ventured into the hotel. Hey, Luo Feng. Just as he turned down the hallway, he encountered a tall, enchanting beauty who greeted him with a radiant smile. Wow, it's been 2 years, and you still look as stunning as ever. As Luo Feng beheld the sudden appearance of Jiang Tianzhu before him, he could not help but swallow hard. She was breathtakingly beautiful, even during her school days. She had captivated numerous seniors and juniors alike, and she remained just as alluring. Her delicate lips seemed to tease the possibility of speech while exuding an enchanting shyness, prompting an irresistible urge to draw closer. Jiang Tianzhu, with a hand covering her mouth, exclaimed, "Are you here for a holiday too? Well, it's May Day, and with nothing else to do, I thought I might take a stroll. Are you staying at this hotel?" "No, I'm at home." "Home? Could it possibly be in Chawang Village?" "Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. How ungracious of you. With such beautiful scenery at home. You never mentioned inviting old classmates to visit during school. With your beauty, I feared it might lead to misunderstandings. You're quite handsome yourself. Oh, are you suggesting that we are a match made in heaven?" Such banter. Zhou Bai and the others were chatting in the pavilion at the entrance. "I'll be right back after a trip to the restroom. You go ahead and join them. I'll follow shortly." "All right, I'll take my leave first." As Luo Feng watched Jiang Tianzhu's graceful figure depart, he could not help but compare her to Mi Rong. It seemed that Mi Rong had a slight edge in beauty. Chapter 77. The irretrievable youth. The fleeting nature of youth. The brief gathering served as a poignant reminder for Luo Feng of his identity as a member of society. Prior to Du Hongba's arrival, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Friends exchanged light-hearted banter, reminiscing about their carefree days and playfully revealing each other as past misadventures, creating a delightful ambience. It felt as though they had been transported back to a time devoid of worries. However, when Du Hongba introduced his entrepreneurial venture, the mood swiftly soured, inciting a sense of aversion within him. Nearly all of his former classmates began to subtly gravitate towards Du, eager to hitch a ride on the coattails of his nascent enterprise. Such is human nature. Yet, he found it difficult to articulate the glaring flaws inherent in the current venture concerning the metaverse, specifically, the inadequacy of computational power. As a programmer, Luo Feng was acutely aware of the monumental computational demands required to create a virtual realm that closely mirrors reality. To genuinely construct a virtual universe akin to the real world, even the combined power of the top 100 supercomputers would prove insufficient. Only with the advent of groundbreaking quantum computers entering the commercial phase can we lay a true foundation for realizing a metaverse. At present, the so-called metaverse enterprises and projects are little more than illusions conjured by entrepreneurs to entice investors. Investors are not naive. After committing funds to a project, they will further inject substantial capital to package it as a legitimate enterprise, engaging in grand schemes on the stock market. Ultimately, it is the uninformed shareholders who bear the brunt of the fallout. The entrepreneurs and investors walk away with their coffers overflowing, leaving behind a tangled mess for others to contend with. Nevertheless, it is challenging to expose the fallacy of such entrepreneurial endeavors. Both sides are raising the value of programmers, and he cannot jeopardize everyone's future. He can only seek an excuse to slip away, to avoid shattering the illusions when others boast of their wealth and connections in order to attract technical talent. It is utterly inhumane. It matters little if others are harmed. But if his good brother Zhou is affected, the consequences would be grave. What is he doing? Having successfully slipped out the back door of the hotel, he dialed Mi Rong's number. "Come out for a stroll. Don't just sulk at home." "Where have you been?" came Mi Rong's surprised voice from the phone, mingled with background noise. "I'm at the back entrance of the village resort, ready to find you and take a casual walk in the village to clear my mind. After drifting at sea for 3 months, I feel as though I've turned into salted fish." "I was just chased out by your mother. Rumor has it that you've been gallivanting outside, and she wants me to keep an eye on you. I ran into an old classmate, but after a few dull exchanges, I slipped away. I forgot to mention, I'm on speakerphone." "What's the issue with being on speaker?" "Nothing much, just, I'm hanging out with your old classmate." Luo Feng was taken aback. Was this deliberately designed to ruin his social standing? Meanwhile, Zhou Bai's furious voice echoed from the phone. You mad dog. I considered you a brother, and this is how you treat me? You must pay a penalty of 3 bottles of beer. Hurry back, the drinks are already prepared. We were even contemplating visiting your home tonight, and yet, you plan to abandon us and slip away? The bonds of friendship have dissolved, and love has faded. Faced with the ire of his old classmate, Luo Feng, the only recourse was to terminate the call and retreat through the back entrance of the hotel, traversing the lobby to the front awning to offer his apologies. The instigator, Mi Rong, watched with a mischievous grin as a group of classmates relentlessly berated Luo Feng, offering no assistance whatsoever. After the signing of several humiliatingly unequal agreements, Zhou Bai and the others finally relented, allowing him some respite. Du Hongba seized the opportunity to entice Luo Feng. I heard from your girlfriend that you're currently unemployed and living off fishing. Why not join our company? Once the holiday concludes, everyone will be working there. The remuneration is favorable, I assure you. It will be significantly better than your previous job, starting at 5,000, with no upper limit. 5,000? You truly cannot afford me. Luo Feng replied with resignation, grasping Mi Rong's hand. To speak frankly, I find fishing quite agreeable. The freedom it offers allows me to accompany my girlfriend on various adventures, rendering employment unnecessary. Crazy as you are, if you don't wish to work, then refrain from persuading me. Am I not also reluctant to abandon my position in a state-owned enterprise to assist you? Zhou Bai, apprehensive that the atmosphere might sour once more, hastily interjected. The expressions of the others were subtly varied, each casting a glance at Du Hongba without uttering a word. The transition of identities had undeniably been completed. Very well. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's interruption, Du Hongbo raised his hands in surrender. We are here for a vacation, so let us refrain from discussing work matters. Instead, I shall treat everyone to the renowned king crab and tuna sashimi from Luo Feng's village. Is this meant to establish authority? Luo Feng discerned the other party's intentions and found it rather dull, given that Zhou Bai was present. He had no choice but to remain amidst his old classmates as they ascended to the second floor for dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianju, trailing behind in the crowd, engaged in idle chatter. Crazy, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. She's just average, probably the 3rd most beautiful in the world. Luo Feng affectionately draped his arm over Mi Rong's shoulder. I heard you had a crush on me back in school. What is a crush? Can it be eaten? I generally don't have crushes. I prefer to love openly. Oh, are you afraid your girlfriend might get jealous? My Rong doesn't he possess such petty flaws? She doesn't he indulge in jealousy or sourness? She's a genuine little fairy. TSK. A man in love certainly has a unique charm. What a bothersome woman. For reasons unknown, Jiang Tianju, who usually looked down her nose at others, suddenly took an interest in Luo Feng's romantic life, prompting him to engage in a rather impatient exchange of banter. It seemed the class reunion was becoming increasingly tedious. After selecting a private room, he excused himself while others animatedly ordered dishes, making his way to the bar. In the room where I'm seated, please send an additional whole king crab and 2 pounds of tuna sashimi. Let the cost be on me. I'll settle it now. This meal was a complimentary treat from the owner to entice employees, and he could not steal the spotlight. Thus, he chose to present 2 dishes as a gesture of goodwill, honoring the gathering of old classmates. Society is merely society, and one can never return to the decisive age of schooling, where one could come and go at will. He clicked to order some food, managing to force a smile as he returned to the private room. Rather than joining the others in their flattery of Boss Du, he leaned towards Mi Rong and whispered, Has my mother prepared another broomstick for me? This time it was not a broom, but a bamboo pole. What a nuisance. Who is so fond of spreading gossip? It's your 6th brother, he exclaimed. I had always thought he was a decent fellow. Hiki, Luobo intended to warn me to keep an eye on you. But it seems your mother overheard. It appears that my reputation as a fickle-hearted rogue has spread throughout the village. 7th Master has my back, declaring that if you dare to be unfaithful, he will break your legs. Rong, let us go and register our marriage tomorrow. This life is unbearable. Do you think this fairy is so easily deceived? What you mean is, if I intensify my efforts, you will comply. Let us see how you perform. Chapter 78. Is the income of fishermen really that terrifying? General Manager Du possesses remarkable foresight, and I am in complete admiration of him. This idea is simply brilliant. Let us create a dark journey to the west, which is bound to attract significant attention and generate substantial revenue. However, the game's title must be altered to avoid potential legal issues. Change the name? Not at all. Let us merely rearrange the wording, and we can perfectly craft a dark journey to the west. I can only imagine the production team of Dark Journey to the West weeping in despair. We would also need to invest considerable resources to recruit their artistic director. Indeed, It is essential to partner with someone as strategically visionary as General Manager Du. Otherwise, one risks squandering a lifetime of effort while waiting for the dishes to be served. The crowd fervently flattered Du Hongba, treating him as if he were their employer. The carefree camaraderie once shared among old classmates had dissipated. Listening to increasingly absurd remarks, Luo Feng began to contemplate the possibility of discreetly departing. He even considered engaging in a verbal spar with Mi Rong. Goodness, they truly have no sense of shame. Is it so difficult to create an original game? Must they resort to blatant plagiarism? Just as he hesitated over whether to excuse himself, Jiang Tianzhu deftly shifted the conversation towards Mi Rong. My apologies for arriving late. I am still unaware of what the madman and Appo's girlfriend does for a living. A Sonda coach. Mi Rong cheerfully fabricated a profession, igniting a commotion among the crowd. Wow, madman, you truly are a man. You dare to pursue a Sonda coach? One cannot judge a book by its cover. Fair maiden, recount your tale with Feng Ge. I yearn to discover how you typically manage him. It is no wonder our fishing vessel dares to pursue the fleet of eagle sauce in quest of equipment. For it seems you have been honing your skills in free fighting all along. In response to the admiration and astonishment of the crowd, Mi Rong offered a bashful smile, feigning innocence as she nestled in Luo Feng's embrace, eliciting yet another round of gasps from the onlookers, who marveled at Luo Feng's fortunate fate. Oh, how envious I am of your 2 pairs of lovebirds. Suddenly, Jiang Tianzhu lamented, pointing at Zhou Bai and Luo Feng. With a tinge of self-pity, what was meant to be a gathering of single dogs has turned into a display of affection from you 2 pairs, scattering dog food everywhere. Is there no respite for us? How long for romance? Zhou Bai, entwining his arm around Du Hongba, added to the playful banter. Jiang, the campus bell. If you wish to find love, you must act swiftly, delay, and no one will be left to claim you. And you, Jiang, need not worry about suitors. The line to pursue you could form a battalion. A former classmate chimed in with jest, just as Jiang Tianzhu seemed poised to speak. A frail figure rose abruptly from the dining table. Jiang Tianzhu, the truth is, I have harbored feelings for you since our school days. However, as Feng Ge also admired you, I hesitated to confess. Is it too late to declare my feelings now? The timid figure confessing was none other than Huang Lixing, Luo Feng's former roommate and brother. Ah, Lao Huang, confess as you will, but do not drag me into your plight. Luo Feng feigned fear, quickly tightening his hold on Mi Rong. I certainly do not wish to be used as a punching bag tonight. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, one could only speculate. As he was about to set the ambience, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering in Du Hongba's eyes, as if filled with resentment towards Huang Lixing's confession to Jiang Tianzhu. Oh, come on, Lao Huang. Confess already. Let me go buy you some flowers. Well done. Don't let Lao Zhou and Luo Feng, those 2 shameless couples, keep feeding us dog food. Alas, I've missed my chance. Jiang, the campus bell. How could you be so inconsiderate? All our sisterhood is still single. How can you break away from the crowd? Faced with Huang Lixing's unexpected declaration and the crowd's teasing, Jiang Tianzhu's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. Soon, however, her expression transformed into a charming smile. Lao Huang, your sincerity is lacking. Back in school, you chose silence when the madman was infatuated with me. Only after seeing the madman with a girlfriend did you muster the courage to confess. Which makes me question whether you actually harbor feelings for him. Her rejection was delivered with a remarkable subtlety. Nevertheless, Luo Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this woman bore a hint of malice towards him. Why does she keep bringing up my past crush on you? Thankfully, Mi Rong is merely a fade of a girlfriend. Otherwise, it would have stirred a significant amount of jealousy. Zhou Bai, also wary of Lao Huang's potential persistence leading to an awkward situation, hastily signaled the waiter to bring out the dishes, wanting to momentarily divert the attention. If one were to confess, it should be at an opportune moment, no? In front of so many people, either acceptance or rejection carries a considerable weight of pressure. Meanwhile, under Zhou Bai's subtle guidance, the conversation among the group shifted to a critique of the hotel's cuisine. Mr. Du, being generous, was likely to spend 3,000 to 5,000 on this meal. It is said that the sashimi of tuna in Chawang village is the lowest priced, yet the finest in the nation. It feels as though 2 years of labor have been in vain, having worked for the boss without ever being treated to a meal. Mr. Du, we have yet to commence our duties, so let us indulge in a feast first. Wow, is this truly king crab? Suddenly, I find myself envious of Luo Feng, who resides in the fishing village and enjoys fresh seafood daily. As the delectable dishes are served, the attention of the guests gradually returns to normalcy. Luo Feng also quietly exhales in relief. Had the previous flattery continued unchecked, he would have struggled to contain himself from speaking out. Reflecting on his working years, although life was challenging, he never encountered a scenario where he had to excessively flatter someone. It is indeed a bit unbearable. Mi Rong evidently finds this environment quite uncomfortable, as she obediently nestles beside him while frequently checking her phone for the time, appearing to endure some torment. Esteemed guests, your dishes have arrived. Upon the arrival of the meals, the manager of the hall wheeled in a cart and announced, "This steamed king crab and individual servings of tuna sashimi are complimentary gifts from our esteemed shareholder, Mr. Luo Feng." The manager and Appo's declaration astonished everyone present. All eyes turned in unison towards Luo Feng. A pin-drop silence enveloped the private room, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Don and Appo's, just stand there. Luo Feng chuckled. Raising his hand to signal, Manager Liang has made an error. I am merely one of the shareholders of the hotel, not the owner. As his words resonated, the group of old classmates erupted in exclamations. Goodness, you should have mentioned earlier that you possess a fortune to inherit. I thought you were just like us, a mere worker. Feng Gu, you've lost your charm. A hidden rich heir right beside me, and you deceived me for 4 years? Feng Gu, you're impressive. Had it not been for this trip, I would have never discovered your concealed wealth. My friend, you've led us on a painful ruse. Alas, another affluent heir slips further away from this ferry. Observing the exaggerated reactions of his peers, Luo Feng helplessly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I am not a rich heir. The money I have is earned from fishing, and this hotel was only established last year in partnership. Is the income of fishermen truly that astonishing? Jiang Tanju remarked in astonishment, gesturing toward the king crab on the table. Don't tell me you caught this as well. As you can see, our village's fleet can catch 600 tons of king crab each month, and my vessel is the largest. You have a ship? Indeed. It's a deep-sea fishing vessel, with a displacement of 3,000 tons. Handsome. Is it too late for me to confess my feelings? Chapter 79. Ah, how blindingly oblivious. No, do not cease. Let the flattery resound even more fervently. Above all, do not halt. As old classmates suddenly encircled him, a tidal wave of compliments surged forth. And Luo Feng could hardly contain his delight. He modestly proclaimed that investments were merely fortuitous. His sole desire was to enhance the livelihoods of his fellow villagers, to bolster the tourism industry. With such expansive seas in a vast town, opportunities for expenditure abound. Pouring in several billion would scarcely create a ripple. It would take a decade or two to recoup the initial investment. Having spent over a year together, Mi Rong seldom witnessed Luo Feng's ostentatious display of wealth. She, with a rather wicked sense of humor, added fuel to the fire. This man truly brings no peace of mind. Whether it be tourism projects or deep-sea fishing vessels, investments made in the village are undoubtedly lucrative. Even if the returns take a while, so be it. Yet, he astonishingly squandered billions on a luxurious yacht, which is quite vexing. Like an insatiable fuel guzzler, each refueling costs over 200,000, and it merely sits idle. He refuses to rent it out to tourists, declaring that the yacht is his wife and is not to be lent. Thus, he can only watch helplessly as it incurs losses. The Moon Palace, grandly docked at the pier, stands out like a crane among chickens, capturing the gaze of every visitor. Indeed, as the luxurious yacht came into view, Jiang Tianju gazed at Luo Feng with an unexpectedly tender expression. Brother Feng, I've long had a fondness for yachts. May I board and take a look? She asked. You scoundrel, confess. Did you block me because you feared I would mooch off your extravagant yacht? Zhou Bai glared in response. Other classmates chimed in with playful banter. Brother Feng, whether the luxurious yacht remains docked or not, it won't bear fruit unless we enjoy it together. Since that yacht belongs to the madman, it's settled. After dinner, I must board and indulge. With a wife, a yacht, and a flourishing career, one cannot help but feel envious. Initially, I had assumed a wealthy tycoon was the one steering the yacht, only to discover that its owner is indeed Brother Feng. My anticipation is palpable. A yacht worth hundreds of millions, such a sight I have never beheld in my life. Fear not. You shall find it challenging to witness such grandeur in your next life. What wretches? They're all wretches. Opportunistic wretches. Du Hongba, who was initially basking in the limelight like a moon surrounded by stars, found himself in a rather dismal mood. Yet, he was compelled to force a smile and flatter. Ah, Luo Feng, you truly are a man of mystery. The yacht must be unveiled to allow everyone a glimpse of the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy, a stark contrast to our own existence. I merely wished to flaunt a little. I had not anticipated sharing my beloved yacht with this crowd of boors. Luo Feng shot a glare at the meddlesome Mi Rong and reluctantly acquiesced to the group, agreeing to take them aboard the yacht after their meal. While setting sail, we ventured to the Shisha Islands for a spot of fishing, reveling in the legendary glass sea. After a sumptuous meal, a group of 14 departed from the hotel, making their way to the Moon Palace vessel. Jiang Tianju, either intentionally or inadvertently, occupied another of Luo Feng's arms, inquisitively inquiring about the details of deep-sea fishing. Is it particularly lucrative? Indeed, it is quite profitable. My vessel's cold storage can accommodate 800 tons of fish or 600 tons of processed king crab. It said that king crabs are only found in the waters of the Russian Far East. The ones we catch in Antarctica are invasive species. King crabs traverse the ocean floor there without predators, reproducing at an alarming rate. Harvesting king crabs effectively aids in restoring the ecological balance of the Antarctic waters. Oh wow, that sounds quite impressive. Impressive, my foot. The waters where king crabs reside are treacherous, with strong winds and waves, making them susceptible to freezing or drowning. As the vessel owner, you won't be personally fishing, will you? I lead the team in searching for fish schools, ensuring that the fishing boats accompanying me can make a catch and not return empty-handed. That's quite remarkable. Do you receive an extra wage for being the leader? We refer to it as a commission. Essentially, I receive 1/10 of the catch from other fishing boats. How did I not notice your aptitude for leadership back in school? You must be blind. Indeed, truly blind. Jiang Qinju's sudden display of affection made me Rong tense up. As she listened, she couldn't help but let out a snicker. Truly single by merit. Indeed, a reputation well-deserved. When a stunning beauty, adorned with charm and grace, approaches you, instead of reciprocating her affections, you scornfully accuse her of being blind to the obvious. The prospects of any romantic entanglement are surely dashed. As she revels in her secret delight, Zhou Bai, however, gently takes her hand and saunters to the back of the group, whispering conspiratorially, "Sister-in-law, keep a close watch on your man. Jiang Tianzhu, that vixen, has been making advances towards my boyfriend, having heard of his immense wealth, and is now clinging to him. Thank you for the alert, Sister Zhou. There's no need to worry about Luo Feng. His foul mouth could drive any woman to distraction." Mi Rong proudly straightens her posture, brimming with confidence. Regardless of his unpleasant demeanor, there are those with ulterior motives. I have faith in him. Please, I've shared a bond with him. Yet I harbor no such confidence. Where does yours stem from? Let me impart some wisdom. Men are notoriously fickle, easily swayed by novelty. One must keep a vigilant eye. How can I possibly navigate this? It is my first experience with romance, and I lack the requisite expertise. Mi Rong, equally unaccustomed to the dating scene, hesitates. You should wear something more exquisite. Your figure deserves better than being draped in athletic wear. My wardrobe consists solely of sports attire, all stowed on the boat. You two are cohabiting? Indeed, each of us has our own suite aboard. Goodness, let's not waste another moment. I shall take you shopping for some proper attire. As anticipated, the understated opulence of the Yugonghao elicits gasps of astonishment. The men and women, instinctively adopting the role of Lu Lao Lao, tread softly into this grand sanctuary, exploring every nook and cranny with curiosity. As I marveled at the artistic elegance of the Moon Palace's design and decor, I was utterly astonished. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? I resolved to remain aboard Feng's vessel, indulging in a few months of leisurely living. Goodness, I hesitated to even set foot on such exquisite black wooden floors. Does this yacht truly boast a swimming pool? How decadent. I could scarcely fathom that the wealthy could indulge to such an extent. Amidst the tide of flattery, Luo Feng took the helm of the Moon Palace, gliding under the moonlight as it departed, setting course for the Shisha Islands throughout the night. The sea lay smooth as glass, reflecting the starry sky and moonlight, a beauty that felt surreal. Awestruck by the opulent interiors, the guests were further enchanted by the breathtaking scenery, spilling onto the deck to behold the heart-wrenching beauty before them. Mi Rong eagerly embraced her role as the yacht and Apos, as hostess, distributing fishing gear and guiding everyone in the art of sea fishing. Chapter 80. Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention. And protecting one's best friend's sister-in-law is truly virtuous. Thank you, sister-in-law. This bottle is more than sufficient for me. There is no need for us to make a fuss. Please, attend to your own matters. Mi Rong busily attended to Luo Feng's classmates, responding to the calls of sister-in-law and expressions of gratitude with a radiant smile for each individual. Zhou Bai, embodying the essence of a big sister, assisted her in crafting a lively atmosphere. As the night wore on, the festivities finally began to quiet down. Those who had indulged excessively were ushered into vacant rooms for rest. The few who had never seen the sea were blissfully occupied on the deck, engrossed in fishing and enjoying the scenic views. All right, the necessary attentions have been duly rendered. Having completed her tasks, Zhou Bai urged, hurry and seek out your man. Jiang Tianzhu has been absent since boarding, likely causing a ruckus somewhere. Sister Zhou, I lack experience. How about you accompany me to see what they are up to? Mi Rong feigned anxiety, slyly drawing Zhou Bai closer to the second-floor suite. Intrigued, Zhou Bai suddenly softened her footsteps, whispering, be quiet, let us eavesdrop. Isn't that a tad impolite? Mi Rong feigned ignorance, employing a strategy of teasing and retreating. My dear, your innocence makes you vulnerable. Your man is affluent. You must guard him fiercely to fend off those buzzing flies and mosquitoes. Now, be quiet. The two stealthily tiptoed into the second-floor corridor, inching ever closer to Luo Feng's suite. Then, synchronously, they pressed their ears against the door of Luo Feng's room to listen for any sounds within. After a brief moment, the two exchanged glances. Mi Rong slightly shook her head, indicating that it was too quiet inside and there should be no one present. Zhou Bai, with a gleam in his eye, pointed toward the staircase leading to the third floor. Should we go up and search? Just as the two were engaged in this silent exchange, the door suddenly swung open without a sound. Oh dear. Zhou Bai, who was pressed against the door, tumbled to the ground. Mi Rong, being more agile, crouched down and looked up with an awkward smile. If I say we were merely passing by, would you believe me? Of course. Luo Feng replied without hesitation. I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Is there no one else in your room? After a brief moment of tension, Zhou Bai, filled with indignation, got up and stormed inside to catch the intruder. Luo Feng, intrigued, followed closely behind the two women. Indeed, there are two beautiful ladies here. I must be quite fortunate. Get lost. We don't count, retorted Zhou Bai. What happened to our brotherly bond? You actually suspect that I would flirt behind my girlfriend's back? Unfazed by the threat of severing their friendship, Zhou Bai boldly clutched Mi Rong's hand and rummaged through the room, searching for any hiding places where Jiang Tianzhi might be concealed. Observing the commotion with delight, Luo Feng crossed his arms and continually offered suggestions. Old show. Lift the bed and take a look. Someone could be hiding there. Don and Oppos. Forget to check behind the curtains. Thoroughness is essential. The wardrobe is also a prime hiding spot. As for the drawers, perhaps not. There shouldn't be many beauties skilled in contortion. Mi Rong reluctantly withdrew her captured hand, increasing the distance between herself and Zhou Bai, innocently asserting, your brother and Oppos, as trouble has nothing to do with me. Neither of them took the matter of Zhou Bai and Oppos' infidelity seriously. It was merely a source of amusement. However, as Zhou Bai continued to search, his expression grew increasingly icy. Wait a moment, lunatic. I haven't seen Jiang Tianzhi since we boarded the ship. If she's not with you, where could she possibly be? How should I know? Luo Feng shrugged, feigning innocence. She did come to my place, but after I locked her out, I have no idea where she went. Did she come looking for you? Indeed. She mentioned wanting to see what a wealthy person's suite looked like, so I sent her to the most luxurious suite on the top floor. Truly, you are my brother, capable of withstanding such advances. Ahem, mainly because she is rather unsavory. The remark was made without a hint of hesitation. Otherwise, why didn't I confess during our school days? Wasn't it you who explicitly told me that she was going to a hotel with someone else? You should be grateful for my intervention. I saved you from a considerable pitfall. I offer myself in gratitude? No way, I have a man. Once I snag a catch, I shall prepare a splendid meal for you. As the two continued their seemingly endless conversation, Mi Rong, with curious eyes, interjected. Aren't you two at all curious about what Jiang Tianzhi is doing in the top floor suite? Zhou Bai and Luo Feng exchanged glances and swiftly reached a consensus. Let's go check. The three individuals stealthily exited, akin to thieves, making their way up the staircase to the top floor. The apex of the Moon Palace housed but a single suite. As they ascended, the trio overheard a heated exchange emanating from within the room. What a worthless fool. Do you truly believe that the charming Luo Feng would abandon his beautiful girlfriend for you? Don't overstep your bounds. I can associate with whomever I choose, and it is none of your concern. Indeed, you may choose whomever you wish, but I caution you, do not jeopardize my significant investment. With your pitiful project. Do you really think you can attract investors? Do you take Luo Feng for a fool? My so-called pitiful project? What could be worse than your utter failure? Listening to the discordant voices, Zhou Bai felt her temper flare. Regrettably, Luo Feng did not afford her the opportunity to express herself. The moment she opened her mouth, he swiftly covered it, then gestured toward Mi Rong to assist him in removing the struggling Zhou Bai. Mi Rong, perceptive and understanding, joined forces with Luo Feng to gently carry the thrashing Zhou Bai back down the stairs to the second-floor suite. Let me go, you lunatics. As soon as her mouth was freed, Zhou Bai summoned her strength to attempt an escape, exclaiming, I will tear those shameless fools apart. Let us think this through. Luo Feng insisted, firmly gripping her shoulders and head to maintain control. Think this through? I'll deal with them myself. Killing is a crime, and assault leads to imprisonment. What do you intend to accomplish by charging at them? Then what should I do? Let them suffer more than you do now. What should I do? I shall risk my life to lure the tiger, enticing them to bite. Brother, your wife wouldn't be jealous, would she? Zhou Bai managed to suppress his anger, yet the pressure shifted onto Mi Rong. Under the scrutiny of both men, Mi Rong timidly nodded. I trust Luo Feng. Damn. With Luo Feng devising a plan, Zhou Bai regained his composure and promptly apologized to Mi Rong. I am truly sorry, sister-in-law. I initially thought Jiang Tianzhu would attempt to seduce your man. Little did I expect, my own husband was the first to be ensnared. In all my caution, the fool turned out to be me. One must guard against fire, theft, and even close friends. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Phew. As long as you don't take a life. Observing Zhou Bai struggle to contain his tears, Luo Feng let out a long sigh. He hurriedly opened the refrigerator to fetch a drink, simultaneously pondering how to assist his brother in seeking retribution. Chapter 81. A man remains young until death. Zhou Bai is a man of fortitude. He does not indulge in tears, tantrums, or desperate pleas for sympathy. Following a brief moment of disillusionment, he resolutely pursued Luo Feng, demanding strategies for exacting revenge on Du Hongba. Luo Feng, you must assist your brother in delivering a thorough reckoning to that despicable pair. And how shall I do that? Should I cast them into the sea and let them swim back? Luo Feng's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Uft. Mi Rong erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. That would be rather ruthless and might even lead to tragedy. Can we consider a different approach? Zhou Bai rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the suggestion. Did you not proclaim the need to risk life for a tiger? That scoundrel intends to seduce you. So why not create an opportunity for her to enter your room? And then what? Luo Feng cradled his jaw as if in distress. Zhou Bai's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then, I shall summon the others to witness your game of poker. You truly are a steadfast brother. Luo Feng dramatically flopped onto the bed, feigning death. He had a touch of shamelessness, yet he had not sunk to the depths of broadcasting his intimate encounters. Such disgrace was unthinkable. Mi Rong interjected at just the right moment. No need for such exaggeration. Let us simply stream the moment she attempts to lure you into your room. And then old Shou can rally the other classmates to observe in the screening hall. What enmity do we harbor? Luo Feng exclaimed, leaping from the bed in surprise. This could indeed be quite entertaining. Let us hasten to set up the cameras. Old Shou, don't just stand there. Go wash your face and invite everyone to the cinema hall for drinks and such. When it comes to setting up cameras, my Rong is quite adept. There is no need for your assistance. A simple plan for retribution is swiftly taking shape. Luo Feng is assisting Mi Rong in the installation of the cameras, eagerly anticipating Jiang Tianzhu to fall into their trap. Zhou Bai, on the other hand, quickly gathers his composure, redefines his appearance, and steps out to gather his old classmates who were fishing on the deck to marvel at the opulent cinematic equipment. The cinema hall is the largest enclosed chamber, serving as a significant venue for gatherings. It boasts an enormous, cinema-grade screen and projection facilities, complemented by professional audio equipment. The hardware is more sophisticated than that of an actual theater. Goodness, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. If I possessed such a luxurious yacht, I would certainly forego purchasing a home. Damn it, forget about the yacht. This cinema hall must cost more than an apartment, right? Corruption, pure corruption. I too wish to indulge in such extravagance. Before dinner, I assumed Brother Feng was just like us, a struggling worker, yet after one meal. It seems we are worlds apart. What do you think about me resigning to fish alongside Brother Feng? I see you're just eager to ride in his luxurious yacht. Aren't you? I too share that desire. This is the life one dreams of, daily adventures on a yacht with beautiful women, all while earning endless money. You are being overly optimistic. Deep-sea fishing amidst turbulent waters is perilous. Indeed, making a living on the ocean can be lucrative, but it is also grueling work that most cannot endure. Master Zhou, could you indulge us with a screening of Little Broken Ball 2 once more for a nostalgic revisit? Indeed, one can never tire of watching Little Broken Ball 2. Each viewing is an unparalleled revelation, compelling one to endure even the most pressing discomforts, like a full bladder. My ability to endure such discomfort has notably improved, all thanks to Little Broken Ball 2. After Du Hongba descended the stairs, he found no one else save for a few inebriated souls being carried into the bedroom. He meandered his way into the cinema room. What prompted the desire to watch a film? With no one acknowledging his presence, he quietly squeezed onto the sofa beside Zhou Bai. I searched high and low, yet couldn't and Appos to find anyone. Turns out you were all right here. Keep your distance. Zhou Bai shot him a glare, instinctively shifting over to create space between them. Du Hongba, feeling a bit foolish, managed an awkward smile, feigning indifference as he poured himself a glass of red wine, savoring it while watching the film. Before long, Mi Rong entered, snuggling up to Zhou Bai and whispering, "The actors are in place. You may switch the camera at any moment. Don't just sit there, switch it now. I want to see how my dear friend entices men." Zhou Bai leaned closer to Mi Rong, his expression fierce. In response, Mi Rong swiftly retrieved her phone and deftly manipulated the camera settings. Instantly, the screen displaying Little Broken Ball 2 was replaced with footage from Luo Feng's room. On screen, Jiang Tianzhu, clad in a crimson dress, leaned toward Luo Feng, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy. Am I beautiful? Quite lovely. Luo Feng stepped back, yielding his position in the frame. She took a step closer, her crimson lips brushing his ear. Then let us not harbor secret affections any longer. Let us love openly. Secret affections? Luo Feng chuckled. Indeed, I was fond of you during our school days. But alas, upon hearing that you frequently visited hotels, my interest dwindled. Jiang Tianju's expression instantly turned frosty. What do you mean? The implication was unmistakable. I have no interest in second-hand goods. And you? I'm uncertain how many hands you have passed through. You are still so naive, clinging to such antiquated beliefs? Perhaps, Luo Feng mused, observing her desperate attempt to project her allure. A man remains a boy until death, forever averse to second-hand or multiple-hand goods. He craves the original, the unboxed treasure. Jiang Tianju glared at him, her face a mask of frost. Suddenly, as if a memory struck her, she crouched down, cradling her head in anguish. Do you think I desire to be so debased? Do you have any idea how arduous it has been for me to attend this school? Following my mother's remarriage, I was subjected to a monstrous stepfather. Even purchasing a 50-cent notebook invites scorn and punishment. I long to pursue my education. What choice do I have? I can only rely on appeasing one man after another. The classmates in the cinema stared in astonishment at the screen, entranced by Jiang Tianju's poignant tale, unable to pull themselves away. Zhou Bai suddenly turned to Du Hongba. She must have used this very tactic to ensnare you, right? Indeed. Du Hongba nodded, a cascade of emotions flooding him, only to abruptly shake his head vigorously, as if attempting to dispel the thought. No. Zhou Bai, listen to me. There exists no connection between Jiang Tianju and myself. Stop. Zhou Bai, gesturing to halt, offered a bitter smile. Jiang Tianju's parents are not divorced. Nor does she possess any tragic background. On the contrary, her parents are well-educated intellectuals. One is a high school teacher and the other a research scholar. They have lavished her with affection since childhood. However, their above-average income fails to meet her extravagant lifestyle demands. Thus, you men have become her personal cash dispensers, readily compliant. Just look at Luo Feng. He too is about to fall prey. Upon hearing Zhou Bai's account, the crowd hurriedly turned their attention to the large screen. The expression of Luo Feng, once playful, gradually morphed into one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Tianju, who was curled up on the floor, sobbing. Chapter 82, The Fatal Proposition. How many souls have fallen prey to such deceptive rhetoric? Luo Feng's simple inquiry pierced through Jiang Tianju's defenses like a dagger glinting with cold light. She looked up in astonishment, her eyes wide as she gazed at Luo Feng. Soon, however, she regained her composure and, filled with rage, shot up. Are you even human? Do you possess no empathy? Is it wrong for me to desire an education? Is it a sin for me to sacrifice my dignity for the sake of learning? What you can obtain with ease. I must strive with every ounce of my being to attain even a sliver of possibility. As her story unfolded, it grew increasingly poignant, her tragic past vividly materializing before their eyes. Clenching her fists, she cried out, Is it wrong for me to pursue a life of happiness? What does your pursuit have to do with me? Luo Feng shrugged nonchalantly, his hands raised in surrender. Jiang Tianju was momentarily rendered speechless, left at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the audience in the cinema buzzed with fervent discussions, captivated by the riveting performance. Life is arduous, and it all hinges on one's acting skills. I could never fathom why the stunning Jiang always had a swarm of men around her. It seems she truly possesses the talent to perform. Alas, if it weren't for Zhou Bai's clear explanations, I would have thought that even as a woman, she was genuinely striving hard. Having wasted my studies, I still have a long journey ahead to find love. Feng Ge is a natural lone wolf. Even this cannot move him. No wonder his wife remains unperturbed. It appears some individuals are truly beyond salvation. Zhou Bai gazed at Mi Rong with a pained expression, questioning how one could be so naive as to fall for such a man. At least it is safe, is it not? Mi Rong's smile bloomed like a flower in full blossom. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Tianju once again showcased her acting prowess, slumping despondently on the bed beside Luo Feng. Her gaze was vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Indeed, what does my pursuit have to do with you? I am merely a repugnant little worm. I am despicable. I deserve this. Each day, I struggle for a meager sum of silver, merely to gather enough to cover my mother's medical expenses during her chemotherapy. The forced smile I wear and the efforts I exert are but a pittance compared to the cost of a meal for you affluent individuals. In fact, it is barely enough to serve as pocket money for some internet celebrities. Yet, this money could save my mother's life. I must strive relentlessly. Regardless of how lowly or unwilling I feel, I must persevere. She is the one who birthed and nurtured me. Jiang Tianju wept profusely, her tears flowing freely. The audience before the silver screen found themselves with reddened eyes, moved by her plight. To be honest, if I were not aware of the truth, I might have truly believed her fabrications. It's over, it's over, it's over. I fear that Feng Gu will not survive this trial. If she cannot deceive anyone, at least she might extract some money. Sister-in-law, hurry and save him. If you hesitate any longer, your man may run off with another woman. Damn it, this troublesome woman has made me suddenly yearn for home. Zhou Bai also felt a sense of restlessness, nervously clutching Mi Rong's delicate hand. Sister, I have avenged most of my grievances. You should put an end to this. Don't let that troublesome woman truly entice your man away. Enjoy the show. Mi Rong smiled gently, her expression serene. On the screen, Luo Feng meticulously tended to Jiang Tianzhu, holding a tissue in one hand and a paper box in the other, diligently wiping away her tears and snot. The trash bin was nearly overflowing. Once she managed to regain her composure, he kindly assisted in arranging her disheveled clothing. That's enough, Miss Jiang. Your lingerie costs more than what my mother spends on meat in a year. If this continues, it will become farcical. You scoundrel. Jiang Tianzhu seethed, hurling her phone at Luo Feng, but he deftly evaded the projectile. Since you adore this room so much, you can sleep here. I'll go find Lao Zhou and the others for a drink. With that, Luo Feng decisively made his exit. It was merely a small act of revenge for his brother, with no need to involve himself further. He did not deceive Jiang Tianzhu. His cleanliness was genuine, though not in a physical sense, but rather a mental one. He could hardly tolerate something that had been passed around so many hands. If he were to become involved with such a woman, who knows what confusion might arise regarding paternity for any future child. The relationships had become exceedingly tangled. As he entered the cinema, the large screen had returned a little broken ball too, showcasing an intense aerial battle. What a pity that this old classmate of yours does not pursue an acting career. Mi Rong nuzzled closer, murmuring softly. Zhang Wuji's mother had once told him that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she could be. Zhang Wuji remembered this, and so did I. Luo Feng quietly reflected on his own judgment, simultaneously raising a beer to his lips, quenching his thirst. Mi Rong's smile widened. Am I beautiful? She asked, presenting a life-or-death question that I refused to answer. Luo Feng, ever cunning, replied, your old classmate can only accompany you for these 2 days. But I shall be by your side for a long, long time. Think carefully before you respond. Do not employ your 12-way leg technique. Everything else is negotiable. Honestly, who is more beautiful, me or your old classmate? You. Mi Rong stammered. Are you implying that I am more deceitful? I knew this was a treacherous question, and now I was at a loss for words. From the perspective of Zhou Bai and the others, the couple's affectionate antics were rather tiresome. Little did they know, a high-stakes intellectual game was unfolding. The true nature of a dear friend was being exposed in the classmate group, much to Zhou Bai's satisfaction. Even alleviating some of her heartbreak, she began to transform her sorrow into resilience, continuously raising her glass to toast with her old classmates. The space she vacated was soon filled by Jiang Tianzhu, who had just entered. The arrival of Jiang Tianzhu was met with mere glances from the crowd, with no one unveiling the underlying truths. Meanwhile, Du Hongba was frantic, pacing restlessly. Though he dared not confront Jiang Tianzhu, he anxiously pursued Zhou Bai, persistently clinking glasses with others. After a while, realizing Zhou Bai was unwilling to engage with him, he shifted his focus to Luo Feng. Seated comfortably beside Luo Feng on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, she said, Junior, I never imagined you were a hidden magnate. I must admit my oversight and indulge in a self-imposed penalty. The notion that a computational power of 550W could not support the awakening of self-awareness in artificial intelligence seemed somewhat forced in the context of Moss. Luo Feng, however, remained unfazed, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the grand screen. Du Hongba hastily followed suit, eager to engage in a discussion about Little Broken Ball 2. Science fiction primarily hinges on creativity. As long as the narrative is compelling, there will be an audience willing to invest, he asserted. Indeed, science fiction is about storytelling. Much like entrepreneurial ventures, a captivating narrative will attract financial backers. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Du Hongba, shaking his head, clarified, our entrepreneurial project is not merely about storytelling. The rise of virtual gaming is an inevitable historical progression. We are opting for a mature commercialization strategy, not a mere scheme for profit. Oh, Luo Feng replied, his focus still unwaveringly on the large screen. Chapter 83. The monkey crosses the border. Do not test my patience. I have made my hints abundantly clear. Yet you still wish to deceive me into investing? Luo Feng draped his arm around Mi Rong's delicate shoulder, harboring a profound disdain for Du Hongba's obliviousness. Why resort to tricking someone well-versed in the field when you could easily con the gullible with your wretched project? He feigned utmost concentration on the film, showing no inclination to engage with Du Hongba, who had encroached upon his space, nor did he wish to entertain any talk of inevitable futures and histories. Utter nonsense. Regrettably, Du Hongba remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. An initial investment of 10 million, and I will grant you 10 preferred shares. What do you think? What 10 million? Are you speaking of game tokens? I do not partake in the game of landlord, Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the grand screen. He was still uncertain whether his brother Zhou Bai would indeed sever ties with this scoundrel, so he refrained from being too blunt and opted for humor instead. Steering clear of the investment topic, Du Hongba, momentarily taken aback, managed to muster a strained smile. You are quite the joker, my junior. I was referring to our gaming startup project, not the game of landlord. Let us not be overly familiar. Luo Feng interjected, if you were not Zhou Bai's boyfriend, I would not even know who you are. Thus, out of respect for Zhou Bai, I shall regard you as an alumnus. However, do not overstep your bounds. I have no interest in your startup or in you as a person. How brilliantly he retorted, as Du Hongba awkwardly rose to leave. Mirong playfully leaned on Luo Feng's shoulder and whispered, I have never liked him. He was so arrogant at the hotel. Being wealthy is truly delightful. Luo Feng, contemplatively gazing at Mirong's flushed cheeks, remarked, if it weren't for my substantial resources, he could have left me speechless today. TCH. Flaunting your major rank is more effective than mere wealth. He continued, it's also time to get in touch with old Lu. The information he sent about the Eagle Sauce nuclear submarine has never been reliable. I must ensure accuracy this time if I manage to secure another submarine. I should be able to advance in rank. Be content with what you have. Many people spend their entire lives never attaining the rank of major. You have surpassed the majority. Mirong teased, oh, are those who have yet to achieve a rank feeling a bit mixed inside? Comrade Luo Feng, your thoughts are quite unhealthy and in need of thorough reflection. Meanwhile, Du Hongba, feeling the sting of rejection, was unwilling to accept defeat. He shamelessly returned to Zhou Bai and Appo's side, attempting to butter him up despite Zhou and Appo's incessant eye-rolling. With no other choice, Zhou Bai reluctantly stood up and left the screening room, seeking solace on the deck in the sea breeze. Du Hongba trailed closely behind. Xiao Bai, what have I done wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Smack. Zhou Bai forcefully swatted away Du's outstretched hand, crossing his arms coldly as he replied, I know all about your affair with Jiang Tianzhu. Jiang Tianzhu? What could possibly be between us? Du retorted, Do you truly believe you are more clever than everyone else? Where can I go? I shall forever be in reverence of my esteemed wife. Was I not uttering similar vows while entwined with Jiang Tianzhu? Nonsense. Do not indulge in such wild imaginings. Surely, you cannot believe that I remained entirely oblivious? What absurdity are you spouting? I assure you, I have never laid a finger on that woman, Jiang Tianzhu. Keep fabricating your tales. Truly, I am weary of this quarrel. Tomorrow, as the ship docks, you may depart on your own. Our fates entwined have reached their conclusion. I must apologize to the madman and the other classmates. It was unwise of me to bring you along on this excursion with that loose woman. On the deck, Luo Feng had been quietly observing the altercation, primarily concerned that Zhou Bai might act irrationally. There were many old classmates aboard, yet only this one could share his innermost thoughts. He wished to avert any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, their dispute was short-lived, and soon they retreated to their rooms to rest. Luo Feng also returned to the captain's quarters to meditate and cultivate his skills. As his magical prowess grew stronger, his need for sleep diminished significantly. He now required none at all. Whenever fatigue or drowsiness would strike, he would grasp a spirit stone and engage in meditation for a brief period, emerging revitalized. His senses became increasingly acute, allowing him to discern the silhouettes of figures beyond the door, as well as the buzzing of mosquitoes flitting about 10 meters away. He even began to relish the warm flow of magical energy coursing through his meridians, a most fulfilling sensation. Attention fishing vessels near Shisha. Attention fishing vessels near Shisha. A small boat belonging to the monkeys is engaging in illegal fishing activities. Please expedite your arrival to my location. Attention, fishing vessels near the Shisha Islands. Attention. A small boat from the monkeys is illegally fishing in our waters. Nearby fishing boats, please hasten to our location. In the early morning, as Luo Feng basked in the gratifying sensation of his gradually increasing magical powers, a sudden call from the communicator interrupted his reverie. It was a distress call from fishing vessels that had long been operating in the vicinity of Shisha. He quickly maneuvered the Yugong ship towards the incident site and activated the intercom to inquire for further details. This is the Yugong. Please provide the precise location and elaborate on the situation concerning the intruding fishing vessel. Boss Luo, you might as well not come. The Yugong is quite valuable. Even a minor collision could cause you great distress. If there's damage, we can have the monkeys compensate for it. By heavens, that's a splendid idea. Then you come. There are approximately 200 small boats. We shall strive to ensure that not a single one escapes. Understood. I'll take a detour to encircle them. In an instant, the Yugong surged to its maximum speed, skimming across the water towards the implicated maritime region. After setting the course, Luo Feng picked up his phone to check the latest weather forecast. Darn it. The heavens do not favor us. There isn't even a typhoon. What is going on? Mi Rong, alert, darted into the captain's cabin, glancing at the established route as she inquired. Our fleet has been engaged in deep-sea fishing recently. The monkeys have seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the scarcity of our nearby vessels to intrude into our waters. Am I steering the boat? Yes, while others remain oblivious. I'll dive in first to avoid exposing the underwater propeller. Be careful. Rest assured, with the thruster at our disposal, we are invincible beneath the waves. Ensure you bring extra oxygen tanks. You are increasingly resembling my wife. When shall we tie the knot? Get lost. How outrageous. Luo Feng, the captain, swiftly navigated from the captain's quarters and plunged into the water, retrieving the Yang pearl and the underwater thruster to recalibrate his position. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Yongluo Islands, a fishing vessel marked Fuyu 3354 was recklessly patrolling the maritime borders. Although the 3354 was merely a coastal fishing boat with a meager displacement of 80 tons, it still loomed large when compared to the diminutive wooden skiffs of the monkeys, akin to the disparity between an adult male and a primary school student. In a rapid collision, the 5 skiffs congregated by the monkeys were shattered into splinters, causing the crew to frantically cry out in the water. The remaining skiffs, realizing they were outmatched, hastily turned their bows to distance themselves from the formidable 3354. Naturally, the fishing vessel was unwilling to forego the opportunity for glory that had presented itself, powering full throttle in pursuit of the fleeing skiffs. Chapter 84, Wilder than a madman, little rascals, don't flee. With me, the great Hu Jian, around. You lot shall not expect to gain any advantage. Charge, charge, charge. The vessel 3354, bravely navigating the turbulent waters, relentlessly pursued the scattering small boats. The ship's captain and crew, fueled by fervor, shouted as they smashed through one wooden fishing boat after another, exuding confidence and audacity. Unbeknownst to them, they nearly ventured into enemy waters. The captain hastily called for a change in direction to chase after other fleeing fishing boats. Meanwhile, enemy warships lurked ominously in the distance. Fuming, the captain leapt about, cursing. I knew these monkeys had ill intentions, sending a few small boats to bait us while their warships lie in ambush behind. He rallied his crew. Brothers, fear not. What can those warships do? As long as they dare to cross the line, we shall dare to sink them. What I dread is that these scoundrels lack the courage to breach the line. Let us smash a few more small boats and see if their warships dare to follow. As a seasoned fisherman accustomed to the waters near the Shisha Islands, the captain possessed a keen sense of boundaries. He would never recklessly cross into dangerous territory. However, sinking a few small boats in plain sight of the enemy warships was a sight to behold. Thus, the fishing vessel 3354 began its pursuit of the scattered small boats, reducing them to mere splinters before the watchful eyes of the enemy. How dare he? As the small green dots vanished one by one from the radar screen, the captain, a monkey, glared with reddened eyes and commanded, charge ahead and crush that fishing vessel, number 3354. Captain, we have a high-speed moving target approaching. Suspected to be the 022 boat. I advise caution, reported the first officer, reluctant to carry out the order, pointing to the rapidly moving large green dot on the radar screen. Damn it. The original plan was to dispatch a small skiff to apprehend a few fishing boats and make a tidy profit through fines. We intended to complete the task before the other party's Coast Guard or Navy could react. Now, our skiff has been intercepted by a fishing boat and has attracted the attention of the notoriously agile 022 vessel. Is it not reckless to charge at their fishing boat now? The 022 vessel was known for its pack tactics, never operating alone. To venture across borders now would be akin to a sheep entering a wolf's den. The captain hesitated, glancing at the radar screen where a larger green dot, representing the 022, loomed ominously over the smaller skiff's dot. After a moment of deliberation, he turned to the first officer and inquired, if I recall correctly. The 022 is renowned for its stealth, with a radar cross-section similar to that of a skiff. Why, then, is this vessel's radar signature so substantial? The radar cross-section appeared abnormal, yet the speed of 50 knots was undeniable. What fishing vessel could possibly reach such velocities? The first officer furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, but still urged the captain, we must not act impulsively. Although the maritime boundaries are not as distinctly defined as those on land, they still provide ample opportunity for conflict. Should a confrontation arise, the consequences could be dire. The party equipped with inferior technology would find itself at a severe disadvantage, lacking even a place to seek refuge. let alone retaliate. As the two parties hesitated, the lookout suddenly reported, "Attention, we have spotted a luxurious super yacht, traveling at an exceedingly high speed towards our territorial waters." A luxury yacht? The captain and the first mate exchanged glances, a shared glimmer of excitement illuminating their faces. Fortune was on the horizon. An order was issued to hail the yacht, demanding that it heave to for inspection. "We suspect that this vessel is involved in smuggling activities." With the captain's command, the Monkey-class warship abandoned its pursuit of the vessel numbered 3354 and instead turned to intercept the speeding yacht, named Moon Palace. "Attention, Yacht Haedong U-9988. You have entered our territorial waters. We suspect your vessel is engaged in smuggling. Please stop for inspection." "Attention, Yacht Haedong U-9988. You have entered our territorial waters. We suspect your vessel is engaged in smuggling. Please stop for inspection." The warship's authoritative calls echoed in the ears of those aboard the Moon Palace. Yet Mi Rong remained oblivious. Calmly, he adjusted the course of the yacht, attempting to maneuver around the warship while resolutely refusing to stop for inspection. No response was given, which only served to panic the passengers aboard, who rushed to the captain's cabin in a flurry of confusion. "What is happening? Were we not told we were coming to Shisha for leisure? How do we cross the border? It is a warship, and if we do not stop for inspection, could that not pose a danger? Sister-in-law, cease the vessel. If we do not halt soon, they shall open fire." Mi Rong disdainfully surveyed the crowd that had crowded into the captain's cabin, remaining silent. She quietly grasped the intercom and, through the radio, addressed the monkey warship. "My vessel is a private yacht, traversing public waters harmlessly. You possess no authority to enforce regulations." Her words were directed not only at the monkey, but also at the intruding assembly within the cabin. She was acutely aware that this seemingly arrogant little warship would soon find itself submerged beneath the waves. However, such matters required no elaboration. Her sole concern was to prevent the passengers from complicating the situation. People are as varied as rice. It perplexed her that the audacious Luo Feng, who relished stirring trouble wherever he went, had encountered such a timid cohort of classmates. It was utterly baffling. "Everyone out, all of you. Go on deck and enjoy the breeze. Do not create additional turmoil for Rong Rong." Zhou Bai assumed the role of the authoritative elder sister, shoving and nudging her old classmates out of the captain's cabin. Yet, having never experienced maritime disputes, she felt a twinge of anxiety. "Rong Rong, is it truly safe for our yacht to disregard the commands of that warship?" "Rest assured, Sister Zhou. They will not be able to fire many shots before our coast guard and warships arrive." Mi Rong set the course with delight, pulling Zhou Bai down to sit beside her. She even took the opportunity to provide cover for Luo Feng. "Did you not notice that Luo Feng hasn't even risen?" In the vastness of the sea, such disputes were trivial. The occasional loss of life was merely a minor detail. Zhou Bai gasped in shock. "Death? Is it common for people to perish at sea? Today, we were fortunate to arrive rather swiftly. Had we delayed even a moment longer, the fishing vessel Fuyu 3354 would likely have faced confiscation. What might have transpired then is known only to the heavens. Is it truly that perilous? Do you think it is easy for fishermen to earn a living? Does Luo Feng frequently encounter such dangers? He is indeed a troublemaker. If he goes a few days without stirring up chaos, he feels utterly restless, creating disturbances wherever he treads. So why do you still stick by him? A man who embraces mischief possesses a certain rugged charm. My dear, I must say, I had not anticipated your wild spirit to surpass that of a madman. Fear not, Sister Zhou, our vessel sails swiftly, and they shall not catch up with us. We shall merely circle around and conclude our business." It is evident that Zhou Bai and his companions are mere novices in maritime disputes, so Mi Rong thoughtfully plotted an expansive circular route, aiming to spare them the sight of the tragic fate of the monkey naval ship. Luo Feng did not disappoint her expectations, as he swiftly dismantled the monkey naval ship before completing even 2 laps. He then rode back to the Yugong with his beloved little motorcycle. Chapter 85. I am merely a scapegoat. Continue to be arrogant. Haha, you've made me laugh to the point of tears. Just a moment ago, you were threatening to block our ship, and now look at you, sinking. I was so startled that I put away my fishing rod. And yet you were the first to go under. Heaven truly watches over us. After freshening up and donning his attire, Luo Feng re-emerged on the deck, just in time to witness a group of old classmates giggling and pointing at the gradually submerging monkey warship, teasingly. The fear that had nearly made him lose control instantly transformed into a spectator's delight. The atmosphere was exceedingly jovial. Upon entering the captain's cabin, Mi Rong's anxious heart resumed its normal rhythm, and she hurriedly began organizing the day's activities. Are you awake? You can take the helm while Sister Zhou and I prepare breakfast. We caught quite a few fish last night. Let us get everything ready. Perhaps we'll feast on barbecue all day long. Luo Feng lazily stretched and ambled towards the control panel. Those wretched monkeys. They never allow anyone a moment's rest, always causing a ruckus. Now they've truly suffered. I reckon a few will drown. Ha! It's over 80 nautical miles away. Very few will manage to swim back. Mi Rong replied gleefully, pulling Zhou Bai out of the captain's cabin. He took the opportunity to secure an independent and tranquil space to coordinate the arrival of the fishing boats through the wireless intercom system. The owner of vessel 3354 was right. He was indeed reluctant to use the Moon Palace to ram into the monkey's small skiff. Not only would it be painful to deform the hull from a mere bump, but even a scratch on the paint would trouble him for quite some time. Sending the fishing boat to collide would be far less distressing. The compensation is not substantial, and he is entirely capable of reimbursing the damages incurred by the affected vessel. In a short span, fishing boats in the South China Sea have converged towards the Shisha Islands, forming fleets of varying sizes to patrol the maritime borders. Fishing vessels are far more effective for this task than the Coast Guard or naval ships. Colliding with a few boats can easily be treated as a civil dispute, preventing it from escalating into an international confrontation. However, the monkeys have been fortunate. Luo Feng meticulously reviewed the weather forecasts. Discerning that there is no likelihood of a typhoon developing in the next 15 days, he cannot exact revenge by dispersing a typhoon. Instead, he must inscribe this grievance in his ledger, preparing to revisit the matter should an opportunity arise in the future. Just as Luo Feng believed the situation had reached a temporary resolution, allowing him to relax on the deck and enjoy a barbecue, he received a call from old Lu. "Brother, are you in Shisha? Your information travels fast. I just sank a monkey's warship." In the presence of old Lu, Luo Feng was candid. Upon receiving news of the sunken ship, he instantly recognized it as old Lu's handiwork. I've long harbored disdain for these monkeys. Over the past few years, their warships have frequently engaged in piracy, conducting inspections and extorting money. Rest assured, brother, I am not here to hinder your vengeance. Rather, I am providing you with precise intelligence. A small fleet has been dispatched from Jinlan Bay, primarily targeting the Yuegong. Oh, is my Yuegong now so renowned? According to insider information, the Eagle faction has pledged to deliver 2 decommissioned destroyers to the monkeys. At this critical juncture, I suspect they are indeed aiming for you. Big brother, the money was your deception. I am merely the scapegoat. In matters pertaining to national security, how can one dare to label it as deception? We are merely borrowing, investing funds. Do you comprehend? When it comes to shamelessness, no one surpasses Lu Gu. Enough of the jesting. The Navy has long harbored discontent towards the monkeys and is preparing an ambush. A decoy is needed. You truly are my dear brother. Even contemplating using my Yuegong as bait? Out with the old, in with the new. If you are willing, I shall find a way to procure an even better vessel for you. Brother, you have fallen from grace. Let us abandon this notion. Quickly maneuver the Yuegong to our maritime borders and allow it to drift, but do not cross the line and provide them with an excuse to board. Have you considered the possibility that the monkey small fleet may not be sufficient for me to handle alone? My brother, one must act with integrity. Your rapid ascension in rank leaves little room for the Navy's brethren. At this critical juncture, undertaking such a significant operation seems rather unwise, does it not? Do not misconstrue. The Navy merely wishes to test the efficacy of the Frogman unit armed according to your specifications. What should I do then? Are you not adept at diving deeper? Assist them with escort duties or identify any deficiencies. Understood. I shall send you the coordinates shortly. The underwater thruster combined with a chainsaw is indeed a highly effective mode. Luo Feng comprehends the Navy's intent to equip the Frogman with his own configuration, quietly eliminating the adversary without a trace. This way, they will find no grounds for retaliation nor target to strike. Quite commendable. It is merely a pity that treasures like the Yang Pearl are singular in existence. The newly formed Frogman unit is estimated to be unable to dive too deeply, capable only of executing operations at depths of 30 to 50 meters. In order to align with the naval operations, he hurriedly descended to the lower warehouse to recharge the underwater propeller, diligently preparing for the task ahead. Heaven knows what unforeseen circumstances the novice frogman might encounter on his first mission. He must ensure he possesses ample maneuverability. After charging the equipment and preparing his diving gear, complete with a semblance of an oxygen tank and mask, Luo Feng returned to the deck to join in the revelry with his old classmates. The monkey fleet had just departed from Jinlan Bay, expected to reach Shisha by nightfall, and the Navy was similarly engaged. The undercurrents surged beneath the tranquil surface of the sea. No wonder textbooks refer to Shisha as the glass sea. The surface truly resembles glass, even more beautiful than at night. Oddly, there was not a hint of wind or waves. The fresh seafood was enticing. I suddenly contemplated resigning to work for Brother Feng. Old classmates indulged in merriment, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Tianzhu and Du Hongba had faced a setback. They pretended as if nothing had transpired. This illusion led Jiang Tianzhu to misjudge the situation. Spotting Luo Feng lounging by the pool basking in the sun, she donned a black swimsuit and gracefully approached to showcase her figure. Luo Feng, since you have nothing to do, why not teach me how to swim? Luo Feng furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a pair of long, fair legs. The curvaceous silhouette before him was striking, and the contrast of her fair skin against the satin sheen of the black swimsuit was utterly captivating. He instinctively swallowed hard. I teach swimming rather roughly. Are you certain you wish to learn? I relish the roughness. Jiang Tianzhu leaned in, whispering coyly, showcasing her alluring curves. Then I shall rest easy. Luo Feng grinned mischievously as he rose, effortlessly lifting the enchanting figure before him. You rogue, I asked you to teach me swimming, not to carry me. Jiang Tianzhu cast him a sultry glance, playfully entwining her arms around his neck. Let us go. With a sudden burst of strength, he tossed the woman in his arms into the pool with a splash, then began to explain. Swimming is quite simple. Just ensure you don't drown. Onlookers at the poolside, busy with their merriment, gaped in astonishment at the flailing figure in the water. Goodness, how brutal. Truly a display of singlehood prowess. Meanwhile, Mi Rong, chuckling, nudged the dazed Zhou Bai. Did you see that? Such a man is indeed reliable. Chapter 86. This is an enemy attack. Is something the matter with you, Luo? Jiang Tianzhu exclaimed, emerging from the water and wiping the droplets from her face, preparing to unleash a tirade. However, upon sensing the scorching gazes surrounding her, she abruptly fell silent, her eyes fixed with resentment upon Luo Feng. Damn it, the beautiful ladies have already taken the plunge, and you lot are still standing there in a daze? Luo Feng, unfazed by the emotions radiating from her glare, whether affection or animosity, casually scooped up a fellow onlooker and unceremoniously tossed him into the pool with a splash. One after another, he effortlessly hurled his astonished classmates into the water. Each protest met with his mischievous laughter. Hey, that is not fair play. Watch where you're throwing. I'm not fond of men. Whoa, brother, can I catch my breath before you toss me again? Don't throw me. I'll jump in myself. Damn it. My new shirt is soaked just like that. Before long, the boys and girls by the pool gleefully splashed about, their earlier awkwardness dissipating into thin air amidst the laughter and play. As Luo Feng approached, Zhou Bai turned and bolted. You lunatic. I really can't swim. Don't throw me in. Come on, my friend. It wouldn't be a proper trip to Shisha without a dip. Luo Feng grinned, lifting Zhou Bai and tossing him into the pool as well. Mi Rong shrieked and dashed away from the scene. I'm going to change into my swimsuit. I'll help you change. Luo Feng swiftly followed her escape. This left a throng of boys and girls frolicking in the pool, laughter echoing. Hey, no sneak attacks. A wave of nostalgia washed over them, reminiscent of childhood water fights. The atmosphere was vibrant today, as I decided to indulge you generously. We should collaborate to involve Luo Feng and his partner in this venture. However, I jest, at my weight of 180 pounds, I doubt I could easily be tossed aside, and our collective strength would hardly suffice against any formidable force. Indeed, let us embrace a more spirited approach. What joy is there in perpetually feigning maturity? Mi Rong did not change into her swimsuit, but instead made her way to the captain's cabin, preparing for an imminent departure. Luo Feng did not pursue Mi Rong. Instead, he stealthily descended to the lower cabin, equipped with an underwater propulsion device and oxygen tanks, ready to submerge once more. Seizing the opportunity while his old classmates frolicked in the pool, he quietly departed the Shisha waters, diving to a depth of 200 meters as he navigated towards Jinlan Bay. Simultaneously, 2 maritime patrol vessels and a 054 frigate glided slowly along the boundary of the Shisha maritime territory. Prepare. Enter the sea, with the command given. Several figures aboard the 054 ship, gripping underwater propulsion devices, plunged into the ocean. They swiftly activated their equipment, silently advancing towards Jinlan Bay. Upon counting the silhouettes that had entered the water, Luo Feng couldn't help but express his astonishment at the number of participants. However, the emphasis of this mission was on identifying and addressing any deficiencies. He was not the primary force but rather assumed the role of a coach. It was essential to ensure the safety of the Navy's frogmen embarking on their inaugural underwater operation. To help them relax and perform well during this first task, Luo Feng chose to maintain a discreet distance, refraining from intervening unless absolutely necessary. With unwavering attention, Luo Feng observed as the 14-member Special Operations Team divided into 2 combat units, creating distance between them while advancing in a net-like patrol formation. He could only nod in quiet approval. Teamwork is indeed formidable. The assembly of 14 could form an expansive net spanning 3 nautical miles to assess the situation. Given that the dive depth was merely 20 meters, they could still receive electromagnetic signals from the mother ship, continuously adjusting their course. This effectively addressed the significant challenge of locating enemy vessels on the seabed, although not as efficient as the perceptive abilities of the venerable tortoise elder. It was nonetheless unparalleled on a global scale. Such tactics employed by frogmen were beyond the experience of other major powers. Report to the commander. 2 Coast Guard vessels and a Type 054 frigate have appeared in the direction of Rabbit Sea, obstructing our path to the Hai Dong U-9988. How should we proceed? Please advise. The swift movements of the rabbit had quickly alerted the monkey. After consolidating the information, the staff officer reported to the commander. Coast Guard vessels? Type 054 frigate? The commander furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before decisively issuing orders. Command, 1 team is to advance to the left and escort our fishing vessel. Authorized to enter Rabbit Sea, to attract the navigation trajectories of the Coast Guard vessels and the Type 054 frigate. Command, the main fleet is to reduce speed to 15 knots, maintaining its course. Upon receiving the orders, the monkey fleet split into 2. A small fleet composed of 3 newly commissioned warships of 1,000 tons deviated from its original course, charting a northeastern path. Before long, as they approached the 400 nautical miles within the search range of the Type 054 frigate, the main fleet abruptly altered its direction and commenced a southerly course. The distance between the 2 nations' coastlines is merely 50 nautical miles. Haha. There is no need for the main battle fleet to intervene in the capture of an utterly defenseless luxury yacht. As the small green dot representing the 054 ship began its northern voyage on the radar screen, the commander laughed triumphantly. The staff officer, eager to curry favor, chimed in merrily. Oh, Commander, your military acumen is unparalleled. The rabbit would never suspect that we dare to use missiles to annihilate that opulent yacht. Alas, we lack the means for an attack exceeding 300 kilometers. Otherwise, we would not have to go to such lengths to mobilize the 054 vessel. A look of regret crossed the commander's face. Completing this mission for the Americans would likely qualify us for missiles with a range beyond 300 kilometers. TCH, do not harbor such illusions. The 5 great bullies all share the same disposition. To safeguard their own interests, they will never permit us to possess long-range weaponry. Then, why do we still risk undertaking dirty work for the Americans? Investment, you fool. The triumphant commander and staff officer, devoid of vigilance, began to discuss their most pressing concerns, oblivious to the sonar detection warning of an approaching school of fish. Alert! Alert! Water is flooding the sealed compartment. Damage control personnel, assume your positions immediately. Alert! Alert! The main power system is compromised. The machinery repair department, report to your stations. Alert! Alert! The vessel is listing. Please evacuate promptly. Suddenly, the 10 vessels of the main fleet, having just altered their course, were all simultaneously met with alarm signals. The commander clutched the armrests of his chair tightly to maintain his balance, roaring in anger. What is happening? Wasn't the fleet inspected before setting sail? Report. All ships of the main fleet have sustained simultaneous damage. The staff officer, pale as a ghost, clung to a pillar while delivering the distressing news. It's an enemy attack. We must flee. The ship is sinking. Who initiated this damned assault? This is a plot by the Eagle Nation. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Amidst the chaos of the monkey fleet, Luo Feng found himself equally occupied. Initially, his task was quite leisurely, merely observing the inexperienced newcomers wielding chainsaws to dismantle the monkey battleships. However, to his dismay, these novices lacked both experience and sufficient strength. The moment they severed the 2 unfortunate souls hidden beneath the water, they were swiftly engulfed by the powerful currents of the sinking vessel. Left with no choice, he had to intervene and rescue them, while also securing the Yang Pearl, donning a breathing mask and oxygen tank to maintain normal respiration. Chapter 87. Delivering warmth to you. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? As Luo Feng dragged a member of the Frogman Special Forces out of the gaping hole, he was met with a profound inquiry. He remained silent, primarily because his breathing mask lacked a wireless communication device. He shook the chainsaw in his hand, gesturing towards the breached opening, and then once more plunged into the water, wreaking havoc anew. The modern warships are remarkably well sealed. Merely creating holes in the hull or sides is insufficient to sink them. It is essential to facilitate the flow of water through internal passages to ensure that seawater infiltrates every compartment. After completing his task, he turned the electric switch and made his way towards another monkey warship where more Special Forces personnel were trapped, employing the same method to rescue them. With the need for concealment eliminated, he led the Special Forces members out of the vortex area, heading northeast towards 3 additional monkey warships. Since they had come this far, it was illogical to leave any behind. The Special Forces members accompanying him were quite eager to chat. I never imagined I would have a day to dismantle warships with my bare hands. Suddenly, I comprehend how those enemy warships mysteriously vanished over the past 2 years. Sinking to the seabed is relatively understandable. But who can elucidate the principle behind that golden giant bell that seemingly whisked away the entire fleet of the Eagle Sauce? Is it you, leading the way? Who orchestrated this? So proud, not uttering a single word from beginning to end. Is there a possibility that they simply cannot hear our words? The humanoid Tyrannosaurus, capable of emerging even under water pressure, serves as a reminder. Henceforth, never bore holes in the ship's bottom, always opt for openings at the sides. On that night, Luo Feng stealthily climbed over the railing of the Moon Palace, carefully evading the gazes of numerous old classmates, and chose a bathroom to take a shower and change clothes. Upon his return to the captain's cabin, Mi Rong was already impatient. Director Lu had called 7 times, praising the successful completion of your mission. Noting that 14 of the monkey's main battleships had sunk, how many ships does their navy possess? Luo Feng inquired with curiosity. What, do you wish to sink them all? Indeed, I do harbor such thoughts. Very well, I shall assist you in obtaining the precise figures and their distribution. No need for me to intervene. Simply convey your suggestions to old Lu, and the navy will handle it themselves. I still need to help the fishermen prosper. This matter is of greater significance than dealing with the monkey's warships. Ah, you must have become quite accustomed to earning military accolades so easily? Make haste to learn diving. The next time we encounter warships from the Little Sun or the Cosmic Nation, I shall take you for an adventure. Really? Absolutely. While we may play and frolic, earning a living remains an eternal theme. The two promptly contacted Zhou Bai, indicating that their escapades with the old classmates had come to an end, and it was time to lead the fleet to the 3 major world-class fishing grounds to catch fish. Luo Feng, invest 10 million for a 10 priority share. My offer is already exceptionally generous. Upon hearing that the leisure activities had concluded, Du Hongba once again visited Luo Feng's suite. Making one final attempt, a journey to the west theme is a significant intellectual property. Relying on this intellectual property to develop a game is undoubtedly a sound investment. Although the methods employed may be somewhat dubious, they represent the most established commercial pathway, signifying immense profitability. Furthermore, it appears that a mere 10 million is not a significant concern for you. Why not give it a try? Trying is not fatal. Luo Feng resolutely shook his head in refusal. The concept of the metaverse is indeed alluring. Yet I shall not invest a single cent into any project under its banner until quantum computing becomes commercially viable. Concepts can also yield profits, even with insufficient computational power. We have ways to address that shortfall. Don't you have a vendetta against money? Du Hongba pleaded earnestly, continuing his persuasion. Addressing the issue of insufficient computational power? Is it through lowering pixels or partitioning? Regardless of the approach, it would be akin to selling counterfeit goods, and such ill-gotten gains are not something I desire. Out of respect for our old friendship, I urge you to reconsider. It is not easy for the average person to earn a few coins, and it would be wise not to fall prey to deceitful individuals like yourself. Deceitful? Du Hongba, incensed, retorted, if that is your stance, then those in finance must all be charlatans. Indeed, which is precisely why I refrain from engaging with financial products. Then what type of projects do you prefer to invest in? I can certainly realign my entrepreneurial direction. There are numerous investment institutions. Why must you fixate on me as your sole target? Attracting investment comes with its own barriers. Without connections or backing, who would pay you any heed? You should first contemplate what projects are truly suitable for you, as pursuing ventures solely based on the whims of investors is rather unreliable. If I possess a promising project, would you invest? The prerequisite is that you must have the means. Very well, leave me your contact information, and when an excellent opportunity arises, I shall reach out to you directly. No problem. 50 billion is a substantial sum. Luo Feng is equally troubled about where to allocate these funds. Aside from investing in fishery sales channels, allowing the remaining capital to languish in a bank, accruing mere interest, is not a viable option. It is imperative to seek avenues for investment. Du Hongba represents a potential channel in this regard. He tentatively agrees. For one must not release the hawk without sighting the rabbit. Without a project that earns his approval, it would be better to let the money accrue interest. Upon returning to port, he bids farewell to a group of old classmates and takes the opportunity to stock up on provisions, fresh water, and fuel. As he busies himself with these preparations, he stumbles upon a news article. A super typhoon embryo has formed in the East Pacific. The distance is somewhat considerable, yet it is the perfect type of major typhoon to tidy up the little affairs. Life has been quite pleasant lately, following over a year of intense reconstruction efforts. An immense influx of funds has spurred an exceptionally vibrant economic activity. Furthermore, the old factories and enterprises were swept away during the last typhoon, leaving the newly established businesses and industrial bases far more robust than before. However, the stability of energy supply remains tenuous, preventing the emergence of formidable industrial capabilities. With a renewed sense of confidence, life begins to shine on the international stage, continuously seeking out challenges under the guidance of the hawkish authority, still clamoring for the deployment of more aggressive missiles. Children, Father has come to bring you warmth once again. Upon reading the news, Luo Feng let out a strange chuckle as he maneuvered the moon palace to depart. Once more, he left me roam behind at home to guard the premises. This time, the typhoon embryo is codenamed Crab. According to the results of supercomputer simulations, it is forecasted to originate in the eastern Pacific, sweeping westward across numerous islands before making landfall in the magical metropolis. There is not much for Luo Feng to do. He need not confront the typhoon directly. A slight adjustment of its trajectory will suffice, allowing the crab to accurately traverse over the Guam base, transforming the intact base into ruins. Subsequently, it shall enter the territory of the Little Sun, sweeping through it from beginning to end once more. The results may not be ideal, yet it would be sufficient to obliterate the fruits of over a year of construction labor by the Little Sun. In Luo Feng's calculations, the crab shall only rampage through the Little Sun, sparing the Grand Cosmic Empire. He believes it prudent to grant the Grand Cosmic Empire a bit more time for development before its eventual destruction. Chapter 88. Never lose heart. In a private izakaya in Ginza, Prime Minister Kishida waved off the geisha who had just concluded her performance, his countenance radiant as he raised his glass in gratitude to his esteemed guests. Thank you, most heartfelt thanks. On behalf of the people, I extend my deepest appreciation to the heads of the Mitsui, Matsushita, Sumitomo, and Yasuda families for their unwavering support. It is through the generous backing of our business leaders that we have managed to complete our reconstruction efforts in a mere year. Typhoon Waymason 2 inflicted significant damage on our infrastructure and economic landscape. However, through our rebuilding endeavors, we have not only secured superior infrastructure, but also regained a treasure we had lost for 40 years, our confidence. Indeed, during this collective effort of reconstruction, our economic development once again glimpses a promising future. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment, brimming with public confidence. I urge you all to continue your efforts, to expand investments, and to restore the indomitable spirit we possessed in the 1980s and 1990s. We shall proudly proclaim to the world, Typhoon Waymason 2 cannot vanquish us. It merely awakens the slumbering lion of our empire, poised to astonish the globe once more. This time, our adversary is merely a rabbit. With the assistance of our esteemed allies, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in both economic and military arenas, supplanting their influence in the Western Pacific region. Become a pivotal and formidable empire, comparable to the Great Eagle sauce. The Prime Minister's speech was profoundly stirring. The heads of various tycoons, graciously invited, raised their glasses in solidarity, proclaiming, "Your Excellency, your remarkable vision has transformed adversity into opportunity, adeptly mitigating the devastation wrought by the Waymason 2 and converting it into a means of invigorating the valiant spirit of the Yamado men. The Mitsui family shall undoubtedly lend our unwavering support to your Excellency. The remnants of the past have been largely obliterated, yet from the ashes, new hopes arise. The Sumitomo family shall exhaust all efforts to mobilize global funds, aiding the empire in reclaiming its former glory. The Yasuda family has already invested in more advanced factories and will, as per the Prime Minister's wishes, continue to establish additional facilities." The tycoons were quite astute, persistently promising to repatriate substantial funds for national reconstruction from their global assets, ensuring the empire seizes the advantage in the tide of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Prime Minister Kishida beamed with delight, frequently raising his glass to swiftly finalize the investment commitments from each family head. In no time, the atmosphere within the izakaya reached a fervent crescendo of camaraderie. Hosts and guests alike reveled in the conviviality, as if with a mere gesture, they could revive the empire's former grandeur and reclaim dominance in the Western Pacific region. They envisioned trampling upon their adversaries, grinding. Just as they were becoming pleasantly inebriated and had not yet lost their wits, the Prime Minister's aide burst into the room in a state of panic. Report to His Excellency. A grave calamity approaches. The crab typhoon is headed directly towards us. The weather forecast indicates that in just 3 hours, the powerful typhoon crab will make landfall on the main island. According to the expert team's assessment, this tempest bears striking similarities to Typhoon Wyman, and it will sweep through our entire territory from north to south. At present, it remains uncertain whether a second wave of devastation will ensue. The news brought by the aides exploded in the air like a thunderous firecracker, abruptly ringing in the ears of those present. The sound buzzed in their ears, and the world around them faded into darkness. With a gasp, Prime Minister Kishida opened his mouth but uttered no words, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed. "Prime Minister, you must hold on. Stimulate his acupoint, quickly." We need a doctor. This requires a professional aid. Are you certain the weather forecast is accurate? Did they not claim that Typhoon Crab would inflict losses exceeding 20 trillion yen upon us? Let us save him first, then discuss what to do next. After a flurry of frantic assistance from medical staff and others, Prime Minister Kishida gradually regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he anxiously grasped the aide's collar. Is the information confirmed? Indeed, esteemed Prime Minister, the aide replied, his countenance resembling that of a bitter melon. Oh, divine Amaterasu! Prime Minister Kishida exclaimed in frustration, thrashing his legs and pounding the ground with his fists, his expression one of despair. Is the empire merely a soft persimmon, chosen to be squeezed by the typhoon? Upon hearing this, the others collectively reflected. In the face of nature's formidable power, we truly are like soft persimmons. In a land as diminutive as a palm's span, when a typhoon approaches, there is scarcely any refuge to be found. One must endure the onslaught, allowing others to dismantle their homes. Such thoughts may be entertained, yet when expressed, they must be couched differently. Prime Minister, please remain calm. The destructive force of Typhoon Crab is not as formidable as that of Typhoon Wyman. If it merely sweeps through, there may still be an opportunity for recovery. I suggest issuing a warning to the populace, urging them to safeguard their factories and their homes. Indeed, even in the face of death, one must strive to protect the painstakingly reconstructed infrastructure. May the divine Amaterasu bless us, and may Typhoon Crab refrain from a second onslaught. Once is quite sufficient. The rational Prime Minister Kishida swiftly resolved to issue a typhoon alert to the people, simultaneously in the name of home protection. He called upon citizens to defend the newly constructed factories and power plants. However, this call to action transformed into a different narrative upon reaching the ears of the public. Within 3 hours before the typhoon's arrival, uproar ensued on various online platforms. To defend the capitalist factories is to defend our homes? What then becomes of our own abodes? In the face of nature's formidable might, we find ourselves powerless. It is best to seek higher ground for shelter. Indeed, the Prime Minister appeared to believe that the assets of capitalists warranted more protection than the meager possessions of ordinary citizens. With the newly erected factories brimming with intelligent robots, let them serve as guardians. For the common folk, preserving their own lives takes precedence. Perhaps a deeper faith is needed. It may be time to erect more statues of Mazu. It is said that fishermen who believe in Mazu have returned safely from the sea for over a year now. While safety is indeed a blessing, the catch has been regrettably meager. Safety is paramount, after all. By the way, is it still possible to procure a statue of the revered Mazu? To hell with the Prime Minister, to hell with the tycoons, to hell with the empire. All I desire is to survive. Who does not wish to live? Let us surrender to fate. Let it be as it may. If death comes, so be it. In the midst of the chaotic ebb and flow of daily life, Luo Feng was skillfully maneuvering the Moon Palace as it raced towards the Typhoon Crab. Just before making landfall, he needed to exert even greater effort. Let the tempest surge with more ferocity. Go forth, my cherished little darling. Unleash your energy to the fullest. Do not falter. We had vowed to sweep through twice, to increase the challenges for those who lead a wretched existence. Chapter 89. The insatiable thirst. What, pray tell, constitutes the fortune of a nation? Oh dear, the people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang are nearly paralyzed with fear. Only for the typhoon to veer unexpectedly at the last moment, such is the fortune of the nation. The typhoons of recent years have exhibited an almost supernatural quality. Not merely a hint of the extraordinary, but rather an indication of artificial intelligence at play, intentionally targeting the less fortunate and the hapless. There have been storms that have made landfall in our country, yet they have proven to be relatively weak, albeit laden with moisture. I find myself eager to witness the collective expressions of despair from the unfortunate souls. The more grotesque the visage, the better. As I still prefer the haunting images reminiscent of a submarine breaching a carrier's defenses. A fitting moment for a rendition of Chrysanthemum remains. Meteorological experts have been left utterly flabbergasted. Ha ha ha. In such circumstances, even the experts are at a loss. Who could predict that a typhoon would take a sudden turn? As a proud resident of Fujian, I assert, it is all due to the benevolence of the revered Mazu. Speaking of which, there has been a recent surge in the construction of Mazu statues. Could it truly be so miraculous? Whether miraculous or not, one need only observe the tempest that veered off course to find the answer. I suspect that soon the leaders of our neighboring nation will boldly proclaim, Mazu is the deity of the galactic empire. In stark contrast to the mournful lamentations of the less fortunate on the internet, the domestic online space is filled with jubilation, except, of course, within the meteorological department. Goodness gracious! Warnings were issued a full 10 days in advance, and coastal regions were abuzz with preparations for disaster prevention, resulting in utter chaos. Yet, the typhoon changed course. Where is the sense in such matters? They experience both pain and joy. After all, the typhoon has changed course, and it will not inflict damage upon the homeland. Will it? Next, it is time to publicize the drought in the northwest and swiftly erase the memory of this blunder. How disheartening. The common folk increasingly lose faith in weather forecasts, turning instead to the veneration of Mazu, particularly the people of Fujian. They dismiss the typhoon entirely, neglecting any precautionary measures. Well, the people of Fujian have indeed placed their bets wisely. The typhoon truly did change direction, further intensifying their faith in Mazu. What a pity. Compared to the benevolent citizens of the flower-planting nation, the netizens of the Grand Universe Empire exhibit far less kindness. Upon hearing the news of Typhoon Crab's change in course, they were thrilled to the point of sleeplessness, eagerly monitoring and discussing the potential dangers posed by the typhoon. Frankly, it is the first time I find a typhoon so endearing. No, it is the second time. The first was reserved for Typhoon Wifa. Witnessing the misfortunes of others brings me great joy. Alas, I cannot watch the live broadcast. The American military base recently completed its reconstruction. This time, it is bound to incur significant losses, is it not? I suggest that the American military relocate all their bases to our Grand Universe Empire, completely forsaking their mundane existence, allowing us to colonize. While it is comforting to have the American military's protection, what shall we do about the numerous abductions of female students? Let us consider them as having sacrificed themselves for their country. Our journalists must strive to promptly send back photographs of those affected by the disaster, bringing joy to all. It feels as though Typhoon Wifa and Typhoon Crab are under human manipulation. Do not speak of it. The trajectory of Typhoon Wimashong no. 2 sweeping back and forth over the small realm appears to be under some form of manipulation. Have you all forgotten the severe destruction wrought upon our nation by previous typhoons? Indeed, it has ravaged the area 4 or 5 times. Even more terrifying than Typhoon Wimashong number 2, though it may simply be a coincidence. Regardless, as long as the typhoon does not seek us out, we shall be content. I had initially prepared a lengthy discourse to mock the rabbit, but it seems I must now redirect my ridicule toward the small realm. After Typhoon Crab no. 1 made landfall in the small realm, Luo Feng's Moon Palace vessel immediately departed from the typhoon's influence. It took a wide detour and sped northward at full throttle. The typhoon moved with great swiftness. Pursuit was futile. One must calculate the advance accurately to ensure interception. In such moments, he was generous with fuel expenditure. While he tirelessly endeavored to intercept the typhoon day and night, an unexpected call came from old Lu. Brother, tell me honestly, can you control the typhoon? Why not claim I can ascend to the heavens? Luo Feng retorted without hesitation. If you dare to assert it, I shall believe it. Very well, I confess. I am the beloved child of Mazu. Do you believe me? Get lost. You claim honesty yet do not trust me. Tell me, what am I to do? Sighing, he continued, I was merely struck by a whimsical thought, contemplating sending the crab vessel to wreak havoc once more upon the small realm, to demolish their newly constructed smart factory. Brother, fishing is my true vocation, vital to the livelihoods of countless fishermen. I truly lack the skills for such rituals. Alas, I shall plead with the goddess Mazu. Your identity should not indulge in superstitions. Stealthily go, and let no one speak of it. Ah, I believe that the revered Mazu will surely assist you in your endeavors. Perhaps she might even unleash a tempest upon the galactic empire. Wishing you the best of luck. Do not hang up. I still have matters to discuss. I assumed your call was merely for idle chatter. There is indeed something important. The source of this news is exceedingly reliable. 2 submarines at the Guam base have sustained minor damages and require extensive repairs. I shall send you the navigation route. Are there any nuclear armaments aboard? There should be. Rest assured, as long as the information is accurate, I guarantee to bring them back to you unscathed. 1 vessel will suffice. Let us not take unnecessary risks. How are matters on the monkey's side progressing? Haven't you seen the news? I keep up daily though. I pay closer attention to the weather forecasts while at sea. Allow me to share some good news. The monkey's fleet no longer possesses any vessels over 100 tons. It was all the work of the Frogman Special Forces, executed with remarkable precision. Goodness, that is truly ruthless. Perhaps we shall stir up some trouble for the Little Sun and the Eagle Sauce later. I suspect the Navy is quite eager. Should you require any assistance? Do not hesitate to inform me. My ship is swift and at your service. Yes, I have communicated similarly with the Navy. With prior experience in interceptions, Luo Feng navigated the interception of the crab vessel with ease, encountering not a single ripple. As the typhoon made its sudden arrival at the Thousand Island archipelago, it was met head-on by him. The Moon Palace vessel roared to life, further invigorating the tempest, compelling it to wreak havoc upon the realm of Little Sun with even greater swiftness. Of course, Luo Feng would not forget the vow made to Mazu by the venerable old Lu. With tireless effort, he navigated a considerable detour, deftly redirecting the second onslaught of the typhoon towards the land of the Koreans. From that point onward, he felt no need to intervene further. As the typhoon swept through the Korean territory, it underwent a series of tumultuous transformations and energy releases, eventually succumbing to a lethargic state. It could now carry a substantial amount of moisture into the parched northwestern regions. Unintentionally, he had undermined the predictions of domestic meteorological experts, who had forecasted a severe drought in the northwest this year. In an effort to swiftly rectify the embarrassment of their forecasting inaccuracies, the meteorologists were compelled to seek restoration of their credibility from elsewhere. They formally composed a report urging the northwestern provinces to prepare for drought conditions to avert agricultural losses. However, just as the report was submitted, before receiving any approval from the higher-ups, they hastily announced its contents to the media. Chapter 90. The remarkable secret: the unrelenting drought in the northern regions has prompted meteorological experts to urgently issue a series of warning bulletins. However, as various locales in the north mobilized their efforts, the meteorological monitoring system unexpectedly detected the formidable crab super typhoon, which had recently wreaked havoc on the small and grand empires alike. It was now lethargically traversing from east to west, bearing an immense reservoir of moisture. This situation became rather awkward. Typhoons changing course may occur once or twice, and can be attributed to mere coincidence. Yet, when such an occurrence transpired for the third time, the experts found themselves at a loss. This phenomenon defied all meteorological logic. It blatantly disregarded the powerful westerly wind belt, contradicting fundamental physical laws. Were Newton to witness a typhoon meandering at will, he would surely rise from his grave in astonishment. The experts fell silent, while netizens reveled in their newfound delight. Surely, the numerous statues of Mazu we erected in our Fujian province must have some merit. Remarkable. It seems that Typhoon Wei-Masan too also arrived in a diminished state, laden with moisture upon landfall at Jinko. Previously, I held skepticism towards the divine. Now, I have resolved to pay my respects to Mazu, come what may. There appears to be a discernible pattern. Any typhoon that disrupts the lives of the common folk and the mighty will undoubtedly bring substantial rainfall to the north. May Mazu bless us. Indeed, such fortunate occurrences ought to manifest more frequently. Speaking of which, Typhoon Crab has wreaked havoc on Little Days for 2 consecutive days. Yet, there remains an absence of news coverage. A languid typhoon is indeed a benevolent one. We express our gratitude to Little Days and Brother Bang for expending the majority of the typhoon's energy. I am quite eager to witness their plight. Luo Feng is also curious about how Little Days is faring under these circumstances. As he set the course for the Moon Palace to automatically head towards the Peruvian fishing grounds, he found himself frequently checking his phone, eagerly anticipating updates. However, news regarding Little Days being swept by the typhoon twice has yet to appear. Instead, the first piece of news that surfaced was the announcement from the U.S. Secretary of Defense regarding the withdrawal of troops from Little Days. In the news footage, the secretary gravely informed reporters that, in a bid to uphold the imperial military's integrity, it was imperative to withdraw from Little Days, an area prone to frequent typhoons and earthquakes. The losses incurred are simply unsustainable. The devastation wrought by Typhoon Wei-Masan 2 resulted in over 100 billion yuan in equipment damage and the loss of 50,000 personnel. Once again, Typhoon Crab has inflicted significant harm upon the imperial military. Specific statistical data has yet to be compiled, and the situation appears grim. It is estimated that the losses will exceed 500 billion yuan in military equipment and involve 30,000 armed personnel and their families. This is greater than any losses the empire has endured in past wars. The capacity to sustain continued military presence is waning. Even a powerhouse like the U.S. cannot withstand the relentless loss of substantial equipment and personnel every few days. Journalists from various nations eagerly posed inquiries regarding pressing issues, such as the tangible devastation wrought by Typhoon Crab on daily life and the specific losses incurred by the Eagle Nation in terms of personnel and equipment. However, these concerns were met with obfuscation from the defense minister, who cited national secrets as a pretext. Beneath the video news segment, netizens from around the globe expressed their amusement, with comments like, "Honestly, I have never found a typhoon to be so endearing. I sincerely hope that wherever the Eagle Nation's military is stationed, a tempest akin to Typhoon Crab wreaks havoc." Laughter echoed as they noted that the areas most severely impacted by Typhoon Crab were likely Guam. "Oh, Eagle Nation, hasten to evacuate to my grand cosmic empire," they jested. The peculiarities of the year abound, with the Eagle Nation appearing to be the most eccentric of all. How curious that they fear having too few colonizers and wish to invite more to exploit their own country's maidens. One wonders if the Eagle Nation has been significantly troubled by the typhoon as well. Should another storm of equal ferocity arise, it is likely that they would retreat from my cosmic empire once more. The Eagle Nation seems on the verge of tears, truly unable to contend with their northern brethren. Nonsense. My cosmic empire is invincible. In terms of retreat speed, indeed, the Eagle Nation is unmatched. What a lamentable colony. What a pitiable colonial mentality. Today is a splendid day for fireworks. The Eagle Nation, too, cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of the typhoon. Luo Feng feels as though he has uncovered an extraordinary secret. If more typhoons were to be unleashed upon the territories of the cosmic empire, could it not expedite the departure of the Eagle Nation? General Jin's descent to the south is imminent. Ideally, the north and south factions will become so entangled in conflict that neither can vanquish the other, prolonging their strife for centuries. It would be preferable for domestic matters to be settled internally. I suspect that the naval frogmen, having recently vanquished the monkey fleet, are once again plagued by insatiable hunger. As he contemplated how to expel the Eagle Sauce garrison, he received a call from Dong Yeren, Boss Luo. The stormy conditions at the Peruvian fishing grounds render them unsuitable for harvesting. Perhaps you should consider other locations? The greater the storm, the pricier the catch. Luo Feng firmly declined. Let the brothers cast their nets and wait. Within 2 days, I shall drive the schools of fish to them. In the midst of organizing domestic affairs, he inadvertently left the fishermen waiting near the fishing grounds for an entire week. A twinge of guilt washed over Luo Feng, prompting him to cease his idle thoughts and retrieve his small green turtle shell to begin herding the fish. After finishing at the Peruvian fishing grounds, he would need to make a detour to the North Atlantic fishing grounds. Following that, a circuitous route through the Suez Canal would lead him to the Indian Ocean fishing grounds. All told, orchestrating a single fishing operation would require him to traverse the globe. He was engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. While he was thus occupied, an unexpected visitor arrived in Chawang village. "Are you the village director?" The newcomer, distinguished in presence with impeccable attire and an opulent convoy, stood at the village committee's entrance, casting a disdainful glance at the village director, who was squatting on the ground, cracking seeds. Indeed, upon discerning the visitor's affluence, the village director hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his hands, and extended his greeting. "Hello, I am the village director. May I inquire whether you are here for tourism or to discuss a business collaboration?" Collaboration? The newcomer disregarded the filthy hands extended by the village head, adjusted his sunglasses, and smirked. "This is not a collaboration. It is an investment." "What kind of investment?" The village head was somewhat perplexed. Although Chawang village belonged to a major port, it had never encountered external investors before. Lacking experience, he could only awkwardly offer a silly grin in response. The newcomer laughed as well, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize the village head with curiosity. "You don't understand investment?" he exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly to explain. "Investment means I come to your village to inject capital and establish enterprises, helping you achieve prosperity and alleviate poverty." "Wait, what I mean is, what project are you planning to invest in?" The village head hastily interrupted his incessant chatter. "I noticed that your village's fisheries and tourism sectors are thriving, so I am prepared to invest 200 million to help you further develop your economy." Chapter 91. A multitude of people, a wealth of money. Old party secretary. Old party secretary. The village head, energetically slapping his 2 slippers, rushed into the home of the old party secretary, eagerly recounting the delightful news of fortuitous fortune. A wealthy tycoon has arrived, promising to invest 200 million. 200 million? What does he intend to do? The old party secretary exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze. Beside him, the elders, Luo Chia and Liang Yi, also turned their curious eyes toward the village head. The village head continued, oblivious to their skepticism. "Mr. Zhou intends to use this investment to develop our fisheries and tourism industry." Upon hearing this, the 3 elderly men, who had just been reminiscing about their youthful days, suddenly lost their sparkle and huddled together in silence, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The village head, undeterred, elaborated on Mr. Zhou's intentions. Mr. Zhou stated that he would take full responsibility for our village's seafood sales, insisting that only he could purchase our king crabs and tuna. He also expressed interest in co-investing in the tourism projects initiated by our village. Suddenly, the old party secretary raised his hand, interrupting the flow of the conversation. "How long have you served as village head?" 3 years. "What's the matter, uncle?" The village head responded, perplexed. "Have you ever encountered substantial wealth?" "Uncle, if there's something you wish to convey, please do so plainly. Why ask such questions?" "Do you have any idea how much our village's Luo and Liang families' fishing fleets earn each month?" I'm not quite sure." "Not knowing this, what reason do you have to be elated?" "Uncle, how much can our fleets earn?" 20 million a month, totaling 240 million a year. After deducting fuel and labor costs, we net 200 million. Is it truly that much? Do you now comprehend the absurdity of that scoundrel, Boss Zhou, and his intentions to invest in the fishing and tourism sectors? Is he offering insufficient funds? Depart at once." The old party secretary, seething with rage. Flung his slipper. He is here to siphon off money, not to invest. Master Luo, grimacing as if afflicted by a toothache, chimed in. You ought to resign from your post as village head. We scarcely know the extent of our own resources. And who knows when we might be sold off while you count the coins. How could our family, the Lang family, produce such a wretched offspring like you? The elder Lang trembled as he pointed at the village head, his chest heaving with indignation. Having endured a beating and a barrage of insults, the village head felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Pitifully, he helped the old party secretary put on the slipper that had been hurled at him. Surely, an investment of 200 million in the tourism sector cannot be a mistake, can it? The old party secretary turned sharply to old Lang. You deal with your own offspring. Ugh. Old Lang wasted no time, lifting his cane and delivering a flurry of strikes. You imbecile. Whack. Do you think tourists simply descend from the heavens? Whack. Do you believe every household is pooling resources for tourism and that we are in need of that 200 million? Whack. Do you think the old party secretary is hosting tourists out of sheer wealth? Whack. Do you think, with your pig-headedness, you cannot grasp such matters? Depart far away and cease to jeopardize our village's industries. Old Lang, in his youth, was a man accustomed to the sea, even in his advanced years. His strength remained formidable. The cane swirled through the air with a whoosh, striking the village head with force, leaving behind a trail of crimson lines. Moments later, the bruised and battered leader, limping and bearing the marks of his encounter, returned to the village committee. Outside, Boss Zhou waved dismissively, declaring, Our village has no need for fisheries or tourism investments, Boss Zhou. It would be best for you to seek another location. Come now, let us not speak so definitively, he said, noticing the simmering anger in the village head's eyes. The once haughty demeanor of Boss Zhou quickly transformed into a congenial and affable persona, accompanied by a hint of ingratiating smiles. The village head's expression darkened. Do not take me for a fool. The only reason you wish to invest in our village is because you covet the king crabs and tuna that only we can supply, along with the incessant stream of tourists. Indeed, Boss Zhou nodded obsequiously, attempting to placate the village head. Tourists flock to Chawang village. If we collaborate, we can prosper together. Our lives are already quite satisfactory without your investment. This paltry sum wouldn't even cover the gaps in our teeth, retorted the village head. Such words are unwise, for many hands make light work. The more you invest, the greater the profit, Boss Zhou countered. Let me be frank with you. Both the fisheries and tourism are village enterprises, and outsiders are not permitted to invest. You would do well to abandon this venture. The smile on Boss Zhou's face gradually faded. More friends mean more avenues. Surely the village head understands this principle? Friends are those with whom one collaborates, not those who come to deceive and rob, the village head replied, straightening his posture resolutely. His face bore a comical mix of bruises, appearing quite absurd. Village Chief Liang, you must consider this carefully. Our day group's strength in the seafood market of the two Guangs is incomparable to your humble Chawang village. Rest assured, Boss Zhou. We have invested in our own sales channels and do not rely on others, replied the village chief. Oh, are you truly abandoning such a lucrative market? A smile reappeared on Boss Zhou's face. Where do you think the profits of the two Guangs market come from, if not from established channels? Do not misconstrue. The sales channels do not belong to the village, but to the deep-sea fishing fleet, over which I, as village chief, have no authority. Can your fleet even invest in sales channels independently? Do you think our monthly sales of over 20 million come from thin air? If seafood negotiations falter, we could still discuss tourism. Tourism is out of the question. It is a project funded by the villagers and cannot be offered at a discount to outsiders. So, you mean to say, Village Chief Liang is refusing to give our day group any regard? Boss Zhou's expression suddenly turned stern. Regard? What is your regard worth? A few cents per pound? Do you believe I would hesitate to invest in the neighboring village and siphon away your clientele? Go ahead, do it quickly. I would welcome it. The negotiation had soured. Boss Zhou felt deeply frustrated, yet dared not confront the village chief directly. In business, such heated exchanges are commonplace. As long as there is profit to be made, even sworn enemies can share a table and engage in conversation. The dialogue remains open. After temporarily suspending negotiations, he returned to Chawang village as a tourist, accompanied by a grand entourage, to explore the homes and gather information. After all, he had only been drawn to the unique seafood and tourism resources of Chawang village before his arrival. Without a thorough understanding of the situation, he had been met with resistance. Having learned a lesson, he realized that hasty actions were inadvisable. A meticulous investigation was essential before making any decisions. The following day, the commotion of tourists outside the hotel awoke Mr. Zhou. Dressed in his pajamas, he stood at the window, observing the bustling crowd while muttering to himself, so many people, so much money. These simple folk only knew how to earn a meager living. They were truly squandering resources. They often treated tourists to seafood. Wouldn't it be more profitable to sell it at a higher price? After lamenting for a while about the reckless exploitation of resources in Chawang village, he finally remembered to freshen up and have breakfast. Chapter 92. Time is money. People are wealth. The tourists frolicking on the beach are akin to walking bundles of cash. Regrettably, the folks in Chawang village are merely focused on earning a meager living. A 10-pound king crab, when served whole at a restaurant, is priced at a mere 2,000 yuan, an utter waste. Even more infuriating is the fact that tuna sashimi can be sold by the pound for only 200 yuan. This is a true travesty. Are tourists not meant to be profited from? Given Chawang village's burgeoning reputation, a steady stream of visitors is assured. If they do not seize the opportunity to profit handsomely while the demand is high, it will be too late once the crowds dissipate. Boss Zhou, acutely aware of this, felt a sense of urgency. After voraciously consuming an entire delicious and affordable king crab, he sought out his colleague Wang Duyu for further insight. Xiao Wang, you are being rather unprincipled. Ah, Mr. Zhou, what a rare guest. What brings you to our humble village? Old Wang replied, cautious. The arrival of such a figure is never without ulterior motives. This individual is not an ordinary person, but rather the head of a powerful seafood sales conglomerate with influence spanning several provinces in Jiangnan. Upon his arrival, Old Wang began to ponder his intentions. Could he be here to usurp the sales rights for king crabs and tuna? If so, he has certainly come to the wrong place. Though our operations are modest, we hold a commanding monopoly in the supply of king crabs and tuna. There is no need for us to engage with him. However, for the sake of business, one must avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, a harmonious approach fosters prosperity. Before the other party has made their intentions clear and encroached upon one's interests, it is wise to adopt a humble demeanor. After all, it is all about making a profit. There is no shame in that. Let us not feign ignorance. Mr. Zhou, ignoring Wang Duiyu's attempts to divert the conversation, proceeded directly to the point. RDE Group has reached out to you several times regarding procuring some king crabs and tuna from you. Why have you not responded? Oh, my esteemed Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that? The small harbor of Chawang village cannot accommodate a figure as grand as you, Wang Duiyu replied, his chubby face adorned with a mask of humility. Do not play coy with me. King crabs and tuna supplied by your company are prevalent in all major fish markets across the country, yet our Tuguang market seems to be overlooked. What does that imply? That is your territory, a place for substantial business. How could we, a small establishment, dare to compete with you? Oh, I forgot to mention. I have joined forces with the Chawang Village Deep-Sea Fleet to invest in several sales channels, specifically responsible for selling crabs and tuna caught by the village. It is a seamless production, supply, and sales operation. Young Wang, are you attempting to undermine RDE Group's livelihood? I wouldn't dare. Most of the investment comes from the Deep-Sea Fleet. My role is merely to assist, to run errands, and to help the fishermen sell their catch. The notion of undermining livelihoods is merely a jest on your part. With over 60 of the king crab supply and over 90 of the bluefin tuna supply monopolized, you still claim you are not jeopardizing my brother's livelihood? Ah, my dear Mr. Zhou, the combined displacement of the Chawang village fleet is but a few thousand tons. How could we possibly monopolize anything? Certainly, it seems that the supply chain issues stem from your esteemed DE Group. Your reasoning is sound. I shall reach out to our Russian partners to increase the supply volume. You see, isn't this a problem that has been resolved? Xiao Wang. It is important to remember that the Russians are outsiders. Fluctuations in supply are to be expected. I still hope to establish a stable supply agreement with you, so we can prosper together. Thank you, General Zhou, for your kind words. Our king crab supply prices are significantly lower than those of the Russians, and our bluefin tuna is also more affordable. That is indeed favorable. What price do you intend to offer us, DE Group? Please allow me to finish my statement. Wang Duiyu smiled awkwardly. Due to the limited scale of our fleet, our supply capacity is constrained. Currently, our production can only cater to a few inland provinces with established sales channels. Unfortunately, we cannot allocate any capacity to your needs. Are you jesting? How could I? It is genuinely a matter of insufficient supply. Our fleet, with a displacement of 3,000 to 5,000 tons, can only bring back 600 tons of king crab each month, which can be sold out in a single province with better consumption capacity. You could expand the fleet. Constructing vessels requires time. Orders were placed several months ago, and we must wait several more months for the specialized crab-catching ships to arrive. I cannot concern myself with those details. You must reserve a share for DE Group. I would like to accommodate you, but I lack the authority to decide. Wang, are you refusing to acknowledge the favor I am extending? I truly cannot make such decisions. The primary investments in the fleet and sales channels are made by a young man from the village. I am merely a gopher handling various tasks. Take me to meet this young man. Unfortunately, you cannot meet him. He is set out to sea with a fleet to fish and seldom returns home. Take me to his residence. Very well, I shall take you there. Just a glance. If I can procure some catch, I shall consider it a loss. Wang Duoyu merely wished to send away the present calamity without offending the day group and had no intention of truly reserving any sales quota for them. Luo Feng's business strategy proved remarkably successful. By bypassing intermediaries and directly investing in cold storage and cold chain transport across various provinces and cities. Even selling the catch below market price yielded an astonishing profit margin. Take the king crab as an example. If sold to intermediaries, the frozen crab's price per pound exceeds 20 yuan. After markup by regional agents like the Day Group, the wholesale price escalates to 40 yuan per pound. Local small businesses then add their markup, resulting in a retail price of 80 yuan per pound. Each king crab weighs between 5 to 8 pounds. Consequently, a crab caught by fishermen sells for merely 100 yuan, yet reaches consumers at 400 yuan. The intermediary profit of 300 yuan is entirely consumed by middlemen. Now, however, the situation has changed. With self-invested cold storage and cold chain logistics, the cumulative costs cannot inflate the 20 yuan per pound king crab to 40 yuan. Selling directly at 40 yuan allows fishermen a greater profit margin. Moreover, due to the lower price, an increasing number of consumers are willing to spend 200 yuan to savor a king crab. The recently established sales markets in the 5 inland provinces are now entirely capable of absorbing the monthly output of the ocean fleet from Chawang village. Moreover, sales are rapidly increasing, hinting at a burgeoning demand that may soon exceed supply. Consequently, he took the initiative to place an order with the shipyard in the name of the village committee, acquiring 10 specialized crab-catching vessels, each with a capacity of 1,000 tons. With no concerns regarding sales channels or supply, this is indeed an opportune moment for expansive market growth. Naturally, attracting the attention of a behemoth like Day Group was anticipated. However, it poses no issue. We have influential connections. By adopting a humble demeanor and bringing the elder to visit the 3 plaques at the Luo family estate, everything can be resolved smoothly. Wang Duoyu's strategy is straightforward: to decisively suppress Zhou from Day Group with the prestigious plaque of an exceptional merit family, preventing the adversary from exploiting their power. He is unperturbed by the formidable stature of the opposing family and potentially complicating matters for Chawang village. His primary concern is the waste of time. For time is indeed money. Chapter 93. The beautiful paper crane, a home for distinguished heroes. A home for first-class meritorious individuals. The vanguard of Haiphong. Amidst the bustling throng of tourists, Zhou found himself jostled and nudged, yet he remained undeterred and unoffended. His gaze was fixed intently upon 3 meticulously preserved plaques sheltered beneath glass, gradually nudged to the periphery by the tide of visitors. A surge of emotions flooded him. Goodness! 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 Fortunately, he had acted prudently, avoiding any undue pressure on Wang Duoyu's supply chain. Had an incompetent subordinate been dispatched, how much calamity might it have brought upon the Day Group? Alas, no matter how formidable a corporation may be, it appears feeble in the face of merit. It seems prudent to adopt a more humble demeanor. Regaining his composure, he donned a courteous smile and cautiously inquired in a hushed tone, "Mr. Wang, is it true that this investor is a descendant of a hero?" "No, Luo Feng is a living hero. His parents are merely ordinary fishermen," Wang Duoyu explained. His smile radiant. Internally, he reveled in delight. "How smug you are. You think your Day Group is invincible? Come, continue your charade. Call me Little Wang once more." With 3 meritorious plaques reigning over the scene, regardless of the profits generated by the fishing and tourism industries in Chawang village, others dared not encroach upon their share of the bounty. Far away, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the accolades he had earned had become the guardian deities of Chawang village. After traversing the expanse of Blue Star and assisting the fishermen in guiding the fish schools to their designated spots, he hastened towards the waters of Guam, arriving precisely on schedule. According to the information provided by Old Lu, these days mark the departure of 2 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines, heading towards the repair yard. It is also an opportune moment for those waiting patiently for a significant catch. The Moon Palace drifts along the vital maritime route frequented by the Ohio-class submarines en route to the repair facility. To avoid missing the chance of reeling in a big catch, Luo Feng refrained from entering a meditative state and instead lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. At this point, a month and a half had elapsed since Typhoon Crab had swept through Little Days on 2 occasions. News of the disaster within Little Days gradually emerged across major news platforms. The media of the great powers maintained an unusual silence, as if nothing had transpired, with time seemingly flowing serenely and everything appearing tranquil. Meanwhile, The media in Little Days and its journalists fervently called for international aid. Among the widely disseminated videos, one stood out, the earnest plea of the Prime Minister of Little Days during a press conference. "Ladies and gentlemen," he implored, "we have once again endured an unprecedented calamity. All power supply facilities have been obliterated. Nearly all infrastructure and newly constructed factories have also been destroyed." The Prime Minister's voice trembled as he recounted the devastation. "Indeed, we united as one, expending nearly 300 billion meters of our reserves over the course of a year and a half to rebuild our homeland, only to have it once again ravaged by that wretched typhoon. Over 100 million people are now homeless. Over 100 million lack safe food and drinking water, and countless more have vanished amidst the disaster. We urgently require assistance. We implore nations to extend their generous hands in support and engage in emergency relief efforts. We require clean drinking water. We need safe sustenance. We demand all essential resources for our survival. Esteemed journalists, I implore you, please convey our plight to the world." The speech was profoundly moving. However, it seems the international press in attendance remained largely unconvinced. Instead, they posed heart-wrenching inquiries. "Mr. Prime Minister, why did you not seek assistance in the immediate aftermath of the disaster? Mr. Prime Minister, it has been a month since Typhoon Crab wreaked havoc. Why are foreign journalists only now permitted entry? What truths is your country concealing? It is truly hard to fathom that in the moment of greatest need, you transformed into an invisible ninja, only to reappear when those who could have been saved no longer required aid. What is the reason for this? Mr. Prime Minister, is it true that Eagle Sauce has announced a withdrawal plan?" One piercing question after another, the Prime Minister found himself at a loss for answers, resorting to feigning faintness to hastily conclude the press conference. Below the video, the comments section was abuzz. "Our great cosmic empire welcomes the relocation of Eagle Sauce's forces. Those wretched politicians, if they truly cared for the afflicted, they would not have squandered precious time and would have sought help sooner. Those who perished are beyond saving now. I have resolved to fold 1,000 paper cranes to send to the unfortunate disaster victims." Ha ha ha, forgive me for my unkind laughter. Little Sun has always taken delight in sending origami cranes to disaster-stricken areas. Perhaps they themselves find solace in this gesture. How intriguing. I shall procure some paper forthwith and craft the most exquisite cranes. Had I known this would be the case, I might have acted differently from the outset. The behavior of Little Sun is indeed peculiar. Why did they not initiate rescue efforts sooner, waiting an entire month before taking action? I am inclined to suspect that there may have been an issue with the nuclear power plant. Goodness, there are no reports regarding this. Based on previous experiences, Little Sun's refusal to allow foreign journalists entry surely indicates an intention to conceal unsavory dealings. What if they have already discharged the nuclear waste into the sea? This seems characteristic of Little Sun's actions. Observing the imaginative comments in the discussion section, Luo Feng began to feel anxious. He swiftly closed the news application and dialed old Lu's number. "Brother, do you have any updates regarding Fukushima?" "Fukushima?" Old Lu's voice, tinged with suspicion, came through the phone. "Aren't you looking for the Ohio class? Why the sudden interest in Fukushima? Of course I must be concerned. If they discharge nuclear waste into the ocean, how will we fishermen sustain our livelihoods?" "That is a valid point. I will look into it immediately. Please do so expeditiously." "Rest assured, brother, I am quite reliable. By the way, have you yet located the Ohio class?" "Not yet. I have been lingering here for 3 days. If I do not find it today, I shall head towards Guam to observe their departure and quietly follow them." "All right, I will verify the information regarding Guam." After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng could not help but massage his temples in distress. He had squandered one of the 4 major fishing grounds of the world, leaving only 3 to sustain the vast majority of domestic fishermen. If the situation were to escalate into a calamity that incited public outrage, those who earn their livelihoods at sea would find themselves in dire straits. This includes deep-sea aquaculture projects. He could ascertain that this global catastrophe would create a scenario in which no one would dare purchase seafood for the next 50 years, effectively extinguishing the means of survival for fishermen across nations. In light of such a monumental issue, the capture of the Ohio-class submarine had become a trivial matter. After all, submarines could be apprehended at any time, whereas the nuclear wastewater discharged by the small nation was a problem that could not be resolved at will. Calming his mind, he began to ponder potential solutions. Perhaps he could venture into the realm of the Fenghu immortal and consult the formidable water spirit, or explore alternative uses for the Bell of Zhenhai, dispersing the nuclear wastewater from the small nation evenly across their lands. Chapter 93. All Business. Master Turtle. Master Turtle, how are you faring in the North Sea? Luo Feng, fixated on the green soul pearl in his hand, could not help but long for the omnipotent Master Turtle. If he were still around, there would be no need to fret over the disposal of nuclear wastewater from the mundane world. He could simply store it within the square jar immortal realm. Alas, Master Turtle is no longer present. With his meager magical abilities, he is utterly incapable of activating the square jar immortal realm or the sea calming bell. As he pondered these heavy thoughts, he found himself disinclined to view the harrowing images and news reports of the devastation wrought by Typhoon Crab on the mundane world. Subconsciously, he directed the Moon Palace to navigate towards the waters off Guam to intercept 2 Ohio-class submarines returning to the repair yard. Old Lou quickly gathered information and called him. Give it up. The intel is incorrect. The Guam base has suffered severe damage from the typhoon, and the damaged warships and aircraft carriers have formed a massive fleet preparing to return for extensive repairs. You will surely be discovered if you head there. How severe is the damage? Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, a smile gradually appeared on Luo Feng's face. Encircling the path of Typhoon Crab as it passed Guam had merely been a casual endeavor. He had not anticipated it would inflict such substantial damage on the Eagle Nation's Guam base. After all, this is the Eagle Nation's most vital base, equipped with more stringent protective measures and superior infrastructure than other bases. Ha ha ha. The upper echelons of the Eagle Nation are still trying to obscure the truth. Yet, our satellites reveal everything clearly. The 2 carrier battle groups have been utterly decimated by the typhoon. 2 carrier battle groups? Indeed. The high-ranking officials of the American military also believe that the first island chain is no longer defensible, which is why they have amassed a significant military presence in the second island chain. Unexpectedly, a typhoon has struck their concentrated forces. Are you certain about your sources? The Guam base is a strategic pivot for the United States in the Western Pacific. It cannot be easily compromised. My friend, you must have faith in the formidable destructive capabilities of unscrupulous capitalists. What is happening? Are they encountering shoddy construction? Ha ha ha. Although the details remain unclear, satellite images suggest that the Guam base is not far superior to poorly built structures, with hangars completely flattened. It is estimated that at least 4 B-2 stealth bombers and around 10 F-22 stealth fighters have been buried in the ground. No wonder you are so elated. It appears this fortunate event has transpired. Hee hee, when will you return? Next time we pay our respects to Mazu, I will take you along. My friend, take it easy. The passage of the crab through Guam was purely coincidental and has nothing to do with Mazu. Brother, you make your living at sea. How can you be disrespectful to Mazu? As for sustenance from the sea, I fear I may not have it in the future. This time, our modest lives have been upended so severely that I doubt there will be the energy to maintain the Fukushima water storage tanks. If nuclear wastewater is discharged into the ocean, fishermen worldwide will find themselves without means. Well, you are not alone in your concerns. Fishermen and officials from various regions share this apprehension. Is there any resolution? What can be done? For now, they are dispatching rescue teams to dig additional storage tanks for the time being to temporarily prevent wastewater from entering the sea. Alas, in the end, are we the ones left to clean up the mess? It is all business, rest assured, we shall not incur losses. If we excavate a few more water reservoirs, how much longer can they sustain themselves? The expert team is still evaluating, and it is estimated that they can hold out for 3 to 5 years. This time, we must extract a substantial amount from our reserves to facilitate rescue efforts. That puts my mind at ease. Brother, quickly send me the satellite imagery of the Ohio class. Since you have abandoned the operation, why take unnecessary risks? Do you believe that deep water bombs cannot destroy you? I merely wish to take a look. If the opportunity arises, I shall act, and if not, I will promptly return home. Do not jest. An Ohio-class submarine can carry 24 submarine-launched missiles, each equipped with 10 nuclear warheads. This is not an endeavor to be trifled with. Listening to your explanation, I find myself increasingly tempted to try it. This is an order. Do not joke about nuclear warheads. The Eagle submarines can be retrieved at any time, and we cannot afford the risk of engaging with a battered submarine. The danger is simply too great. Yes, brother, do not be obstinate. Nuclear warheads are never a matter for levity. Safety first, life paramount. I have no desire to deliver tragic news to your parents, let alone leave behind ashes. I am pondering. Given that the Eagle's 2 carrier battle groups are collectively heading to the repair yard, could there be accompanying nuclear submarines for protection? The intact kind? Indeed, there are. Where? Typically, a carrier strike group is preceded by a Virginia-class attack submarine tasked with paving the way, while an Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine participates within a 200 nautical mile radius behind the group. Given that the damaged Ohio-class submarine is hesitant to act, might I find a way to retrieve the Ohio-class that trails behind the carrier strike group? Our underwater propulsion system has a range of only 80 nautical miles. insufficient to support such a lengthy pursuit and return to the Moon Palace. What if my Moon Palace were to malfunction in their navigational path? One must not underestimate the American military's resolve. They could easily fabricate a reason for an accidental strike and send both you and the Moon Palace to the ocean's depths. No matter, the Moon Palace is equipped with autonomous navigation capabilities. It can make a loop and return. I shall simply submerge and await their arrival. However, how large of an oxygen tank would you need to carry? Our vessel is substantial, allowing for multiple tanks to be brought aboard. Remember to wear a wetsuit to prevent a drop in body temperature. Very well, await my good news. With that, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. The damaged Ohio-class submarine may be incapacitated, but that only leaves the option to procure an undamaged one. He swiftly programmed a fixed course for the Moon Palace, recalibrating the estimated time for the American fleet to reach the waters off Pearl Harbor, ensuring it would trace a wide circle and return 12 hours later to retrieve him. The strategic nuclear submarine is quite a formidable entity. He lacked the confidence to tow it directly with the Moon Palace. The solution was straightforward. First, one must disembowel and sink the submarine to the ocean floor, subsequently summoning large fishing vessels to the Peruvian fishing grounds. Upon their return to port, they can conveniently tow back the submerged nuclear submarine. This is an age-old strategy. Construct a series of barbed obstacles using steel pipes and employ 3 to 5 large fishing boats to drag them. While the Ohio-class submarine remains silently at a depth of 200 to 300 meters, discreetly departing the nearby waters, it will then be directly handed over to the naval base. The concept is splendid, yet the execution is fraught with difficulties. After the departure of the Moon Palace, Luo Feng, armed with the Yang Pearl, descended to the ocean floor, only to find himself engulfed in boredom. The depths offered no signal. Although he could use his phone within the bubble created by the Yang Pearl, he remained disconnected from the internet. He could only endlessly refresh cached videos. Meanwhile, curious tropical fish, intrigued by this peculiar creature, approached him cautiously. Some bolder specimens attempted to enter his bubble, only to plummet into Luo Feng's embrace, exclaiming, "Not a bad catch. You'll make a fine addition to tonight's feast." Chapter 94, The Tranquil Sea Surface. How peculiar. Why does this expanse of sea lie utterly devoid of waves, as smooth as a mirror? Rarely emerging from the captain's quarters, Costas stood on the deck, gazing at the placid waters, then turned to the exquisite communications officer. "Having lived my entire life at sea, I have never encountered such a serene surface." "Neither have I," the communications officer exclaimed, preparing to stretch lazily against the sea breeze, only to be astounded by the glassy surface before her. "Captain, after 23 years of service in the military, have you ever witnessed a sea so tranquil? I shall share a secret with you. I grew up by the seaside, spending 54 years on the water, and I have never seen the sea this calm." The captain's gaze was deep, fixed upon the smooth surface, as if he were pondering something profound. To him, the placid sea appeared no different than a monstrous creature with a gaping maw, poised to devour. Yet, despite his best efforts, he could not fathom why, with the wind blowing, the water remained undisturbed. Even more perplexing was the sight of a fleet of over 20 large vessels slicing through the water, only for the surface to seamlessly mend itself moments later. The sea remained obstinate, like a solid stone, as if it had always been thus throughout the ages, were it not for the occasional flying fish leaping from the depths. Attesting to the presence of life in these waters, Costas might have believed he had inadvertently led his fleet into a fairy tale realm. The bizarre sea surface compelled Costas to furrow his brow. "Beautiful communications officer, we may need to head to the command center. This area of the sea is quite strange. It is a rare occasion to ascend to the deck." "Very well, esteemed captain. Let us proceed to the command room to establish communication with the other vessels to inquire about any irregularities." The information officer cast a lingering glance at the serene beauty of the sea, turning back repeatedly as she followed the captain back to the command room. The captain busied herself with examining radar and sonar equipment, while the officer swiftly activated the communication device to send inquiries to the accompanying ships on behalf of the captain. Moments later, responses began to pour in. All was normal, save for the unusually calm surface of the water. Everything appeared to be in order. No potential threats had been detected. Underwater conditions were stable, and we had yet to encounter any dangers. "Do not jest, dear information officer. This is Pearl Harbor. Our territory. Who would dare cause a ruckus here?" As she listened to the replies from the various vessels, the information officer turned to report back to the captain. But a sudden epiphany struck her. It seemed they had not received a response from one of the Ohio-class submarines. She swiftly authorized the communication system, utilizing long-wave signals to contact the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine trailing at the rear of the fleet. "Order: conduct a reconnaissance of the surrounding waters for safety." "Order: investigate the nearby sea for any hazards." "Order." One command after another was issued, yet none received a response. A sense of unease began to creep in. Report. Esteemed Captain, the strategic nuclear submarine accompanying the fleet has gone silent. Gone silent? Castor abruptly turned. Her gray pupils fixated intently on the information officer's striking visage. Are you certain it is unresponsive? Indeed, Captain. I have attempted to reach the Ohio-class submarine 27 times via long-wave radio over the course of 36 minutes, yet there has been no response. The beautiful communications officer was taken aback by the captain's sinister gaze. She reviewed the screen once more, then turned to Coster with a decisive nod. It was confirmed that the 4th Strategic Nuclear Submarine Group, originally part of the 7th Fleet, was unresponsive and had not acknowledged commands. There was also no evidence to suggest they had received any orders. According to the original directive, they should currently be maintaining a low-speed stealth dive at a depth of 200 meters, following the fleet at 8 knots. It is recommended to deploy the underwater sonar array to gather information on their status and location. The conclusion is exceedingly alarming. Having just reported to the captain, the communications officer was met with an outburst of fury from the others in the command room. Beautiful lady, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? We are off the shores of Pearl Harbor. Since the days of yore, no one has dared to disturb these waters. Who would have the audacity to threaten our strategic nuclear submarines? While it is not uncommon for long-wave radio to lose contact with a moving submarine, how can one so hastily declare them lost? As the cacophony of indignation filled the command room, Coster's expression grew increasingly somber. He raised his hand to quell the uproar directed at the communications officer and casually instructed, "Beautiful communications officer, I believe you should first present the anomalous conditions at the surface for these esteemed gentlemen to witness what is truly transpiring outside." The communications officer responded with a radiant smile directed at the captain. Grateful for his timely intervention, he deftly manipulated the computer to project the deck surveillance camera feed onto the command room's grand screen. The once densely packed data was supplanted by an endless expanse of ocean. The surface of the water lay as smooth as glass. The onlookers, filled with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief, fixated on the screen, struggling to discern anything amiss for quite some time. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Captain Coster slowly inquired, "Gentlemen, have you observed anything peculiar about this maritime region compared to those you have encountered before?" As he posed the question, he turned his gaze, sharp as a blade, towards the few staff members who had been particularly vociferous moments earlier. Regrettably, their expressions only grew more perplexed. With no other recourse, he elaborated. "Have you ever witnessed a sea surface as mirror-like and serene as this?" With Coster's prompting, the others began to awaken to the realization, good heavens, when did this ocean become so tranquil? Not even a lake appears this placid. My word, I remember a comrade who once served in Manila boasting that on the day the 11th Task Force vanished, the sea was as calm as a mirror. I believe I've heard similar tales. Beyond the Manila base, I've come across videos from certain vloggers on YouTube who encountered eerily placid waters. After spending most of my life adrift at sea, I've never witnessed such a smooth surface. Has time itself come to a standstill? As the advisors spoke in disarray, a spark of inspiration ignited in Coster's mind. He swiftly turned to the information officer and commanded, immediately, at once, issue orders for all warships to activate their underwater sonar and all radar systems. Ensure that all aircraft aboard the 2 aircraft carriers are launched. I require knowledge of any anomalies within 1,000 kilometers. Instruct the Sea Wolf-class attack submarine that is clearing the path to promptly turn around and search at maximum speed for the location where the Ohio-class strategic submarine vanished. Sound the battle alarms on all warships. Command. Coster's response was nothing short of swift. A flurry of orders erupted from his lips, leaving the information officer in a state of fluster. The colossal mixed fleet of 22 warships and 2 aircraft carriers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, who was preoccupied with dissecting the Ohio-class submarine beneath the waves, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Chapter 96. The Flying Object with a Melodious Sound of Flowing Water. I, the adept practitioner of dissection, am at work. Luo Feng buzzes about like a diligent little bee, one hand grasping the Yang pearl, while the other wields a chainsaw, cheerfully carving into the cockpit of the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. Such tasks demand utmost caution. Anything associated with nuclear materials must be treated with great care. Unlike other warships, one cannot afford to be reckless here. A nuclear leak or detonation could spell imminent doom, faster than one could imagine. Thus, he crouches behind the Ohio-class submarine, first dismantling the power system to ensure it won't suddenly surge to a staggering 30 knots and toss him aside. Only then does he meticulously select the cockpit and crew compartment locations for slow, deliberate cutting. The sealing capability of the Eagle's nuclear submarine may not rival that of the Bear's double-hulled vessels, but it is nonetheless robust. Sparks fly as the cutting progresses at a painfully slow pace. With its prodigious strength, the chainsaw gradually penetrates the submarine's hull, creating an ingress for the seawater. Lo and behold, it begins to surface. Observing the substantial discharge of seawater around the submarine and its gradual ascent, he hastily summons a small electric vehicle from the Yang Pearl, racing to the stern of the now precariously balanced submarine. He repeats the process, cutting through the sealed compartment and crew quarters, creating an opening for the seawater before the Ohio-class surfaces completely. Let this dark, cigar-shaped vessel sink to the ocean floor. Remain there quietly. I shall return for you on my next venture, and then I will take you home. As he gazed at the slowly sinking Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine, Luo Feng's face broke into a delighted smile. He adjusted the thrusters, propelling towards the direction of the lunar vessel. However, in the distance, a large, shadowy figure was rushing towards him. In his excitement, he quickly redirected the thrusters to charge towards the ominous shape. Ah, the Americans truly understand me. It's a buy one, get one free deal. One Ohio-class submarine was not enough. They were now generously delivering a Seawolf-class submarine as well. The Seawolf-class attack submarine, though only two-thirds the size of the Ohio-class, boasted a speed that was incomparable. Yet, for Luo Feng, the faster and more aggressive Seawolf held no fear. After all, he had previously dismantled one. Just last time, he had even ridden on a Seawolf while searching for an F-35 beneath the waves. Compared to the robust hull of the Ohio-class, the Seawolf was much easier to dismantle. At that moment, the captain of the Seawolf, peering at the sonar screen, found himself in a quandary. Pointing at the small green dot that represented an underwater propulsion system, he inquired of his aide, what creature could this possibly be? Given its size and speed? I recall there have been sightings of orcas nearby, the aide replied candidly. And how long have you served? The captain asked. 13 years, sir. Then tell me, have you ever seen an orca or a similarly sized tuna that, upon encountering us, not only refrains from fleeing but instead approaches us? Well, sir, perhaps it is a dolphin. They do enjoy trailing our submarines. That makes sense. Esteemed captain, behold, the Ohio-class vessel is sinking. The staff officer hastily pointed to another slightly larger green dot, reminding, the information detected half an hour ago indicated they were surfacing. Damn, they must have lost power. Report to the surface fleet. The Ohio-class requires assistance. Please dispatch a deep-sea rescue team. Captain, this area reaches depths of 5,000 meters. Our rescue team currently lacks the technical capabilities to respond. The capability is the concern of the rescue team. Whether to report or not is our prerogative, Mr. Staff Officer. Please attend to your duties. Yes, sir. Soon, the final message from the Seawolf class reached the surface, where Coaster was stationed. Upon hearing the news, Coaster's previously tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Fortunately, it was merely a power failure, not an enigmatic incident akin to the complete disappearance of the 11th Task Force. The taut strings of his heart unwound. He turned to instruct the beautiful information officer, send a distress signal to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, requesting they dispatch a rescue team to swiftly assist the Ohio class. Additionally, order the Seawolf class to remain on standby, ensuring the Ohio class's descent is monitored, preventing it from being swept away by the currents into untraceable depths. The information officer smiled in acknowledgement and promptly complied, relaying the distress signal along with the peculiar circumstances of the surrounding waters to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Subsequently, she issued commands to the Seawolf class. Yet again, an odd occurrence transpired. The command sent to the Seawolf class, much like the previous order to the Ohio class, vanished without a trace, receiving no feedback whatsoever. There existed no evidence to substantiate that they had received the orders, nor any proof to the contrary. After sending the commands repeatedly over a dozen times, she could only muster the courage to report to Captain Coster. Sir, esteemed captain, the Seawolf-class submarines have also gone dark. How could they have gone dark again? Coster was on the verge of madness. This was in their own backyard. How could two of their nuclear submarines sequentially enter a state of disconnection? Could it be that the strange occurrences faced by the 11th Task Force in the South China Sea were about to repeat themselves? A shiver ran down his spine. Recalling the eerie hauntings in the South China Sea, he hastily revised the orders he had just issued. Transmit the command. All aircraft are to remain airborne. All warships' radar and sonar systems must remain operational. Maintain a state of readiness. Any anomalies must be reported to me immediately. Having relayed the orders, he swiftly exited the command room and returned to his private quarters to dial the Minister of Defense. He candidly recounted the peculiar circumstances he was encountering, expressing his concerns. Esteemed Minister, I fear that the haunting incidents of the 11th Task Force may unfold once more in the waters off Pearl Harbor. Nonsense. The Minister and Oppos's tone was sharply critical. Coster, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Report. Minister, I am merely expressing my apprehensions for the Imperial Navy. I am leading a dual aircraft carrier battle group, and the Empire cannot afford losses. That is indeed a valid point. What do you require? The fleet requires anti-submarine aircraft, large early warning planes, deep-sea rescue teams, and all manner of flying apparatus for protection. However, I lack the authority to mobilize all domestic aerial combat equipment. I must report to the Supreme Commander and obtain authorization. Esteemed Minister of Defense, please report promptly. I have ordered all combat aircraft to take off and assume combat readiness. Very well, I await your news. Luo Feng did not dare to provoke the formidable dual aircraft carrier battle group. It was not out of fear of nuclear weapons. To be candid, nuclear armaments are primarily instruments of intimidation, seldom employed lightly. His greater concern lay with the deep-sea bombs. The shockwaves generated by these hundreds of kilograms explosives could shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person from several kilometers away. As a cultivator, his physical constitution is indeed exceptional. Yet he could not assure himself of survival in the face of a deep-sea bomb.